courtroom in the nation's capital on Monday, U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan set a start date of March 4th in the federal case brought by Special Counsel Jack Smith. That's just one day before the 15-state Republican primary on Super Tuesday. While federal prosecutors had proposed a January start date, Trump's legal team last week proposed a trial date of 2026, arguing that they would not have time to prepare for an earlier trial. Chutkan rebuffed this idea during Monday's hearing and said that the Trump team's proposal was not reasonable. Meanwhile, in Georgia, Fulton County Judge Scott McAfee said Monday that Trump will be arraigned in the Georgia election case at 9:30 a.m. on September 6th. Nearly all of his 18 co-defendants will also be arraigned on that day. Trump faces a total of 17 charges between these two cases, 13 in Georgia and 4 on the federal level, which range from conspiracy to defraud the U.S. to felony racketeering. Posting on Truth Social Monday, Trump accused the special counsel of bringing the federal case against him during the 2024 campaign and that he will be appealing Judge Chutkan's decision.
Bree, there are so many layers to this, and you mentioned that not every defendant in Georgia will be arraigned on September 6th. What more are you learning about that?
So, Jessica, on Monday, attorney Ray Smith became the first co-defendant in Georgia's election case to enter a plea. Smith represented the Trump campaign in the state's 2020 election cases and was charged in the indictment with 12 counts, including violating Georgia's RICO laws. Smith pleaded not guilty and also waived his September 6 arraignment. This all comes the same day as Smith's fellow defendant, former Trump chief of staff Mark Meadows, took the stand in an attempt to move his case from state to federal court. The judge did not issue a ruling saying proceedings in state court could continue for the time being.
All right, lots of moves being made there in Georgia. Bree, thank you.
Now to a disturbing discovery made in the Upper West Side of Manhattan. Law enforcement sources tell our New York station that 4 people were found stabbed to death inside an apartment. 2 of the victims were toddlers, just 1 and 3 years old. The other 2 were a man and a woman in their 40s. Sources tell WNBC that this appears to be a murder-suicide, and an investigation is ongoing.
The father of the Highland Park shooter will still go on trial after a judge denied his motion to dismiss the charges against him. Robert Crimo Jr. was indicted by a grand jury in February on 7 counts of reckless conduct for sponsoring his son's application to buy the assault weapon that was used in that shooting that killed 7 people. The judge on Monday dismissed the motion from Crimo's attorney, who argued that he could not be held accountable for his son's actions. So that trial is set to begin in November. Meanwhile, his son pleaded not guilty to 117 felony counts last August. No trial date has been set yet for him.
When Spain won their first ever Women's World Cup a week ago, it was triumph for the team and for the fans. But the victory quickly became overshadowed by controversy when a Spanish soccer official kissed one of the players on the mouth without her consent. It's now given rise to a movement against sexism in Spanish sports. Let's bring in our Chapman Bell, who's following the story for us. Chapman, good morning. This is now a full-blown national scandal. What are the latest developments?
Well, that's right, Francis. This kiss has been the center of controversy after Spain's historic first Women's World Cup win and dominating the headlines, really, since this monumental win just over a week ago. Now, Spain's top criminal court has opened a preliminary investigation, citing the need to determine the legal significance of Jennifer Hermoso's public statements that this kiss was not consensual, also giving her 15 days to contact national prosecutors to see how these proceedings move forward. We also have heard now that the regional presidents of Spain's FA, their football association, have called for the resignation of Luis Rubiales' leadership of the Spanish FA, putting their backing behind a temporary leader that was appointed after FIFA's suspension of Rubiales for 90 days of all soccer-related activity. So this really continued to grow. All members of Spain's women's team refusing to play until he goes, even members of the coaching staff quitting in protest. Also also at least one member of the men's team saying he will not play until Rubiales goes. We're seeing support as far as America on the field and off the field showing support of her. But there is one person who has given her support to him at least, and that is the mother of Luis Rubiales, who's taken refuge in a church and is on hunger strike in what she says is the inhuman treatment of her son. But this really overshadowing this monumental win for Spain's team. Francis?
So many facets of this fallout here. Chapman, thank you.
We want to turn now to Florida, where millions are bracing for Idalia. That tropical storm is expected to strengthen to a hurricane at any time now. The president has approved a disaster declaration for the state. Several counties have been ordered to evacuate. Schools are closing, and the Tampa airport shut down at midnight. Idalia is expected to make landfall as a hurricane Wednesday morning.
There really doesn't seem anything to prevent it from continuing to strengthen. This is going to be a major impact, and Floridians should expect that this storm will be a major Cat 3+ hurricane.
Overnight, Idalia lashed the western part of Cuba, bringing serious flooding. But now it has moved into the Gulf of Mexico, where it is expected to quickly intensify. So on that, let's get an update on the storm from NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. And you know, when we talk about the Gulf of Mexico, those waters are the warmest that they've ever been. So we're talking high 80 temperatures. That is fuel for this system as it spends time over those Gulf waters. It's rapidly going to intensify. Right now, still a tropical storm, but a strong tropical storm at that. We can kind of start to see the structure of it becoming a little better with that eye starting to form. And eventually it's going to cruise through parts of the Gulf of Mexico and threaten the state of Florida and points beyond that. Right now, hurricane warning is in effect from Sarasota all the way up through the Big Bend area. That's the area I think that we're going to see the most impactful situation here over the next 48 hours, basically as a Category 3 moves on shore. As we get into the early hours of tomorrow morning, maybe 8 to 11 a.m., I think is the best chance for landfall. That doesn't mean that's when you'll only be seeing those impacts. We likely will see those ahead of it with some outer rain bands coming on shore today for folks in that area. But in addition to that, the storm surge, especially to the eastern side of the center of that, is going to be dire, guys. We could be talking about up to 11, 12 feet of storm surge in some spots. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Ending up into the upper 70s in Cleveland today with some partly cloudy skies. Gorgeous day ahead for Indianapolis, too, with a high of 81. Some showers and thunderstorms expected from New Orleans through Atlanta and up through Raleigh today. But plenty of sunshine and highs into the mid-90s in Dallas. And that's a look at your forecast, ladies. Back over to you.
Okay, it's certainly a critical next 48 hours for so many. Thank you, Angie. August's second supermoon set to rise this week. The super blue moon should come over the horizon around 9:35 Eastern time Wednesday night. Blue moons are rare. The next one won't happen until 2026, but super blue moons are even more so. The next one is expected in 2037. This is also the closest full moon of the year, bringing our nearest neighbor a little more than 222,000 miles away.
Coming up on Early Today, protests turn violent in New York as the city responds to a surge in those seeking asylum.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you should be the dishes you
allegations of Russian organizing.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
all these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
The migrant crisis is heating up in New York City. A protest outside the mayor's mansion turned violent on Sunday. Just the latest in a series of demonstrations across the city, pushing back on plans to house more asylum seekers. Valerie Castro has the story.
Protests turning violent amid a growing humanitarian crisis in New York City as migrants and asylum seekers continue to arrive.
Immigrants are welcome here.
About 100 demonstrators on both sides of the issue clashing outside Gracie Mansion, the mayor's official residence, and calling on Mayor Eric Adams to open the doors to house migrants there. The NYPD reporting a police officer was injured and 6 people were arrested, including Curtis Sliwa, a conservative talk radio host who led the protest.
The mayor's got to understand, this is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Tensions mounting as the city opens additional shelters, more than 200 so far, including 15 large-scale humanitarian relief sites like this one on Randall's Island, according to Mayor Eric Adams. But in a conservative stronghold like Staten Island, outrage greeting the new arrivals sent to a temporary 300-bed shelter at a former school.
The city of New York did not ask for any type of input as to where they were going to put these migrant shelters.
Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul appealing to President Biden for help, sending a letter calling for expedited work authorizations, federal financial assistance, and additional sites for new shelters on federally owned properties, similar to one announced last week in Brooklyn at a former World War II Naval Air Station property.
This crisis originated with the federal government, and it must be resolved through the federal government.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas announcing $77 million in funding for communities receiving migrants like New York City, and the Biden administration asking Congress to approve $600 million more for those cities. New York City officials say they're eyeing hundreds of other sites as potential shelters, while more than 58,000 people are currently in the system, and that number only expected to grow.
We have a long tradition of welcoming people here, and that will continue.
Our thanks to Valerie Castro for that report.
Still to come here, the end of an era for downtown San Francisco. The city's struggles on full display as a huge retailer shuts down its flagship store.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the dishes you
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
After 35 years, the Nordstrom store in downtown San Francisco has closed its flagship store. It is the latest in a series of retail closures in the city by the Bay. NBC's Jake Ward has the details.
After 35 years, the doors of Nordstrom's department store in downtown San Francisco closed for good on Sunday. It's the latest in a series of retail closures in the city by the Bay as it struggles to regain its footing.
It's unfortunate to see what's been going on in the city, but hopefully somebody steps in to clean it up. And it's unfortunate that Nordstrom has to go.
When Nordstrom opened its doors in 1988, the surrounding neighborhood was considered, well, pretty rough. But the massive store was a success and helped spark a rebirth of the city's downtown. Fast forward to this May, when the company made the call to close the space. It said the area's changing dynamics were impacting foot traffic and our ability to operate successfully. The data is striking. Researchers tracking urban cell phone data confirm that as of June, downtown San Francisco was at the bottom of their recovery list, with just 32% of pre-pandemic foot traffic, trailing similarly sized cities like Austin and Seattle. Residents say they can feel the difference.
I do see less foot traffic.
I work down here on Market Street, and there's like just half as many places to go to lunch now. Looking out of our window into other buildings, you see floor after floor after floor of empty desks, which is a little bit ominous.
The city, like many across the country, also grappling with crime, homelessness, and drugs, putting an additional strain on local businesses. But crisis can create opportunity. The mayor's office has floated the idea of replacing Nordstrom and its surrounding mall with a soccer stadium. And business leaders say empty spaces are being turned over to tenants that could never have afforded them in the old days.
To nonprofits, to artist groups, to entities which will come in and create interesting activities which will attract people.
Next month, the city begins giving temporary leases to organizations like this one, an art studio for people with disabilities, in the hopes that a new crop of tenants can do for San Francisco what Nordstrom once did.
And our thanks to Jake Ward for that report.
When we come back, Angie Lassman has the latest on the heat wave moving across the South.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Finally, a break from the 100-plus temperatures across parts of the South. We're still going to be in the high 90s, so it'll still be warm, but at least a little relief has settled in. And a lot of relief has settled in across the Midwest, the Northeast. Temperatures below normal at this time and staying that way for the next couple of days. We'll be right back.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Sinclair Samoa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The Smithsonian National Zoo in Washington, D.C. made an announcement that their 3 giant pandas will return to China after more than 5 decades. NBC's Ryan Nobles has more on the end of the bear's historic time here in the U.S.
Giant pandas are one of the most popular animals in captivity, and their time in the United States may be coming to a close.
I want them to stay.
The Smithsonian National Zoo in Washington, D.C. announced that their 3 bears will return to China.
They're a staple. They're, I think of the Smithsonian Zoo, I think of the pandas.
It marks the end of a more than 5-decade run for the unique animals at the National Zoo that first began after President Richard Nixon's historic visit to China. It was a major diplomatic victory for the Chinese that led to similar relationships with other countries.
There's been no greater ambassador to getting people to love animals, love nature, love conservation than the giant panda.
When the giant pandas leave Washington, it will leave only one zoo in America with the animal. The San Diego Zoo's partnership ended in 2019, the Memphis Zoo in April of this year. Atlanta's agreement ends in 2024, but zoo officials are hoping for an extension. It all comes at a time when political tensions between the United States and China are on the rise. The Smithsonian's arrangement was not with the government specifically, but instead a Chinese conservation organization.
So cute.
But for zoos in America, there are few animals that have had the impact giant pandas have.
They're the star of the show here. Everyone comes to see the pandas.
And zoogoers here in Washington have just a few months left to catch a glimpse of the pandas. They're scheduled to return to China at the beginning of December.
Our thanks to Ryan Nobles for that report. When I was there last year, they were eating those giant popsicles. It was the cutest thing.
I was going to say, there's nothing like cute diplomacy, fur diplomacy, and cuteness diplomacy to bring the world together like that. Hope we get an extension with those other zoos.
I do too.
IHOP is serving up more than just pancakes with its latest menu addition. Buttermilk biscuits have just been added to the menu with a variety of savory options like the breakfast biscuit and the chicken biscuit sandwich. The beloved biscuits have been a staple at Southern locations for years, but now will be available nationwide. The limited edition breakfast will be available for $7 now until September 26th.
That looks delicious, and summer might be winding down, but Dairy Queen is offering a sweet deal to help make the transition to fall a bit easier. After announcing its new fall Blizzard menu on Monday, fast food chain revealed it will be selling Blizzard treats for 85 cents, a nod to the year 1985 when the treat was invented. Just download the DQ Rewards app and grab yours between September 11th and 24th.
Blazing right into winter with a blizzard. At least it's not a pumpkin spice flavor that they're offering.
Not there anyway. Thanks for watching. We will see you tomorrow. All eyes on Idalia. Florida braces for what could be the first major hurricane of the season, potentially packing 115-mile-per-hour winds and life-threatening storm surge.
Terrifying moments caught on camera just north of Miami. A fire rescue helicopter slams into an apartment building, killing a fire captain and a woman on the ground. What investigators say went wrong.
Trump's trial for 2020 election interference charges colliding with the 2024 election season. The courtroom showdown is set, and it's just ahead of Super Tuesday.
A retired Marine turns whistleblower, leading to a historic fraud settlement with one of the country's biggest government contractors.
It made me very upset as a taxpayer. It made me very upset as a Marine officer. I saw how limited our resources were.
How her good deed netted her and her family $40 million.
And mazel tov to Adam Sandler, the major milestone set by his new movie, You Are So Not Invited to My Bat Mitzvah. It's Tuesday, and Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Jessica Layton.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. Florida is on edge this morning with all eyes on Tropical Storm Idalia. The storm is expected to strengthen to a hurricane this morning. It is still on track to slam into Florida's Big Bend, possibly as a Category 3 major hurricane. The president has approved a disaster declaration. Multiple counties have been ordered to evacuate, with more urged to be prepared for a life-threatening storm surge.
How bad do you think the storm is going to be?
It looks like he's going to be a big one. Even some of our old locals are pretty concerned at this point.
We've been extremely lucky here in Tampa and have been bypassed by bad ones. And I'm just afraid that our luck is going to run out.
Overnight, Idalia lashed the western part of Cuba, and now it's moved into the Gulf of Mexico, where it's expected to intensify quickly. Let's get an update on that from NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Today is going to be the day that folks want to finish those preparations ahead of this system moving closer and into the Gulf of Mexico and eventually strengthening before landfall as we get into your Wednesday morning. Here's the deal right now. Tropical Storm Idalia, a strong tropical storm with winds at 70 miles per hour, looking a little healthier, impacting western Cuba. You can see some of those rain bands that are starting to work a little closer to the state of Florida. We will start to get some of those outer rain bands working on shore through the day today, so just a heads up for that. Hurricane warnings are up. Hurricane watches are up. We've got tropical storm watches and warnings as well. But places like Tampa, you are under that hurricane warning extending all the way up into parts of the Nature Coast and the Big Bend area. That's where we're expecting the system to come on shore. And as a Category 3, we've got a lot of fuel in the Gulf of Mexico for this system to strengthen in the next 24 hours before it makes landfall. Coming on shore as a Category 3, but on the eastern side of that storm, that's where we're expecting life-threatening storm surge, and we'll continue to see some heavy rainfall along with some of those wind impacts. Those are all things we'll have to deal with in the next day or so, ladies. We're going to talk more about some of those impacts coming up in just a bit.
Angie, thanks so much. A shooting at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill left one faculty member dead and sent the entire campus into lockdown Monday. As heavily armed police swarmed the area, students described scenes of terror and confusion.
So immediately we all just stayed hiding in the stalls, squatting on the toilets, just scared. We didn't know what was happening.
It was terrifying because, you see that on your phone and you think it's just one of those things.
Police put out this photo of what they called a person of interest, and later an arrest was made live on NBC station WRAL. The all clear given around 5 p.m. local time. Neither the shooting victim nor the suspect has been named by authorities yet. The motive for the shooting is not clear. The university police chief says the investigation will take weeks. Classes at UNC are canceled for today.
In South Florida, a deadly helicopter crash was caught on camera. The rescue chopper was seen spinning out of control before crashing into an apartment building. Police say a fire broke out on board and the crew did their best to put it out. A woman was killed and 2 others were hurt on the ground. The pilot and a paramedic were also injured, but they are expected to be okay. Fire captain and paramedic Terryson Jackson was killed in the crash. He was a 19-year veteran of the force. The sheriff said he was one of the best and brightest.
Judges in Washington and Georgia are setting the stage for 2 separate trials for the former president, with one expected to bump up right next to a major primary. This comes as some defendants in Georgia are already making moves to change where they will be tried. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. Could you talk about the decisions that were made by these judges on Monday?
Good morning, Jessica. So the wheels are in motion in both the federal and state trials that former President Trump faces on charges related to efforts to overturn 2020 election results. In a courtroom in the nation's capital on Monday, U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan set a start date of March 4th in the federal case brought by special counsel Jack Smith. That's just one day before the 15-state Republican primary on Super Tuesday. While federal prosecutors had proposed a January start date, Trump's legal team last week proposed a trial date of 2026, arguing that they would not have time to prepare for an earlier trial. Chutkan rebuffed this idea during Monday's hearing and said that the Trump team's proposal was not reasonable. Meanwhile, in Georgia, Fulton County Judge Scott McAfee said Monday that Trump will be arraigned in the Georgia election case at 9:30 a.m. on September 6th. Nearly all of his 18 co-defendants will also be arraigned that day. Trump faces a total of 17 charges between these 2 cases, 13 in Georgia and 4 on the federal level, which range from conspiracy to defraud the U.S. to felony racketeering. Posting on Truth Social Monday, Trump accused the special counsel of bringing the federal case against him during the 2024 campaign and that he will be appealing Judge Chutkan's decision.
And Bree, you actually just pointed out not every defendant in the Georgia case will be arraigned on September 6th. What more are you learning about that?
Jessica, on Monday, attorney Ray Smith became the first co-defendant in the Georgia election case to enter a plea. Smith represented the Trump campaign in the state's 2020 election cases and was charged in the indictment with 12 counts, including violating Georgia's RICO laws. Smith pleaded not guilty and also waived his September 6 arraignment. This all comes the same day as Smith's fellow defendant, former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, took the stand in an attempt to move his case from state to federal court. The judge did not issue a ruling saying that proceedings in state court could continue for the time being. Jessica.
All right, Bree, we will wait and see what happens. Bree, thank you.
The man known to America as Joe the Plumber has died. Samuel Joseph Wurzelbacher went viral during the 2008 presidential campaign after asking then-candidate Barack Obama about the potential impact of his tax policies. Wurzelbacher became synonymous with the American everyman and was a frequent talking point during the last month of the campaign. His name was invoked 25 times during the final debate between Obama and John McCain. Wurzelbacher was diagnosed last year with stage 3 pancreatic cancer. He was 49 years old.
When Spain won its first ever Women's World Cup a week ago, it was a triumph for the team and for the fans. But that victory has since become overshadowed by controversy after a Spanish soccer official kissed one of the players on the mouth without her consent. It has now given rise to a big movement against sexism in Spanish sports. Let's bring in NBC's Chapman Bell, who's been following this story for us. Chapman, good morning. This really now has become a full-blown national scandal there. What are the latest developments?
Well, that's right, Jessica. It's really overshadowed this historical win for Spain's women's team at the World Cup and really taken center stage following that kiss that followed their big monumental win. Spain's top criminal court now saying that they're opening a preliminary investigation, citing the need to determine the legal significance of Jennifer Hermoso's public statements that this kiss was non-consensual, giving her 15 days to contact national prosecutors to make a formal complaint herself. This after the regional presidents of Spain's Football Association have now called for the resignation of Luis Rubiales, the national level president of Spain's FA, who has been suspended by FIFA for 90 days following this kiss that came after this World Cup win. Now, there's been widespread support for Jennifer Hermoso amongst men's and women's players on and off the pitch around the world, really across Europe and into America. Also, fans throwing their support behind her. And all the members of Spain's World Cup team have said they will not play until he resigns. And members of the coaching staff for this women's team have also quit in protest. But there is support for Rubiales amongst his family, and his mother, interestingly, has now gone into a church and on hunger strike in what she says is the inhuman treatment of her son. But this will continue until we see what happens with his decision to stay or go. Jessica.
All right, Chapman, thank you.
Tropical storm Idalia moving steadily toward the Florida coast. Let's bring back in NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman with the latest on that. Hi, Angie.
Hi, guys. Let's talk about the impacts, because these are really important, especially when we're talking about storm surge. This is what concerns me the most, and it really matters exactly where the center of that storm comes on shore, because on the eastern side of it, or on the right side of the storm, that's where we're going to see the worst wall of water working on shore. Places like Cedar Key right now expected 8 to 12 feet. We're talking really shallow water down the coast, too. So Tampa Bay, 4 to 7 feet. We're moving a little farther to the north, 6 to 9 feet. But this could all change here, so make sure that you're heeding those evacuations if you do live in this area. We'll additionally see some storm surge impacts on the east coast as well for parts of Georgia and the Carolinas. The winds will be, of course, the strongest near the core of that system, and we will also see heavy rainfall in addition to that. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Ending up into the low 80s in Philadelphia today, tracking some showers and thunderstorms across Roanoke and Richmond this afternoon. And more showers and thunderstorms stretch from New Orleans into Montgomery and up through Charlotte and Raleigh. Temperatures ending up in the low 90s in Little Rock with plenty of sunshine this afternoon. And that's a look at your forecast, ladies. Back over to you.
Angie, thank you. Early today is Back in a Minute with a historic fraud settlement for a government contractor.
How the retired Marine who blew the whistle on the allegations earned $40 million for her efforts.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the dishes you
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It's a historic fraud settlement with one of the biggest government contractors in the country, and it only came to light after a Marine veteran sounded the alarm, earning, get this, $40 million for the effort. Ken Delanian has the story.
Much of Sarah Feinberg's philosophy about life was shaped by her time as a captain in the U.S. Marines serving in Iraq.
It helped me get a sense of right versus wrong and have a clear picture of the service that I wanted to perform for our country.
In 2015, as a young mom, she was rising up the ranks of Booz Allen Hamilton as a financial analyst.
Booz Allen works almost exclusively with the U.S. government. They have a ton of contracts with Department of Defense.
She says she quickly realized the company's other contracts, some with foreign governments like Saudi Arabia, were bleeding cash.
And in order to keep the company profitable, they were passing those costs onto the U.S. government contracts.
So these private contracts, including with foreign governments, are losing money. And to cover those losses, they're taking money from the American taxpayer?
That's right.
And it was a lot of money.
What I discovered while I was there was that they were overcharging the government by nearly $100 million a year.
That's when Feinberg says she began a campaign to convince her bosses to put a stop to it.
It made me very upset as a taxpayer. It made me very upset as a Marine officer. I saw how limited our resources were.
After dozens of meetings, she got her chance to present her findings to 8 senior executives. She was 31.
They were mostly older men. There were, I think, 2 women in the meeting out of the group. And I was definitely the youngest person in the room.
Feinberg started by telling the group that fixing the issue would mean losing money. But she says she was quickly cut off by the chief financial officer, who told her,
I appreciate all the work you've done on this. We are not going to make it a priority this year.
That must have just been devastating for you.
It was very devastating for me. I called my husband right afterwards and told him I was quitting my job.
Feinberg got a lawyer who explained she could sue on behalf of American taxpayers and claim a share of any settlement under a law that dates to the Civil War, the False Claims Act. The Justice Department began an investigation and 7 years later announced a $377 million settlement. As much money as it was, Feinberg says the company should have faced even harsher penalties. Feinberg's $40 million share landed in her family's bank account a few weeks ago. Booz Allen admitted no wrongdoing, saying in a statement that the company has always believed it acted lawfully and responsibly, and noting that a criminal investigation was closed without charges.
Did they underestimate you?
I mean, I wish they would have taken me and the issue more seriously while I was there.
Today, $40 million richer, Feinberg says she plans to give much of it to her church.
I've got 3 kids. I tell them doing the right thing is the right thing no matter what the outcome is. There's very few times in this life where you'll actually be rewarded for doing the right thing, but this is one of those unique situations.
Ken Delanian, NBC News, Washington.
Still to come, it's a mitzvah for Adam Sandler. His new Netflix movie setting a big milestone for his career.
And I feel it coming, the end of the road for the weekend's controversial HBO show.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
And I just think Dua Lipa would make the party perfect.
You can have a ball pit.
That's for kids. I've had my period for 7 months now.
That's a long period, sweetheart.
Talk to her, don't yell.
So good. We're back with the biggest buzz in entertainment this morning. He's gone back to school. He's played professional golf, helped Drew Barrymore recover from amnesia, and much more. But critics are calling Adam Sandler's newest movie his best yet. After premiering on Netflix last Friday, his coming-of-age comedy, You Were So Not Invited to My Bat Mitzvah, scored 96% on Rotten Tomatoes. The reason for his best score in his over 30-year career? Maybe casting his 2 teenage daughters as his on-screen kids. This was the family movie of the weekend. My 13-year-old daughter devoured it up. And now she's like, I really need to go to one bar bat mitzvah she's never been.
She will. They are so fun, and I'm a half hour into this movie as well. And HBO just called in some Monday blues for the weekend, and Sam Levinson's controversial series officially canceling The Idol after a lackluster debut, and reviews the provocative series starring Lily Rose Depp will not be returning for a second season. The Idol premiered earlier this summer with 5 episodes. The show had a contentious lead up after Rolling Stone published allegations of a toxic on-set environment during the filming. And by the way, this on Rotten Tomatoes, only a 19.
Yeah, there were high hopes for Succession Sundays after Succession ended. But, you know, the misogynistic themes also didn't help either. From cancellations to unionizations, as more parts of Hollywood join the labor fight, visual effect workers at Walt Disney Pictures officially want to unionize after 80% of the employees filed for a union election. If the vote goes through, Disney would have to begin a whole other type of contract negotiations. The latest union push in the industry comes on the heels of Marvel visual effects workers organizing a union vote as writers and actors fight against studios on the picket line.
Still to come here on Early Today. When we come back, Angie is tracking the sweltering heat that is refusing to let up in the Southwest.
And a Texas high school comes together for the ultimate Beatles tribute.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum. It's a very critical situation.
is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It's going to be hot in the Southwest today with 22 million people under these heat alerts. But check this out. If you've been keeping track of the heat in the South, we're going to see a little bit of an improvement today. It'll still be warm, of course, with temperatures into the high 90s, but at least it's not those triple digits. Farther north, great conditions. It's comfortably cool across the Midwest and the Northeast, and it stays that way in the next couple of days. Upper 70s for Thursday and Friday in Philly. We'll be right back.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
A group of longtime friends are paying homage to their favorite band with a trip down Abbey Road. The Lake Highland High School students painted their own parking space to kick off their senior year. Noelle Walker from our DFW station has their story.
The Lake Highlands Wildcats are back in class. For this group of longtime friends, senior year is the end of the road.
I love it when a plan comes together.
The plan? Travel back in time to cross Abbey Road.
Because we're big Beatles fans.
Instead of George, Paul, Ringo, and John.
Jackson, Cooper, Seth.
The Lake Highlands High School Fab Four.
I know, just the idea of getting a bunch of my friends together to do some big project. Hopefully it comes out looking pretty cool.
He came up with the idea to do Abbey Road, the Beatles album. So I helped him design what they were planning on doing, and I sketched out everything. I love a big challenge. So this was all just a big challenge because, I mean, it's 4 parking spots. That's a pretty big space.
Seniors here spent Saturday personalizing their parking spots.
I mean, we were out here the longest, but it went by like relatively faster than we thought it would, I think.
But I got a pretty gnarly sunburn. It's all right now.
It took the friends 8 hours to paint.
It was worth it. It was a lot of fun with a lot of my friends, and it's pretty cool looking.
And cool to imagine walking in these shoes.
I'm thinking, they did this in the 60s? Like, how? I think it's crazy how that's even possible. They had that level of production and writing so long ago, and it still lives up to this day and is still great music.
And now, a great place for friends to catch up.
It's fun because we don't all have classes together all day, so it's just a fun little, like, see each other in the morning and say what's up.
We're really hoping we can, like, pass it on to some juniors or some soon-to-be seniors next year, because we really don't want it to go away.
If you put your mind to something, you can do it, I think.
Also, the Beatles rule.
Yeah, also that.
Our thanks to Noelle Walker for sharing that story. So many aspects that's so cool. The fact that they get their own parking space that they can paint, and then they did the Beatles thing.
Yeah, and Beatles rule, enough said, right? Well, coming up on today's show, you might call it a grizzly project in Yellowstone National Park. Why teams of scientists and biologists are humanely capturing grizzly bears for a 2-month survey. And Al Roker has a look at what else to watch for this morning.
This morning on the 3rd hour of Today, get ready for Labor Day weekend with easy dishes and last-minute recipes. Plus, what does your home decor say about your personality? And country music star Chris Janson will be chatting with us and also serenading us in Studio 1A.
Love that. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Jessica Layton.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Tuesday. See you back here early Wednesday morning.
Right now on Morning News Now, Florida's Gulf Coast bracing for impact from Idalia, strengthening to a hurricane overnight and still gaining strength. This morning, now much of Florida under weather alerts as the life-threatening storm approaches. Our team is tracking the conditions, the timeline, and what's being done to prepare. Plus, he says he was just doing his job to protect and serve. This morning, we're learning more about a deadly dollar store shooting now being investigated as a hate crime. And we're hearing from a security guard who approached the gunman when he first showed up at a nearby college moments before he opened fire.
Did you ever, in your mind, ever consider not confronting the suspect?
No, I did not. This is what we signed up for.
Why some say his actions likely saved lives. Also this morning, trial date set for former President Donald Trump's federal election interference trial, now set to start right in the middle of the 2024 presidential primaries. This as Trump's former chief of staff pushes to move his case to federal court. We'll bring you the latest. And a different kind of parental advisory, why researchers say a common kind of parenting style may be doing more harm than good. Give you some tips just in case it's something that you're dealing with in your household.
Exactly. We'll bring that to you in our mental health checkup. Good to have you with us on this Tuesday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for being here. We begin with the millions of Floridians under hurricane warnings this morning.
Yeah, Idalia is now a hurricane that is barreling toward Florida's Gulf Coast with winds at 75 miles an hour, and the storm is expected to rapidly intensify today. Officials are forecasting that Idalia will quickly strengthen into an extremely dangerous major hurricane before landfall. Evacuation orders have been issued, and the National Weather Service is warning that parts of the west coast of Florida and the Florida Panhandle could see life-threatening storm surge, hurricane-force winds, and flash flooding. Floridians are making last-minute preparations, stocking up on supplies, and shoring up their homes and businesses, something they have plenty of experience doing. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is urging everyone to take officials' warnings seriously.
There really doesn't seem anything to prevent it from continuing to strengthen. This is going to be a major impact, and Floridians should expect that this storm will be a major Cat 3+ hurricane.
Already in Cuba, Idalia brought strong winds and rain, forcing people there to evacuate coastal towns as the storm churned toward the western end of that island. We have a team tracking the storm all morning. We begin with NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson in Cedar Key, Florida.
Well, good morning. Here in Cedar Key, the windows are already boarded up for all of these businesses along the waterfront and also in the downtown area as folks here are bracing for the impacts of Hurricane Idalia, which is now slated to make landfall as a major hurricane here all day yesterday. Folks were filling sandbags and preparing their homes because this is one of the areas under a mandatory evacuation. Folks have until 4 p.m. to get out before we begin to see those impacts of the storm. Already, the governor has declared a state of emergency in some 46 counties across the state, pre-positioning and mobilizing 5,500 National Guardsmen with 2,400 high water rescue vehicles to be prepared for those search and rescue efforts. And the message from the governor today is for folks to have a plan and to act now. They're waiving all tolls so that people can get out on the road and evacuate as we wait to see what exactly this hurricane is going to bring. Back to you.
Right, Priscilla, thank you so much.
Now let's bring in Anthony Holloway. He's the St. Petersburg Chief of Police. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Now, we know some communities are still recovering from last year's Hurricane Ian. Chief, what are you expecting from Hurricane Idalia at this point? How bad do you think it's going to be? And how much of an issue is it that there is still some recovery going on from last year?
Good morning. Thank you for having me here. We're just expecting a lot of wind and a lot of flooding because we normally get that during a rainstorm. We just want to make sure that people have a plan. We have all officers out there working today. And if they're in an evacuation zone, that they should, go to one of our shelters or move to the next level. So we're doing everything possible to make sure everybody is staying safe.
You mentioned that flooding, and on screens right now, we can see these sandbags being prepared, being placed. Tell us more about preparation. I mean, you have this window where we know this is coming. What are you doing to prepare, and are you satisfied with where you are at right now in terms of preparation?
We're very satisfied where we are. The next 24 hours is going to be the most crucial part. We have resources placed throughout the city to make sure we're ready to respond. At 4 o'clock this afternoon, we're expecting our first band to come in because we're on the right side of the storm. Then we know between 9 p.m. and 9 a.m., that's when we're going to really see a lot of rain, wind. So we're just going to make sure everybody's prepared for that. We want to ask people to shelter in place. And then first sunlight tomorrow, we'll be able to go out and to assess the damages and get the city up and running as quickly as possible. We have 4 shelters that are open right now, 1 special need that we opened yesterday. And we're still making announcements throughout the day to people that are in flood zone A to evacuate and go to shelter or go to a higher place so they don't get stuck in the floods.
Yeah, tell us a little bit more about that evacuation situation in St. Petersburg. How many people is that impacting? What should residents who should be evacuating know at this point?
We guesstimate it's over 300,000 in the Pinellas County area. So what we're asking people to do is, as the officers go through the area, the fire department making announcements and telling people to evacuate. If they don't have any place to go, they can go to a shelter or they can go further inland just to get away from the rain and get away from the possible flooding. They don't sure not where to go. They can go online to check to see if they're in evacuation zone A so we can make sure they stay safe.
And Chief, what is your biggest concern right now between the wind, the potential flooding, the potential power loss? What is it that you're keeping an eye out for specifically?
Our biggest issue is the wind that's going to come through the area, and people that are not going to evacuate, they're going to decide to stay home. So if they're going to decide to stay home, we're asking them to shelter in place. And just remember, if you do decide to stay home, that maybe first responders won't be able to respond to your location. So if you have an option, please leave. But if you decide to stay, just remember that we won't be able to respond until the winds die down. And if it's flooding, then we'll have to figure out how to get to you. We do have boats stationed throughout the area, and we have Duke Energy ready to go to try to get power restored as quickly as possible.
St. Petersburg Chief of Police Anthony Holloway, thank you very much for your time this morning, and we're thinking about you over the next 24 hours.
Thank you.
Our storm coverage continues with meteorologist Angie Lassman.
Yeah, she's going to tell us the latest on this track. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. We now, of course, have Hurricane Idalia. You heard the chief just talking about preparations. I want to make sure that we know over the next couple of hours, really this morning, you're going to want to finish those preparations because you're going to start to see some of these outer rain bands working across the state of Florida. It'll be kind of squally weather. And then, of course, conditions will deteriorate as we get into the overnight hours and into early tomorrow morning. Right now, though, winds at 75 miles per hour, just barely a Category 1. But don't let that fool you about where this system is going to go over the next 20 plus hours. We likely will see it become a Category 2 here shortly and then a Category 3 by the time it makes landfall. Notice it's moving north at 14 miles per hour. It's going to pick up the pace too before it starts to approach the state of Florida. And ahead of that, we've got plenty of alerts, warnings, watches, you name it. It is up for the state of Florida. The hurricane warning is what you see in red right here, including Tampa, stretching up into parts of the Big Bend. That's the area that we're closely watching for the greatest impacts. That doesn't mean the other spots across the state won't have impacts, and even into parts of the southeast, we could see some major impacts too. Hence the reason that we have tropical storm watches up, hurricane watches, and tropical storm warnings right now. When we talk about the track, it's going to eventually start to move away from Cuba, where it's been dropping heavy amounts of rain for folks there. It's right now a Category 1. Look how fast it becomes a Category 2. This water in this area of the Gulf of Mexico, some of the hottest on planet Earth. We're talking high 80 water temperatures. And it's not just at the surface. It is well into the layers of the ocean. And that means, or in the Gulf of Mexico, I should say. And that means as the system starts to mix that up, we're still dealing with warm water fueling it. And there's no shear, which we often see kind of inhibiting strengthening of storms. So it doesn't have anything to stop it from becoming really well organized and a monster of a storm. One thing to note, Category 3 is what we have it at right now. It could be a little weaker than that. It could be a little stronger than that, maybe Category 4. But right now, it doesn't matter what category it is. The impacts are going to remain the same. And we're talking life-threatening, damaging storm surge, as well as strong winds. And eventually it'll move over parts of the Carolinas. So here's the storm surge. This is what I'm most concerned about, especially considering exactly where the center of the storm comes on shore. So on the right side of the system, from the center, is where we see the largest storm surge. It's where we see potentially some tornadoes. But focus on the storm surge, 8 to 12 feet. Wow. Folks in Cedar Key, if we see a Category 3 come on shore, we haven't seen something like that. It'll be the strongest since 1950. So a lot of people haven't lived through something like this. This is a swampy area, low-lying, really, really vulnerable to storm surge. And we could see that surge accompanied by large and dangerous waves. The farther south you go, of course, moderate surge could be impactful for the Tampa Bay area. So just a heads up on that. And then as we get into the next couple of days, as the system moves offshore for the Atlantic and those winds start to come in from offshore, you'll see parts of Georgia, the Carolinas dealing with storm surge. And on top of that storm surge, we've got heavy rain, up to a foot of rain in parts of the Big Bend. I mean, significant flooding also across the Carolinas. We've got a full moon, so the high tide will be an issue too that we'll have to kind of keep an eye on in communities. So something to note, we've got a moderate risk of flooding, and that flash flooding risk is going to last through Thursday. So just be mindful of that. And on top of that, guys, of course, we'll talk about winds. There'll be hurricane force winds, the closest to the core, of course, but we could see tropical storm force winds 300 miles across the coast of Florida.
Wow. It could brush up against a good chunk of the coast on the eastern side.
It's that weird geography of Florida and the track that it's taking that makes it really dangerous and something to for sure take seriously.
Listen to those local officials if it comes to evacuation orders. Yeah. Thank you, Angie.
Of course.
Former President Donald Trump is lashing out after a judge set the start date for his federal election interference case. In a hearing yesterday, Judge Tanya Chutkan announced that the trial will begin on March 4th of next year. That's well before 2026, which is when Trump wanted it. The March date puts it right in the middle of the Republican presidential primaries and the day before Super Tuesday. Trump blasted the move as an attempt to undermine his presidential campaign, calling it election interference. In court, Judge Chutkan pointed out that the former president will have to make that trial date work just like any other defendant. Trump has denied any wrongdoing and has already pleaded not guilty in this case. There was another significant ruling in another Trump case. That's the election interference case in Georgia. We now know that the former president and his 18 co-defendants will be arraigned next Wednesday, September 6th. A lot to get through, so let's bring in NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Dilanian and NBC News legal analyst and former federal prosecutor Cynthia Oxney. Good morning to both of you. So, Ken, let's begin with you and that March 4th trial date in the federal election interference case. We know Special Counsel Jack Smith was in the courtroom. He wanted it in January. Trump's team was pushing for a date in 2026. Sounds like that was a non-starter for the judge. So how was March decided? What comes next year?
Good morning, Joe. That's right. April 2026 was a non-starter. And what Judge Tanya Chutkan begged the Trump defense team to do was give her a more reasonable alternative. She asked repeatedly, tell me how long you really think it will take you to get ready for trial. Give me a date. They refused to do that. And so she ended up ruling in a way that was really favorable to the prosecution. You know, a date that was just 2 months removed from the January of next year date that the prosecution originally proposed. So a real blow to the Trump team. And John Lauro, Donald Trump's lawyer, immediately objected after she ruled and said that he didn't think that he could provide a proper defense for his client under that timetable. But Judge Tanya Chutkan just ruled that out, rejected that. She said that there's plenty of time for the defense to grapple with the substantial volume of evidence they're going to have to deal with in this case, because a lot of it is already known to the defense. A lot of it had already been made public by the January 6th investigating committee. One thing we should be clear with our viewers about, though, Joe, is that this trial date is not appealable, but at the same time, it's not set in stone either. It very well likely will push because there'll be other issues that will be litigated in this case that may cause delays. But what this ruling yesterday does signify is that this judge, Tanya Chutkan, really intends to push this trial forward before the November 2024 election. The prosecution said the public deserves that, and the judge appeared to agree.
So, Cynthia, I want to ask you more about something Ken just mentioned. We know the former president took to social media saying he plans to appeal the judge's decision on a start date. As Ken just said, that's not a decision you can appeal, right? Though I understand there are other ways maybe Trump could try and get this start date pushed back. Help us understand this.
Right. He cannot appeal a scheduling order. Probably should have checked with somebody before he hit the social media site on that. But no, that is not an appealable order. But I do think there's a possibility that it takes a couple of weeks, maybe longer. There are immunity issues that they claim they're going to raise. All those immunity issues have already been decided by the D.C. Circuit. And the D.C. Circuit has also been pretty hip to this delay tactic. And so they've moved very quickly. So I would expect this certainly goes to trial long before the summer of next year.
Ken, a lot going on yesterday in another courtroom in Atlanta. Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, and the Fulton County DA, Fani Willis, they faced off in court for several hours. This is part of the Georgia election interference case. Meadows wants to have it moved to federal court. There were some notable moments in that hearing, right?
Yeah, well, the first notable moment was the fact that Mark Meadows testified at all, Joe. A lot of legal experts believed he wouldn't risk that. And as he said himself at one point, I'm in enough trouble as it is. And he claimed a faulty memory on certain issues. But the gist of this hearing was Mark Meadows arguing that he wasn't acting politically when he was helping Donald Trump arrange that infamous phone call with the Georgia Secretary of State where Donald Trump asked for a certain number of votes that he needed to win the state. Meadows was making the larger argument that everything he did in this case was pursuant to his duties as chief of staff, as a federal official, and therefore the case should be removed to federal court, where undoubtedly he wants to make the argument that he's immune from prosecution because he was a federal official. So this was deeply significant, not only because Mark Meadows wants to make that argument, but as Cynthia alluded to, Donald Trump wants to make that argument, not only in this case, but in the federal case in Washington, D.C. He wants to claim presidential immunity in saying that all the stuff he was doing to try to overturn the election was because he was concerned about fraud in the election as the president. The problem with that is that, as the phone call and other evidence makes clear, he was very concerned about his own election results, and he said that over and over again. He didn't frame it in terms of a larger question about election integrity. He framed it in terms of how many votes do we need to win, and that's what Mark Meadows had to acknowledge yesterday, and so it's looking kind of dubious.
So, Cynthia, in that Georgia case, the former president and his 18 co-defendants, we now know they're going to be arraigned next Wednesday, a week from tomorrow. This is going to be dramatically different from any of the other legal proceedings that Trump has been involved in so far, because this will be the first time that there'll be cameras allowed in court. So we're actually going to see it. What should we know about that?
Well, it's going to be, must-see television. because what's happened is his lawyers are the three lawyers are going to be the first three that go to trial in October. Cheeseborough, who, probably had a pretty good strategy trying to go first originally, because then if he went all by himself, he could be pointing the finger at everybody else. Unfortunately, Team Crazy got involved, and now he's got other lawyers who are involved who are also going to be there, which makes it almost impossible for him to do the finger pointing to other lawyers. The entire case will come in. And so before the Republican convention, before even really the voting begins, we're going to have a blow-by-blow explanation of what happened. Because remember, not only will the evidence come in about Cheeseborough, but the evidence and about what the lawyers were doing, but every detail in this RICO conspiracy can come in against all the other defendants. So we're going to have a pretty good detailed preview of exactly what Donald Trump was doing, what Mark Meadows was doing, what Rudy Giuliani was doing, and we're going to know that and be able to see and make our own evaluation about what that is. Now, there's a reasonable possibility that maybe Cheeseborough chickens out. Maybe he was just trying to push to see if the prosecution was really ready. And then once he had these other people involved, he makes a different strategy change and it gets pushed back. But I would expect that case is going to go to trial long before the Jack Smith case now. And we're going to be able to really hear the evidence in a more serious detail.
All right, a lot to juggle in just this one case alone. Ken and Cynthia, thank you both.
Well, one faculty member was fatally shot after a gunman opened fire inside a laboratory at the University of North Carolina yesterday. Police say the suspect has been arrested and an investigation is underway to determine a motive for the attack. Officials are also continuing their search for the weapon used in the shooting. The suspect's name has not been released because he has yet to be charged. The shooting sent the campus into lockdown for several hours yesterday afternoon. Students say they were forced to barricade themselves in classrooms, dorm rooms, even bathroom stalls, just 1 week after class resumed for the new year. Here's what some had to say about the alert.
People started coming in the bathroom, and they were like, there's an active shooter on campus. So immediately we all just stayed hiding in the stalls, squatting on the toilets, just scared. We didn't know what was happening.
It was terrifying because, you see that on your phone and you think it's just one of those things, you don't really know what to think about it. And then you see what the response is and you start to realize just how serious the situation is. And you start hearing rumors from other people and you just don't know what to think. So I kind of froze in the area. I didn't, I knew where I was pretty safe. There were police officers everywhere. So I didn't really want to move, take any chances.
All classes and campus activities have been canceled for today. During a press conference yesterday, the chancellor of UNC Chapel Hill called it a, quote, tragic day for our campus community. And in Jacksonville, a campus security guard is being called a hero after he confronted a gunman at a historically black college before a racist shooting unfolded nearby. The vice president is now saying America is experiencing an epidemic of hate. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez is in Jacksonville with the latest.
The president of a local historically black university says this racist rampage could have been even worse if not for the quick actions of one campus security officer. Before the gunman, seen here on surveillance video, walked into a Dollar General store in Jacksonville Saturday and killed 3 people, police releasing new images of the moment he stopped in the parking lot of nearby Edward Waters University. And that's when a group of students flagged down a campus security officer.
I don't consider myself a hero.
Lieutenant Antonio Bailey quickly confronted the gunman, later identified as 21-year-old Ryan Christopher Palmeter.
He had on what appeared to be a tactical vest, up on a shirt and mask.
Did you ever, in your mind, ever consider not confronting the suspect?
No, I did not. This is what we signed up for.
The gunman sped away and later opened fire at the Dollar General nearby before taking his own life. While the local sheriff says it's not clear that the gunman planned to target the university, the school's president has no doubt why he went there first.
Do you believe that if he had not confronted the suspect, do you believe that this attack would have been unfolded here on this campus?
I absolutely do.
The FBI is investigating the shooting as a hate crime. The sheriff here says the gunman had written down racist rants. The victims identified as Gerald Deshaun Gallion, A.J. Legary Jr., and Angela Carr.
This is so unreal. Oh, God.
Carr's daughter, Ashley, says her mom was an Uber driver who leaves behind 3 kids and 16 grandchildren.
She's touched the lives of hundreds, if not thousands.
President Biden meeting with civil rights leaders commemorating the 60th anniversary of the March on Washington.
White supremacy is a poison.
Police say the gunman legally purchased the AR-15 style rifle and handgun he used, and that he had no criminal record. Though as a teenager, he was held for an involuntary mental health evaluation.
What he did is totally unacceptable in the state of Florida.
At a prayer vigil, Governor Ron DeSantis faced boos from the crowd after previously drawing backlash over efforts to change Black history teaching standards in Florida's public schools.
The governor announcing that the state has set aside $1 million to beef up security at Edward Waters University. Back to you.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, bear necessities. We're going to take you to the famed Yellowstone National Park, where scientists need your help to save the endangered grizzly bear.
First, though, after the break, power struggle. Why a Hawaiian electric company is now at the center of several lawsuits over those deadly fires on Maui. We'll be right back.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, isn't it?
Welcome back this morning. Hawaiian Electric is facing more than a dozen lawsuits over that devastating Lahaina fire. But for the first time, we are hearing from the company that their power lines were de-energized for hours before those deadly flames broke out. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has the details.
Almost 3 weeks after fires ravaged Maui, claiming at least 115 lives and leaving hundreds unaccounted for.
See them right there. That's the power line that started.
Hawaiian Electric, facing more than a dozen lawsuits for allegedly not de-energizing its power lines ahead of a severe wind event or properly maintaining its equipment, released a series of new assertions, including that the fire at 6:30 a.m., the morning fire, appears to have been caused by power lines that fell in high winds, that the Maui County Fire Department responded and reported it 100% contained, left the scene, and later declared it extinguished. And perhaps most importantly, at about 3 p.m., a time when all of Hawaiian Electric's power lines in West Maui had been de-energized for more than 6 hours, a second fire, the afternoon fire, began in the same area, with the cause undetermined. Jerry Singleton's law firm represents some 300 people suing the utility.
What is your response to seeing what the company said overnight about the fact that they are saying the lines were de-energized for some 6 hours?
Well, that's obviously the first we've heard of it. We have looked at the evidence very closely. We have people on the ground. There is absolutely no evidence to support HECO's claim. In contrast, all of the evidence we've seen is that the lines were energized.
One of the parties that Singleton Schreiber represents, the family of Lorenzo Buddy Jantok II, who suffered second and third degree burns to 90% of his body, according to the lawsuit, leaving behind children, grandchildren, and a rich legacy. If there was a plan to de-energize the lines, Singleton says that's not what HECO told the federal government about a PSPS, or public safety power shutoff.
For HECO to say on the one hand, in a filing that's under penalty of perjury and that is with the SEC, that they did not have a PSPS, and then on the other hand, to say that they shut off the power is completely inconsistent.
Hawaiian Electric has declined our request for an interview, but less than a week after the fires, the company's CEO told Tom this.
Why didn't you shut off the power when the wind started to pick up?
As I said earlier, it's still in the early days. We're still looking at all the information, and we haven't actually had a chance to do all of that at this time.
With all due respect, it's been 6 days, though, so almost 6 days.
And we've been putting everything we've got to helping our communities right now and our employees who are going through a lot and supporting them so that they can support the communities. You may be talking about what happens in California and the shutoff program. And so we, like most utilities, don't have that program.
Before HECO's latest statement, Maui County's attorney told us there should have been a plan to de-energize power from the beginning.
The failure to de-energize their lines in 2023 for a for-profit, investor-owned utility is really below the standard of care. This is a systemic or systematic failure across the entire power grid.
Another critical question here is whether there were two separate fire events or if the original morning fire later produced an ember that tore through Lahaina. The ATF has not yet determined the cause of the fires that have forever changed this magical place.
Our thanks to Sam Brock for that report. As he was just referencing at the end there, right now we do not know if an ember from what Hawaiian Electric has called the morning fire may have carried onto a larger blaze that then destroyed Lahaina, but accounts from residents and Maui County's lawsuit itself say that could have happened. But right now there's still a lot of questions about what happened and when.
We're taking a look at a historic fraud settlement this morning with one of the biggest government contractors in the country. And it only came to light after a Marine veteran, a mom of three, raised the alarm. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian has that story.
Much of Sarah Feinberg's philosophy about life was shaped by her time as a captain in the U.S. Marines serving in Iraq.
It helped me get a sense of right versus wrong and to have a clear picture of the service that I wanted to perform for our country.
In 2015, as a young mom, she was rising up the ranks of Booz Allen Hamilton as a financial analyst.
Booz Allen works almost exclusively with the U.S. government. They have a ton of contracts with Department of Defense.
She says she quickly realized the company's other contracts, some with foreign governments like Saudi Arabia, were bleeding cash.
And in order to keep the company profitable, they were passing those costs onto the U.S. government contracts.
So these private contracts, including with foreign governments, are losing money. And to cover those losses, they're taking money from the American taxpayer?
That's right.
And it was a lot of money.
What I discovered while I was there was that they were overcharging the government by nearly $100 million a year.
That's when Feinberg says she began a campaign to convince her bosses to put a stop to it.
It made me very upset as a taxpayer. It made me very upset as a Marine officer. I saw how limited our resources were.
After dozens of meetings, she got her chance to present her findings to 8 senior executives. She was 31.
They were mostly older men. There were, I think, 2 women in the meeting out of the group. And I was definitely the youngest person in the room.
Feinberg started by telling the group that fixing the issue would mean losing money. But she says she was quickly cut off by the chief financial officer, who told her,
I appreciate all the work you've done on this. We are not going to make it a priority this year.
That must have just been devastating for you.
It was very devastating for me. I called my husband right afterwards and told him I was quitting my job.
Feinberg got a lawyer who explained she could sue on behalf of American taxpayers and claim a share of any settlement under a law that dates to the Civil War, the False Claims Act. The Justice Department began an investigation and 7 years later announced a $377 million settlement. As much money as it was, Feinberg says the company should have faced even harsher penalties. Feinberg's $40 million share landed in her family's bank account a few weeks ago. Booz Allen admitted no wrongdoing, saying in a statement that the company has always believed it acted lawfully and responsibly, and noting that a criminal investigation was closed without charges. Did they underestimate you?
I mean, I wish they would have taken me and the issue more seriously while I was there.
Today, $40 million richer, Feinberg says she plans to give much of it to her church.
I've got 3 kids. I tell them doing the right thing is the right thing no matter what the outcome is. There's very few times in this life where you'll actually be rewarded for doing the right thing, but this is one of those unique situations.
Ken Delanian, NBC News, Washington.
International headlines now, starting with new information about the weekend crash of an Osprey aircraft in Australia.
That's right. Ali Aruzu joins us now with more on that. Hey, Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. That's right. 3 U.S. Marines who died when their Osprey aircraft crashed during a military exercise in Australia have been identified by their unit. Corporal Spencer Collard, Captain Eleanor LeBeau, and Major Tobin Lewis were amongst the 23 Marines on board the MV-22B Osprey when it crashed. Of the other 20 Marines, 3 are being treated at the Royal Darwin Hospital. 1 is in critical condition, and the other 2 are said to be stable. Japan has started to release treated radioactive wastewater from the damaged Fukushima nuclear power plant into the ocean, but Japan's neighbors are not happy. Chinese citizens have been making crank calls and throwing stones at Japanese diplomatic facilities and schools, prompting the Japanese Prime Minister to ask China to urge its citizens to halt these acts of harassment. And finally, country music legend Dolly Parton has turned down a tea invitation with the Princess of Wales, citing a very busy work schedule, but also joking that there was another reason. Kate wasn't going to promote her new album. Parton said it was a very sweet gesture and that one day she's going to get to do that. I know, Joe, you wouldn't turn down a tea invitation with Dolly Parton.
Wait, no, definitely not with Dolly Parton or with Kate. I'm good with any of them.
Yeah.
All 3 of us.
That is very interesting. Wow.
Okay. Well, I hope it happens someday. We'll see. All right, Ali, thank you so much.
Thanks. Coming up, silenced again when we come back. More on the fallout after one of the so-called Tennessee 3 was banned from speaking on the House floor.
Also, it could be a sign of a deeper problem. More people are going to therapy than ever before and still experiencing a decline in their mental health. We're going to talk about it next on Morning News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see that.
So much work to be done here still.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Tennessee lawmakers are in the spotlight again. Protests erupted outside the Tennessee House floor yesterday after Republicans banned a Democratic lawmaker from speaking or debating during a special session. Representative Justin Jones was accused of violating new rules put in place to punish lawmakers who are deemed disruptive on the House floor. Now, the special session was called to address the deadly elementary school shooting in Nashville back in March. Jones began criticizing a bill that would add more police to schools. He was then warned not to stray off topic before a vote was held to silence Jones for the rest of the day. In response, Democrats walked off the floor. Jones had this to say outside the chambers.
Our Democratic caucus was united. We walked out because that's a charade, a sham happening there, and the people are united, challenging authoritarianism. The people in the galleries were taken out. The Democratic members walked out. So all in there now is just a facade of democracy and of the legislative process.
Justin Jones' name sounds familiar. That's because he was one of 2 lawmakers expelled from the House earlier this year after being accused of playing a role in gun control protests inside the state capitol. He was later reelected to his position.
Well, an investigation is ongoing this morning into a deadly rescue helicopter crash in South Florida. A fire department captain and a woman on the ground were killed. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the latest.
Yeah, good morning. All of that video that we see should help investigators determine what went wrong. 2 people were killed, 4 injured, including 2 people on the ground, all in fair condition. The first sign of trouble came with smoke coming out of that chopper in flight as it responded to a morning traffic accident with serious injuries.
8:45 a.m. in Metro Fort Lauderdale. Residents looked up to see a Broward County Sheriff Fire Department helicopter trailing thick black smoke.
Pop, 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 pop.
Just 650 feet in the air, the boom and tail rotor began buckling as the chopper started spinning out of control, then nosedived into an apartment building below. Killed in the crash, an older female resident of the apartment building, and fire captain paramedic Terrison Jackson, who was on board the chopper, a 19-year veteran remembered for being thoroughly committed to his job.
Terrison was a rock star. He was one of the best of us.
The rescue chopper had just lifted off, headed for a traffic accident with life-threatening injuries. But within minutes, pilot Darren Roche radioed he was in trouble.
We're having mechanical issues while we're headed back to our station.
A fire broke out on board. They did their very best, from my understanding now, to try to extinguish that fire.
Seconds later, the horrific crash. The pilot and another paramedic were injured in the crash, as were 2 people on the ground, all taken to an area hospital. The chopper involved is a dual-engine Airbus Eurocopter 135 like this one, used by police and rescue services worldwide. Whatever went wrong, say experts, it was very quick and catastrophic.
It's no longer flying. The rotor is keeping it somewhat in the air, but it can't stay there. So it's not under control. It is spinning.
This morning, the Broward County Fire and Sheriff's Departments are mourning one of their own.
Captain Jackson Terrison typified what it meant to be a brother firefighter. He perished doing what he loved.
Both the NTSB and the FAA have investigators on the scene. They'll be looking at the chopper's safety and maintenance records. Was there any recent trouble? Did any pilot report a problem? How and exactly where did that fire break out on board? The sheriff points to their heroism. They were dealing with this onboard fire, and yet they took the time to radio that they could not respond to that traffic accident where a mother and daughter, a child, were seriously injured. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you so much.
Time now for our weekly mental health check-in. Americans are going to the therapist now more than ever, but overall mental health is at an all-time low. We're going to take a closer look at why that is.
Plus, what's called hostile parenting. It could have a major impact on kids under 10. We'll explain what exactly that means and how to correct course if you might need some tips. Let's bring in licensed marriage and family therapist and friend of the show, of course, Dr. George James. For more on all these headlines, hi, Dr. James. Always great to have you with us. So let's start with therapy in the U.S., what Joe was just mentioning. Studies show more people are experiencing a decline in their mental health despite a record number of people going to therapy. What do these numbers tell you about how America is approaching therapy and their mental health?
Good morning, Savannah. There's lots of things that we're learning from this. One, the positive is that more people are acknowledging that their mental health challenges, that they might be struggling, or might even go out and receive therapy or help that they may need. On the other, because there's so many different things that people are dealing with, pandemic, recession, life challenges, so many things that we're old, and it's causing people to have high mental health needs. And I think there's so much more that we need to do with the system and how we need to be able to be there for people. So there's so many factors. One thing is that people are acknowledging that mental health is important.
Let's talk about this new study that shows hostile parenting could be doing major harm to kids under the age of 10. So walk us through what hostile parenting looks like, and is there anything that can be done to stop this type of parenting?
Some of us have known about this parenting style for a long time. It's called authoritative parenting, authoritarian. People might say it's my way or the highway, are not really leaving room for their child to share or to even be able to discuss things. Often it's high punishment. And that leaves children feeling really overwhelmed and leads to levels of mental health or even mild levels. So it's really important that parents be more authoritative, give some room, not permissive where you let anything happen, but there's an exchange between you and your child.
Finally, doctor, we want to ask you some trends here. Hot girl walk, nature walk. We've heard of those ones. Now, what about taking a silent walk? Apparently, there are some major mental health benefits here. Tell us about this.
Walking has always been great for people. It's still great for your physical and mental health. Silent walking is now doing that without the distractions, without a buddy, without music, without a podcast, and that you can use that time to meditate, to be more mindful, to pay attention to your breathing, and that there's benefits there. Be that. Now, it's not easy being able to be silent while you're walking. Practice it. Walks, quiet areas, and tune into your body and your inner thoughts, and you might see some benefits, and that's probably why it's trending right now.
There we go. Dr. George James, thank you so much.
Coming up, calls getting louder for a Spanish soccer official to resign following that controversial kiss at the Women's World Cup.
We'll have the latest on the fallout and the investigation that's ongoing next on Morning News Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism, is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
Allegations of Russian organizing.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with that scandal rocking Spanish soccer. There are strong calls for the head of the country's soccer federation to step down after he kissed a female player on the lips following Spain's World Cup win. He is remaining defiant amid investigations into the incident. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has the latest.
After a late-night meeting in Spain, the regional presidents of the Spanish Soccer Federation now calling for Luis Rubiales to resign. For days, the outrage has been building on the streets of Madrid. Spain's embattled soccer federation chief already suspended, now under federal investigation. The Spanish prosecutor's office announcing pretrial inquiries today, a formal investigation into sexual harassment. FIFA provisionally sidelining Rubiales for 90 days and banning him from contacting Spanish national player Jennifer Hermoso. It's been just 8 days since Spain won their first ever World Cup, a history-making moment, the federation chief brushing off initial questioning about the advance. But in the following days, calls for accountability began to surface. As pressure mounted, Rubiales continued to downplay.
Pues bueno, ocurrió lo que ocurrió. Yo creo que de manera muy espontánea. Repito, sin mala fe por ninguna de las dos partes, ¿no?
His failure to apologize only made protests grow louder.
Las disculpas que ha dado el señor Rubiales no son suficientes. Hasta incluso yo creo que no son adecuadas.
Rubiales maintaining his defensive stance, insisting the kiss was consensual.
Y yo le dije, un piquito, y ella me dijo, vale.
But Hermoso, the top scorer for Spain, is crystal clear. As seen in the images, at no time did I consent to the kiss he gave me. I do not tolerate that my word is questioned, and much less that words are invented that I have not said. Adding she's been under continuous pressure to make a statement that could justify his actions. Rubiales digging in, saying it was more of a peck than a kiss, and insisting repeatedly he's not going anywhere.
No voy a dimitir. No voy a dimitir. No voy a dimitir. No voy a dimitir. No voy a dimitir.
As the Spanish government began suspension proceedings, the soccer world uniting to support Hermoso.
Si no te vas, te echaremos.
Her teammates saying they refuse to play until he's removed. 11 members of the team's staff resigning over the controversy as fellow players stand in solidarity. Orlando athletes in wristbands saying, "With you," a banner that reads, "We are all with Jenny," and shirts reading, "This is over." Hermoso looking on from the crowd while Madrid and Milan players show the same message, "We're with you, Jennifer Hermoso." Even England's team, which lost to Spain in the final, showing their support.
We stand up for what's right.
Spain's deputy prime minister vowing her support for Hermoso.
Lo que hemos visto, creo que lo ha visto todo el mundo, ¿no? Con una agresión sexual.
The now disgraced federation chief saying he will legally defend himself.
Our thanks to Molly Hunter for that report. Now that the investigation has been officially launched, Hermoso has 14 days to issue a formal complaint. But the Spanish players say this is an issue they have been trying to fight for years. But now that they've actually won the World Cup, they hope people will actually listen.
Financial headlines now. It's looking like Google could potentially dodge a massive class action payout for the most part.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us this morning with that and other news. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Yeah, so a federal judge plans to free Google from a class action lawsuit filed by 21 million consumers. They claim the company overcharged them in the Google Play App Store. The decision could significantly reduce the amount of damages Google might owe. Consumers claim they would have paid less for apps and enjoyed more choices if it wasn't for Google's alleged monopoly. The company has denied wrongdoing. A similar case has been filed by several state attorneys general. Meanwhile, Google aims to license data from Google Maps to makers of renewable energy products, according to internal documents seen by CNBC. The business could generate as much as $100 million in its first year. Potential partners range from solar installers like Sunrun and Tesla Energy to real estate firms like Zillow and Redfin and hotel operators such as Marriott. And Barbie is creating some magic at the box office and a lot of money, too. It is now the top-grossing movie in Warner Brothers history, topping the $1.342 billion made by Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2. At some point this week, Barbie will become only the 13th movie ever to cross the $600 million mark domestically. It's expected to pass the Super Mario Brothers movie as the top earnings movie this year, guys.
Looks like it was a wise investment to do a Barbie movie.
Certainly. And Margot Robbie tried to make it for years and years and years and didn't even want to necessarily star in it. It's a really cool story.
Look at that. Yep.
Thanks, Ivana. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Coming up, biologists baiting bears in America's oldest national park.
After the break, the new efforts to save the endangered grizzly bear and what you can do to help. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them. Welcome back. Well, singer Shakira is set to win the Video Vanguard Award at this year's Video Music Awards. This recognition comes after her 4 VMA wins and her viral BZRP Music Sessions performance. The Colombian star will be the first South American to take home the Vanguard Award. This win also brings Shakira to the VMA stage for the first time in, get this, 17 years. And get this also, fans are predicting she will duet with her friend Karol G, who is also set to perform at the award show. I mean, what a powerhouse performance if that actually happens.
No kidding. It'll be cool to see her on the stage.
Yes, so cool.
Thanks, Savannah. Finally this hour, one of the nation's most beloved national parks, Yellowstone, efforts are underway to monitor and protect grizzly bears. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung joins us now with more on how they're doing this and what they hope to learn. Kaylee, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Call it a bare necessity for an endangered species. In the country's oldest national park, they are now capturing and monitoring grizzly bears as part of this ongoing effort to protect them. Wildlife experts say this is critical for the health of the entire ecosystem.
This morning in Yellowstone National Park, biologists are baiting grizzly bears in the name of science. The U.S. Geological Survey and the National Park Service are running the 2-month survey to capture and monitor the large creatures under the Endangered Species Act.
There's some data that scientists can only get when they get up close and personal with a grizzly bear.
Grizzly bears became protected as a threatened species in 1975, when they were almost wiped out. As of 2021, it's estimated about 1,000 remain in Greater Yellowstone. Wildlife experts say this monitoring is critical to the species' ongoing recovery.
If we find grizzly bears that aren't doing so well, that means that probably several things in the ecosystem are really off balance and the ecosystem needs some improvement. On the flip side, finding healthy bears, especially young bears, mothers of breeding age, that kind of thing, suggests that the population is doing great. And so all of this information, whether it's good or bad, can help biologists give recommendations for conservation.
Large cage-like traps will be set with natural food sources like deer and elk to lure the bears inside. Then biologists will collect various data points like age, gender, and DNA to gauge the overall health of the grizzly bear population. Yellowstone will shut down areas of the park where field captures are underway, with bright warning signs alerting the public to stay away for their safety and the safety of the bears. Humans have long had a fascination and sometimes healthy fear of grizzly bears. Last month, on a hiking trail just west of Yellowstone, 48-year-old Amy Adamson was killed by a grizzly bear. Experts believe she was attacked after crossing paths with a mother and her cubs. And just weeks ago, this video of a crowd of tourists in Yellowstone surrounding a group of bears to take photos, raising concern. Experts say tragic incidents and close calls like these are just a reminder to stay at least 100 yards away from wild animals. Yellowstone is the oldest national park in the U.S. Nearly 1 million people visited in July alone. Some credit the increased popularity and visibility of the park to the hit TV show Yellowstone. The national park and its wildlife are heavily featured.
The best way to take care of the environment is to respect the environment, and that means all creatures that live within it. No matter what the wild animal is, give it the space it needs, and that is a really good part of being a good environmentalist, is respecting wildlife.
So Kaylee, this is a 2-month survey. How many bears do scientists expect to capture and study in that time?
Yeah, so it's hard to put a number to it. While they're hoping to study as many bears as they can in that span, experts say that they could gather quite a bit of helpful data from even just one bear. And any data is better than no data at all. So trends they see in just a few bears after getting so up close and personal with them can lead to scientific conclusions about the larger population to help conservation efforts and policy decisions.
All right, very interesting. Kaylee, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Amazing video.
It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But stick with us because the news continues right now. Good morning and thanks for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, millions of people along Florida's Gulf Coast are bracing for impact. Overnight, Idalia was upgraded to a hurricane and will likely grow in strength even more today. The latest models project landfall as early as tomorrow morning. We have full coverage, the latest on where the hurricane is headed and when it will hit as preparations ramp up in communities that could be in its path. Also this morning, a full courtroom calendar for former President Trump over the coming months. Judges in both Washington and Georgia laying out their plans for 2 of the trials involving Trump's alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election. We've got his full schedule heading into 2024 as his former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, clashes in court with Georgia's DA. We're covering it all. We're also watching some major Medicare changes this morning, with the Biden administration announcing the first group of drugs that'll be up for price negotiations. But Big Pharma isn't necessarily on board. Plus, Proud and Loud. Later in the hour, we'll introduce you to a sister-sister duo. They really mean business, bringing punched-up Asian flavors to your kitchen with a flair, all on their own. That'll be part of Women Mean Business.
That's right, our latest installment, and I'm so excited to get to talk to these sisters.
Exactly, excited to have that conversation. Good to have you with us this morning. Hurricane Idalia is rapidly intensifying as it closes in on Florida's Gulf Coast.
Millions of Floridians are under hurricane warnings, and officials in the state are urging those in the eye of the storm to evacuate. The National Weather Service says this storm should be taken seriously. It is warning parts of the west coast of Florida and the Florida Panhandle. Gainesville could see life-threatening storm surge, hurricane-force winds, and flash flooding. The Tampa International Airport has officially closed ahead of the storm, with commercial flights stopping after midnight. Crews there are working to secure jet bridges, equipment, and aircrafts. And Floridians are bracing themselves for the potentially life-threatening storm. They're making last-minute preparations, gassing up their cars, shoring up their homes, businesses, even boats, ahead of tomorrow's expected landfall.
We've been extremely lucky here in Tampa and have been bypassed by bad ones. And I'm just afraid that our luck is going to run out.
We're tracking the storm for you all morning, bringing you the latest forecast and updates from officials. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson is in Cedar Key, Florida. That's where we're going to start right now. Hey, Priscilla, good morning.
Yeah, Savannah, good morning. This is what the waterfront here in Cedar Key looks like today. It is boarded up windows up and down this street as residents here are up early, continuing those storm preps, bracing for this hurricane, and they are racing against the clock. They have until 4 p.m. today to get out. A life-threatening storm barreling towards Florida's Gulf Coast. As residents brace for impact this morning, Idalia is now a major hurricane. How bad do you think the storm is going to be?
It looks like he's going to be a big one. Even some of our old locals are pretty concerned at this point.
Idalia expected to produce dangerous winds of up to 115 miles per hour, ushering in a potentially deadly 12-foot storm surge.
We now have 5,500 National Guardsmen activated and available. There are tens of thousands of linemen that will be staged. The goal is to get the power restored as quickly as possible.
Florida residents and the Coast Guard urgently preparing for the impending hurricane. Boarding up homes and businesses, stocking up on supplies, and filling sandbags to protect against storm surge. Some Florida communities still recovering after being battered by Hurricane Ian less than a year ago.
I've got one window that has a small leak. I am, believe it or not, duct taping that, just trying to get ready for this one.
And the governor has issued a state of emergency for 46 of the state's 67 counties, including this one. FEMA is also pre-positioned in the state, and we are seeing dozens of school districts closing schools across the western part of the state and the Panhandle. The Tampa airport has now shut down, and officials here are really urging people to take this seriously and that today, now, is the time to act. Savannah?
All right, Priscilla, thank you so much. Stay safe.
Let's now bring in Harvey L. Ward Jr. He is the mayor of Gainesville, Florida. Mr. Mayor, good to have you with us. So I know you signed an executive order declaring a local state of emergency. First of all, what exactly does that mean for Gainesville, and what are you bracing for?
So thank you. Good morning. We're bracing for a Category 3 hurricane here in Gainesville. You know, the hope is that it doesn't happen that way, but we're Floridians. We know that we have to be prepared. We can't leave it to chance. Our folks are incredibly prepared. Our city staff, county staff, our sheriff's office, our police department, our fire response. We are prepared for this storm. Our people know what to do. But, you know, when we won't really know until it comes through. An executive order, an emergency declaration, essentially just gives us the opportunity to act during and after the storm with a little more latitude than we would normally have. It sounds like a much bigger deal than it is as an emergency declaration, but basically it just gives us a little more latitude locally to be able to get things done that need to be done in the moment that we might otherwise need to go through some local legislative work to accomplish.
Gainesville is a little bit inland from where we just saw Priscilla there along the coast. What are the top things you can do to prepare right now? Do you wish you had a little bit more time, or do you feel like you have enough time to get everything done?
So we always would like more time. I would love for us to have several more months before we have to worry about anything like this, but that's not the case. You know, we know how to prepare for a storm. You know, in your home, in your business, that means be ready. You know, charge up your devices, charge up your batteries, make sure you've got supplies for a few days. If, you know, God forbid the power goes out, be ready to be self-sufficient for a few days. Check on your neighbors. You know, have a network of communication set up in your neighborhood. and with friends and family who might not be local, so that so everybody knows you're home and safe, and that you're well taken care of.
For you, what is your biggest concern? Is it more of a rain concern where you are, or do you still worry about the winds?
So we do worry about winds. Water is always a concern. It's usually the most destructive part of any storm like this. But we're a heavily forested community. We love our trees in Gainesville, and most of the time that's great. But we have not had a major storm come through in a very long time, and that means that our tree canopy is vulnerable. And if tree canopy is vulnerable, then the neighborhoods are vulnerable. So, we're asking folks to make sure you clear out anything that obviously could become a flying object during a storm. Clean the loose objects out of your front yard, your backyard. Bring them inside. Try to, if you see loose limbs or any of that sort of thing, try to get those cleared out before this evening when we need to be going inside and preparing indoors.
Yeah, so on top of that, in these final hours as Hurricane Idalia gets closer, what is just your primary message to people in and around Gainesville?
Be safe. Take this very, very seriously. Even if we see it veer off the current path that puts us in a very difficult position, don't let up. Take it very, very seriously until it is well north of us, because even after it passes, there could still be fertile ground for tornadoes and that sort of thing. Once the soil is soaked, then the trees could fall even without wind. So be very aware for the next several days, and until this storm is well past us, take it very, very seriously.
Gainesville Mayor Harvey L. Ward Jr., thanks for joining us this morning. Stay safe, and we'll keep in touch with you over the coming days.
Thank you so much.
Let's now bring in meteorologist Angie Lassman for more on our storm watch.
Yeah, Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. The mayor making some really good points about the tree canopy and such there. And just to put it into perspective for folks that live in that area, it's been since 1950, before that we've seen a Category 3 hurricane in this area. So a lot of folks not alive during that time may not know how to prepare. And we know that Florida is a hotspot for people to move to. So make sure that you do have those instructions from your local governments, officials, that you're heeding those warnings, especially when it comes to evacuations. Let's give you the rundown of exactly what's going on with Idalia, because we've seen some minor changes with that latest update that just came out. Winds now up to 80 miles per hour, sitting 135 miles southwest of the Dry Tortugas. That's just offshore of the Florida Keys. And you can see it's looking a little healthier. We're starting to see kind of an eye give a little bit of a peak. And it's moving at 14 miles per hour now, and it's expected to move even faster than that. So that's going to do a couple of things for us. It's still going to keep it over these really warm waters long enough for it to intensify and likely rapidly intensify. We need it to hit 35 mile per hour increase in a 24-hour time frame in order for it to be considered rapid intensification. And we're likely going to see that. It spends some time over that water, but the good news is that because of how fast it's moving, we likely will see less of an impact when it comes to rains. That doesn't mean there won't be an impact, because there still will be, but it'll also spend a little less time over that really warm water. It doesn't change the fact that we've got a Category 3 hurricane that's likely going to impact the Big Bend area. But if you're in that cone, then you need to be aware of exactly what's going on over the next couple of days. So let's talk about the rain. We've still got the potential to see up to a foot of rain in places from the Big Bend stretching out to parts of the Carolinas. We've got high tide. That's going to make a big impact on that coastal flooding. So be aware that flash flooding risk is going to be there through at least Thursday. And on top of that, we've got at the coast what we're really concerned about, that storm surge. We know what happened with our eye storm last year with Hurricane Ian in parts of southwest Florida with the wall of water that came on shore. And anywhere you can see Cedar Key is right in the center of that. 8 to 12 feet is a big deal, guys. We're going to likely see storm surge on the East Coast as well. And of course, those strong winds that the mayor mentioned, knocking down trees, power outages. Make sure you're charging up all your devices and you have extra batteries. All that kind of stuff is going to go a long way in the next couple days.
Got to be prepared for days without power, potentially.
Exactly.
All right.
Thank you, Angie. Well, now to the fallout this morning from two major hearings involving former President Trump and the court cases he's involved in.
Yesterday, the judge overseeing the federal election interference trial announced that trial is going to start on March 4th of next year, just one day before Super Tuesday. Trump responded saying he's going to appeal that decision, though legal experts tell us decisions involving court dates are not subject to appeal. At the same time, Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, was in an Atlanta courtroom. He took the stand in a hearing involving his request to move his Georgia election interference case to federal court. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the latest.
Hey there, the former president now faces 4 criminal trials in 4 different places as he heads into a busy presidential campaign season next year. But at least one federal judge is making it clear she plans to treat him just like anyone else. As the Republican primary heats up next spring, so might a criminal trial about the last presidential election. A judge in Washington, D.C., penciling in March of 2024 for federal prosecutors to begin their case against Donald Trump for trying to overturn the 2020 election. Judge Tanya Chutkan rejected the former president's bid to delay the trial until after next year's election, emphasizing the public's interest in seeing this case resolved in a timely manner.
The trial date could slide, but not because Mr. Trump is going to prevail on appeal.
The Republican frontrunner's political calendar now on a collision course with his trials, and his rivals are pouncing.
You don't go with someone who's going to be in a courtroom longer than they're going to be campaigning.
That March 4th date in Washington, the same day Georgia prosecutors have asked for their state trial to start on election interference. And it's the day before Super Tuesday, when more than a dozen states hold their Republican primaries. It's also just 3 weeks shy of Mr. Trump's trial in New York, where he stands accused of falsifying business records to cover up an alleged affair before the 2016 election. 2 months after that, another trial set for his alleged mishandling of classified documents in Florida. Mr. Trump has denied all wrongdoing in each case, continuing to attack the prosecutors online, while in a courtroom in Georgia, his former chief of staff took to the witness stand for nearly 5 hours. Mark Meadows defending his own actions from around the last election as he tries to move his Fulton County racketeering case over to federal court.
They want to put him on the stand for a limited purpose, which is for him to claim that he was acting in the scope of his official duties.
But that effort was undercut by another Republican at the heart of that case, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, who testified that infamous call he fielded from Mr. Trump asking for him to find votes in Georgia was only about helping the Trump campaign. Now, the judge in Georgia says he will rule promptly, but in the meantime, all 19 defendants in that case, including Mr. Trump, are set for arraignment on those state charges on September 6th. Back to you.
All right, Laura, thank you so much.
Let's now bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas. Hey, Danny, good morning. So let's start with Mark Meadows in court yesterday. As we just heard, many people were surprised that he took the stand. He spent 5 hours answering questions. What are your takeaways from yesterday's hearing?
Well, here's the thing. Mark Meadows doesn't have a high burden to meet. It's really just a preponderance, and he doesn't have to show that his claim of a federal defense, specifically under the Constitution and even more specifically under the Supremacy Clause, he does not need to show that it's a winner. He just needs to show that it's plausible, whatever that means. It doesn't need to be highly likely to succeed, just plausible. And I think the defense's strategy by putting him up there for so long and even subjecting him to cross-examination, which I'm sure he was very prepared for. The reports I read seemed to indicate that he had his canned answers ready to go. But by talking about how much he believed he was working at the direction of the president and that investigating interference with elections is a federal, something that falls within his federal duties, all he had to do was convince the judge that it was a plausible defense. So with that standard and the fact that his case is already in federal court, removal is not a request. You file a notice and you're in federal court. It's the DA's job to try and drag him back down to state court.
Right, an important distinction there. Danny, if we could switch gears and talk about the March 4th trial date in the federal election interference trial, one of the special counsel's investigation. So the judge held a pretty tough line against arguments that doesn't give the former president's team enough time to prepare, to go through all the discovery, and also that it would interfere with Trump's presidential campaign. Walk us through this.
Yeah, if I were defense counsel, I would have asked for a 2026 trial date, and I would have known that I was never going to get a 2026 trial date because this is federal court. And even if it ends up, by the way, there's a chance this trial could go forward in 2026. but that will not be because of anything the judge chooses. And by that, I mean federal courts will set these short trial dates, but things happen. They get moved. Maybe they'll move it a month or two at a time. Maybe they'll move it 3 months. But that doesn't mean that this trial won't go forward in 2026, although it's mind-boggling to think that it could even be a possibility. It's just that the judge was never going to schedule a trial date that far out. But look, if you're the defense, you ask for the sun, the moon, and the stars and hope the judge splits the difference and maybe gives you one in 2025, which is still a huge win for the defense because so much of all of the federal defense cases for Trump involve delay. Because if he can get past inauguration, then Donald Trump can put in an attorney general who will make this case go bye-bye. And if that's not an option, then he'll try to pardon himself.
Danny Cevallos, as always, thank you so much.
Turning now to North Carolina, where an investigation is underway following a deadly school shooting on the UNC Chapel Hill campus. Officials arrested the suspect and are now searching for a motive and the weapon used during the attack. One faculty member was killed. NBC News correspondent Ali Vitale is in Chapel Hill with the latest. Ali, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, just 24 hours ago, this campus was on total lockdown, a really scary start to the semester here. Just 1 week after classes began at UNC Chapel Hill.
Possible active shooter on campus.
A tragedy that's become all too familiar at schools nationwide.
Has a 9mm possible Asian male.
I'm grieved to report that one of our faculty members was killed in this shooting. This loss is devastating.
After the initial call for shots fired, the entire campus went on lockdown. A school alert warning an armed, dangerous person on or near campus. Go inside now. Avoid windows. Heavily armed officers swarmed the campus. Some students walking down the street with their hands up. Some sheltering in place.
So immediately we all just stayed hiding in the stalls, squatting on the toilets, just scared. We didn't know what was happening.
Other terrified students fleeing through a first-floor window, backpacks dangling. An elementary school across the road also placed on lockdown. Then, less than 90 minutes after the terrifying ordeal began,
I think that's him.
a suspect was taken into police custody, captured live by our NBC News Raleigh affiliate WRAL.
To actually have the suspect in custody, it gives us an opportunity to figure out the why and even the how.
And 4 hours after the chaos began, police giving the all clear. But students left deeply shaken.
Honestly, it makes me feel a little bit sick because this is a situation that we really shouldn't even have to be worrying about.
And those who knew the suspect, stunned.
Because I would have never guessed that he would be the kind of person who could possibly be capable of this kind of thing.
And Joe, the community here waking up to a string of lingering questions, including how and why this happened. The FBI Charlotte office is assisting local law enforcement in the investigation. We expect that could take weeks, but certainly an all too familiar part of back to school season, as we saw just play out yesterday. Joe.
All right. Ali Vitale in North Carolina. Thank you.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, maybe some good news at the grocery store this morning. Inflation loosening on many of your favorite products. We've got some top tips on how you can save even more money at checkout.
But first, the growing drama surrounding that controversial World Cup kiss as a new investigation is launched into Spain's head of soccer. Those stories and more next.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You got to see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with new details about the events leading up to that racist shooting in Jacksonville. Officials released surveillance video showing what the gunman was doing before the deadly rampage.
This comes as the campus security officer who confronted the suspect is now speaking out for the first time. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us from Jacksonville with the latest. Gabe, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. That officer is now being hailed as a hero. And while federal and local authorities say that this attack was racially motivated, the sheriff here says that the dollar store behind me may have been targeted because the gunman used to work at a similar store.
This morning, newly released surveillance video is revealing more of the chilling moments leading up to what authorities say was a racist rampage at a Dollar General store in Jacksonville. The sheriff here says the images show the gunman entering a different discount store down the road and leaving after making a purchase. He then stops at Edward Waters University, a historically black college, and puts on a tactical vest and mask as students alert campus security officer Antonio Bailey.
To me, the students are the heroes.
The shooter, 21-year-old Ryan Christopher Palmeter, quickly drives away when Lieutenant Bailey approaches his vehicle.
Did you ever, in your mind, ever consider not confronting the suspect?
No, I did not. This is what we signed up for.
The university's president says Bailey saved lives on campus.
You, sir, are nothing short of a hero, and we honor you today.
Minutes later, the gunman ends up at Dollar General, where he opens fire in the parking lot, killing Angela Carr.
Damn, this is unreal. This is so unreal. Oh, God.
Carr's daughter, Ashley, says her mother was an Uber driver dropping off a passenger. She leaves behind 3 children and 16 grandchildren.
She's incredible. I can't put it any other way.
Gerald Deshaun Gallion and 19-year-old A.J. Laguerre Jr. were murdered inside the store. A.J.'s 2 brothers, Quan and Josh.
I never thought I had to bury my little brother, man.
We were expecting him to bury us before we had to bury him.
The sheriff says the gunman took his own life when law enforcement entered the store and that he had legally purchased a handgun and AR-15 style rifle he used, which was painted with swastikas.
Still, despite the actions of the campus security officer, the sheriff here says that he believes that the university was not the initial target. Again, partly because the gunman had previously worked at another discount store. Joe.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
And turning now to the crisis engulfing Spanish soccer. Prosecutors have opened an investigation into the head of Spain's soccer federation after he kissed a female player following the country's World Cup win. The soccer chief is refusing, though, to step down despite growing pressure to resign. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Cobaya joins us with the latest on this. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you. That's right. An overnight meeting did not go the Spanish soccer head's way as he now faces possible prosecution for kissing a star player on the lips. Overnight, Spanish prosecutors opened a criminal investigation into whether this kiss was an act of sexual assault. Spanish Soccer Federation President Luis Rubiales grabbed midfielder Jenny Hermoso's head, kissing her on the mouth after the team's World Cup win last week. FIFA has suspended Rubiales for 90 days pending its own investigation. And overnight, the Spanish Soccer Federation withdrew its support of Rubiales after a marathon emergency meeting, saying he should immediately present his resignation because of the latest events and the unacceptable behaviors that have seriously damaged the image of Spanish football. The incident at the award ceremony causing outrage. In locker room celebrations afterward, Hermoso can be heard saying, "I didn't like it." Rubiales apologized the next day, but later in the week claimed,
Hermoso lifted me off my feet, held my hips, my legs. We hugged, he said, accusing critics of false feminism and social assassination. His family rushing to his support. His cousin says, "We don't think what's happening is fair," adding his mother has locked herself in a church and gone on a hunger strike. Hermoso said she was pressured to say at first that the kiss was a natural expression of affection and gratitude, but now says, "At no time did I consent to the kiss that he gave me." The incident sparking protests in Spain and signs of support across the sports world. Crowds cheered Hermoso at a game over the weekend, with teams holding banners and U.S. players wearing wristbands saying, "We're with you." Spain's sports minister calling this the Me Too moment of Spanish football. And the Spanish men's teams and coaches have also backed Hermoso and her teammates. All 23 members of that World Cup winning team are now refusing to play unless Rubiales steps down. And the sports minister this morning was talking about this once again. He said, "It's over. No more discrimination for women." Savannah.
All right, Kelly, thank you very much. Let's stay on international headlines now, starting with new developments on the war in Ukraine.
NBC's Ali Arouzi joins us with that and other world headlines. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. That's right. As Ukraine's counteroffensive grinds ahead, Kyiv says it has liberated the strategic southeastern settlement of Robotny and that they're making efforts to push further south in their counteroffensive against Russia. Ukrainian commanders are saying that their troops are trying to push southwards towards the Sea of Azov in an attempt to split Russian forces. Thousands of protesters in cars and on motorbikes took to the streets of Colombia's main cities to reject recent hikes in gasoline prices that have drastically increased the price of fuel in the country. Protesters say that the monthly price hikes set by Colombia's first leftist government are making it hard for small businesses to operate and could push up food prices. And finally, for the first time, a US record label has partnered with a K-pop company to develop a new group. Geffen Records and Hype, the Korean label behind superstars like BTS, revealed contestants for their new project. 20 girls aged between 14 and 21 from the US and South Korea, amongst other countries, were introduced as part of a streamed audition process set to air online later this week. So something to look forward to.
Yeah, wow, pretty cool. All right, Ali Arouzi, thank you so much.
Coming up, some big changes could soon be on the way for Americans on Medicare.
That's right, and it could mean paying a little less for a handful of drugs. We'll explain what today's White House announcement on the price drop means for you after this.
news lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This morning we are following tragic news from the campus of a South Carolina college just days into a new school year.
Yeah, according to authorities, a 20-year-old student was fatally shot close to campus as he tried to enter the wrong home on his new street just days after moving into his actual address. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with more on this devastating start to the school year. Hey, Emily, good morning.
Good morning to both of you. The deadly shooting happened a few miles from the University of South Carolina's campus where classes had just gotten underway. The parents of that sophomore student, Nick D'Onofrio, say he was someone who loved life and was looking forward to the new school year with his friends.
This morning, the University of South Carolina is grieving the loss of one of their own. Sophomore Nicholas D'Onofrio, who authorities say was fatally shot early Saturday when he tried to enter the wrong home on his street, where he reportedly moved just last week.
The subject didn't gain entry. There's glass on the floor.
Officers received a 911 call for a reported home burglary near campus. While heading to the scene in Columbia, the incident was upgraded to a shots fired call. Police found a broken glass door and the 20-year-old on the front porch with a gunshot wound to his upper body. So far, no charges have been filed. At USC, D'Onofrio was pursuing a degree in exercise science and was a member of the Phi Kappa Sigma fraternity. His parents telling NBC News he was the son that every parent would wish for. Funny, smart, compassionate, and loved life. We will miss him immeasurably. The deadly gunfire appears to be the latest example in a string of similar tragedies. In April, Ralph Yarl, a 16-year-old black teen in Missouri, was shot after he accidentally went to the wrong home and rang the doorbell.
Ralph says that he was shot through the screen door at point-blank range.
Just days later in Texas, 2 cheerleaders were shot after one of them got in the wrong car at a supermarket parking lot. South Carolina, Missouri, and Texas are among a group of nearly 30 states with a stand your ground law, which allows individuals to use deadly force in self-defense if they're not breaking the law and in a place where they have a right to be. Though in both the Missouri and Texas incidents, the shooters are facing criminal charges. Back in D'Onofrio's hometown of Madison, Connecticut, close friends are now grappling with his sudden death.
He was my best friend growing up. He was just an awesome guy. It's just devastating.
And police tell us the shooter was a man who lived in the Columbia home but is not a student. They're working with local prosecutors to determine whether any charges will be filed. Meanwhile, the university says they're providing resources and support to those affected by their peers' sudden death.
Oh, just heartbreaking. All right, Emily, thank you. Well, this morning, the White House is naming 10 historically expensive drugs that it's selected for Medicare price negotiations. The announcement is part of President Biden's ongoing plan to lower health costs across the nation, particularly when it comes to Medicare.
The efforts are also a major milestone under President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, which was signed into law last year. The president's push to lower health care prices has received heavy criticism from both the right and the pharmaceutical industry, with some companies even going so far as to sue the federal government. Now, he's expected to speak further about the list later this afternoon. Negotiated prices are expected to go into effect in 2026. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now with more on this. So which medications have made the list? And is there a pattern at all in terms of what types of conditions that they treat?
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, forecasters had predicted a couple of these, and they were right about a lot of them. So there's a couple of blood thinners on there, Eliquis, Xarelto, a lot of diabetes medications, a heart failure medication. I was very happy to see 2 of the drugs that I use all the time, Enbrel, Stelara. Those are 2 biologics that are used to treat rheumatic diseases as well as psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis. So it kind of runs the spectrum. There's also a medication that treats blood cancers or hematologic malignancies. So again, 10 out of a short list of 50. Right. So it's not going to cover everything, and there won't be one on there for everyone on Medicare, but definitely I think it's names that a lot of people will recognize.
So just put in context, I mean, how big are the savings here? What does that mean for an individual and also just public health generally?
Right. So first of all, let me just start by saying that this is not a a foregone. This is not a closed deal. There are going to be at least a year of negotiation between Medicare and the pharmaceutical companies who make these drugs, and we don't even know if this is actually ever going to come to fruition. But savings could be anywhere from 25 to 60% of the current amount that the drugs cost. Many of them are over $1,000 a month. And, you know, for years, Medicare beneficiaries have struggled to be able to get these medications. So certainly for them, savings will be passed on, obviously, to them, as well as their premiums and to taxpayers who are funding Medicare.
We'd like to schedule you to come back on in 2026 to talk about this, because that's how long we're talking about.
That's how long it could take.
People who need savings now, is there anything they can do?
Right. And so, you know, anyone who's listening to this out there who is a Medicare beneficiary knows how difficult this is with Part D. That's the medications that you get at the pharmacy. There are always patient assistance programs. Most people who are getting their medications prescribed by physicians who work in an office who have staff to do this, but it is hurdles and it's negotiations and it's using savvy, and very often it's using medications that aren't your first choice or even second choice, but going down the list to see what will be covered. And this has nothing to do with commercial insurance, by the way. This is right now just for Medicare, but we think that there might be some public shaming that could happen and that drug prices may actually go down for commercial beneficiaries, or the opposite might happen, and they might, you know, sort of, if they're thinking they're going to have you know, that they're going to be losing money in Medicare, that they might actually jack up the prices for commercial insurance. All of this is to be seen. We just don't know yet.
As our resident doctor, I mean, the potential for this, how big of a deal is it for people who need these medications?
Huge, huge. I cannot overstate how significant this would be. We have known for years that the drug companies have made so much money off of these prescription medications. The ones that they've chosen are ones that have been on the market for many, many years, without a generic available, et cetera. So this is going to be huge for patients if it actually happens.
All right. Dr. Natalie Azar, thanks so much for helping us understand this. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Coming up, we've got some pretty good news for your wallet this morning. While prices at the grocery store still might be a little higher than we'd like them to be, all signs are pointing to some inflation moderation.
After the break, we've got some supermarket hacks that'll help you save even more green at the checkout counter. This is Morning News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Back now with some financial headlines. Elon Musk showed off Tesla's full self-driving beta software during an interesting live stream.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. Yeah, so Elon Musk recently demoed Tesla's full self-driving beta software, and it did not go according to plan. During the live stream video, Musk almost ran a red light when it appeared the car misread the signal and tried to speed through the intersection. He was also streaming the demo while in the driver's seat, which violates Tesla's rules for driver assist technology. On the positive side, the video shows the car driving through construction zones and roundabouts with no issues. Federal safety regulators reportedly plan to resolve their probe into more than a dozen crashes involving Tesla's autopilot system and could potentially force a recall. Meanwhile, Walmart, Walgreens, and CVS are rolling out new healthcare options you previously could only get at a doctor's office. Starting today, testing and treatment for strep, flu, and COVID are now available at Walmart pharmacies in 12 states. Walgreens will soon have similar service in 13 states, and CVS will evaluate symptoms and prescribe flu medicine and cough suppressants in 10 states, although it won't offer tests. The chains are looking to grab a bigger share of healthcare spending as new state laws allow pharmacists to treat minor ailments. And Amazon has been quietly raising the minimum some customers must spend to get free shipping. To qualify, customers who don't have Prime memberships now need to spend $35. That's up from $25 previously. An Amazon spokesperson confirms the company is testing the new threshold. The change doesn't impact Prime members, and Consumer World reports the new $35 minimum appears to apply to customers based on where they live. I don't know anybody that doesn't have Prime.
I know. That is the best way to save on all the free shipping.
I just got into Amazon, which I know is crazy because I don't actually have my own account. I just started using my husband's on an app.
There you go.
I get it. You're just like, whoop, and then it shows up.
So
and
easy.
there it is, so fast. And you're like, how did that happen?
Thanks, Savannah. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sure thing.
Now to the supermarket and some ways you can save. You've probably seen it. We all have. High prices making shopping feeling more like a hassle than a necessity.
And even though prices are much lower than they were a year ago, some items are still higher than we're used to. So joining us now with some tips and tricks to help save at the supermarket is NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. Brian, good morning. So help us better understand where prices are right now and how you can save before you get to the checkout.
Yeah, good morning. 3.6%. That's how much more expensive food at the grocery is now than this time a year ago. So some tips to help you save. First of all, just make a list, right? I don't do this, making sure that you actually write down exactly what you need so you don't overbuy. And then also consider subscribing to brands online. You can see social media posts that might offer coupons in some cases. And then also just try to buy generic. But there are other ways that you can also save money, like, for example, swapping some items depending on what you're buying. And again, it's going to depend on what category you're looking at.
Yeah, let's talk through some categories, maybe specific meals. Let's start with breakfast.
Yes.
How can we save?
So when it comes to breakfast, and this is really interesting, consider hot breakfast instead of cereal. And the reason why is because egg prices have been going down and cereal prices have really been rocketing up. So 5.1%, that's how much more expensive cereal is compared to this time a year ago. Eggs over that time period down 14%. So maybe making an omelet over cereal might be a better option for you.
For a while, eggs felt like jewelry.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my
gosh. Oh, my God. It was like only
but it's come down
2 cartons max for a customer.
It was crazy.
You will eat all that omelet. Let's talk about lunch. How about if you're shopping for lunch?
Yeah, so meat prices have been going up across the board. But what is interesting is that the cost for bacon over ham is getting a little bit tighter. So actually right now might be a better time to consider a BLT over ham and cheese, because sliced ham at the store has been going up by 41 cents per pound since the beginning of the year, whereas bacon, it's gone down 57 cents per pound. So I'm a big BLT guy, so that's great news for me.
Yeah, I love BLTs too. I really like the very specific choices that you're giving us here. What about at dinner? What should we eat at dinner,
Oh,
Brian?
well, I've even got more specific details for you there on that front. So when it comes to beef prices, it's been going up across the board. And we know that steaks are always more expensive than ground beef. But the rate of inflation for beef steaks has been going up way, way higher than the rate of inflation for ground beef, which means that especially right now might be a better option just to make a beef patty or a burger on the grill as opposed to popping a ribeye on for especially this Labor Day weekend. So something really important to remember there as well.
So eggs, BLT. Burgers.
Yeah.
Meatballs.
And if you're on
meatballs as well, yeah. Because
and if you're on a gluten-free diet, sorry.
Yeah, my bad.
Also, isn't the typical you're not supposed to eat before you go, or you should eat before you go to the grocery store, right?
Yes, because if you go hungry, you're going to buy
That is so real for me. Like, I'm a nightmare at the store hungry. It's like double.
And if you don't make a list, it's really going to get you in trouble. So
oh, my gosh.
Be wary.
All right, Brian Chung, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, well, coming up, these women really mean business, and they're saying it proud and loud. And you can find their stuff in some stores. They're dishing up the punched up, spicy, and rowdy Asian flavors that they grew up with right to your dinner table as conveniently as they possibly can.
We've got sisters Vanessa and Kim Pham, co-founders of Omsum, right after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. One of the biggest stars in WWE history is getting back into the ring. John Cena has signed up for 7 appearances on the SmackDown brand in September and October. On top of that, Cena will serve as Seth Rollins' tag team partner during a match against Imperium's Giovanni Vinci and Ludwig Kaiser. It's going to take place at the WWE Superstar Spectacle event, which is in India on September 8th. The 16-time world champion had put wrestling on the back burner in recent years, appearing in the ring only occasionally so he could concentrate on his his movie and TV career. The big question, he's been the champion 16 times. That's tied for the record. Could they ever maybe have a 17th championship, which would put him on top all by himself?
It's so crazy, too, just how he's fully broken in terms of Hollywood.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm kind of like, oh, yeah, wow, I forgot that's where he
He's
came
got a big
from.
show out right now, too, streaming. So,
Exactly. So cool. All right, Joe, thank you.
Yep.
Well, we end this hour with the latest edition of our series, Women Mean Business. Vanessa and Kim Pham are first-generation Vietnamese Americans who are celebrating the bold flavors of their heritage through their business, Om Som. It's a brand of sauces and saucy noodles. First, here's a little bit of their story.
As the daughters of Vietnamese refugees, Vanessa and Kim Pham grew up in Boston, watching their mom cook dinner from scratch every night. The sisters built careers in startups and consulting, but ultimately, their hearts drew them back to the kitchen. Vanessa and Kim noticed there was a void in many grocery stores when it came to authentic Asian flavors. They set out to change that, holding down various side hustles while they focused on building and launching the company of their dreams. That company was Om Som, meaning noisy or rambunctious in Vietnamese, a nod to how their parents would describe their childhood behavior. Now, Vanessa and Kim say that perfectly describes the spirit of their cooking sauces and saucy noodles, which give you the bold flavors you need to build an authentic Asian dish. Shaking up your local markets with their daring, unapologetic Asian fare, the Pham sisters are women who mean business.
Vanessa and Kim Pham join me now. Good morning to you both. First, I love your smiles and laughter just watching that. How cute. I mean, I just love that your sister's getting to do this, which we'll get into in just a moment. Vanessa, though, I'll start with you. And I want to hear more about your mom, just learning about being in the kitchen from her, what that experience was like and how it ultimately did influence you both.
Absolutely. So as the daughters of Vietnamese refugees, food and my mom's cooking was such an entry point into really engaging with our identity, learning about our culture. And then from there, you know, we were able to access so much more. But that was really the starting point, being around the dinner table together and eating all this incredible Vietnamese food. So, yeah, our mom was extremely influential in our lives.
And Kim, I know, growing up in Boston, what was it like in terms of seeing food that represented your culture?
Yeah, I think we grew up with a lot of feelings of shame and other as it related to our identity and as an extension, our food. And so I think starting Om Som for Vanessa and I was really like a pivotal personal journey of reclaiming and celebrating what we once were ashamed of. And so it feels really good to be building something so proud and loud because that is absolutely reflected in our own identities.
Absolutely. And just a little bit, I mean, I know the story's long, but what was it like to launch? How hard was it? I know it was during the pandemic, which seems hard just on its face. I mean, how did that impact it? And just as two young women getting a business off the ground, what was that like?
Oh my gosh, so challenging. One of the most challenging things we've ever done. And I think, you know, together as sisters, we've been really able to support each other, figure out where our strengths lie and build something from heart and intention. And I think anytime we've gone through anything extremely challenging, recentering in our values has been what's given us clarity to proceed. So that's been our kind of secret sauce in running the business.
Absolutely. And what was it like to launch in the pandemic?
I mean, to say an entrepreneurship journey is easy is a lie. Yeah. It's been really brutal and beautiful in so many different ways. But for us, it was really interesting when we were setting out to launch. You know, we actually got a ton of advice from advisors and investors who were like, hey, this is not the time. You know, like there's a pandemic. We don't know what's going to happen. But we really, like Vanessa said, took that time to recenter in our values and in our roots. And something told us, like, now is the time. Like, more Americans are cooking now more than ever. And also people really want proud and loud Asian flavors that will spark joy in their home kitchens during this tough time. And so, yeah, we, against all odds, made the leap.
We talked a little bit about this in that setup piece you played, but you just mentioned proud and loud.
Yeah.
The name means something very specific. Tell me about choosing that name.
It does. So when we were starting the brand, we had no idea what to call ourselves. And we kind of kept returning to this idea of rowdy and rambunctious. So Om Som is rooted in the Vietnamese phrase Om Som, which actually is a negative term. It's like what you would chastise your children with, like, don't be so Om Som. And we love this idea of like reclaiming that and making it ours in a really kind of like middle finger way. And so Om Som just felt really authentic to what we're trying to do, which is like kind of shake things up.
Absolutely. And what's it like getting to do this with your sister? Question for both of you.
It is the most beautiful journey and one of the hardest things, too, because everything is so deeply personal when you're building a brand that's born of your identity. And so Kim and I together have navigated the hardest times. We've gotten closer through it. We've learned to be more vulnerable with each other through it. And I think, you know, it's a journey that I would never, you know, change.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
It seems like you guys are like best friends as well as sisters.
Hard-earned, Mama. Hard-earned. But really, yeah, I can't, like, it's such a privilege to build with and alongside
absolutely.
her.
We were just talking before, my sister and I were the same ages and the same age difference, and how much fun to get to do this hand in hand every day and have it be a successful company. I mean, it probably doesn't even feel like work a lot of the time. Hard work.
It still feels like work.
Yeah. And I know now you're across the country, in Whole Foods, everywhere. It's only been a few months of that. How's it been going?
Oh my gosh, it's been incredible seeing the reception of the saucy noodles. They're already just like flying off the shelves, and it's been, yeah, just a dream come true to like actually see those numbers come in and be like, it's working.
Yeah, I think even more important, our parents went out to Whole Foods when we launched, and we're like taking selfies in the aisle, and I was like, the dream is to do them proud. So,
How proud is your mom, especially after it kind of being born in her kitchen?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they're like our biggest fans. I think when we first launched, they were like, entrepreneurship? Not sure. You know, as refugees, understandably, they have a different risk profile than us. But they gave us the privilege to work on this, and now they really are like, yeah, they're just our biggest fans.
That's so fantastic. All right, we've only got like 30 seconds left, but we always ask in Women Mean Business your piece of advice for a woman who's watching right now who might want to be on the path that you're on. Vanessa, I'll start with you.
Mine would be to welcome the feelings and emotions that come along with the journey. It's hard. Things will come up. I would say don't feel like you need to suppress your emotions or your sensitivity. Make space for them, and that will be where you unlock clarity and access connection.
And Kim?
Authenticity is your superpower. The world will try to put you in a box. All the ways that you fall outside of that box are your greatest strengths.
There we go. You guys are awesome. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for being part of Women Mean Business. This was so fantastic. Vanessa and Kim Pham, both of you, thank you.
Coolest middle finger I've ever seen. All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News.
Right. The news continues right now, though. Don't go anywhere. Right now on Morning News Now, Florida's Gulf Coast bracing for impact from Idalia, strengthening to a hurricane overnight and still gaining strength. This morning now, much of Florida under weather alerts as the life-threatening storm approaches. Our team is tracking the conditions, the timeline, and what's being done to prepare. Plus, he says he was just doing his job to protect and serve. This morning, we're learning more about a deadly dollar store shooting now being investigated as a hate crime. And we're hearing from a security guard who approached the gunman when he first showed up at a nearby college moments before he opened fire.
Did you ever, in your mind, ever consider not confronting the suspect?
No, I did not. This is what we signed up for.
Why some say his actions likely saved lives. Also this morning, trial date set for former President Donald Trump's federal election interference trial, now set to start right in the middle of the 2024 presidential primaries. This as Trump's former chief of staff pushes to move his case to federal court. We'll bring you the latest. And a different kind of parental advisory, why researchers say a common kind of parenting style may be doing more harm than good. Give you some tips just in case it's something that you're dealing with in your household.
Exactly. We'll bring that to you in our mental health checkup. Good to have you with us on this Tuesday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for being here. We begin with the millions of Floridians under hurricane warnings this morning.
Yeah, Idalia is now a hurricane that is barreling toward Florida's Gulf Coast with winds at 75 miles an hour, and the storm is expected to rapidly intensify today. Officials are forecasting that Idalia will quickly strengthen into an extremely dangerous major hurricane before landfall. Evacuation orders have been issued, and the National Weather Service is warning that parts of the west coast of Florida and the Florida Panhandle could see life-threatening storm surge, hurricane-force winds, and flash flooding. Floridians are making last-minute preparations, stocking up on supplies, and shoring up their homes and businesses, something they have plenty of experience doing. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is urging everyone to take officials' warnings seriously.
There really doesn't seem anything to prevent it from continuing to strengthen. This is going to be a major impact, and Floridians should expect that this storm will be a major Cat 3+ hurricane.
Already in Cuba, Idalia brought strong winds and rain, forcing people there to evacuate coastal towns as the storm churned toward the western end of that island. We have a team tracking the storm all morning. We begin with NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson in Cedar Key, Florida.
Well, good morning. Here in Cedar Key, the windows are already boarded up for all of these businesses along the waterfront and also in the downtown area as folks here are bracing for the impacts of Hurricane Idalia, which is now slated to make landfall as a major hurricane here all day yesterday. Folks were filling sandbags and preparing their homes because this is one of the areas under a mandatory evacuation. Folks have until 4 p.m. to get out before we begin to see those impacts of the storm. Already, the governor has declared a state of emergency in some 46 counties across the state, pre-positioning and mobilizing 5,500 National Guardsmen with 2,400 high water rescue vehicles to be prepared for those search and rescue efforts. And the message from the governor today is for folks to have a plan and to act now. They are waiving all tolls so that people can get out on the road and evacuate as we wait to see what exactly this hurricane is going to bring. Back to you.
Right, Priscilla, thank you so much.
Now let's bring in Anthony Holloway. He's the St. Petersburg Chief of Police. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Now, we know some communities are still recovering from last year's Hurricane Ian. Chief, what are you expecting from Hurricane Idalia at this point? How bad do you think it's going to be? And how much of an issue is it that there is still some recovery going on from last year?
Good morning. Thank you for having me here. We're just expecting a lot of wind and a lot of flooding because we normally get that during a rainstorm. We just want to make sure that people have a plan. We have all our officers out there working today. And if they're in an evacuation zone, that they should, go to one of our shelters or move to the next level. So we're doing everything possible to make sure everybody is staying safe.
You mentioned that flooding, and on screens right now, we can see these sandbags being prepared, being placed. Tell us more about preparation. I mean, you have this window where we know this is coming. What are you doing to prepare, and are you satisfied with where you are at right now in terms of preparation?
We're very satisfied where we are. The next 24 hours is going to be the most crucial part. We have resources placed throughout the city to make sure we're ready to respond. At 4 o'clock this afternoon, we're expecting our first band to come in because we're on the right side of the storm. Then we know between 9 p.m. and 9 a.m., that's when we're going to really see a lot of rain, wind. So we're just going to make sure everybody's prepared for that. We want to ask people to shelter in place. And then first sunlight tomorrow, we'll be able to go out and to assess the damages and get the city up and running as quickly as possible. We have 4 shelters that are open right now, 1 special need that we opened yesterday. And we're still making announcements throughout the day to people that are in flood zone A to evacuate and go to shelter or go to a higher place so they don't get stuck in the floods.
Yeah, tell us a little bit more about that evacuation situation in St. Petersburg. How many people is that impacting? What should residents who should be evacuating know at this point?
We guesstimate it's over 300,000 in the Pinellas County area. So what we're asking people to do is, as the officers go through the area, the fire department making announcements and telling people to evacuate. If they don't have any place to go, they can go to a shelter or they can go further inland just to get away from the rain and get away from the possible flooding. They don't sure not where to go. They can go online to check to see if they're in evacuation zone A so we can make sure they stay safe.
And Chief, what is your biggest concern right now between the wind, the potential flooding, the potential power loss? What is it that you're keeping an eye out for specifically?
Our biggest issue is the wind that's going to come through the area, and people that are not going to evacuate, they're going to decide to stay home. So if they're going to decide to stay home, we're asking them to shelter in place. And just remember, if you do decide to stay home, that maybe first responders won't be able to respond to your location. So if you have an option, please leave. But if you decide to stay, just remember that we won't be able to respond until the winds die down. And if it's flooding, then we'll have to figure out how to get to you. We do have boats stationed throughout the area, and we have Duke Energy ready to go to try to get power restored as quickly as possible.
St. Petersburg Chief of Police Anthony Holloway, thank you very much for your time this morning, and we're thinking about you over the next 24 hours.
Thank you.
Our storm coverage continues with meteorologist Angie Lassman.
Yeah, she's going to tell us the latest on this track. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. We now, of course, have Hurricane Idalia. You heard the chief just talking about preparations. I want to make sure that we know over the next couple of hours, really this morning, you're going to want to finish those preparations because you're going to start to see some of these outer rain bands working across the state of Florida. It'll be kind of squally weather. And then, of course, conditions will deteriorate as we get into the overnight hours and into early tomorrow morning. Right now, though, winds at 75 miles per hour, just barely a Category 1. But don't let that fool you about where this system is going to go over the next 20-plus hours. We likely will see it become a Category 2 here shortly and then a Category 3 by the time it makes landfall. Notice it's moving north at 14 miles per hour. It's going to pick up the pace, too, before it starts to approach the state of Florida. And ahead of that, we've got plenty of alerts, warnings, watches, you name it. It is up for the state of Florida. The hurricane warning is what you see in red right here, including Tampa, stretching up into parts of the Big Bend. That's the area that we're closely watching for the greatest impacts. That doesn't mean the other spots across the state won't have impacts, and even into parts of the southeast, we could see some major impacts too. Hence the reason that we have tropical storm watches up, hurricane watches, and tropical storm warnings right now. When we talk about the track, it's going to eventually start to move away from Cuba, where it's been dropping heavy amounts of rain for folks there. It's right now a Category 1. Look how fast it becomes a Category 2. This water in this area of the Gulf of Mexico, some of the hottest on planet Earth. We're talking high 80 water temperatures. And it's not just at the surface. It is well into the layers of the ocean, and that means, or in the Gulf of Mexico, I should say, and that means as the system starts to mix that up, we're still dealing with warm water fueling it, and there's no shear, which we often see kind of inhibiting strengthening of storms. So it doesn't have anything to stop it from becoming really well organized and a monster of a storm. One thing to note, Category 3 is what we have it at right now. It could be a little weaker than that. It could be a little stronger than that, maybe Category 4, but right now it doesn't matter what category it is. The impacts are going to remain the same, and we're talking life-threatening, damaging storm surge, as well as strong winds, and eventually it'll move over parts of the Carolinas. So here's the storm surge. This is what I'm most concerned about, especially considering exactly where the center of the storm comes on shore. So on the right side of the system, from the center, is where we see the largest storm surge. It's where we see potentially some tornadoes, but focus on the storm surge, 8 to 12 feet. Wow. Folks in Cedar Key, if we see a Category 3 come on shore, we haven't seen something like that. It'll be the strongest since 1950. So a lot of people haven't lived through something like this. This is a swampy area, low-lying, really, really vulnerable to storm surge, and we could see that surge accompanied by large and dangerous waves. The farther south you go, of course, moderate surge could be impactful for the Tampa Bay area, so just a heads up on that. And then as we get into the next couple of days, as the system moves offshore for the Atlantic and those winds start to come in from offshore, you'll see parts of Georgia, the Carolinas dealing with storm surge. And on top of that storm surge, we've got heavy rain, up to a foot of rain in parts of the Big Bend. Significant flooding also across the Carolinas. We've got a full moon, so the high tide will be an issue too that we'll have to kind of keep an eye on in communities. So something to note, we've got a moderate risk of flooding, and that flash flooding risk is going to last through Thursday. So just be mindful of that. And on top of that, guys, of course, we'll talk about winds. There'll be hurricane force winds, the closest to the core, of course, but we could see tropical storm force winds 300 miles across the coast of Florida.
Wow. It could brush up against a good chunk of the coast on the eastern side.
It's that weird geography of Florida and the track that it's taking that makes it really dangerous and something to for sure take seriously.
Listen to those local officials if it comes to evacuation orders. Thank you, Angie.
Of course.
Former President Donald Trump is lashing out after a judge set the start date for his federal election interference case. In a hearing yesterday, Judge Tanya Chutkan announced that the trial will begin on March 4th of next year. That's well before 2026, which is when Trump wanted it. The March date puts it right in the middle of the Republican presidential primaries and the day before Super Tuesday. Trump blasted the move as an attempt to undermine his presidential campaign, calling it election interference. In court, Judge Chutkan pointed out that the former president will have to make that trial date work just like any other defendant. Trump has denied any wrongdoing and has already pleaded not guilty in this case. There was another significant ruling in another Trump case. That's the election interference case in Georgia. We now know that the former president and his 18 co-defendants will be arraigned next Wednesday September 6th. A lot to get through, so let's bring in NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Dilanian and NBC News legal analyst and former federal prosecutor Cynthia Oxney. Good morning to both of you. So, Ken, let's begin with you and that March 4th trial date in the federal election interference case. We know special counsel Jack Smith was in the courtroom. He wanted it in January. Trump's team was pushing for a date in 2026. Sounds like that was a non-starter for the judge. So how was March decided? What comes next here?
Good morning, Joe. That's right. April 2026 was a non-starter. And what Judge Tanya Chutkan begged the Trump defense team to do was give her a more reasonable alternative. She asked repeatedly, tell me how long you really think it will take you to get ready for trial. Give me a date. They refused to do that. And so she ended up ruling in a way that was really favorable to the prosecution. You know, a date that was just 2 months removed from the January of next year date that the prosecution originally proposed. So a real blow to the Trump team. And John Lauro, Donald Trump's lawyer, immediately objected after she ruled and said that he didn't think that he could provide a proper defense for his client under that timetable. But Judge Tanya Chutkan just ruled that out, rejected that. She said that there's plenty of time for the defense to grapple with the substantial volume of evidence they're going to have to deal with in this case, because a lot of it is already known to the defense. A lot of it had already been made public by the January 6th investigating committee. One thing we should be clear with our viewers about, though, Joe, is that this trial date is not appealable, but at the same time, it's not set in stone either. It very well likely will push because there'll be other issues that will be litigated in this case that may cause delays. But what this ruling yesterday does signify is that this judge, Tanya Chutkan, really intends to push this trial forward before the November 2024 election. The prosecution said the public deserves that, and the judge appeared to agree.
So, Cynthia, I want to ask you more about something Ken just mentioned. We know the former president took to social media saying he plans to appeal the judge's decision on a start date. As Ken just said, that's not a decision you can appeal, right? Though I understand there are other ways maybe Trump could try and get this start date pushed back. Help us understand this.
Right. He cannot appeal a scheduling order. Probably should have checked with somebody before he hit the social media site on that. But no, that is not an appealable order. But I do think there's a possibility that it takes a couple of weeks, maybe longer. There are immunity issues that they claim they're going to raise. All those immunity issues have already been decided by the D.C. Circuit. And the D.C. Circuit has also been pretty hip to this delay tactic. And so they've moved very quickly. So I would expect this certainly goes to trial long before the summer of next year.
Ken, a lot going on yesterday in another courtroom in Atlanta. Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, and the Fulton County DA, Fani Willis, they faced off in court for several hours. This is part of the Georgia election interference case. Meadows wants to have it moved to federal court. There were some notable moments in that hearing, right?
Yeah, well, the first notable moment was the fact that Mark Meadows testified at all, Joe. A lot of legal experts believed he wouldn't risk that. And as he said himself at one point, I'm in enough trouble as it is. And he claimed a faulty memory on certain issues. But the gist of this hearing was Mark Meadows arguing that he wasn't acting politically when he was helping Donald Trump arrange that infamous phone call with the Georgia Secretary of State, where Donald Trump asked for a certain number of votes that he needed to win the state. Meadows was making the larger argument that everything he did in this case was pursuant to his duties as chief of staff, as a federal official, and therefore the case should be removed to federal court, where undoubtedly he wants to make the argument that he's immune from prosecution because he was a federal official. So this was deeply significant, not only because Mark Meadows wants to make that argument, but as Cynthia alluded to, Donald Trump wants to make that argument, not only in this case, but in the federal case in Washington, D.C. He wants to claim presidential immunity in saying that all the stuff he was doing to try to overturn the election was because he was concerned about fraud in the election as the president. The problem with that is that, as the phone call and other evidence makes clear, he was very concerned about his own election results, and he said that over and over again. He didn't frame it in terms of a larger question about election integrity. He framed it in terms of how many votes do we need to win, and that's what Mark Meadows had to acknowledge yesterday, and so it's looking kind of dubious.
So, Cynthia, in that Georgia case, the former president and his 18 co-defendants, we now know they're going to be arraigned next Wednesday, a week from tomorrow. This is going to be dramatically different from any of the other legal proceedings that Trump has been involved in so far, because this will be the first time that there'll be cameras allowed in court. So we're actually going to see it. What should we know about that?
Well, it's going to be, must-see television, because what's happened is his lawyers, or the the 3 lawyers are going to be the first 3 that go to trial in October. Cheeseborough, who, probably had a pretty good strategy trying to go first originally, because then if he went all by himself, he could be pointing the finger at everybody else. Unfortunately, Team Crazy got involved, and now he's got other lawyers who are involved who are also going to be there, which makes it almost impossible for him to do the finger pointing to other lawyers. The entire case will come in. And so before the Republican convention, before even really the voting begins, we're going to have a blow-by-blow explanation of what happened. Because remember, not only will the evidence come in about Cheeseborough, but the evidence and about what the lawyers were doing, but every detail in this RICO conspiracy can come in against all the other defendants. So we're going to have a pretty good detailed preview of exactly what Donald Trump was doing, what Mark Meadows was doing, what Rudy Giuliani was doing, and we're going to know that and be able to see and make our own evaluation about what that is. Now, there's a reasonable possibility that maybe Cheeseborough chickens out. Maybe he was just trying to push to see if the prosecution was really ready. And then once he had these other people involved, he makes a different strategy change and it gets pushed back. But I would expect that case is going to go to trial long before the Jack Smith case now. And we're going to be able to really hear the evidence in a more serious detail.
All right, a lot to juggle in just this one case alone. Ken and Cynthia, thank you both.
Well, one faculty member was fatally shot after a gunman opened fire inside a laboratory at the University of North Carolina yesterday. Police say the suspect has been arrested and an investigation is underway to determine a motive for the attack. Officials are also continuing their search for the weapon used in the shooting. The suspect's name has not been released because he has yet to be charged. The shooting sent the campus into lockdown for several hours yesterday afternoon. Students say they were forced to barricade themselves in classrooms, dorm rooms, even bathroom stalls, just 1 week after class resumed for the new year. Here's what some had to say about the alert.
People started coming in the bathroom, and they were like, there's an active shooter on campus. So immediately we all just stayed hiding in the stalls, squatting on the toilets, just scared. We didn't know what was happening.
It was terrifying because, you see that on your phone and you think it's just one of those things, you don't really know what to think about it. And then you see what the response is and you start to realize just how serious the situation is. And you start hearing rumors from other people and you just don't know what to think. So I kind of froze in the area. I knew where I was pretty safe. There were police officers everywhere. So I didn't really want to move, take any chances.
All classes and campus activities have been canceled for today. During a press conference yesterday, the chancellor of UNC Chapel Hill called it a, quote, tragic day for our campus community. And in Jacksonville, a campus security guard is being called a hero after he confronted a gunman at a historically black college before a racist shooting unfolded nearby. The vice president is now saying America is experiencing an epidemic of hate. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez is in Jacksonville with the latest.
The president of a local historically black university says this racist rampage could have been even worse if not for the quick actions of one campus security officer. Before the gunman, seen here on surveillance video, walked into a Dollar General store in Jacksonville Saturday and killed 3 people, police releasing new images of the moment he stopped in the parking lot of nearby Edward Waters University. And that's when a group of students flagged down a campus security officer.
I don't consider myself a hero.
Lieutenant Antonio Bailey quickly confronted the gunman, later identified as 21-year-old Ryan Christopher Palmeter.
He had on what appeared to be a tactical vest up under a shirt and mask.
Did you ever, in your mind, ever consider not confronting the suspect?
No, I did not. This is what we signed up for.
The gunman sped away and later opened fire at the Dollar General nearby before taking his own life. While the local sheriff says it's not clear that the gunman planned to target the university, the school's president has no doubt why he went there first.
Do you believe that if he had not confronted the suspect, do you believe that this attack would have been unfolded here on this campus?
I absolutely do.
The FBI is investigating the shooting as a hate crime. The sheriff here says the gunman had written down racist rants. The victims identified as Gerald Deshaun Gallion, A.J. Laguerre Jr., and Angela Carr.
This is so unreal. Oh, God.
Carr's daughter, Ashley, says her mom was an Uber driver who leaves behind 3 kids and 16 grandchildren.
She's touched the lives of hundreds, if not thousands.
President Biden meeting with civil rights leaders commemorating the 60th anniversary of the March on Washington.
White supremacy is a poison.
Police say the gunman legally purchased the AR-15 style rifle and handgun he used, and that he had no criminal record. Though as a teenager, he was held for an involuntary mental health evaluation.
What he did is totally unacceptable in the state of Florida.
At a prayer vigil, Governor Ron DeSantis faced boos from the crowd after previously drawing backlash over efforts to change Black history teaching standards in Florida's public schools. The governor announcing that the state has set aside $1 million to beef up security at Edward Waters University. Back to you.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, bear necessities. We're going to take you to the famed Yellowstone National Park, where scientists need your help to save the endangered grizzly bear.
First, though, after the break, power struggle. Why a Hawaiian electric company is now at the center of several lawsuits over those deadly fires on Maui. We'll be right back.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's great to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation. Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back this morning. Hawaiian Electric is facing more than a dozen lawsuits over that devastating Lahaina fire. But for the first time, we are hearing from the company that their power lines were de-energized for hours before those deadly flames broke out. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has the details.
Almost 3 weeks after fires ravaged Maui, claiming at least 115 lives and leaving hundreds unaccounted for.
See them right there. That's the power line that started.
Hawaiian Electric, facing more than a dozen lawsuits for allegedly not de-energizing its power lines ahead of the severe wind event or properly maintaining its equipment, released a series of new assertions, including that the fire at 6:30 a.m., the morning fire, appears to have been caused by power lines that fell in high winds, that the Maui County Fire Department responded and reported it 100% contained, left the scene, and later declared it extinguished. And perhaps most importantly, at about 3 p.m., a time when all of Hawaiian Electric's power lines in West Maui had been de-energized for more than 6 hours, a second fire, the afternoon fire, began in the same area, with the cause undetermined. Jerry Singleton's law firm represents some 300 people suing the utility.
What is your response to seeing what the company said overnight about the fact that they are saying the lines were de-energized for some 6 hours?
Well, that's obviously the first we've heard of it. We have looked at the evidence very closely. We have people on the ground. There is absolutely no evidence to support HECO's claim. In contrast, all of the evidence we've seen is that the lines were energized.
One of the parties that Singleton Schreiber represents, the family of Lorenzo Buddy Jantok II, who suffered second and third degree burns to 90% of his body, according to the lawsuit, leaving behind children, grandchildren, and a rich legacy. If there was a plan to de-energize the lines, Singleton says that's not what HECO told the federal government about a PSPS, or Public Safety Power Shutoff.
For HECO to say on the one hand, in a filing that's under penalty of perjury and that is with the SEC, that they did not have a PSPS, and then on the other hand, to say that they shut off the power is completely inconsistent.
Hawaiian Electric has declined our request for an interview, but less than a week after the fires, the company's CEO told Tom this.
Why didn't you shut off the power when the wind started to pick up?
As I said earlier, it's still in the early days. We're still looking at all the information, and we haven't actually had a chance to do all of that at this time.
With all due respect, it's been 6 days, though, so almost 6 days.
And we've been putting everything we've got to helping our communities right now and our employees who are going through a lot and supporting them so that they can support the communities. You may be talking about what happens in California and the shutoff program. And so we, like most utilities, don't have that program.
Before HECO's latest statement, Maui County's attorney told us there should have been a plan to de-energize power from the beginning.
On the failure to de-energize their lines in 2023 for a for-profit, investor-owned utility is really below the standard of care. This is a systemic or systematic failure across the entire power grid.
Another critical question here is whether there were two separate fire events or if the original morning fire later produced an ember that tore through Lahaina. The ATF has not yet determined the cause of the fires that have forever changed this magical place.
Our thanks to Sam Brock for that report. As he was just referencing at the end there, right now we do not know if an ember from what Hawaiian Electric has called the morning fire may have carried onto a larger blaze that then destroyed Lahaina, but accounts from residents and Maui County's lawsuit itself say that could have happened. But right now there's still a lot of questions about what happened and when.
We're taking a look at a historic fraud settlement this morning with one of the biggest government contractors in the country. And it only came to light after a Marine veteran, mom of three, raised the alarm. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian has that story.
Much of Sarah Feinberg's philosophy about life was shaped by her time as a captain in the U.S. Marines serving in Iraq.
It helped me get a sense of right versus wrong and to have a clear picture of the service that I wanted to perform for our country.
In 2015, as a young mom, she was rising up the ranks of Booz Allen Hamilton as a financial analyst.
Booz Allen works almost exclusively with the U.S. government. They have a ton of contracts with Department of Defense.
She says she quickly realized the company's other contracts, some with foreign governments like Saudi Arabia, were bleeding cash.
And in order to keep the company profitable, they were passing those costs onto the U.S. government contracts.
So these private contracts, including with foreign governments, are losing money. And to cover those losses, they're taking money from the American taxpayer?
That's right.
And it was a lot of money.
What I discovered while I was there was that they were overcharging the government by nearly $100 million a year.
That's when Feinberg says she began a campaign to convince her bosses to put a stop to it.
It made me very upset as a taxpayer. It made me very upset as a Marine officer. I saw how limited our resources were.
After dozens of meetings, she got her chance to present her findings to 8 senior executives. She was 31.
They were mostly older men. There were, I think, 2 women in the meeting out of the group. And I was definitely the youngest person in the room.
Feinberg started by telling the group that fixing the issue would mean losing money. But she says she was quickly cut off by the chief financial officer, who told her,
I appreciate all the work you've done on this. We are not going to make it a priority this year.
That must have just been devastating for you.
It was very devastating for me. I called my husband right afterwards and told him I was quitting my job.
Feinberg got a lawyer who explained she could sue on behalf of American taxpayers and claim a share of any settlement under a law that dates to the Civil War, the False Claims Act. The Justice Department began an investigation and 7 years later announced a $377 million settlement. As much money as it was, Feinberg says the company should have faced even harsher penalties. Feinberg's $40 million share landed in her family's bank account a few weeks ago. Booz Allen admitted no wrongdoing, saying in a statement that the company has always believed it acted lawfully and responsibly, and noting that a criminal investigation was closed without charges.
Did they underestimate you?
I mean, I wish they would have taken me and the issue more seriously while I was there.
Today, $40 million richer, Feinberg says she plans to give much of it to her church.
I've got 3 kids. I tell them doing the right thing is the right thing no matter what the outcome is. There's very few times in this life where you'll actually be rewarded for doing the right thing, but this is one of those unique situations.
Ken Delanian, NBC News, Washington.
International headlines now, starting with new information about the weekend crash of an Osprey aircraft in Australia.
That's right. Ali Aruzu joins us now with more on that. Hey, Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. That's right. 3 U.S. Marines who died when their Osprey aircraft crashed during a military exercise in Australia have been identified by their unit. Corporal Spencer Collard, Captain Eleanor LeBeau, and Major Tobin Lewis were amongst the 23 Marines on board the MV-22B Osprey when it crashed. Of the other 20 Marines, 3 are being treated at the Royal Darwin Hospital. 1 is in critical condition, and the other 2 are said to be stable. Japan has started to release treated radioactive wastewater from the damaged Fukushima nuclear power plant into the ocean, but Japan's neighbors are not happy. Chinese citizens have been making crank calls and throwing stones at Japanese diplomatic facilities and schools, prompting the Japanese Prime Minister to ask China to urge its citizens to halt these acts of harassment. And finally, country music legend Dolly Parton has turned down a tea invitation with the Princess of Wales, citing a very busy work schedule, but also joking that there was another reason. Kate wasn't going to promote her new album. Parton said it was a very sweet gesture and that one day she's going to get to do that. I know, Joe, you wouldn't turn down a tea invitation with Dolly Parton.
Wait, no, definitely not with Dolly Parton or with Kate. I'm good with any of them.
Yeah.
All 3 of us.
That is very interesting. Wow.
Okay. Well, I hope it happens someday. We'll
Yeah.
see. All right, Ali, thank you so much.
Thanks. Coming up, silenced again when we come back. More on the fallout after one of the so-called Tennessee 3 was banned from speaking on the House floor.
Also, it could be a sign of a deeper problem. More people are going to therapy than ever before and still experiencing a decline in their mental health. We're going to talk about it next on Morning News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you tonight.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Tennessee lawmakers are in the spotlight again. Protests erupted outside the Tennessee House floor yesterday after Republicans banned a Democratic lawmaker from speaking or debating during a special session. Representative Justin Jones was accused of violating new rules put in place to punish lawmakers who are deemed disruptive on the House floor. Now, the special session was called to address the deadly elementary school shooting in Nashville back in March. Jones began criticizing a bill that would add more police to schools. He was then warned not to stray off topic before a vote was held to silence Jones for the rest of the day. In response, Democrats walked off the floor. Jones had this to say outside the chambers.
Our Democratic caucus was united. We walked out because that's a charade, a sham happening in there, and the people are united, challenging authoritarianism. The people in the galleries were taken out. The Democratic members walked out. So all in there now is just a facade of democracy and of the legislative process.
Justin Jones' name sounds familiar. That's because he was one of 2 lawmakers expelled from the House earlier this year after being accused of playing a role in gun control protests inside the state capitol. He was later reelected to his position.
Well, an investigation is ongoing this morning into a deadly rescue helicopter crash in South Florida. A fire department captain and a woman on the ground were killed. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the latest.
Yeah, good morning. All of that video that we see should help investigators determine what went wrong. 2 people were killed, 4 injured, including 2 people on the ground, all in fair condition. The first sign of trouble came with smoke coming out of that chopper in flight as it responded to a morning traffic accident with serious injuries.
8:45 a.m. in Metro Fort Lauderdale. Residents looked up to see a Broward County Sheriff Fire Department helicopter trailing thick black smoke.
Pop, 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 pop.
Just 650 feet in the air, the boom and tail rotor began buckling as the chopper started spinning out of control, then nosedived into an apartment building below. Killed in the crash, an older female resident of the apartment building, and fire captain paramedic Terrison Jackson, who was on board the chopper, a 19-year veteran remembered for being thoroughly committed to his job.
Terrison was a rock star. He was one of the best of us.
The rescue chopper had just lifted off, headed for a traffic accident with life-threatening injuries. But within minutes, pilot Darren Roche radioed he was in trouble.
We're having mechanical issues while we're headed back to our station.
A fire broke out on board. They did their very best, from my understanding now, to try to extinguish that fire.
Seconds later, the horrific crash. The pilot and another paramedic were injured in the crash, as were 2 people on the ground, all taken to an area hospital. The chopper involved is a dual-engine Airbus Eurocopter 135 like this one, used by police and rescue services worldwide. Whatever went wrong, say experts, it was very quick and catastrophic.
It's no longer flying. The rotor is keeping it somewhat in the air, but it can't stay there. So it's not under control. It is spinning.
This morning, the Broward County Fire and Sheriff's Departments are mourning one of their own.
Captain Jackson Terrison typified what it meant to be a brother firefighter. He perished doing what he loved.
Both the NTSB and the FAA have investigators on the scene. They'll be looking at the chopper's safety and maintenance records. Was there any recent trouble? Did any pilot report a problem? How and exactly where did that fire break out on board? The sheriff points to their heroism. They were dealing with this onboard fire, and yet they took the time to radio that they could not respond to that traffic accident. where a mother and daughter, a child, were seriously injured. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you so much.
Time now for our weekly mental health check-in. Americans are going to the therapist now more than ever, but overall mental health is at an all-time low. We're going to take a closer look at why that is.
Plus, what's called hostile parenting. It could have a major impact on kids under 10. We'll explain what exactly that means and how to correct course if you might need some tips. Let's bring in licensed marriage and family therapist and friend of the show, of course, Dr. George James. For more on all these headlines, hi, Dr. James. Always great to have you with us. So let's start with therapy in the U.S. What Joe was just mentioning. Studies show more people are experiencing a decline in their mental health despite a record number of people going to therapy. What do these numbers tell you about how America is approaching therapy and their mental health?
Good morning, Savannah. There's lots of things that we're learning from this. One, the positive is that more people are acknowledging that their mental health challenges, that they might be struggling, or might even go out and receive therapy or help that they may need. On the other, because there's so many different things that people are dealing with, pandemic, recession, life challenges, so many things that we're old, and it's causing people to have high mental health needs. And I think there's so much more that we need to do with the system and how we need to be able to be there for people. So there's so many factors. One thing is that people are acknowledging that mental health is important.
Let's talk about this new study that shows hostile parenting could be doing major harm to kids under the age of 10. So walk us through what hostile parenting looks like, and is there anything that can be done to stop this type of parenting?
Some of us have known about this parenting style for a long time. It's called authoritative parenting, authoritarian. People might say it's my way or the highway, are not really leaving room for their child to share or to even be able to discuss things. Often it's high punishment. And that leaves children feeling really overwhelmed and leads to levels of mental health or even mild levels. So it's really important that parents be more authoritative, give some room, not permissive where you let anything happen, but there's an exchange between you and your child.
Finally, doctor, we want to ask you some trends here. Hot girl walk, nature walk. We've heard of those ones. Now, what about taking a silent walk? Apparently, there are some major mental health benefits here. Tell us about this.
Walking has always been great for people. It's still great for your physical and mental health. Silent walking is now doing that without the distractions, without a buddy, without music, without a podcast, and that you can use that time to meditate, to be more mindful, to pay attention to your breathing, and that there's benefits there. Be that. Now, it's not easy being able to be silent while you're walking. Practice it. Walks, quiet areas, and tune into your body and your inner thoughts, and you might see some benefits, and that's probably why it's trending right now.
There we go. Dr. George James, thank you so much.
Coming up, calls getting louder for a Spanish soccer official to resign following that controversial kiss at the Women's World Cup.
We'll have the latest on the fallout and the investigation that's ongoing next on Morning News Now. Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you should waste the dishes.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
We are back now with that scandal rocking Spanish soccer. There are strong calls for the head of the country's soccer federation to step down after he kissed a female player on the lips following Spain's World Cup win. He is remaining defiant amid investigations into the incident. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has the latest.
After a late-night meeting in Spain, the regional presidents of the Spanish Soccer Federation now calling for Luis Rubiales to resign. For days, the outrage has been building on the streets of Madrid. Spain's embattled soccer federation chief already suspended, now under federal investigation. The Spanish prosecutor's office announcing pretrial inquiries today, a formal investigation into sexual harassment. FIFA provisionally sidelining Rubiales for 90 days and banning him from contacting Spanish national player Jennifer Hermoso. It's been just 8 days since Spain won their first ever World Cup, a history-making moment, the federation chief brushing off initial questioning about the advance. But in the following days, calls for accountability began to surface. As pressure mounted, Rubiales continued to downplay.
Pues bueno, ocurrió lo que ocurrió. Yo creo que de manera muy espontánea. Repito, sin mala fe por ninguna de las dos partes, ¿no?
His failure to apologize only made protests grow louder.
Las disculpas que ha dado el señor Rubiales no son suficientes. Hasta incluso yo creo que no son adecuadas.
Rubiales maintaining his defensive stance, insisting the kiss was consensual.
Y yo le dije, un piquito, y ella me dijo, vale.
But Hermoso, the top scorer for Spain, is crystal clear. As seen in the images, at no time did I consent to the kiss he gave me. I do not tolerate that my word is questioned, and much less that words are invented that I have not said. Adding she's been under continuous pressure to make a statement that could justify his actions. Rubiales digging in, saying it was more of a peck than a kiss, and insisting repeatedly he's not going anywhere.
No voy a dimitir. No voy a dimitir. No voy a dimitir. No voy a dimitir. No voy a dimitir.
As the Spanish government began suspension proceedings, the soccer world uniting to support Hermoso.
Si no te vas, te echaremos.
Her teammates saying they refuse to play until he's removed. 11 members of the team's staff resigning over the controversy, as fellow players stand in solidarity. Orlando athletes in wristbands saying, "With you," a banner that reads, "We're all with Jenny," and shirts reading, "This is over." Hermoso looking on from the crowd while Madrid and Milan players show the same message, "We're with you, Jennifer Hermoso." Even England's team, which lost to Spain in the final, showing their support.
We stand up for what's right.
Spain's deputy prime minister vowing her support for Hermoso.
Lo que hemos visto, creo que lo ha visto todo el mundo, ¿no? Con una agresión sexual.
The now disgraced federation chief saying he will legally defend himself.
Our thanks to Molly Hunter for that report. Now that the investigation has been officially launched, Hermoso has 14 days to issue a formal complaint. But the Spanish players say this is an issue they have been trying to fight for years. But now that they've actually won the World Cup, they hope people will actually listen.
Financial headlines now. It's looking like Google could potentially dodge a massive class action payout for the most part.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us this morning with that and other news. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Yeah, so a federal judge plans to free Google from a class action lawsuit filed by 21 million consumers. They claim the company overcharged them in the Google Play App Store. The decision could significantly reduce the amount of damages Google might owe. Consumers claim they would have paid less for apps and enjoyed more choices if it wasn't for Google's alleged monopoly. The company has denied wrongdoing. A similar case has been filed by several state attorneys general. Meanwhile, Google aims to license data from Google Maps to makers of renewable energy products, according to internal documents seen by CNBC. The business could generate as much as $100 million in its first year. Potential partners range from solar installers like Sunrun and Tesla Energy to real estate firms like Zillow and Redfin and hotel operators such as Marriott. And Barbie is creating some magic at the box office and a lot of money, too. It is now the top-grossing movie in Warner Brothers history, topping the $1.342 billion made by Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2. At some point this week, Barbie will become only the 13th movie ever to cross the $600 million mark domestically. It's expected to pass the Super Mario Brothers movie as the top earnings movie this year, guys.
Looks like it was a wise investment to do a Barbie movie.
Certainly. And Margot Robbie tried to make it for years and years and years and didn't even want to necessarily star in it. It's a really cool story.
Look at that. Yep.
Thanks, Silvana. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Coming up, biologists baiting bears in America's oldest national park.
After the break, the new efforts to save the endangered grizzly bear and what you can do to help. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation. Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see you again.
So much work to be done here still.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the condition should be.
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, singer Shakira is set to win the Video Vanguard Award at this year's Video Music Awards. This recognition comes after her 4 VMA wins and her viral BZRP Music Sessions performance. The Colombian star will be the first South American to take home the Vanguard Award. This win also brings Shakira to the VMA stage for the first time in, get this, 17 years. And get this also, fans are predicting she will duet with her friend Karol G, who is also set to perform at the awards show. I mean, what a powerhouse performance if that actually happens.
No kidding. It'll be cool to see her on the stage.
Yes, so cool.
Thanks, Savannah. Finally this hour, one of the nation's most beloved national parks, Yellowstone, efforts are underway to monitor and protect grizzly bears. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung joins us now with more on how they're doing this and what they hope to learn. Kaylee, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Call it a bare necessity for an endangered species. In the country's oldest national park, they are now capturing and monitoring grizzly bears as part of this ongoing effort to protect them. Wildlife experts say this is critical for the health of the entire ecosystem.
This morning in Yellowstone National Park, biologists are baiting grizzly bears in the name of science. The U.S. Geological Survey and the National Park Service are running the 2-month survey to capture and monitor the large creatures under the Endangered Species Act.
There's some data that scientists can only get when they get up close and personal with a grizzly bear.
Grizzly bears became protected as a threatened species in 1975, when they were almost wiped out. As of 2021, it's estimated about 1,000 remain in Greater Yellowstone. Wildlife experts say this monitoring is critical to the species' ongoing recovery.
If we find grizzly bears that aren't doing so well, that means that probably several things in the ecosystem are really off balance and the ecosystem needs some improvement. On the flip side, finding healthy bears, especially young bears, mothers of breeding age, that kind of thing, suggests that the population is doing great. And so all of this information, whether it's good or bad, can help biologists give recommendations for conservation.
Large cage-like traps will be set with natural food sources like deer and elk to lure the bears inside. Then biologists will collect various data points like age, gender, and DNA to gauge the overall health of the grizzly bear population. Yellowstone will shut down areas of the park where field captures are underway, with bright warning signs alerting the public to stay away for their safety and the safety of the bears. Humans have long had a fascination and sometimes healthy fear of grizzly bears. Last month, on a hiking trail just west of Yellowstone, 48-year-old Amy Adamson was killed by a grizzly bear. Experts believe she was attacked after crossing paths with a mother and her cubs. And just weeks ago, this video of a crowd of tourists in Yellowstone surrounding a group of bears to take photos, raising concern. Experts say tragic incidents and close calls like these are just a reminder to stay at least 100 yards away from wild animals. Yellowstone is the oldest national park in the U.S. Nearly 1 million people visited in July alone. Some credit the increased popularity and visibility of the park to the hit TV show Yellowstone. The national park and its wildlife are heavily featured.
The best way to take care of the environment is to respect the environment, and that means all creatures that live within it. No matter what the wild animal is, give it the space it needs, and that is a really good part of being a good environmentalist, is respecting wildlife.
So Kaylee, this is a 2-month survey. How many bears do scientists expect to capture and study in that time?
Yeah, so it's hard to put a number to it. While they're hoping to study as many bears as they can in that span, experts say that they could gather quite a bit of helpful data from even just one bear. And any data is better than no data at all. So trends they see in just a few bears after getting so up close and personal with them can lead to scientific conclusions about the larger population to help conservation efforts and policy decisions.
All right, very interesting. Kaylee, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Amazing video.
It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But stick with us because the news continues right now. Good morning and thanks for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, millions of people along Florida's Gulf Coast are bracing for impact. Overnight, Idalia was upgraded to a hurricane and will likely grow in strength even more today. The latest models project landfall as early as tomorrow morning. We have full coverage, the latest on where the hurricane is headed and when it will hit as preparations ramp up in communities that could be in its path. Also this morning, a full courtroom calendar for former President Trump over the coming months. Judges in both Washington and Georgia laying out their plans for 2 of the trials involving Trump's alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election. We've got his full schedule heading into 2024 as his former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, clashes in court with Georgia's DA. We're covering it all. We're also watching some major Medicare changes this morning, with the Biden administration announcing the first group of drugs that'll be up for price negotiations. But Big Pharma isn't necessarily on board. Plus, Proud and Loud. Later in the hour, we'll introduce you to a sister-sister duo. They really mean business, bringing punched-up Asian flavors to your kitchen with a flair, all on their own. That'll be part of Women Mean Business.
That's right, our latest installment, and I'm so excited to get to talk to these sisters.
Exactly. Excited to have that conversation. Good to have you with us this morning. Hurricane Idalia is rapidly intensifying as it closes in on Florida's Gulf Coast.
Millions of Floridians are under hurricane warnings, and officials in the state are urging those in the eye of the storm to evacuate. The National Weather Service says this storm should be taken seriously. It is warning parts of the west coast of Florida and the Florida Panhandle could see life-threatening storm surge, hurricane force winds, and flash flooding. The Tampa International Airport has officially closed ahead of the storm, with commercial flights stopping after midnight. Crews there are working to secure jet bridges, equipment, and aircrafts. And Floridians are bracing themselves for the potentially life-threatening storm. They're making last-minute preparations, gassing up their cars, shoring up their homes, businesses, even boats, ahead of tomorrow's expected landfall.
We've been extremely lucky here in Tampa and have been bypassed by bad ones. And I'm just afraid that our luck is going to run out.
We're tracking the storm for you all morning, bringing you the latest forecast and updates from officials. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson is in Cedar Key, Florida. That's where we're going to start right now. Hey, Priscilla, good morning.
Yeah, Savannah, good morning. This is what the waterfront here in Cedar Key looks like today. It is boarded up windows up and down the street as residents here are up early, continuing those storm preps, bracing for this hurricane, and they are racing against the clock. They have until 4 p.m. today to get out. A life-threatening storm barreling towards Florida's Gulf Coast. As residents brace for impact this morning, Idalia is now a major hurricane. How bad do you think the storm is going to be?
It looks like he's going to be a big one. Even some of our old locals are pretty concerned at this point.
Idalia expected to produce dangerous winds of up to 115 miles per hour, ushering in a potentially deadly 12-foot storm surge.
We now have 5,500 National Guardsmen activated and available. There are tens of thousands of linemen that will be staged. The goal is to get the power restored as quickly as possible.
Florida residents and the Coast Guard urgently preparing for the impending hurricane. Boarding up homes and businesses, stocking up on supplies, and filling sandbags to protect against storm surge. Some Florida communities still recovering after being battered by Hurricane Ian less than a year ago.
I've got one window that has a small leak. I am, believe it or not, duct taping that, just trying to get ready for this one.
And the governor has issued a state of emergency for 46 of the state's 67 counties, including this one. FEMA is also pre-positioned in the state, and we are seeing dozens of school districts closing schools across the western part of the state and the Panhandle. The Tampa airport has now shut down, and officials here are really urging people to take this seriously and that today, now, is the time to act. Savannah?
All right, Priscilla, thank you so much. Stay safe.
Let's now bring in Harvey L. Ward Jr. He is the mayor of Gainesville, Florida. Mr. Mayor, good to have you with us. So I know you signed an executive order declaring a local state of emergency. First of all, what exactly does that mean for Gainesville, and what are you bracing for?
So thank you. Good morning. We're bracing for a Category 3 hurricane here in Gainesville. You know, the hope is that it doesn't happen that way, but we're Floridians. We know that we have to be prepared. We can't leave it to chance. Our folks are incredibly prepared. Our city staff, county staff, our sheriff's office, our police department, our fire response. We are prepared for this storm. Our people know what to do. But, you know, when we won't really know until it comes through. An executive order, an emergency declaration, essentially just gives us the opportunity to act during and after the storm with a little more latitude than we would normally have. It sounds like a much bigger deal than it is as an emergency declaration, but basically it just gives us a little more latitude locally to be able to get things done that need to be done in the moment that we might otherwise need to go through some local legislative work to accomplish.
Gainesville is a little bit inland from where we just saw Priscilla there along the coast. What are the top things you can do to prepare right now? Do you wish you had a little bit more time, or do you feel like you have enough time to get everything done?
So we always would like more time. I would love for us to have several more months before we have to worry about anything like this, but that's not the case. You know, we know how to prepare for a storm. in your home, in your business, that means be ready. Charge up your devices, charge up your batteries, make sure you've got supplies for a few days if, God forbid, the power goes out. Be ready to be self-sufficient for a few days. Check on your neighbors. Have a network of communication set up in your neighborhood and with friends and family who might not be local, so that so everybody knows you're home and safe and that you're well taken care of.
For you, what is your biggest concern? Is it more of a rain concern where you are, or do you still worry about the winds?
So we do worry about winds. Water is always a concern. It's usually the most destructive part of any storm like this. But we're a heavily forested community. We love our trees in Gainesville, and most of the time that's great. But we have not had a major storm come through in a very long time, and that means that our tree canopy is vulnerable. And if tree canopy is vulnerable, then the neighborhoods are vulnerable. So, we're asking folks to make sure you clear out anything that obviously could become a flying object during a storm. Clean the loose objects out of your front yard, your backyard. Bring them inside. Try to, if you see loose limbs or any of that sort of thing, try to get those cleared out before this evening when we need to be going inside and preparing indoors.
Yeah, so on top of that, in these final hours as Hurricane Idalia gets closer, what is just your primary message to people in and around Gainesville?
Be safe. Take this very, very seriously. Even if we see it veer off the current path that puts us in a very difficult position, don't let up. Take it very, very seriously until it is well north of us, because even after it passes, there could still be fertile ground for tornadoes and that sort of thing. Once the soil is soaked, then the trees could fall even without wind. So be very aware for the next several days, and until the storm is well past us, take it very, very seriously.
Gainesville Mayor Harvey L. Ward Jr., thanks for joining us this morning. Stay safe, and we'll keep in touch with you over the coming days.
Thank you so much.
Let's now bring in meteorologist Angie Lassman for more on our storm watch.
Yeah, Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. The mayor making some really good points about the tree canopy and such there. And just to put it into perspective for folks that live in that area, it's been since 1950, before that we've seen a Category 3 hurricane in this area. So a lot of folks not alive during that time may not know how to prepare. And we know that Florida is a hotspot for people to move to. So make sure that you do have those instructions from your local government officials, that you're heeding those warnings, especially when it comes to evacuations. Let's give you the rundown of exactly what's going on with Idalia, because we've seen some minor changes with that latest update that just came out. Winds now up to 80 miles per hour, sitting 135 miles southwest of the Dry Tortugas. That's just offshore of the Florida Keys. And you can see it's looking a little healthier. We're starting to see kind of an eye give a little bit of a peak. And it's moving at 14 miles per hour now, and it's expected to move even faster than that. So that's going to do a couple of things for us. It's still going to keep it over these really warm waters long enough for it to intensify and likely rapidly intensify. We need it to hit 35 mile per hour increase in a 24-hour time frame in order for it to be considered rapid intensification. And we're likely going to see that. It spends some time over that water, but the good news is that because of how fast it's moving, we likely will see less of an impact when it comes to rains. That doesn't mean there won't be an impact, because there still will be, but it'll also spend a little less time over that really warm water. It doesn't change the fact that we've got a Category 3 hurricane that's likely going to impact the Big Bend area. But if you're in that cone, then you need to be aware of exactly what's going on over the next couple of days. So let's talk about the rain. We've still got the potential to see up to a foot of rain in places from the Big Bend stretching out to parts of the Carolinas. We've got high tide. That's going to make a big impact on that coastal flooding. So be aware that flash flooding risk is going to be there through at least Thursday. And on top of that, we've got at the coast what we're really concerned about, that storm surge. We know what happened with our eye storm last year with Hurricane Ian in parts of southwest Florida with the wall of water that came on shore. And anywhere you can see Cedar Key is right in the center of that. 8 to 12 feet is a big deal, guys. We're going to likely see storm surge on the East Coast as well. And of course, those strong winds that the mayor mentioned, knocking down trees, power outages. Make sure you're charging up all your devices and you have extra batteries. All that kind of stuff is going to go a long way in the next couple days.
Got to be prepared for days without power, potentially.
Exactly.
All right.
Thank you, Angie. Well, now to the fallout this morning from two major hearings involving former President Trump and the court cases he's involved in.
Yesterday, the judge overseeing the federal election interference trial announced that that trial is going to start on March 4th of next year, just one day before Super Tuesday. Trump responded saying he's going to appeal that decision, though legal experts tell us decisions involving court dates are not subject to appeal. At the same time, Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, was in an Atlanta courtroom. He took the stand in a hearing involving his request to move his Georgia election interference case to federal court. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the latest.
Hey there, the former president now faces 4 criminal trials in 4 different places as he heads into a busy presidential campaign season next year. But at least one federal judge is making it clear she plans to treat him just like anyone else.
As the Republican primary heats up next spring, so might a criminal trial about the last presidential election. A judge in Washington, D.C., penciling in March of 2024 for federal prosecutors to begin their case against Donald Trump for trying to overturn the 2020 election. Judge Tanya Chutkan rejected the former president's bid to delay the trial until after next year's election, emphasizing the public's interest in seeing this case resolved in a timely manner.
The trial date could slide, but not because Mr. Trump is going to prevail on appeal.
The Republican frontrunner's political calendar now on a collision course with his trials, and his rivals are pouncing.
You don't go with someone who's going to be in a courtroom longer than they're going to be campaigning.
That March 4th date in Washington, the same day Georgia prosecutors have asked for their state trial to start on election interference. And it's the day before Super Tuesday, when more than a dozen states hold their Republican primaries. It's also just 3 weeks shy of Mr. Trump's trial in New York, where he stands accused of falsifying business records to cover up an alleged affair before the 2016 election. 2 months after that, another trial set for his alleged mishandling of classified documents in Florida. Mr. Trump has denied all wrongdoing in each case, continuing to attack the prosecutors online, while in a courtroom in Georgia, his former chief of staff took to the witness stand for nearly 5 hours. Mark Meadows defending his own actions from around the last election as he tries to move his Fulton County racketeering case over to federal court.
They want to put him on the stand for a limited purpose, which is for him to claim that he was acting in the scope of his official duties.
But that effort was undercut by another Republican at the heart of that case, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, who testified that infamous call he fielded from Mr. Trump asking for him to find votes in Georgia was only about helping the Trump campaign.
Now, the judge in Georgia says he will rule promptly, but in the meantime, all 19 defendants in that case, including Mr. Trump, are set for arraignment on those state charges on September 6th. Back to you.
All right, Laura, thank you so much.
Let's now bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas. Hey, Danny, good morning. So let's start with Mark Meadows in court yesterday. As we just heard, many people were surprised that he took the stand. He spent 5 hours answering questions. What are your takeaways from yesterday's hearing?
Well, here's the thing. Mark Meadows doesn't have a high burden to meet. It's really just a preponderance, and he doesn't have to show that his claim of a federal defense, specifically under the Constitution and even more specifically under the Supremacy Clause, he does not need to show that it's a winner. He just needs to show that it's plausible, whatever that means. It doesn't need to be highly likely to succeed, just plausible. And I think the defense's strategy by putting him up there for so long and even subjecting him to cross-examination, which I'm sure he was very prepared for. The reports I read seem to indicate that he had his canned answers ready to go. But by talking about how much he believed he was working at the direction of the president and that investigating interference with elections is a federal, something that falls within his federal duties, all he had to do was convince the judge that it was a plausible defense. So with that standard and the fact that his case is already in federal court, removal is not a request. You file a notice and you're in federal court. It's the DA's job to try and drag him back down to state court.
Right, an important distinction there. Danny, if we could switch gears and talk about the March 4th trial date in the federal election interference trial, one of the special counsel's investigation. So the judge held a pretty tough line against arguments that doesn't give the former president's team enough time to prepare, to go through all the discovery, and also that it would interfere with Trump's presidential campaign. Walk us through this.
Yeah, if I were defense counsel, I would have asked for a 2026 trial date, and I would have known that I was never going to get a 2026 trial date because this is federal court. And even if it ends up, by the way, there's a chance this trial could go forward in 2026. But that will not be because of anything the judge chooses. And by that, I mean federal courts will set these short trial dates, but things happen. They get moved. Maybe they'll move it a month or two at a time. Maybe they'll move it 3 months. But that doesn't mean that this trial won't go forward in 2026, although it's mind-boggling to think that it could even be a possibility. It's just that the judge was never going to schedule a trial date that far out. But look, if you're the defense, you ask for the sun, the moon, and the stars and hope the judge splits the difference and maybe gives you one in 2025, which is still a huge win for the defense because so much of all of the federal defense cases for Trump involve delay. Because if he can get past inauguration, then Donald Trump can put in an attorney general who will make this case go bye-bye. And if that's not an option, then he'll try to pardon himself.
Danny Savalos, as always, thank you so much.
Turning now to North Carolina, where an investigation is underway following a deadly school shooting on the UNC Chapel Hill campus. Officials arrested the suspect and are now searching for a motive and the weapon used during the attack. One faculty member was killed. NBC News correspondent Ali Vitale is in Chapel Hill with the latest. Ali, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, just 24 hours ago, this campus was on total lockdown. A really scary start to the semester here.
Just 1 week after classes began at UNC Chapel Hill.
Possible active shooter on campus.
A tragedy that's become all too familiar at schools nationwide.
Has a 9mm, possible Asian male.
I'm grieved to report that one of our faculty members was killed in this shooting. This loss is devastating.
After the initial call for shots fired, the entire campus went on lockdown. A school alert warning an armed, dangerous person on or near campus. Go inside now. Avoid windows. Heavily armed officers swarmed the campus. Some students walking down the street with their hands up. Some sheltering in place.
So immediately we all just stayed hiding in the stalls, squatting on the toilets, just scared. We didn't know what was happening.
Other terrified students fleeing through a first-floor window, backpacks dangling. An elementary school across the road also placed on lockdown. Then, less than 90 minutes after the terrifying ordeal began,
I think that's him.
A suspect was taken into police custody, captured live by our NBC News Raleigh affiliate WRAL.
To actually have the suspect in custody, it gives us an opportunity to figure out the why and even the how.
And 4 hours after the chaos began, police giving the all clear. But students left deeply shaken.
Honestly, it makes me feel a little bit sick because this is a situation that we really shouldn't even have to be worrying about.
And those who knew the suspect, stunned.
Because I would have never guessed that he would be the kind of person who could possibly be capable of this kind of thing.
And Joe, the community here waking up to a string of lingering questions, including how and why this happened. The FBI Charlotte office is assisting local law enforcement in the investigation. We expect that could take weeks, but certainly an all too familiar part of back to school season, as we saw just play out yesterday. Joe.
All right. Ali Vitale in North Carolina. Thank you.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, maybe some good news at the grocery store this morning. Inflation loosening on many of your favorite products. We've got some top tips on how you can save even more money at checkout.
But first, the growing drama surrounding that controversial World Cup kiss as a new investigation is launched into Spain's head of soccer. Those stories and more next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's great to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
We're back with new details about the events leading up to that racist shooting in Jacksonville. Officials released surveillance video showing what the gunman was doing before the deadly rampage.
This comes as the campus security officer who confronted the suspect is now speaking out for the first time. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us from Jacksonville with the latest. Gabe, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. That officer is now being hailed as a hero. And while federal and local authorities say that this attack was racially motivated, the sheriff here says that the dollar store behind me may have been targeted because the gunman used to work at a similar store.
This morning, newly released surveillance video is revealing more of the chilling moments leading up to what authorities say was a racist rampage at a Dollar General store in Jacksonville. The sheriff here says the images show the gunman entering a different discount store down the road and leaving after making a purchase. He then stops at Edward Waters University, a historically black college, and puts on a tactical vest and mask as students alert campus security officer Antonio Bailey.
To me, the students are the heroes.
The shooter, 21-year-old Ryan Christopher Palmeter, quickly drives away when Lieutenant Bailey approaches his vehicle.
Did you ever, in your mind, ever consider not confronting this suspect?
No, I did not. This is what we signed up for.
The university's president says Bailey saved lives on campus.
You, sir, are nothing short of a hero, and we honor you today.
Minutes later, the gunman ends up at Dollar General, where he opens fire in the parking lot, killing Angela Carr.
Damn, this is unreal. This is so unreal. Oh, God.
Carr's daughter, Ashley, says her mother was an Uber driver dropping off a passenger. She leaves behind 3 children and 16 grandchildren.
She's incredible. I can't put it any other way.
Gerald Deshaun Gallion and 19-year-old A.J. Laguerre Jr. were murdered inside the store. A.J.'s 2 brothers, Quan and Josh.
I never thought I had to bury my little brother, man.
We were expecting him to bury us before we had to bury him.
The sheriff says the gunman took his own life when law enforcement entered the store and that he had legally purchased a handgun and AR-15 style rifle he used, which was painted with swastikas.
Still, despite the actions of the campus security officer, the sheriff here says that he believes that the university was not the initial target. Again, partly because the gunman had previously worked at another discount store. Joe.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
And turning now to the crisis engulfing Spanish soccer. Prosecutors have opened an investigation into the head of Spain's soccer federation after he kissed a female player following the country's World Cup win. The soccer chief is refusing, though, to step down despite growing pressure to resign. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaya joins us with the latest on this. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you. That's right. An overnight meeting did not go the Spanish soccer head's way as he now faces possible prosecution for kissing a star player on the lips. Overnight, Spanish prosecutors opened a criminal investigation into whether this kiss was an act of sexual assault. Spanish Soccer Federation President Luis Rubiales grabbed midfielder Jenny Hermoso's head, kissing her on the mouth after the team's World Cup win last week. FIFA has suspended Rubiales for 90 days pending its own investigation. And overnight, the Spanish Soccer Federation withdrew its support of Rubiales after a marathon emergency meeting, saying he should immediately present his resignation because of the latest events and the unacceptable behaviors that have seriously damaged the image of Spanish football. The incident at the award ceremony causing outrage. In locker room celebrations afterward, Hermoso can be heard saying, "I didn't like it." Rubiales apologized the next day, but later in the week claimed, "Hermoso lifted me off my feet, held my hips, my legs. We hugged," he said, accusing critics of false feminism and social assassination. His family rushing to his support. His cousin says, "We don't think what's happening is fair," adding his mother has locked herself in a church and gone on a hunger strike. Hermoso said she was pressured to say at first that the kiss was a natural expression of affection and gratitude, but now says, "At no time did I consent to the kiss that he gave me." The incident sparking protests in Spain and signs of support across the sports world. Crowds cheered Hermoso at a game over the weekend, with teams holding banners and U.S. players wearing wristbands saying, "We're with you." Spain's sports minister calling this the Me Too moment of Spanish football. And the Spanish men's teams and coaches have also backed Hermoso and her teammates. All 23 members of that World Cup winning team are now refusing to play unless Rubiales steps down. And the sports minister this morning was talking about this once again. He said it's over. No more discrimination for women. Savannah.
All right, Kelly, thank you very much. Let's stay on international headlines now, starting with new developments on the war in Ukraine.
NBC's Ali Arouzi joins us with that and other world headlines. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. That's right. As Ukraine's counteroffensive grinds ahead, Kyiv says it has liberated the strategic southeastern settlement of Robotny and that they're making efforts to push further south in their counteroffensive against Russia. Ukrainian commanders are saying that their troops are trying to push southwards towards the Sea of Azov in an attempt to split Russian forces. Thousands of protesters in cars and on motorbikes took to the streets of Colombia's main cities to reject recent hikes in gasoline prices that have drastically increased the price of fuel in the country. Protesters say that the monthly price hikes set by Colombia's first leftist government are making it hard for small businesses to operate and could push up food prices. And finally, for the first time, a U.S. record label has partnered with a K-pop company to develop a new group. Geffen Records and Hype, the Korean label behind superstars like BTS, revealed contestants for their new project. 20 girls aged between 14 and 21 from the US and South Korea, amongst other countries, were introduced as part of a streamed audition process set to air online later this week. So something to look forward to.
Yeah, wow, pretty cool. All right, Ali Arouzi, thank you so much.
Coming up, some big changes could soon be on the way for Americans on Medicare.
That's right, and it could mean paying a little less for a handful of drugs. We'll explain what today's White House announcement on the price drop means for you after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well,
President.
very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well,
President.
very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back. This morning we are following tragic news from the campus of a South Carolina college just days into a new school year.
Yeah, according to authorities, a 20-year-old student was fatally shot close to campus as he tried to enter the wrong home on his new street just days after moving into his actual address. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with more on this devastating start to the school year. Hey, Emily, good morning.
Good morning to both of you. The deadly shooting happened a few miles from the University of South Carolina's campus where classes had just gotten underway. The parents of that sophomore student, Nick D'Onofrio, say he was someone who loved life and was looking forward to the new school year with his friends.
This morning, the University of South Carolina is grieving the loss of one of their own. Sophomore Nicholas D'Onofrio, who authorities say was fatally shot early Saturday when he tried to enter the wrong home on his street, where he reportedly moved just last week.
The subject didn't gain entry. There's glass on the floor.
Officers received a 911 call for a reported home burglary near campus. While heading to the scene in Columbia, the incident was upgraded to a shots fired call. Police found a broken glass door and the 20-year-old on the front porch with a gunshot wound to his upper body. So far, no charges have been filed. At USC, D'Onofrio was pursuing a degree in exercise science and was a member of the Phi Kappa Sigma fraternity. His parents telling NBC News he was the son that every parent would wish for. Funny, smart, compassionate, and loved life. We will miss him immeasurably. The deadly gunfire appears to be the latest example in a string of similar tragedies. In April, Ralph Yarl, a 16-year-old black teen in Missouri, was shot after he accidentally went to the wrong home and rang the doorbell.
Ralph says that he was shot through the screen door at point-blank range.
Just days later in Texas, 2 cheerleaders were shot after one of them got in the wrong car at a supermarket parking lot. South Carolina, Missouri, and Texas are among a group of nearly 30 states with a stand your ground law, which allows individuals to use deadly force in self-defense if they're not breaking the law and in a place where they have a right to be. Though in both the Missouri and Texas incidents, the shooters are facing criminal charges. Back in D'Onofrio's hometown of Madison, Connecticut, close friends are now grappling with his sudden death.
He was my best friend growing up. He was just an awesome guy. It's just devastating.
And police tell us the shooter was a man who lived in the Columbia home but is not a student. They're working with local prosecutors to determine whether any charges will be filed. Meanwhile, the university says they're providing resources and support to those affected by their peers' sudden death.
Oh, just heartbreaking. All right, Emily, thank you. Well, this morning, the White House is naming 10 historically expensive drugs that it's selected for Medicare price negotiations. The announcement is part of President Biden's ongoing plan to lower health costs across the nation, particularly when it comes to Medicare.
The efforts are also a major milestone under President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, which was signed into law last year. The president's push to lower health care prices has received heavy criticism from both the right and the pharmaceutical industry, with some companies even going so far as to sue the federal government. Now, he's expected to speak further about the list later this afternoon. Negotiated prices are expected to go into effect in 2026. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now with more on this. So which medications have made the list, and is there a pattern at all in terms of what types of conditions that they treat?
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, forecasters have predicted a couple of these, and they were right about a lot of them. So there's a couple of blood thinners on there, Eliquis, Xarelto, a lot of diabetes medications, a heart failure medication. I was very happy to see two of the drugs that I use all the time, Enbrel, Stelara. Those are two biologics that are used to treat rheumatic diseases as well as psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis. So it kind of runs the spectrum. There's also a medication that treats blood cancers or hematologic malignancies. So again, 10 out of a short list of 50.
Right.
So it's not going to cover everything, and there won't be one on there for everyone on Medicare, but definitely I think it's names that a lot of people will recognize.
So just put in context, I mean, how big are the savings here? What does that mean for an individual and also just public health generally?
Right. So first of all, let me just start by saying that this is not a foregone, this is not a closed deal. There are going to be at least a year of negotiation between Medicare and the pharmaceutical companies who make these drugs. And we don't even know if this is actually ever going to come to fruition. But savings could be anywhere from 25 to 60% of the current amount that the drugs cost. Many of them are over $1,000 a month. And, you know, for years, Medicare beneficiaries have struggled to be able to get these medications. So certainly for them, savings will be passed on, obviously, to them, as well as their premiums and to taxpayers who are funding Medicare.
We'd like to schedule you to come back on in 2026 to talk about this, because that's how long we're talking about.
That's how long it could take.
People who need savings now, is there anything they can do?
Right. And so, you know, anyone who's listening to this out there who is a Medicare beneficiary knows how difficult this is with Part D. That's the medications that you get at the pharmacy. There are always patient assistance programs. Most people who are getting their medications prescribed by physicians who work in an office who have staff to do this, but it is hurdles and it's negotiations and it's using savvy, and very often it's using medications that aren't your first choice or even second choice, but going down the list to see what will be covered. And this has nothing to do with commercial insurance, by the way. This is right now just for Medicare, but we think that there might be some public shaming that could happen and that drug prices may actually go down for commercial beneficiaries, or the opposite might happen, and they might, you know, sort of, if they're thinking they're going to have you know, that they're going to be losing money in Medicare, that they might actually jack up the prices for commercial insurance. All of this is to be seen. We just don't know yet.
As our resident doctor, I mean, the potential for this, how big of a deal is it for people who need these medications?
Huge, huge. I cannot overstate how significant this would be. We have known for years that the drug companies have made so much money off of these prescription medications. The ones that they've chosen are ones that have been on the market for many, many years, without a generic available, et cetera. So this is going to be huge for patients if it actually happens.
All right. Dr. Natalie Azar, thanks so much for helping us understand this. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Coming up, we've got some pretty good news for your wallet this morning. While prices at the grocery store still might be a little higher than we'd like them to be, all signs are pointing to some inflation moderation.
After the break, we've got some supermarket hacks that'll help you save even more green at the checkout counter. This is Morning News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mayor.
All right, it just me too. Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Back now with some financial headlines. Elon Musk showed off Tesla's full self-driving beta software during an interesting live stream.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. Yeah, so Elon Musk recently demoed Tesla's full self-driving beta software, and it did not go according to plan. During the live stream video, Musk almost ran a red light when it appeared the car misread the signal and tried to speed through the intersection. He was also streaming the demo while in the driver's seat, which violates Tesla's rules for driver assist technology. On the positive side, the video shows the car driving through construction zones and roundabouts with no issues. Federal safety regulators reportedly plan to resolve their probe into more than a dozen crashes involving Tesla's autopilot system and could potentially force a recall. Meanwhile, Walmart, Walgreens, and CVS are rolling out new healthcare options you previously could only get at a doctor's office. Starting today, testing and treatment for strep, flu, and COVID are now available at Walmart pharmacies in 12 states. Walgreens will soon have similar service in 13 states, and CVS will evaluate symptoms and prescribe flu medicine and cough suppressants in 10 states, although it won't offer tests. The chains are looking to grab a bigger share of healthcare spending as new state laws allow pharmacists to treat minor ailments. And Amazon has been quietly raising the minimum some customers must spend to get free shipping. To qualify, customers who don't have Prime memberships now need to spend $35. That's up from $25 previously. An Amazon spokesperson confirms the company is testing the new threshold. The change doesn't impact Prime members, and Consumer World reports the new $35 minimum appears to apply to customers based on where they live. I don't know anybody that doesn't have Prime.
I know. That is the best way to save on all the free shipping.
I just got into Amazon, which I know is crazy because I don't actually have my own account. I just started using my husband's on an app.
There you go.
I get it. You're just like, woo, and then it shows up.
So
and
easy.
there it is, so fast. And you're like, how did that happen?
Thanks, Savannah. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sure thing.
Now to the supermarket and some ways you can save. You've probably seen it. We all have high prices, making shopping feeling more like a hassle than a necessity.
And even though prices are much lower than they were a year ago, some items are still higher than we're used to. So joining us now with some tips and tricks to help save at the supermarket is NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. Brian, good morning. So help us better understand where prices are right now and how you can save before you get to the checkout.
Yeah, good morning. 3.6%. That's how much more expensive food at the grocery is now than this time a year ago. So some tips to help you save. First of all, just make a list, right? I don't do this, making sure that you actually write down exactly what you need so you don't overbuy. And then also consider subscribing to brands online. You can see social media posts that might offer coupons in some cases. And then also just try to buy generic. But there are other ways that you can also save money, like, for example, swapping some items depending on what you're buying. And again, it's going to depend on what category you're looking at.
Yeah, let's talk through some categories, maybe specific meals. Let's start with breakfast.
Yes.
How can we save?
So when it comes to breakfast, and this is really interesting, consider hot breakfast instead of cereal. And the reason why is because egg prices have been going down and cereal prices have really been rocketing up. So 5.1%, that's how much more expensive cereal is compared to this time a year ago. Eggs over that time period down 14%. So maybe making an omelet over cereal might be a better option for you.
For a while, eggs felt like jewelry. That
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, it was like only
But it's come down
2 cartons max for a customer.
It was crazy.
You will eat all that omelet. Let's talk about lunch. How about if you're shopping for lunch?
Yeah, so meat prices have been going up across the board. But what is interesting is that the cost for bacon over ham is getting a little bit tighter. So actually right now might be a better time to consider a BLT over ham and cheese, because sliced ham at the store has been going up by 41 cents per pound since the beginning of the year, whereas bacon, it's gone down 57 cents per pound. So I'm a big BLT guy, so that's great news for me.
Yeah, I love BLTs too. I really like the very specific choices that you're giving us here. What about at dinner? What should we eat at dinner, Brian?
Well, I've even got more specific details for you there on that front. So when it comes to beef prices, it's been going up across the board, and we know that steaks are always more expensive than ground beef, but the rate of inflation for beef steaks has been going up way, way higher than the rate of inflation for ground beef, which means that especially right now might be a better option just to make a beef patty or a burger on the grill as opposed to popping a ribeye on for especially this Labor Day weekend. So something really important to remember there as well.
So eggs, BLT.
Burgers.
Yeah. Meatballs.
And if you're on
meatballs as well, yeah. Because
if you're on a gluten-free diet, sorry.
Yeah, my bad.
Also, isn't the typical you're not supposed to eat before you go, or you should eat before you go to the grocery store, right?
Yes, because if you go hungry, you're going to buy
That is so real for me. Like, I'm a nightmare at the store hungry. It's like double.
And if you don't make a list, it's really going to get you in trouble. So
oh my gosh.
Be wary.
All right, Brian Chung, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, well, coming up, these women really mean business, and they're saying it proud and loud. And you can find their stuff in some stores. They're dishing up the punched up, spicy, and rowdy Asian flavors that they grew up with right to your dinner table as conveniently as they possibly can.
We've got sisters Vanessa and Kim Pham, co-founders of AumSum, right after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way the dishes should be.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Sinclair Samoa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back. One of the biggest stars in WWE history is getting back into the ring. John Cena has signed up for 7 appearances on the SmackDown brand in September and October. On top of that, Cena will serve as Seth Rollins' tag team partner during a match against Imperium's Giovanni Vinci and Ludwig Kaiser. It's going to take place at the WWE Superstar Spectacle event, which is in India on September 8th. The 16-time world champion had put wrestling on the back burner in recent years, appearing in the ring only occasionally so he could concentrate on his movie and TV career. The big question, he's been the champion 16 times. That's tied for the record. Could they ever maybe have a 17th championship, which would put him on top all by himself?
It's so crazy, too, just how he's fully broken in terms of Hollywood.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm kind of like, oh, yeah, wow, I forgot that's where he came from.
He's got a big show out right now, too, streaming. So,
exactly. So cool. All right, Joe, thank you.
Yep.
Well, we end this hour with the latest edition of our series, Women Mean Business. Vanessa and Kim Pham are first-generation Vietnamese Americans who are celebrating the bold flavors of their heritage through their business, Om Som. It's a brand of sauces and saucy noodles. First, here's a little bit of their story.
As the daughters of Vietnamese refugees, Vanessa and Kim Pham grew up in Boston, watching their mom cook dinner from scratch every night. The sisters built careers in startups and consulting, but ultimately, their hearts drew them back to the kitchen. Vanessa and Kim noticed there was a void in many grocery stores when it came to authentic Asian flavors. They set out to change that, holding down various side hustles while they focused on building and launching the company of their dreams. That company was Om Som, meaning noisy or rambunctious in Vietnamese, a nod to how their parents would describe their childhood behavior. Now, Vanessa and Kim say that perfectly describes the spirit of their cooking sauces and saucy noodles, which give you the bold flavors you need to build an authentic Asian dish. Shaking up your local markets with their daring, unapologetic Asian fare, the Pham sisters are women who mean business.
Vanessa and Kim Pham join me now. Good morning to you both. First, I love your smiles and laughter just watching that. How cute. I mean, I just love that your sister's getting to do this, which we'll get into in just a moment. Vanessa, though, I'll start with you. And I want to hear more about your mom, just learning about being in the kitchen from her, what that experience was like and how it ultimately did influence you both.
Absolutely. So as the daughters of Vietnamese refugees, food and my mom's cooking was such an entry point into really engaging with our identity, learning about our culture. And then from there, you know, we were able to access so much more. But that was really the starting point, being around the dinner table together and eating all this incredible Vietnamese food. So, yeah, our mom was extremely influential in our lives.
And Kim, I know growing up in Boston, what was it like in terms of seeing food that represented your culture?
Yeah, I think we grew up with a lot of feelings of shame and other as it related to our identity and as an extension, our food. And so I think starting Om Som for Vanessa and I was really like a pivotal personal journey of reclaiming and celebrating what we once were ashamed of. And so it feels really good to be building something so proud and loud because that is absolutely reflected in our own identities.
Absolutely. And just a little bit, I mean, I know the story's long, but What was it like to launch? How hard was it? I know it was during the pandemic, which seems hard just on its face. I mean, how did that impact it? And just as two young women getting a business off the ground, what was that like?
Oh my gosh, so challenging. One of the most challenging things we've ever done. And I think, you know, together as sisters, we've been really able to support each other, figure out where our strengths lie and build something from heart and intention. And I think anytime we've gone through anything extremely challenging, recentering in our values has been what's given us clarity to proceed. So that's been our kind of secret sauce in running the business.
Absolutely. And what was it like to launch in the pandemic?
I mean, to say an entrepreneurship journey is easy is a lie. Yeah. It's been really brutal and beautiful in so many different ways. But for us, it was really interesting when we were setting out to launch. You know, we actually got a ton of advice from advisors and investors who were like, hey, this is not the time. You know, like there's a pandemic, we don't know what's going to happen. But we really, like Vanessa said, took that time to recenter in our values and in our roots. And something told us, like, now is the time. Like, more Americans are cooking now more than ever. And also people really want proud and loud Asian flavors that will spark joy in their home kitchens during this tough time. And so, yeah, we, against all odds, made the leap.
We talked a little bit about this in that setup piece you played, but you just mentioned proud and loud.
Yeah.
The name means something very specific. Tell me about choosing that name.
It does. So when we were starting the brand, we had no idea what to call ourselves. And we kind of kept returning to this idea of rowdy and rambunctious. So Som is rooted in the Vietnamese phrase Som, which actually is a negative term. It's like what you would chastise your children with, like, don't be so Som. And we love this idea of like reclaiming that and making it ours in a really kind of like middle finger way. And so Som just felt really authentic to what we're trying to do, which is like kind of shake things up.
Absolutely. And what's it like getting to do this with your sister? Question for both of you.
It is the most beautiful journey and one of the hardest things, too, because everything is so deeply personal when you're building a brand that's born of your identity. And so Kim and I together have navigated the hardest times. We've gotten closer through it. We've learned to be more vulnerable with each other through it. And I think, you know, it's a journey that I would never, you know, change.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
It seems like you guys are like best friends as well as sisters.
Hard-earned, Mama. Hard-earned. But really, yeah, I can't, like, it's such a privilege to build with and alongside her.
We were just talking before, my sister and I were the same ages and the same age difference, and how much fun to get to do this hand in hand every day and have it be a successful company. I mean, it probably doesn't even feel like work a lot of the time. Hard work.
It still feels like work.
Yeah. And I know now you're across the country, in Whole Foods, everywhere. It's only been a few months of that. How's it been going?
Oh my gosh, it's been incredible seeing the reception of the saucy noodles. They're already just like flying off the shelves, and it's been, yeah, just a dream come true to like actually see those numbers come in and be like, it's working.
Yeah, I think even more important, our parents went out to Whole Foods when we launched, and we're like taking selfies in the aisle, and I was like, the dream is to do them proud. So,
How proud is your mom, especially after it kind of being born in her kitchen?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they're like our biggest fans. I think when we first launched, they were like, entrepreneurship? Not sure. You know, as refugees, understandably, they have a different risk profile than us. But they gave us the privilege to work on this, and now they really are like, yeah, they're just our biggest fans.
Oh, it's so fantastic. All right, we've only got like 30 seconds left, but we always ask in Women Mean Business, your piece of advice for a woman who's watching right now who might want to be on the path that you're on. Vanessa, I'll start with you.
Mine would be to welcome the feelings and emotions that come along with the journey. It's hard. Things will come up. I would say don't feel like you need to suppress your emotions or your sensitivity. Make space for them, and that will be where you unlock clarity and access connection.
And Kim?
Authenticity is your superpower. The world will try to put you in a box. All the ways that you fall outside of that box are your greatest strengths.
There we go. You guys are awesome. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for being part of Women Mean Business. This was so fantastic. Vanessa and Kim Pham, both of you, thank you.
Coolest middle finger I've ever seen. All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Right. The news continues right now, though. Don't go anywhere. Good morning, and thanks for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, millions of people along Florida's Gulf Coast are bracing for impact. Overnight, Idalia was upgraded to a hurricane and will likely grow in strength even more today. The latest models project landfall as early as tomorrow morning. We have full coverage, the latest on where the hurricane is headed and when it will hit as preparations ramp up in communities that could be in its path. Also this morning, a full courtroom calendar for former President Trump over the coming months. Judges in both Washington and Georgia laying out their plans for 2 of the trials involving Trump's alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election. We've got his full schedule heading into 2024 as his former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, clashes in court with Georgia's DA. We're covering it all. We're also watching some major Medicare changes this morning, with the Biden administration announcing the first group of drugs that'll be up for price negotiations. But Big Pharma isn't necessarily on board. Plus, Proud and Loud. Later in the hour, we'll introduce you to a sister-sister duo. They really mean business, bringing punched-up Asian flavors to your kitchen with a flair, all on their own. That'll be part of Women Mean Business.
That's right, our latest installment, and I'm so excited to get to talk to these sisters.
Exactly. Excited to have that conversation. Good to have you with us this morning. Hurricane Idalia is rapidly intensifying as it closes in on Florida's Gulf Coast.
Millions of Floridians are under hurricane warnings, and officials in the state are urging those in the eye of the storm to evacuate. The National Weather Service says this storm should be taken seriously. It is warning parts of the west coast of Florida and the Florida Panhandle could see life-threatening storm surge, hurricane force winds, and flash flooding. The Tampa International Airport has officially closed ahead of the storm, with commercial flights stopping after midnight. Crews there are working to secure jet bridges, equipment, and aircrafts. And Floridians are bracing themselves for the potentially life-threatening storm. They're making last-minute preparations, gassing up their cars, shoring up their homes, businesses, even boats, ahead of tomorrow's expected landfall.
We've been extremely lucky here in Tampa and have been bypassed by bad ones. And I'm just afraid that our luck is going to run out.
We're tracking the storm for you all morning, bringing you the latest forecast and updates from officials. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson is in Cedar Key, Florida. That's where we're going to start right now. Hey, Priscilla, good morning.
Yeah, Savannah, good morning. This is what the waterfront here in Cedar Key looks like today. It is boarded up windows up and down the street as residents here are up early, continuing those storm preps, bracing for this hurricane, and they are racing against the clock. They have until 4 p.m. today to get out.
A life-threatening storm barreling towards Florida's Gulf Coast. As residents brace for impact this morning, Idalia is now a major hurricane.
How bad do you think the storm is going to be?
It looks like he's going to be a big one. Even some of our old locals are pretty concerned at this point.
Idalia expected to produce dangerous winds of up to 115 miles per hour, ushering in a potentially deadly 12-foot storm surge.
We now have 5,500 National Guardsmen activated and available.
There are tens of thousands of linemen that will be staged. The goal is to get the power restored as quickly as possible.
Florida residents and the Coast Guard urgently preparing for the impending hurricane. Boarding up homes and businesses, stocking up on supplies, and filling sandbags to protect against storm surge. Some Florida communities still recovering after being battered by Hurricane Ian less than a year ago.
I've got one window that has a small leak. I am, believe it or not, duct taping that, just trying to get ready for this one.
And the governor has issued a state of emergency for 46 of the state's 67 counties, including this one. FEMA is also pre-positioned in the state, and we are seeing dozens of school districts closing schools across the western part of the state and the Panhandle. The Tampa airport has now shut down, and officials here are really urging people to take this seriously and that today, now, is the time to act. Savannah?
All right, Priscilla, thank you so much. Stay safe.
Let's now bring in Harvey L. Ward Jr. He is the mayor of Gainesville, Florida. Mr. Mayor, good to have you with us. So I know you signed an executive order declaring a local state of emergency. First of all, what exactly does that mean for Gainesville, and what are you bracing for?
So thank you. Good morning. We're bracing for a Category 3 hurricane here in Gainesville. You know, the hope is that it doesn't happen that way, but we're Floridians. We know that we have to be prepared. We can't leave it to chance. Our folks are incredibly prepared. Our city staff, county staff, our sheriff's office, our police department, our fire response. We are prepared for this storm. Our people know what to do. But when we won't really know until it comes through. An executive order, an emergency declaration, essentially just gives us the opportunity to act during and after the storm with a little more latitude than we would normally have. It sounds like a much bigger deal than it is as an emergency declaration, but basically it just gives us a little more latitude locally to be able to get things done that need to be done in the moment that we might otherwise need to go through some local legislative work to accomplish.
Gainesville is a little bit inland from where we just saw Priscilla there along the coast. What are the top things you can do to prepare right now? Do you wish you had a little bit more time, or do you feel like you have enough time to get everything done?
So we always would like more time. I would love for us to have several more months before we have to worry about anything like this, but that's not the case. We know how to prepare for a storm. In your home, in your business, that means be ready. Charge up your devices, charge up your batteries, make sure you've got supplies for a few days. If God forbid the power goes out, be ready to be self-sufficient for a few days. Check on your neighbors. Have a network of communication set up in your neighborhood and with friends and family who might not be local, so that so everybody knows you're home and safe and that you're well taken care of.
For you, what is your biggest concern? Is it more of a rain concern where you are, or do you still worry about the winds?
So we do worry about winds. Water is always a concern. It's usually the most destructive part of any storm like this. But we're a heavily forested community. We love our trees in Gainesville, and most of the time that's great. But we have not had a major storm come through in a very long time, and that means that our tree canopy is vulnerable. And if tree canopy is vulnerable, then the neighborhoods are vulnerable. So we're asking folks to make sure you clear out anything that obviously could become a flying object during a storm. Clean the loose objects out of your front yard, your backyard. Bring them inside. Try to, if you see loose limbs or any of that sort of thing, try to get those cleared out before this evening when we need to be going inside and preparing indoors.
Yeah, so on top of that, in these final hours as Hurricane Idalia gets closer, what is just your primary message to people in and around Gainesville?
Be safe. Take this very, very seriously. Even if we see it veer off the current path that puts us in a very difficult position, don't let up. Take it very, very seriously until it is well north of us, because even after it passes, there could still be fertile ground for tornadoes and that sort of thing. Once the soil is soaked, then the trees could fall even without wind. So be very aware for the next several days, and until this storm is well past us, take it very, very seriously.
Gainesville Mayor Harvey L. Ward Jr., thanks for joining us this morning. Stay safe, and we'll keep in touch with you over the coming days.
Thank you so much.
Let's now bring in meteorologist Angie Lassman for more on our storm watch.
Yeah, Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. The mayor making some really good points about the tree canopy and such there. And just to put it into perspective for folks that live in that area, it's been since 1950, before that we've seen a Category 3 hurricane in this area. So a lot of folks not alive during that time may not know how to prepare. And we know that Florida is a hotspot for people to move to. So make sure that you do have those instructions from your local governments, officials, that you're heeding those warnings, especially when it comes to evacuations. Let's give you the rundown of exactly what's going on with Idalia, because we've seen some minor changes with that latest update that just came out. Winds now up to 80 miles per hour, sitting 135 miles west-southwest of the Dry Tortugas. That's just offshore of the Florida Keys. And you can see it's looking a little healthier. We're starting to see kind of an eye give a little bit of a peak. And it's moving at 14 miles per hour now, and it's expected to move even faster than that. So that's going to do a couple of things for us. It's still going to keep it over these really warm waters long enough for it to intensify and likely rapidly intensify. We need it to hit 35-mile-per-hour increase in a 24-hour time frame in order for it to be considered rapid intensification. And we're likely going to see that. It spends some time over that water, but the good news is that because of how fast it's moving, we likely will see less of an impact when it comes to rains. That doesn't mean there won't be an impact, because there still will be, but it'll also spend a little less time over that really warm water. It doesn't change the fact that we've got a Category 3 hurricane that's likely going to impact the Big Bend area. But if you're in that cone, then you need to be aware of exactly what's going on over the next couple of days. So let's talk about the rain. We've still got the potential to see up to a foot of rain in places from the Big Bend stretching out to parts of the Carolinas. We've got high tide. That's going to make a big impact on that coastal flooding. So be aware that flash flooding risk is going to be there through at least Thursday. And on top of that, we've got at the coast what we're really concerned about, that storm surge. We know what happened with our eye storm last year with Hurricane Ian in parts of southwest Florida with the wall of water that came on shore. And anywhere you can see Cedar Key is right in the center of that. 8 to 12 feet is a big deal, guys. We're going to likely see storm surge on the East Coast as well. And of course, those strong winds that the mayor mentioned, knocking down trees, power outages. Make sure you're charging up all your devices and you have extra batteries. All that kind of stuff is going to go a long way in the next couple days.
Got to be prepared for days without power, potentially.
Exactly.
All right.
Thank you, Angie. Well, now to the fallout this morning from 2 major hearings involving former President Trump and the court cases he's involved in.
Yesterday, the judge overseeing the federal election interference trial announced that trial is going to start on March 4th of next year, just one day before Super Tuesday. Trump responded saying he's going to appeal that decision, though legal experts tell us decisions involving court dates are not subject to appeal. At the same time, Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, was in an Atlanta courtroom. He took the stand in a hearing involving his request to move his Georgia election interference case to federal court. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the latest.
Hey there, the former president now faces 4 criminal trials in 4 different places as he heads into a busy presidential campaign season next year. But at least one federal judge is making it clear she plans to treat him just like anyone else.
As the Republican primary heats up next spring, so might a criminal trial about the last presidential election. A judge in Washington, D.C., penciling in March of 2024 for federal prosecutors to begin their case against Donald Trump for trying to overturn the 2020 election. Judge Tanya Chutkan rejected the former president's bid to delay the trial until after next year's election, emphasizing the public's interest in seeing this case resolved in a timely manner.
The trial date could slide, but not because Mr. Trump is going to prevail on appeal.
The Republican frontrunner's political calendar now on a collision course with his trials, and his rivals are pouncing.
You don't go with someone who's going to be in a courtroom longer than they're going to be campaigning.
That March 4th date in Washington, the same day Georgia prosecutors have asked for their state trial to start on election interference. And it's the day before Super Tuesday, when more than a dozen states hold their Republican primaries. It's also just 3 weeks shy of Mr. Trump's trial in New York, where he stands accused of falsifying business records to cover up an alleged affair before the 2016 election. 2 months after that, another trial set for his alleged mishandling of classified documents in Florida. Mr. Trump has denied all wrongdoing in each case, continuing to attack the prosecutors online, while in a courtroom in Georgia, his former chief of staff took to the witness stand for nearly 5 hours. Mark Meadows defending his own actions from around the last election as he tries to move his Fulton County racketeering case over to federal court.
They want to put him on the stand for a limited purpose, which is for him to claim that he was acting in the scope of his official duties.
But that effort was undercut by another Republican at the heart of that case, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, who testified that infamous call he fielded from Mr. Trump asking for him to find votes in Georgia was only about helping the Trump campaign.
Now, the judge in Georgia says he will rule promptly, but in the meantime, all 19 defendants in that case, including Mr. Trump, are set for arraignment on those state charges on September 6th. Back to you.
All right, Laura, thank you so much.
Let's now bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas. Hey, Danny, good morning. So let's start with Mark Meadows in court yesterday. As we just heard, many people were surprised that he took the stand. He spent 5 hours answering questions. What are your takeaways from yesterday's hearing?
Well, here's the thing. Mark Meadows doesn't have a high burden to meet. It's really just a preponderance, and he doesn't have to show that his claim of a federal defense, specifically under the Constitution and even more specifically under the Supremacy Clause, he does not need to show that it's a winner. He just needs to show that it's plausible, whatever that means. It doesn't need to be highly likely to succeed, just plausible. And I think the defense's strategy by putting him up there for so long and even subjecting him to cross-examination, which I'm sure he was very prepared for. The reports I read seemed to indicate that he had his canned answers ready to go. But by talking about how much he believed he was working at the direction of the president and that investigating interference with elections is a federal, something that falls within his federal duties, all he had to do was convince the judge that it was a plausible defense. So with that standard and the fact that his case is already in federal court, removal is not a request. You file a notice and you're in federal court. It's the DA's job to try and drag him back down to state court.
Right, an important distinction there. Danny, if we could switch gears and talk about the March 4th trial date in the federal election interference trial, one of the special counsel's investigation. So the judge held a pretty tough line against arguments that doesn't give the former president's team enough time to prepare, to go through all the discovery, and also that it would interfere with Trump's presidential campaign. Walk us through this.
Yeah, if I were defense counsel, I would have asked for a 2026 trial date, and I would have known that I was never going to get a 2026 trial date because this is federal court. And even if it ends up, by the way, there's a chance this trial could go forward in 2026. But that will not be because of anything the judge chooses. And by that, I mean federal courts will set these short trial dates, but things happen. They get moved. Maybe they'll move it a month or two at a time. Maybe they'll move it 3 months. But that doesn't mean that this trial won't go forward in 2026, although it's mind-boggling to think that it could even be a possibility. It's just that the judge was never going to schedule a trial date that far out. But look, if you're the defense, you ask for the sun, the moon, and the stars and hope the judge splits the difference and maybe gives you one in 2025, which is still a huge win for the defense because so much of all of the federal defense cases for Trump involve delay. Because if he can get past inauguration, then Donald Trump can put in an attorney general who will make this case go bye-bye. And if that's not an option, then he'll try to pardon himself.
Danny Cevallos, as always, thank you so much.
Turning now to North Carolina, where an investigation is underway following a deadly school shooting on the UNC Chapel Hill campus. Officials arrested the suspect and are now searching for a motive and the weapon used during the attack. One faculty member was killed. NBC News correspondent Ali Vitale is in Chapel Hill with the latest. Ali, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, just 24 hours ago, this campus was on total lockdown. A really scary start to the semester here. Just 1 week after classes began at UNC Chapel Hill.
Possible active shooter on campus.
A tragedy that's become all too familiar at schools nationwide.
Has a 9mm, possible Asian male.
I'm grieved to report that one of our faculty members was killed in this shooting. This loss is devastating.
After the initial call for shots fired, the entire campus went on lockdown. A school alert warning an armed, dangerous person on or near campus. Go inside now. Avoid windows. Heavily armed officers swarmed the campus. Some students walking down the street with their hands up. Some sheltering in place.
So immediately we all just stayed hiding in the stalls, squatting on the toilets, just scared. We didn't know what was happening.
Other terrified students fleeing through a first-floor window, backpacks dangling. An elementary school across the road also placed on lockdown. Then, less than 90 minutes after the terrifying ordeal began,
I think that's him.
A suspect was taken into police custody, captured live by our NBC News Raleigh affiliate WRAL.
To actually have the suspect in custody, it gives us an opportunity to figure out the why and even the how.
And 4 hours after the chaos began, police giving the all clear. But students left deeply shaken.
Honestly, it makes me feel a little bit sick because this is a situation that we really shouldn't even have to be worrying about.
And those who knew the suspect, stunned.
Because I would have never guessed that he would be the kind of person who could possibly be capable of this kind of thing.
And Joe, the community here waking up to a string of lingering questions, including how and why this happened. The FBI Charlotte office is assisting local law enforcement in the investigation. We expect that could take weeks, but certainly an all too familiar part of back to school season, as we saw just play out yesterday. Joe.
All right. Ali Vitale in North Carolina, thank you.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, maybe some good news at the grocery store this morning. Inflation loosening on many of your favorite products. We've got some top tips on how you can save even more money at checkout.
But first, the growing drama surrounding that controversial World Cup kiss as a new investigation is launched into Spain's head of soccer. Those stories and more next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. And it's good to see that.
So much work to be done here still.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
We're back with new details about the events leading up to that racist shooting in Jacksonville. Officials released surveillance video showing what the gunman was doing before the deadly rampage.
This comes as the campus security officer who confronted the suspect is now speaking out for the first time. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us from Jacksonville with the latest. Gabe, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. That officer is now being hailed as a hero. And while federal and local authorities say that this attack was racially motivated, the sheriff here says that the dollar store behind me may have been targeted because the gunman used to work at a similar store.
This morning, newly released surveillance video is revealing more of the chilling moments leading up to what authorities say was a racist rampage at a Dollar General store in Jacksonville. The sheriff here says the images show the gunman entering a different discount store down the road and leaving after making a purchase. He then stops at Edward Waters University, a historically black college, and puts on a tactical vest and mask as students alert campus security officer Antonio Bailey.
To me, the students are the heroes.
The shooter, 21-year-old Ryan Christopher Palmeter, quickly drives away when Lieutenant Bailey approaches his vehicle.
Did you ever, in your mind, ever consider not confronting this suspect?
No, I did not. This is what we signed up for.
The university's president says Bailey saved lives on campus.
You, sir, are nothing short of a hero, and we honor you today.
Minutes later, the gunman ends up at Dollar General, where he opens fire in the parking lot, killing Angela Carr.
Damn, this is unreal. This is so unreal. Oh, God.
Carr's daughter, Ashley, says her mother was an Uber driver dropping off a passenger. She leaves behind 3 children and 16 grandchildren.
She's incredible. I can't put it any other way.
Gerald Deshaun Gallion and 19-year-old A.J. Laguerre Jr. were murdered inside the store. A.J.'s 2 brothers, Quan and Josh.
I never thought I had to bury my little brother, man.
We were expecting him to bury us before we had to bury him.
The sheriff says the gunman took his own life when law enforcement entered the store and that he had legally purchased a handgun and AR-15 style rifle he used, which was painted with swastikas. Still, despite the actions of the campus security officer, the sheriff here says that he believes that the university was not the initial target. Again, partly because the gunman had previously worked at another discount store. Joe.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
And turning now to the crisis engulfing Spanish soccer, prosecutors have opened an investigation into the head of Spain's soccer federation after he kissed a female player following the country's World Cup win. The soccer chief is refusing, though, to step down despite growing pressure to resign. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Cobaya joins us with the latest on this. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you. That's right. An overnight meeting did not go the Spanish soccer head's way as he now faces possible prosecution for kissing a star player on the lips. Overnight, Spanish prosecutors opened a criminal investigation into whether this kiss was an act of sexual assault. Spanish Soccer Federation President Luis Rubiales grabbed midfielder Jenny Hermoso's head, kissing her on the mouth after the team's World Cup win last week. FIFA has suspended Rubiales for 90 days pending its own investigation. And overnight, the Spanish Soccer Federation withdrew its support of Rubiales after a marathon emergency meeting, saying he should immediately present his resignation because of the latest events and the unacceptable behaviors that have seriously damaged the image of Spanish football. The incident at the award ceremony causing outrage. In locker room celebrations afterward, Hermoso can be heard saying, "I didn't like it." Rubiales apologized the next day, but later in the week claimed, "Hermoso lifted me off my feet, held my hips, my legs. We hugged," he said, accusing critics of false feminism and social assassination. His family rushing to his support. His cousin says, "We don't think what's happening is fair," adding his mother has locked herself in a church and gone on a hunger strike. Hermoso said she was pressured to say at first that the kiss was a natural expression of affection and gratitude, but now says, "At no time did I consent to the kiss that he gave me." The incident sparking protests in Spain and signs of support across the sports world. Crowds cheered Hermoso at a game over the weekend, with teams holding banners and U.S. players wearing wristbands saying, "We're with you." Spain's sports minister calling this the Me Too moment of Spanish football. And the Spanish men's teams and coaches have also backed Hermoso and her teammates. All 23 members of that World Cup winning team are now refusing to play unless Rubiales steps down. And the sports minister this morning was talking about this once again. He said, "It's over. No more discrimination for women." Savannah.
All right, Kelly, thank you very much. Let's stay on international headlines now, starting with new developments on the war in Ukraine.
NBC's Ali Arouzi joins us with that and other world headlines. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. That's right. As Ukraine's counteroffensive grinds ahead, Kyiv says it has liberated the strategic southeastern settlement of Robotny and that they're making efforts to push further south in their counteroffensive against Russia. Ukrainian commanders are saying that their troops are trying to push southwards towards the Sea of Azov in an attempt to split Russian forces. Thousands of protesters in cars and on motorbikes took to the streets of Colombia's main cities to reject recent hikes in gasoline prices that have drastically increased the price of fuel in the country. Protesters say that the monthly price hikes set by Colombia's first leftist government are making it hard for small businesses to operate and could push up food prices. And finally, for the first time, a US record label has partnered with a K-pop company to develop a new group. Geffen Records and Hype, the Korean label behind superstars like BTS, revealed contestants for their new project. 20 girls aged between 14 and 21 from the US and South Korea, amongst other countries, were introduced as part of a streamed audition process set to air online later this week. So something to look forward to.
Yeah, wow, pretty cool. All right, Elliot Rizzi, thank you so much.
Coming up, some big changes could soon be on the way for Americans on Medicare.
That's right, and it could mean paying a little less for a handful of drugs. We'll explain what today's White House announcement on the price drop means for you after this.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see that.
So much work to be done here still.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition should be
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're gonna have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back. This morning we are following tragic news from the campus of a South Carolina college just days into a new school year.
Yeah, according to authorities, a 20-year-old student was fatally shot close to campus as he tried to enter the wrong home on his new street just days after moving into his actual address. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with more on this devastating start to the school year. Hey, Emily, good morning.
Good morning to both of you. The deadly shooting happened a few miles from the University of South Carolina's campus where classes had just gotten underway. The parents of that sophomore student, Nick D'Onofrio, say he was someone who loved life and was looking forward to the new school year with his friends.
This morning, the University of South Carolina is grieving the loss of one of their own. Sophomore Nicholas D'Onofrio, who authorities say was fatally shot early Saturday when he tried to enter the wrong home on his street, where he reportedly moved just last week.
The subject didn't gain entry. There's glass on the floor.
Officers received a 911 call for a reported home burglary near campus. While heading to the scene in Columbia, the incident was upgraded to a shots fired call. Police found a broken glass door and the 20-year-old on the front porch with a gunshot wound to his upper body. So far, no charges have been filed. At USC, D'Onofrio was pursuing a degree in exercise science and was a member of the Phi Kappa Sigma fraternity. His parents telling NBC News he was the son that every parent would wish for. Funny, smart, compassionate, and loved life. We will miss him immeasurably. The deadly gunfire appears to be the latest example in a string of similar tragedies. In April, Ralph Yarl, a 16-year-old black teen in Missouri, was shot after he accidentally went to the wrong home and rang the doorbell.
Ralph says that he was shot through the screen door at point-blank range.
Just days later in Texas, 2 cheerleaders were shot after one of them got in the wrong car at a supermarket parking lot. South Carolina, Missouri, and Texas are among a group of nearly 30 states with a stand your ground law, which allows individuals to use deadly force in self-defense if they're not breaking the law and in a place where they have a right to be. Though in both the Missouri and Texas incidents, the shooters are facing criminal charges. Back in D'Onofrio's hometown of Madison, Connecticut, close friends are now grappling with his sudden death.
He was my best friend growing up. He was just an awesome guy. It's just devastating.
And police tell us the shooter was a man who lived in the Columbia home but is not a student. They're working with local prosecutors to determine whether any charges will be filed. Meanwhile, the university says they're providing resources and support to those affected by their peers' sudden death.
Oh, just heartbreaking. All right, Emily, thank you. Well, this morning, the White House is naming 10 historically expensive drugs that it's selected for Medicare price negotiations. The announcement is part of President Biden's ongoing plan to lower health costs across the nation, particularly when it comes to Medicare.
The efforts are also a major milestone under President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, which was signed into law last year. The president's push to lower health care prices has received heavy criticism from both the right and the pharmaceutical industry, with some companies even going so far as to sue the federal government. Now, he's expected to speak further about the list later this afternoon. Negotiated prices are expected to go into effect in 2026. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now with more on this. So which medications have made the list, and is there a pattern at all in terms of what types of conditions that they treat?
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, forecasters have predicted a couple of these, and they were right about a lot of them. So there's a couple of blood thinners on there, Eliquis, Xarelto, a lot of diabetes medications, a heart failure medication. I was very happy to see 2 of the drugs that I use all the time, Enbrel, Stelara. Those are 2 biologics that are used to treat rheumatic diseases as well as psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis. So it kind of runs the spectrum. There's also a medication that treats blood cancers or hematologic malignancies. So again, 10 out of a short list of 50. Right. So it's not going to cover everything, and there won't be one on there for everyone on Medicare, but definitely I think it's names that a lot of people will recognize.
So just put in context, I mean, how big are the savings here? What does that mean for an individual and also just public health generally?
Right. So first of all, let me just start by saying that this is not a foregone, this is not a closed deal. There are going to be at least a year of negotiation between Medicare and the pharmaceutical companies who make these drugs. And we don't even know if this is actually ever going to come to fruition. But savings could be anywhere from 25 to 60% of the current amount that the drugs cost. Many of them are over $1,000 a month. And, you know, for years, Medicare beneficiaries have struggled to be able to get these medications. So certainly for them, savings will be passed on, obviously, to them, as well as their premiums and to taxpayers who are funding Medicare.
We'd like to schedule you to come back on in 2026 to talk about this, because that's how long we're talking about.
That's how long it could take.
People who need savings now, is there anything they can do?
Right. And so, you know, anyone who's listening to this out there who is a Medicare beneficiary knows how difficult this is with Part D. That's the medications that you get at the pharmacy. There are always patient assistance programs. Most people who are getting their medications prescribed by physicians who work in an office who have staff to do this, but it is hurdles and its negotiations, and it's using savvy, and very often it's using medications that aren't your first choice or even second choice, but going down the list to see what will be covered. And this has nothing to do with commercial insurance, by the way. This is right now just for Medicare, but we think that there might be some public shaming that could happen, and that drug prices may actually go down for commercial beneficiaries, or the opposite might happen, and they might, you know, sort of, if they're thinking they're going to have you know, that they're going to be losing money in Medicare, that they might actually jack up the prices for commercial insurance. All of this is to be seen. We just don't know yet.
As our resident doctor, I mean, the potential for this, how big of a deal is it for people who need these medications?
Huge, huge. I cannot overstate how significant this would be. We have known for years that the drug companies have made so much money off of these prescription medications. The ones that they've chosen are ones that have been on the market for many, many years, not on without a generic available, et cetera. So this is going to be huge for patients if it actually happens.
All right, Dr. Natalie Azar, thanks so much for helping us understand this. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Coming up, we've got some pretty good news for your wallet this morning. While prices at the grocery store still might be a little higher than we'd like them to be, all signs are pointing to some inflation moderation.
After the break, we've got some supermarket hacks that'll help you save even more green at the checkout counter. This is Morning News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see that.
So much work to be done here still.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Back now with some financial headlines. Elon Musk showed off Tesla's full self-driving beta software during an interesting live stream.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. Yeah, so Elon Musk recently demoed Tesla's full self-driving beta software, and it did not go according to plan. During the live stream video, Musk almost ran a red light when it appeared the car misread the signal and tried to speed through the intersection. He was also streaming the demo while in the driver's seat, which violates Tesla's rules for driver assist technology. On the positive side, the video shows the car driving through construction zones and roundabouts with no issues. Federal safety regulators reportedly plan to resolve their probe into more than a dozen crashes involving Tesla's autopilot system and could potentially force a recall. Meanwhile, Walmart, Walgreens, and CVS are rolling out new healthcare options you previously could only get at a doctor's office. Starting today, testing and treatment for strep, flu, and COVID are now available at Walmart pharmacies in 12 states. Walgreens will soon have similar service in 13 states, and CVS will evaluate symptoms and prescribe flu medicine and cough suppressants in 10 states, although it won't offer tests. The chains are looking to grab a bigger share of healthcare spending as new state laws allow pharmacists to treat minor ailments. And Amazon has been quietly raising the minimum some customers must spend to get free shipping. To qualify, customers who don't have Prime memberships now need to spend $35. That's up from $25 previously. An Amazon spokesperson confirms the company is testing the new threshold. The change doesn't impact Prime members, and Consumer World reports the new $35 minimum appears to apply to customers based on where they live. I don't know anybody that doesn't have Prime.
I know. That is the best way to save on all the free shipping.
I just got into Amazon, which I know is crazy because I don't actually have my own account. I just started using my husband's on an app.
There you go.
I get it. You're just like, whoop, and then it shows up.
So
and
easy.
there it is, so fast. And you're like, how did that happen?
Thanks, Savannah. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Sure thing.
Now to the supermarket and some ways you can save. You've probably seen it. We all have high prices, making shopping feeling more like a hassle than a necessity.
And even though prices are much lower than they were a year ago, some items are still higher than we're used to. So joining us now with some tips and tricks to help save at the supermarket is NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. Brian, good morning. So help us better understand where prices are right now and how you can save before you get to the checkout.
Yeah, good morning. 3.6%. That's how much more expensive food at the grocery is now than this time a year ago. So some tips to help you save. First of all, just make a list, right? I don't do this, making sure that you actually write down exactly what you need so you don't overbuy. And then also consider subscribing to brands online. You can see social media posts that might offer coupons in some cases. And then also just try to buy generic. But there are other ways that you can also save money, like, for example, swapping some items depending on what you're buying. And again, it's going to depend on what category you're looking at.
Yeah, let's talk through some categories, maybe specific meals. Let's start with breakfast.
Yes.
How can we save?
So when it comes to breakfast, and this is really interesting, consider hot breakfast instead of cereal. And the reason why is because egg prices have been going down and cereal prices have really been rocketing up. So 5.1%, that's how much more expensive cereal is compared to this time a year ago. Eggs over that time period down 14%. So maybe making an omelet over cereal might be a better option for you.
For a while, eggs felt like jewelry.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh.
Oh my God. It was like only
but it's come down
2 cartons max for a customer.
It was crazy.
You will eat all that omelet. Let's talk about lunch. How about if you're shopping for lunch?
Yeah, so meat prices have been going up across the board. But what is interesting is that the cost for bacon over ham is getting a little bit tighter. So actually right now might be a better time to consider a BLT over ham and cheese, because sliced ham at the store has been going up by 41 cents per pound since the beginning of the year, whereas bacon, it's gone down 57 cents per pound. So I'm a big BLT guy, so that's great news for me.
Yeah, I love BLTs too. I really like the very specific choices that you're giving us here. What about at dinner? What should we eat at dinner, Brian?
Well, I've even got more specific details for you there on that front. So when it comes to beef prices, it's been going up across the board, and we know that steaks are always more expensive than ground beef, but the rate of inflation for beef steaks has been going up way, way higher than the rate of inflation for ground beef, which means that especially right now might be a better option just to make a beef patty or a burger on the grill as opposed to popping a ribeye on for especially this Labor Day weekend. So something really important to remember there as well.
So eggs, BLT.
Burgers.
Yes. Meatballs.
And if you're on
meatballs as well, because
and if you're on a gluten-free diet, sorry.
Yeah, my bad.
Also, isn't the typical you're not supposed to eat before you go, or you should eat before you go to the grocery store, right?
Yes, because if you go hungry, you're going to buy things.
That is so real for me. Like, I'm a nightmare at the store hungry. It's like double.
And if you don't make a list, it's really going to get you in trouble. So
oh my gosh.
Be wary.
All right, Brian Chung, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, well, coming up, these women really mean business, and they're saying it proud and Loud, and you can find their stuff in some stores. They're dishing up the punched-up, spicy, and rowdy Asian flavors that they grew up with right to your dinner table as conveniently as they possibly can.
We've got sisters Vanessa and Kim Pham, co-founders of Omsum, right after this.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Vanderbilt with everything.
All right, it just did too.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did too.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Good morning, please.
Good morning.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back. One of the biggest stars in WWE history is getting back into the ring. John Cena has signed up for 7 appearances on the SmackDown brand in September and October. On top of that, Cena will serve as Seth Rollins' tag team partner during a match against Imperium's Giovanni Vinci and Ludwig Kaiser. It's going to take place at the WWE Superstar Spectacle event, which is in India on September 8th. The 16-time world champion had put wrestling on the back burner in recent years, appearing in the ring only occasionally so he could concentrate on his movie and TV career. The big question, he's been the champion 16 times. That's tied for the record. Could they ever maybe have a 17th championship, which would put him on top all by himself?
It's so crazy, too, just how he's fully broken in terms of Hollywood.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm kind of like, oh, yeah, wow, I forgot that's where he came from.
He's got a big show out right now, too, streaming. So,
exactly. So cool. All right, Joe, thank you.
Yep.
Well, we end this hour with the latest edition of our series, Women Mean Business. Vanessa and Kim Pham are first-generation Vietnamese Americans who are celebrating the bold flavors of their heritage through their business, Omsum. It's a brand of sauces and saucy noodles. First, here's a little bit of their story.
As the daughters of Vietnamese refugees, Vanessa and Kim Pham grew up in Boston, watching their mom cook dinner from scratch every night. The sisters built careers in startups and consulting, but ultimately, their hearts drew them back to the kitchen. Vanessa and Kim noticed there was a void in many grocery stores when it came to authentic Asian flavors. They set out to change that, holding down various side hustles while they focused on building and launching the company of their dreams. That company was Om Som, meaning noisy or rambunctious in Vietnamese, a nod to how their parents would describe their childhood behavior. Now, Vanessa and Kim say that perfectly describes the spirit of their cooking sauces and saucy noodles, which give you the bold flavors you need to build an authentic Asian dish. Shaking up your local markets with their daring, unapologetic Asian fare, the Pham sisters are women who mean business.
Vanessa and Kim Pham join me now. Good morning to you both. First, I love your smiles and laughter just watching that. How cute. I mean, I just love that your sister's getting to do this, which we'll get into in just a moment. Vanessa, though, I'll start with you. And I want to hear more about your mom, just learning about being in the kitchen from her, what that experience was like and how it ultimately did influence you both.
Absolutely. So as the daughters of Vietnamese refugees, food and my mom's cooking was such an entry point into really engaging with our identity, learning about our culture. And then from there, you know, we were able to access so much more. But that was really the starting point, being around the dinner table together and eating all this incredible Vietnamese food. So yeah, our mom was extremely influential in our lives.
And Kim, I know growing up in Boston, what was it like in terms of seeing food that represented your culture?
Yeah, I think we grew up with a lot of feelings of shame and other as it related to our identity and as an extension, our food. And so I think starting Om Som for Vanessa and I was really like a pivotal personal journey of reclaiming and celebrating what we once were ashamed of. And so it feels really good to be building something so proud and loud because that is absolutely reflected in our own identities.
Absolutely. And just a little bit, I mean, I know the story's long, but what was it like to launch? How hard was it? I know it was during the pandemic, which seems hard just on its face. I mean, how did that impact it? And just as two young women getting a business off the ground, what was that like?
Oh my gosh, so challenging. One of the most challenging things we've ever done. And I think, you know, together as sisters, we've been really able to support each other, figure out where our strengths lie and build something from heart and intention. And I think anytime we've gone through anything extremely challenging, recentering in our values has been what's given us clarity to proceed. So that's been our kind of secret sauce in running the business.
Absolutely. And what was it like to launch in the pandemic?
I mean, to say an entrepreneurship journey is easy is a lie. Yeah. It's been really brutal and beautiful in so many different ways. But for us, it was really interesting when we were setting out to launch. You know, we actually got a ton of advice from advisors and investors who were like, hey, this is not the time. You know, like there's a pandemic. We don't know what's going to happen. But we really, like Vanessa said, took that time to recenter in our values and in our roots. And something told us, like, now is the time. Like, more Americans are cooking now more than ever. And also people really want proud and loud Asian flavors that will spark joy in their home kitchens during this tough time. And so, yeah, we, against all odds, made the leap.
We talked a little bit about this in that setup piece you played, but you just mentioned proud and loud.
Yeah.
The name means something very specific. Tell me about choosing that name.
It does. So when we were starting the brand, we had no idea what to call ourselves. And we kind of kept returning to this idea of rowdy and rambunctious. So Om Som is rooted in the Vietnamese phrase Om Som, which actually is a negative term. It's like what you would chastise your children with, like, don't be so Om Som. And we love this idea of like reclaiming that and making it ours in a really kind of like middle finger way. And so Om Som just felt really authentic to what we're trying to do, which is like kind of shake things up.
Absolutely. And what's it like getting to do this with your sister? Question for both of you.
It is the most beautiful journey and one of the hardest things, too, because everything is so deeply personal when you're building a brand that's born of your identity. And so Kim and I together have navigated the hardest times. We've gotten closer through it. We've learned to be more vulnerable with each other through it. And I think, you know, it's a journey that I would never, you know, change.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
It seems like you guys are like best friends as well as sisters.
Hard-earned, Mama. Hard-earned. But really, yeah, I can't, like, it's such a privilege to build with and alongside her.
We were just talking before, my sister and I were the same ages and the same age difference, and I just, how much fun to get to do this hand in hand every day and have it be a successful company. I mean, it probably doesn't even feel like work a lot of the time. Hard work.
It still feels like work.
Yeah. And I know now you're across the country in Whole Foods everywhere. It's only been a few months of that. How's it been going?
Oh my gosh, it's been incredible seeing the reception of the saucy noodles. They're already just like flying off the shelves, and it's been just a dream come true to like actually see those numbers come in and be like, it's working.
Yeah, I think even more important, our parents went out to Whole Foods when we launched, and we're like taking selfies in the aisle, and I was like, the dream is to do them proud. So,
How proud is your mom, especially after it kind of being born in her kitchen?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they're like our biggest fans. I think when we first launched, they were like, entrepreneurship? Not sure. You know, as refugees, understandably, they have a different risk profile than us. But they gave us the privilege to work on this, and now they really are like, they're just our biggest fans.
That's so fantastic. All right, we've only got like 30 seconds left, but we always ask in Women Mean Business your piece of advice for a woman who's watching right now who might want to be on the path that you're on. Vanessa, I'll start with you.
Mine would be to welcome the feelings and emotions that come along with the journey. It's hard. Things will come up. I would say don't feel like you need to suppress your emotions or your sensitivity. Make space for them, and that will be where you unlock clarity and access connection.
And Kim?
Authenticity is your superpower. The world will try to put you in a box. All the ways that you fall outside of that box are your greatest strengths.
There we go. You guys are awesome. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for being part of Women Mean Business. This was so fantastic. Vanessa and Kim Pham, both of you, thank you.
Coolest middle finger I've ever seen. All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Right. The news continues right now, though. Don't go anywhere.
Hey everyone, good Tuesday. We're happy you're with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
Thanks so much for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, August 29th. Storm surge. Millions of Floridians are under hurricane warnings as Idalia gears up to make landfall as soon as tomorrow. We are tracking the eye of the storm and monitoring the evacuation zones.
Chopper crash. 2 people are dead, 4 others hurt after a sheriff helicopter spun out of control and nosedived into a Florida apartment building. What led to the tragic incident that was caught on camera.
Soccer scandal. We are following the fallout of that non-consensual kiss that took place at the Women's World Cup. Prosecutors opened a criminal investigation to determine whether the act by the Spanish soccer chief can be considered sexual assault.
Overcoming obstacles. Every child is going to have some setbacks, but it's how they handle those challenges that really builds character and some thick skin. Our parenting expert is here with tips for helping your kids navigate their mistakes.
All right, welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin along the Gulf Coast of Florida, where people are racing to either evacuate or make last-minute preparations with only hours to go before Idalia is set to slam the state. The National Weather Service is warning people to prepare for flash flooding and potentially deadly storm surge. Idalia officially reached hurricane status today.
Forecasters say it will likely become an extremely dangerous Category 3 hurricane by the time that it actually makes landfall tomorrow morning. Idalia could be the strongest hurricane to hit Florida's Big Bend region in more than 70 years. So far, nearly 24 counties have already issued evacuation orders. That's about a third of the entire state. Earlier today, Governor Ron DeSantis said more than 5,000 National Guardsmen are standing by, along with nearly 6,600 search and rescue crews.
This morning to be able to make your final preparations. If you are in one of those areas that's in line for some of the major storm surge and you're told to evacuate, you have time to do that. But you got to do that now.
All right, we have team coverage from all angles. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking Idalia's movements. But first, NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson is in Cedar Key, right in the crosshairs of the hurricane. Hey there, Priscilla. We know that officials there, they're ordering folks to leave the island right now because they may not actually be able to get across the bridge once that hurricane hits. Is that sort of the reality there? Are most people leaving at this point?
Yeah, Morgan, as you can see, this street is almost empty. Just an hour ago, there were cars lined up here continuing those hurricane preps, but it appears that folks are getting out. And these are some of the preps that we're seeing. This is a business that is almost entirely glass. And what they have decided to do is open the windows here and in the back of the business, hoping that they will allow that water with up to 15-foot storm surge, 150-mile-per-hour winds to just flow through this business. They're hoping that it will allow this building to remain standing, and that is what folks are worried about. These businesses are right along the waterfront. We saw another business owner just a short ways down, literally clearing out everything from her shop, putting it in a moving van because folks are very worried. I want to play a bit of sound from both of these business owners. Take a listen.
This is one of the few times that we've actually evacuated the whole store. But it's pretty nerve-wracking to see it coming right at you.
We're under a lot of stress. You know, we don't know what to foresee at this point. We know what to expect of these storms. We don't take it lightly.
And this is one of those counties that is under a mandatory evacuation order. Folks have until 4 p.m. today to get out, but already it appears that people are getting on the road and heading inland. Morgan, Vicki?
It is good to hear, Priscilla, that people are heeding the warnings. We always seem to see, though, some people stay. They look to ride out the storm. What is the state doing to prepare for those folks?
Yeah, so two big messages for those folks. One is folks need to act now, and if they are under that evacuation order, they need to leave. The governor really emphasizing that it does not mean that you have to go hundreds of miles. It could just mean going 10 to 20 miles up the road to get further inland, to get on higher ground and potentially protect yourself. And the other thing that the governor is really emphasizing is that anyone who is in this storm's path needs to be prepared to lose power. So if that means filling up on gas, getting those non-perishable items, because they could be without power for several days after this storm makes its way through. Vicki, Morgan?
Important public safety message. Priscilla Thompson, thank you so much. We want to bring in Bill Cairns now. Bill, it seems like the biggest threat, at least along the coast, is going to be the storm surge. How bad could it get, and when will Florida start to feel the effects of this hurricane?
It's already starting, but the main peak of this is going to be late tonight and then the first half of tomorrow. That's when we expect the high water line during the high tide in the morning. So the Hurricane Center says, as expected, it's increasing in intensity. We haven't seen much change in the track, and that's good because with Ian, we had a lot of changes in the last 48 hours before landfall. This storm has been heading towards the Big Bend. If anything, it's shifting a little bit to the west. If we're looking towards the highest winds, who's going to go through the eye with the biggest chance of wind destruction? That would be towards Perry, Florida, Cross City, Florida, with Tallahassee and Gainesville on each side of that, depending if we get any last-minute shifts. But we could have an upper-end Category 3, maybe even a low-end Category 4 at landfall. As far as the storm surge goes, we're going to be watching that in a couple areas. Obviously, Florida, we'll get to that in a second, but also that storm surge Sunday evening during the full moon high tide at 8 p.m. in Savannah. That water is going to be high, possibly top 10 all time. So we'll keep an eye on that. Charleston, same for you, but it looks like the timing of it maybe as you're going out of high tide, so it could help you. So we'll watch that story. And as far as the forecast goes, everything has been pretty consistent up here towards the Big Bend. The black line is the Hurricane Center forecast. Notice a lot of the lines are to the left of that. So all of our friends in the Tallahassee area are watching this very closely. It doesn't take much of a shift at all. And all of a sudden, this big forested area with a ton of trees could be dealing with high winds enough to have a significant damage to the trees and, of course, power lines. So we'll keep an eye on that. And then this was the big update, this 10 to 15-foot storm surge. This is not beach in Florida. This is a swampy area. We showed you what Cedar Key looks like. That's a population of about 700 on the coast. It's almost like an island in itself. But there's no other real communities on the beaches here, in the swampy areas that we have to worry about. Further to the south, this is the high populated areas. They'll be dealing with that storm surge tomorrow morning. That'll be the worst of it for the Tampa area.
Yeah, it'll be also interesting to see if it actually picks up speed once it hits the ground there. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns following the latest for us. Bill, thank you.
Well, in South Florida, federal investigators want to know why a rescue helicopter caught fire and crashed into an apartment building, killing 2 people.
Yeah, the evidence includes horrifying video that shows the chopper falling from the sky just in a ball of flames. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more.
8:45 a.m. in Metro Fort Lauderdale. Residents looked up to see a Broward County Sheriff Fire Department helicopter trailing thick black smoke. Pop, 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 pop. Just 650 feet in the air, the boom and tail rotor began buckling as the chopper started spinning out of control, then nosedived into an apartment building below. Killed in the crash, an older female resident of the apartment building, and fire captain paramedic Terrison Jackson, who was on board the chopper, a 19-year veteran remembered for being thoroughly committed to his job.
Terrison was a rock star. He was one of the best of us.
The rescue chopper had just lifted off, headed for a traffic accident with life-threatening injuries. But within minutes, pilot Darren Roche radioed he was in trouble.
We're having mechanical issues while we're headed back to our station.
A fire broke out on board. They did their very best, from my understanding now, to try to extinguish that fire.
Seconds later, the horrific crash. The pilot and another paramedic were injured in the crash, as were 2 people on the ground, all taken to an area hospital. The chopper involved is a dual-engine Airbus Eurocopter 135 like this one, used by police and rescue services worldwide. Whatever went wrong, say experts, it was very quick and catastrophic.
It's no longer flying. The rotor is keeping it somewhat in the air, but it can't stay there. So it's not under control. It is spinning.
The Broward County Fire and Sheriff's Departments are mourning one of their own.
Captain Jackson Terrison typified what it meant to be a brother firefighter. He perished doing what he loved.
Both the NTSB and the FAA have investigators on the scene. They'll be looking at the chopper's safety and maintenance records. Was there any recent trouble? Did any pilot report a problem? How and exactly where did that fire break out on board? The sheriff points to their heroism. They were dealing with this onboard fire, and yet they took the time to radio that they could not respond to that traffic accident where a mother and daughter, a child, were seriously injured. Back to you.
Oh, all right. Well, it's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. The Biden administration is unveiling the 10 drugs that will be subject to the first ever price negotiations by Medicare. Now, this announcement kicks off a pretty controversial bargaining process that hopes to make these really costly medications more affordable.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. Deirdre, so these lower prices, they would take effect in 2026. They could save an estimated $25 billion a year by 2031. So this is great news for consumers. Which medicines are on that list?
So the first round of drugs up for negotiation include blood thinners, diabetes medications, and a blood cancer drug. But that multi-billion-dollar savings you mentioned, good for consumers, but it's seen by Big Pharma as a threat to their revenue growth. Drug makers have filed several lawsuits seeking to declare the policy unconstitutional. Meanwhile, Farmers Insurance is laying off more than 2,000 employees as the company restructures. The company said they're aiming to increase efficiency and long-term profitability with cuts impacting every sector of the business. And finally, OpenAI is launching a business tier called ChatGPT Enterprise. And unlike the consumer version, companies that use it will be able to customize the data they input to train ChatGPT for their specific industry.
Now that's interesting.
And perhaps more importantly, guys, enterprises, they're probably going to pay more for it than consumers. So it's all about making money off these things now for the companies.
Yeah, but the ability to customize it, that'll be interesting. All right, CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, thank you.
Coming up, we will hear from the campus security officer who faced the suspect in the racially motivated massacre in Jacksonville, Florida. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Well, right now we're getting more details about what exactly led up to that racially motivated massacre down in Jacksonville, Florida over the weekend. New surveillance video shows what the gunman was doing before he opened fire. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez spoke with the campus security officer who confronted the suspect.
That officer is now being hailed as a hero. While federal and local investigators say the attack was racially motivated, the sheriff here says he believes that this discount store may have been targeted because the gunman previously worked at a similar one. Newly released surveillance video is revealing more of the chilling moments leading up to what authorities say was a racist rampage at a Dollar General store in Jacksonville. The sheriff here says the images show the gunman entering a different discount store down the road and leaving after making a purchase. He then stops at Edward Waters University, a historically black college, and puts on a tactical vest and mask as students alert campus security officer Antonio Bailey.
To me, the students are the heroes.
The shooter, 21-year-old Ryan Christopher Palmeter, quickly drives away when Lieutenant Bailey approaches his vehicle.
Did you ever, in your mind, ever consider not confronting this suspect?
No, I did not. This is what we signed up for.
The university's president says Bailey saved lives on campus.
You, sir, are nothing short of a hero, and we honor you today.
Minutes later, the gunman ends up at Dollar General, where he opens fire in the parking lot, killing Angela Carr.
Damn, this is unreal. This is so unreal. Oh, God.
Carr's daughter, Ashley, says her mother was an Uber driver dropping off a passenger. She leaves behind 3 children and 16 grandchildren.
She's incredible. I can't put it any other way.
Gerald Deshaun Gallion and 19-year-old A.J. Laguerre Jr. were murdered inside the store. A.J.'s 2 brothers, Quan and Josh.
I never thought I had to bury my little brother, man.
We were expecting him to bury us before we had to bury him.
The sheriff says the gunman took his own life when law enforcement entered the store and that he had legally purchased a handgun and AR-15 style rifle he used, which was painted with swastikas. Still, despite the actions of that campus security officer, the sheriff here says that he believes that the university was not the initial target. Again, partly because the gunman previously worked at a discount store like this one. Back to you.
Gabe, thank you. A graduate student has been charged with first-degree murder for the fatal shooting of a faculty member at the University of North Carolina. These are some of the scary scenes that unfolded at Chapel Hill on Monday after 911 calls of multiple shots fired on campus. Within minutes, heavily armed officers quickly swarmed the school as some students fled campus while others sheltered in place. The suspect now in custody as investigators begin to figure out why all of this happened. NBC News correspondent Ali Vitali joins us now from Chapel Hill. So, Ali, we're now learning the identity of the victim. Tell us about this person, and also what do we know at this point about the alleged shooter?
Yeah, Vicky, law enforcement officials now confirming not just the name of the shooter, but the name of his lone victim, an associate professor here by the name of Zujay Yan. This is a shooting that happened yesterday afternoon in a lab here on campus. The shooter was seen, and of course, now we know the results of that. I have to say, our affiliate here in Raleigh, WRAL, able to capture not just the aftermath of this campus going on a total lockdown. You saw some of those harrowing images, which have become far too familiar in shooting scenarios like this one. Students sheltering in place, some of them being walked out amid law enforcement officials with their hands up. Some of them even choosing to try to escape out of a first-story window. That video, you watch them throwing their backpacks out down before them, before they themselves finally climb out that window to what they hope is safety. But then, of course, we also were able to see this suspect arrested live on our affiliate's air. That person now taken in custody and charged, as you mentioned, with first-degree murder.
Allie, how are things on campus now? We know students just returned to Chapel Hill 2 weeks ago. Have classes resumed today?
Yeah, look, this is a really scary way to start the semester, Vicky, because this is only the second week of classes after what happened yesterday. Classes today are canceled. We'll see what the rest of the week here looks like. But I have to say, and just talking to people in this community who I've run into on campus, there is a real sense of somberness today, a realization that this has become a far too familiar scene. And I have to say, even just yesterday, as soon as we got on campus, the real juxtaposition that we saw between the caution tape and the law enforcement lights and sirens that we were seeing with kids who were just trying to go between buildings. You got to imagine that at the hour that we got here around 6 o'clock, people were trying to go to the mess hall for dinner, go to other friends' dorm rooms. So we were watching kids going about their lives, but still with the physical reminders of the shooting that had only just happened here. It's really a harrowing juxtaposition and a reminder of the contrast that these kids are being faced with now in only their second week of school.
Yeah, it is a really challenging time. All right, NBC News correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, thank you.
Later on this hour, why one Marine vet chose to blow the whistle on one of the largest government contractors in Washington, D.C. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Is coming to you live, breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
3 years after the height of the pandemic, many of the biggest companies are saying it is time for workers to return to the office. But in Minneapolis, Target is taking the opposite approach. And while it is welcome news for many workers, it is having a major impact on the city's other businesses. From our NBC affiliate CARE, here's Kent Erdahl.
Hi, how are you?
With a food truck that has served downtown office workers since before the pandemic.
It's pretty different from 2018 and 19.
Yacy Agustina says lunch traffic has dropped off in more ways than one.
It's usually have like maybe 10, 15, 20 food truck, but right now it's only like 2, 3, or 5 food truck. It's not even busy. But
while food trucks can simply go elsewhere during Mondays and Fridays when hybrid workers stay home, for others, like Coconut Whisk Cafe, options are limited.
We do online marketing and social media, but there's just something about people just walking down here and seeing our cafe and then being able to walk in.
Bella Lamb's business opened after the pandemic, but all you have to do is look out the window to understand how much they benefit from more foot traffic from a certain downtown employer.
If Target was to come back, I think that only help with getting downtown to feel more lively again. I think it would be so beneficial.
You know, everyone wants Target to be back. We need Target to be back. They're a huge part of the entire ecosystem downtown.
Brianna Kelly says her latest report for Minneapolis-St. Paul Business Journal asks the question many downtown businesses want the answer to.
A lot of people are talking about how great it would be if Target was back in the office and how much of a boost it would give to downtown. But, you know, a lot of people are a little apprehensive to talk about it on the record.
In response to our questions, a Target spokesperson said the company does have thousands of employees working regularly in its downtown offices, but stopped short of saying anything about mandates, adding hybrid working is a strategic choice for us that we believe makes our HQ team stronger through empowerment, inclusivity, and adaptability. According to the Minneapolis Downtown Council, 65% of downtown workers reported being back at the office at least a couple of days a week. And they say the majority of the top 15 biggest employers have either mandated or strongly suggested coming back to the office a couple of days. But notably, that does not include Target, they say, although they're not exactly calling them out.
We know how committed Target is to downtown. I will tell you, as someone who's downtown every day, anecdotally, I have seen more Target badges downtown this summer, which is encouraging to me.
But at a time when others like XL Energy have also announced plans to mandate a return to office next month, Brianna says her reporting indicates of the top 10 employers downtown, Target is one of the final holdouts. For NBC News Daily, I'm Kent Erdahl.
Well, it is almost the end of an era at the National Zoo. 3 giant pandas from the zoo are set to be returned to China after captivating millions for decades. The return comes as tensions between the U.S. and China have recently escalated. NBC News correspondent Ryan Nobles has more on the beloved bear's journey home.
Giant pandas are one of the most popular animals in captivity, and their time in the United States may be coming to a close.
I want them to stay.
The Smithsonian National Zoo in Washington, D.C. announced that their 3 bears will return to China.
They're a staple. I think of the Smithsonian Zoo, I think of the pandas.
It marks the end of a more than 5-decade run for the unique animals at the National Zoo that first began after President Richard Nixon's historic visit to China. It was a major diplomatic victory for the Chinese that led to similar relationships with other countries.
There's been no greater ambassador to getting people to love animals, love nature, love conservation than the giant panda.
When the giant pandas leave Washington, it will leave only one zoo in America with the animal. The San Diego Zoo's partnership ended in 2019, the Memphis Zoo in April of this year. Atlanta's agreement ends in 2024, but zoo officials are hoping for an extension. It all comes at a time when political tensions between the United States and China are on the rise. The Smithsonian's arrangement was not with the government specifically, but instead a Chinese conservation organization.
So cute.
But for zoos in America, there are few animals that have had the impact giant pandas have.
They're the star of the show here. Everyone comes to see the pandas.
Star of the show, indeed. All right, thanks to NBC News correspondent Ryan Nobles for that report.
Can you imagine those pandas? They're like, oh, I guess we're going back to China now.
Home.
Okay. All right, you are watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism, is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
an exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back, and thanks so much for joining us this Tuesday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. According to a new study, breathing polluted air is actually more harmful than tobacco use. Wow. Researchers found that air pollution can take 2.3 years off of your life expectancy, whereas tobacco use reduces the average lifespan by 2.2 years. The study published today by the University of Chicago's Energy Policy Institute lists air pollution as the top threat to public health.
That's really interesting. Meanwhile, the Vatican is defending the Pope today after his comment over the weekend that really enraged Ukrainian leaders. Pope Francis went off script during a speech to Russian Catholics, calling them descendants of a great Russian empire. A spokesperson for the Vatican said the comments were not meant to praise the war in Ukraine or even Russian imperialism.
The Senate is getting ready for its first policy forum geared toward regulating artificial intelligence. It was announced that the attendees will include Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk, as well as top executives from Google, Microsoft, NVIDIA, and OpenAI. That is the parent company of ChatGPT. Representatives from civil rights, workers, and creative groups will also be in attendance. The closed-door bipartisan meeting is slated for September 13th at the U.S. Capitol.
Well, speaking of the Capitol, former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows took the witness stand for 5 hours yesterday in an attempt to move the Fulton County election interference case to federal court.
Yeah, the judge did not issue a ruling during this hearing. Instead, he said that proceedings in state court could continue and that Meadows still needs to be arraigned next week as scheduled. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now live from Atlanta. So, Blaine, pretty unusual to see Meadows himself taking the stand during the hearing yesterday. What was his main argument, and what did we hear from Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis?
Well, Vicki, I'll tell you, it was a surprise to see him take the stand. We started the day not even knowing whether or not he would be in Georgia. So to see him take the stand and testify for the better part of 4 hours was certainly remarkable. He spent a good amount of time at the beginning just kind of laying out his scope of duties as the White House Chief of Staff, what that meant, how that meant being at times personal assistant to the former president, somebody who needed to know a lot about everything because the former president could ask him any number of questions at any given time. He also said that it was not outside of the scope of his duties and not unusual for him to set up phone calls or set up meetings with people who would want to speak with then President Trump. So he talked about that, but as pertains to the phone call, that infamous phone call between Trump and Raffensperger, he basically said that he thought that it was going to be the least litigious way to settle this kind of outstanding lawsuit here in Georgia. Now, when we heard from Brad Raffensperger on the stand, he had a very different take on that. He said that he thought that he believed that it was a campaign call because of the presence of campaign attorneys there on the phone. Now, as for the state, what we heard from the state, the DA wasn't in the room, but as for the person who was kind of leading the charge on their behalf, basically they said that it's not possible to act in your federal capacity while also doing something in furtherance of a campaign, saying that the two were at odds with each other. Guys.
You know, Blaine, I guess the big question here becomes how would actually moving the case to federal court benefit Mr. Meadows? And then if he gets to do it, what does that sort of mean for the other defendants like former President Trump?
It certainly gives them all a legal leg up, Morgan. If he is able to move, then that certainly bodes well for the others who have already made that request. Former President Trump isn't among them, but it's expected that he would make a similar request soon. In fact, his attorneys were in the overflow room watching this to see how this proceeding unfolded. Now, here's why it would be beneficial. A couple of things. One, if it's tried in federal court, they would have access to a wider jury pool. It wouldn't just be jurors from Fulton County, which is a heavily blue area, but you're talking about the entire Northern District of Georgia. So you're talking about a lot of red counties as well. The other thing that would be very different is that it wouldn't be televised. TV cameras are not allowed inside federal court, unlike here in Fulton County. So if this is removed to federal court, the media, we wouldn't be able to watch every in and out of a trial as it proceeded. Guys.
All right. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander down there in Georgia. Blaine, thank you.
Morgan, the University of South Carolina community is mourning after a fatal shooting took the life of one of its students. Police say the 20-year-old was killed trying to enter the wrong home on his street. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has more on this tragedy.
Hey there, the deadly shooting happened a few miles from the University of South Carolina's campus where classes had just gotten underway. The parents of that sophomore student, Nick D'Onofrio, say he was someone who loved life and was looking forward to the new school year with his friends.
The University of South Carolina is grieving the loss of one of their own. Sophomore Nicholas D'Onofrio, who authorities say was fatally shot early Saturday when he tried to enter the wrong home on his street, where he reportedly moved just last week.
The subject didn't gain entry. There's glass on the floor.
Officers received a 911 call for a reported home burglary near campus. While heading to the scene in Columbia, the incident was upgraded to a shots fired call. Police found a broken glass door and the 20-year-old on the front porch with a gunshot wound to his upper body. So far, no charges have been filed. At USC, D'Onofrio was pursuing a degree in exercise science and was a member of the Phi Kappa Sigma fraternity. His parents telling NBC News he was the son that every parent would wish for. Funny, smart, compassionate, and loved life. We will miss him immeasurably. The deadly gunfire appears to be the latest example in a string of similar tragedies. In April, Ralph Yarl, a 16-year-old black teen in Missouri, was shot after he accidentally went to the wrong home and rang the doorbell.
Ralph says that he was shot through the screen door at point-blank range.
Just days later in Texas, 2 cheerleaders were shot after one of them got in the wrong car at a supermarket parking lot. South Carolina, Missouri, and Texas are among a group of nearly 30 states with a stand your ground law, which allows individuals to use deadly force in self-defense if they're not breaking the law and in a place where they have a right to be. Though in both the Missouri and Texas incidents, the shooters are facing criminal charges. Back in D'Onofrio's hometown of Madison, Connecticut, close friends are now grappling with his sudden death.
He was my best friend growing up. He was just an awesome guy. It's just devastating.
Police tell us the shooter was a man who lived in the Columbia home but is not a student. They are working with local prosecutors to determine whether any charges will be filed. Meanwhile, the university says they're providing resources and support to those affected by their peers' sudden death. Back to you.
Our thanks to Emily Ikeda for that report. Booz Allen Hamilton, one of the largest government contractors, has agreed to a historic fraud settlement. Now, they agreed to pay for nearly $400 million for abusing taxpayer money. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney spoke to the Marine captain who uncovered the misuse and simply would not let it go. In fact, thanks to a little-known law, she was able to claim some of that money for herself.
Much of Sarah Feinberg's philosophy about life was shaped by her time as a captain in the U.S. Marines serving in Iraq.
It helped me get a sense of right versus wrong and have a clear picture of the service that I wanted to perform for our country.
In 2015, as a young mom, she was rising up the ranks of Booz Allen Hamilton as a financial analyst.
Booz Allen works almost exclusively with the U.S. government. They have a ton of contracts with Department of Defense.
She says she quickly realized the company's other contracts, some with foreign governments like Saudi Arabia, were bleeding cash.
And in order to keep the company profitable, they were passing those costs onto the U.S. government contracts.
So these private contracts, including with foreign governments, are losing money. And to cover those losses, they're taking money from the American taxpayer?
That's right.
And it was a lot of money.
What I discovered while I was there was that they were overcharging the government by nearly $100 million a year.
That's when Feinberg says she began a campaign to convince her bosses to put a stop to it.
It made me very upset as a taxpayer. It made me very upset as a Marine officer. I saw how limited our resources were.
After dozens of meetings, she got her chance to present her findings to 8 senior executives. She was 31.
They were mostly older men. There were, I think, 2 women in the meeting out of the group, and I was definitely the youngest person in the room.
Feinberg started by telling the group that fixing the issue would mean losing money, but she says she was quickly cut off by the chief financial officer who told her,
I appreciate all the work you've done on this. We are not going to make it a priority this year.
That must have just been devastating for you.
It was very devastating for me. I called my husband right afterwards and told him I was quitting my job.
Feinberg got a lawyer who explained she could sue on behalf of American taxpayers and claim a share of any settlement under a law that dates to the Civil War, the False Claims Act. The Justice Department began an investigation and 7 years later announced a $377 million settlement. As much money as it was, Feinberg says the company should have faced even harsher penalties. Feinberg's $40 million share landed in her family's bank account a few weeks ago. Booz Allen admitted no wrongdoing, saying in a statement that the company has always believed it acted lawfully and responsibly, and noting that a criminal investigation was closed without charges.
Did they underestimate you?
I mean, I wish they would have taken me and the issue more seriously while I was there.
Today, $40 million richer, Feinberg says she plans to give much of it to her church.
I've got 3 kids. I tell them doing the right thing is the right thing no matter what the outcome is. There's very few times in this life where you'll actually be rewarded for doing the right thing, but this is one of those unique situations.
Ken Delanian, NBC News, Washington.
Really remarkable. All right, well, today in Spain, Spanish soccer executive Luis Rubiales faces growing calls to resign after his non-consensual kiss with Jenni Hermoso after the team's World Cup win.
Well, now federal prosecutors are opening a formal investigation into his actions. NBC News correspondent Kelly Cobiella has more.
Spanish prosecutors opened a criminal investigation into whether this kiss was an act of sexual assault. Spanish Soccer Federation President Luis Rubiales grabbed midfielder Jenni Hermoso's head, kissing her on the mouth after the team's World Cup win last week. FIFA has suspended Rubiales for 90 days pending its own investigation. And overnight, the Spanish Soccer Federation withdrew its support of Rubiales after a marathon emergency meeting, saying he should immediately present his resignation because of the latest events and the unacceptable behaviors that have seriously damaged the image of Spanish football. The incident at the award ceremony causing outrage. In locker room celebrations afterward, Hermoso can be heard saying, "I didn't like it." Rubiales apologized the next day, but later in the week claimed, "Hermoso lifted me off my feet, held my hips, my legs. We hugged," he said, accusing critics of false feminism and social assassination. His family rushing to his support. His cousin says, "We don't think what's happening is fair," adding his mother has locked herself in a church and gone on a hunger strike. Hermoso said she was pressured to say at first that the kiss was a natural expression of affection and gratitude, but now says, "At no time did I consent to the kiss that he gave me." The incident sparking protests in Spain and signs of support across the sports world. Crowds cheered Hermoso at a game over the weekend, with teams holding banners and U.S. players wearing wristbands saying, "We're with you." Spain's sports minister calling this the Me Too moment of Spanish football. Kelly Cobiella, NBC News.
All right, well, learning to turn failure into a positive life lesson. Look, it can be difficult, but also an incredibly useful life skill. We're going to have some tips to help your kids go through the process coming up next. We're NBC News Daily right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Sinclair Samoa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Here's the thing. Every parent knows your children will face setbacks or make mistakes, whether it's a bad report card, poor sportsmanship, maybe underage drinking. But these instances can all be turned into valuable lessons or teachable moments.
That's right. I mean, the key is for parents to really teach kids how to ultimately work through their mistakes or even their setbacks in a beneficial way. And it's equally important to not let those moments feel like a parenting failure. Parenting educator and author Michelle Eckart is here with some advice for parents on what to say and how to act in these situations. Michelle, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks.
Really appreciate it. You know, listen, you talk in your book about the fact that kids need to learn from failure. How do you teach your children to actually learn from these mistakes?
So the most important thing that you can do as a parent is not swoop in to rescue them. What we want is for kids to get comfortable with discomfort. And so that means learning what rejection and embarrassment and pain feel like. And in many ways, that's a great teacher. It teaches you what you don't want to do later. You don't want to feel guilt. You know, you don't want to feel bad about doing something. So don't try to mow down the grass so that your kid can go forward without any pain. We want them to feel it a little.
I'm just listening with rapt attention because that is a hard thing to do, is to watch your child fail or let them feel the feelings. I feel like our parents did do that, you know, and that's kind of what's helped us develop resiliency. One thing that I think a lot of people think is you got to check in. How are you doing? Is everything okay? And you say, no, 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 don't do that.
Don't do it too much. A little bit is okay. I call it pressing the bruise. So you may notice, oh gosh, my kid's going through some friendship issues. They're not invited to a birthday party. And that hurts me as the parent, you know, on their behalf. I don't want to go up to that kid every day and be like, hey, how's it going? Are the girls talking to you again? Did you have someone to sit with at lunch? Don't press that bruise.
You're saying don't press the bruise, but then what do you do? Because if you allow them to feel all the big feelings and you allow them to hold that, you know, shame is a tough emotion to hold. Guilt is a super difficult emotion. What do you do on the back end of those feelings?
I love that question. We don't want them to get to shame, really. It's okay to feel guilt. It's okay to feel bad or be embarrassed, but I don't want it going to shame, and shame is secrecy. So you really want to be a mirror for your kid. You want to say, you know, you can say, tell me more about what you're thinking about this, but not, are you okay? I'm worried about you. So that's the difference.
Sort of explain the thought behind the feeling.
Explain the thought, ask them to tell you more. You can always say more. What are you thinking? What are you feeling? Without bringing your own emotions into it. Like, I feel so bad for you.
What are some of the signs that you have crossed over or turned that corner? When should you get involved?
Okay, I think you want to be careful if you see that your child is really in some imminent danger. So all the stuff that naturally normally happens, a heartache, a breakup, maybe a rejection from a school, these things are character building ultimately. But if you see that your child is talking to someone online who looks like they could be dangerous, I don't want you to sit back and see what happens. If you have a sense of imminent danger approaching, please step in.
Or if your child's retreating. I was going to say withdrawal, that feels like something.
Some withdrawal can be really normal, but if you're seeing extensive withdrawal without ever coming out and sort of peeking in the family room and seeing what the family's watching on TV and then going back in, that's pretty normal teen behavior. We call that cocooning. I love cocooning. What I don't want you to do is live in there forever.
Right. Okay.
You actually have a three-step process to help kids sort of overcome these obstacles. What are the 3 steps?
Sure. So the first thing I want parents to do is help contain the problem. Sometimes that means containing the issue. Sometimes that means containing the kid if they're putting themselves in danger. The next thing is resolve. So I want you to take some action steps. Once you've contained, you've had time to gather some facts and you know what to do, you might need to get some other experts involved. You might need to have a good discussion with your kid, that sort of thing. And then finally, evolve. I want you to move past it, and that's the pressing of the bruise. I want you to move past it, see new things in your kid, and don't make that the headline of their childhood that you keep checking back in on.
That's a great way to put it.
Are there any key phrases that you would advise us to use? We know the ones not to do in terms of pressing the bruises, but any key phrases
Yeah, I mean, I think a really good one is just, hey, you know, I want to check in with you, but not make it feel like you're doing it right away. Kids love time to think. So I would love to, and process. I'd love to hear how things are going, but I've got to do this email for work. So maybe after dinner, if you've got a few minutes or over breakfast, we can touch base. And that takes pressure off.
Yeah, make it casual. All right, parenting educator and author Michelle Ickard, thank you so much for your time today, Michelle.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. All right, and you're watching NBC News Daily.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's great to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Classes are back in session at the New College of Florida, the school that once had a liberal reputation but is now front and center of the so-called war on wokeness, which is led by Republican governor and presidential candidate Ron DeSantis.
NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky tells us about the controversial changes that are now in place this semester and why the school is attracting a new and very different group of undergrads.
What do you say to students who think that they've been caught up in the middle of a political fight?
What you're caught up in is America fighting for the proper education of our students.
It was just 8 months ago, Richard Corcoran, a political ally of Governor Ron DeSantis, was named interim president of New College of Florida.
Where the dock is, there's plans for a master's in marine mammal biology.
It's the smallest university in the state system, with a long-time reputation as also its most liberal. In that short time, he overhauled the school's curriculum, replaced more than a third of its faculty, and ushered in the largest ever new class of students, one that looks dramatically different from the previous classes here.
You want a more conservative campus?
We need to be, yes. I don't think you can be a great liberal arts school and claim to be one if you're not in the center.
The question, what is the center? DeSantis' handpicked board and president eliminated the popular gender studies program here and all diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives.
That has no place in our public institutions.
Their top point of pride, rolling back what they've called the school's far-left culture.
You have requested $2 million state dollars for a cancel culture center.
We requested $2 million for a cancel culture center.
Why?
Because it needs to happen. We need a nationwide beacon that says this is how you do it. We're going to have great debates out here on the yard. Liberals, conservatives come. let the students be exposed to every aspect.
The Corcoran-DeSantis makeover also includes new state money to fix decrepit buildings, to reverse the school's sagging enrollment numbers, and to subsidize the school's first ever athletic program. For the first time in years, it looks like enrollment could tick back up.
Conservatives make up a large population of the country, and they want to go to school too, and they want to go without having to have different ideas forced down upon them, which happens a lot.
But those changes come at a cost for many existing new college students. About 1 in 4 transferred out this summer, and those that didn't, especially LGBTQ+ students, are apprehensive.
It feels like I'm a pawn.
Kat Turner describes the vibe as unwelcome.
It feels like New College has become a political playground to try out what these people want the country to be. I'm upset. This is my education.
She says her preferred housing was taken away late this summer. And with so many courses canceled due to faculty resignations, some upperclassmen aren't even sure they'll be able to finish their majors.
It feels like they're attacking us and they're trying to actually exclude the returning students.
Noah Tyler is concerned about what shoe might fall next, but he's also optimistic about both the influx of state money and of new students.
That's why I came back. I think there's still the foundation that we need to get stuff done. And I hope that we can continue to do so.
That hope may hinge on whether the New College experiment produces the free speech mecca promised, or merely an atmosphere that deepens our ideological divides.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Noah Pransky.
All right, here's what is trending right now. Singer Ed Sheeran is serving up some Starbucks in Seattle. The 4-time Grammy Award winner took to Instagram over the weekend, sharing a video of him behind the counter. Sheeran helped launch the coffee chain's famous pumpkin spice latte in honor of his upcoming album, Autumn Variation.
And that beautiful red hair. All right, HBO's controversial series, The Idol, has been canceled after just 1 season. The show was created by director Sam Levinson and singer The Weeknd, and it ended after only 5 episodes. In a statement, a spokesperson for HBO says they're grateful to the cast and to the crew, but decided to not move forward with the 2nd season.
And Shakira is set to make history at this year's MTV Video Music Awards. The Colombian singer will become the first ever South American artist to receive the Video Vanguard Award. Previous recipients include stars like Janet Jackson, Madonna, and Beyonce. Shakira will also be performing live during the show. The VMAs air September 12th at 8 p.m.
She is like on a high.
She's amazing.
Have you heard her songs with Karol G?
Well, I mean, the two of them, that's a powerhouse duo.
A powerhouse. We love to see it. All right, I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. You can do that wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and of course, Peacock. All those places there you see on your screen. Your news continues right after this.
going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
Hey everyone, great to have you with us this Tuesday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, August 29th. On alert, Idalia strengthened to a Category 1 hurricane, and it's supposed to get even more intense before making landfall in Florida tomorrow, where we're expecting the worst of the wind, the rain, and the flash flooding.
Campus chaos. A UNC Chapel Hill staff member was killed in a shooting that prompted a university-wide lockdown for more than an hour. We will hear from students who knew the suspect and were left deeply shaken.
Thrifting shift. Americans are increasingly turning to secondhand marketplaces to buy and sell used items. We're going to tell you about the fiscal benefits of thrifting and what it might mean for the U.S. economy.
Health check. Pharmacies nationwide are reporting a shortage of the popular ADHD medication Adderall. We have a doctor here to talk about some safe alternatives as kids head back into the classroom.
We are so glad you could join us this Tuesday on NBC News Daily. And we start right now with Hurricane Idalia as it continues to barrel toward Florida's Gulf Coast. Now, it's expected to make landfall there sometime tomorrow morning. But between now and then, forecasters say it will likely strengthen into an extremely dangerous Category 3 hurricane. Some areas along the coast could see up to 12 feet of storm surge.
Evacuation orders now in effect across roughly a third of the state of Florida. People getting ready. They're filling sandbags. They're boarding up their homes and businesses. But the fast approaching hurricane has already caused some disruptions. Right now, Tampa International Airport is closed. The FAA reports it is rerouting planes and shutting down some air travel routes in that area ahead of this storm. We have team coverage from all angles for you. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking Idalia's movements. But first, we head to NBC News correspondent Marissa Parr, who is live in Tampa. Marissa, how are people there preparing, and how concerned do they seem to be? Are they taking these evacuation orders seriously?
Hey, Vicki. So before I explain how things are going here in terms of the people, how they're feeling, I want to just set the scene here. Tampa is not in the direct path when you look at the cone, and I know Bill is about to talk about that in just a second. The big concern here is the storm surge. We're expecting, they're talking about anywhere between 4 to 7 feet here in the Tampa Bay area. Now, Tampa is a place that has largely dodged hurricanes in the past few years. And so that is something that we're seeing in terms of the mentality, the attitude when we're talking to people around here in Tampa. I've been here for about 24 hours now, and what I noticed is the people who were the most concerned, these were the people that were flocking to the stores yesterday, people that were in line for sandbags. It seems like those people have already largely left. We're now left with the people who are prepared to hunker down, who are a lot more relaxed about this. On the other side of the camera, I see people biking. They've been going to get ice cream. I mean, not that there's any places that are open to do so, but I've been watching people walking around. One of them had a beer in their hand. And so I think you have the people who are left are not concerned about this. They're aware that there's the concern about the storm surge. I asked about that, and it's largely people that are several miles away from where the storm surge is the biggest threat. Now, behind me, over my shoulder, is Tampa General Hospital, and I want to take you to video of how they're preparing, because this is the region's only level 1 trauma center. And what you're going to see is they put up aqua fences. There are, of course, lots and lots of ways in which the city and the county are taking this very seriously to make sure that these important structures do not flood. You see some of those aqua fences going up right there. And this is something that's really important, because what you cannot see is the fact that Tampa General Hospital is on an island. We're talking about surrounded by the bay water. And of course, we talk about how there is concern about flooding here. This is something Tampa's seen quite a bit, Vicki and Morgan.
Yeah, Marissa, you talk about the flooding, the storm surge. We just got another update just about an hour ago from Governor Ron DeSantis. What's he saying now?
Yeah, I mean, obviously officials are asking people to take this seriously, even if they're not concerned, to not put authorities in risk by putting themselves at risk where they have to be rescued later. Governor Ron DeSantis has now given 2 updates today, and it's only, in the afternoon. We know that there's several more to come. He detailed some of the ways that the state is preparing for what's to come. This includes electrical outages. I want to take you to what he had to say in just a moment. But another thing he had mentioned, we talk about losing service. He says they deployed deployed 250 Starlink internet devices. And this is what he had to say about the potential of loss of power.
There are over 25,000 linemen already in Florida as of this morning, and by the end of the day, we anticipate that to be between 30,000 and 40,000 linemen that will be here prior to the arrival of the storm, and then we'll move in to restore power as soon as the storm passes.
I will just end with this. In addition to the storm surge, of course, we have the winds, which are not going to be as big of a problem here. There is the threat of tornadoes. This is something that officials are also warning people about. We will see the outer bands here, so that is something that this whole area, the Tampa Bay area, is also on high alert for. Vicki and Morgan.
All right, NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra bringing us up to speed there in Tampa. Thank you so much.
Let's go in and bring in Bill Cairns now. Bill, you've been tracking this since the beginning. Are there any major changes we've seen over the past few hours? And I guess the big question is, like, when is it supposed to hit the hardest, and what's sort of the breadth of coverage?
Yeah, we have not seen any big changes in the intensity forecast or the track. It's been pretty consistent now for about the last 2 days. You can actually see the eye showing up on radar. Now, you have to remember that's way off the coast. It doesn't look that intense, but the radar beam's actually shooting at it about 30,000 feet. So here's the Sarasota area. Already some squalls are coming on shore. With these, we can get some gusty winds. We get some lightning with it. Occasionally, we can get a spin up of a small or a weaker end tornado. We'll have to keep that threat throughout the rest of today and overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. You can see it's over Sarasota now, heading up towards the Tampa area. So the storm itself in the Hurricane Center, it's a strengthening hurricane. It's close to getting up towards Category 2, 85-mile-per-hour winds max right now. This is looking at, by the way, is the satellite imagery. These are the cold cloud tops of the thunderstorms. It's one of the ways we can gauge how strong the hurricane is. The colder the cloud tops, the stronger the thunderstorms, usually the stronger the storm. The forecast path in the Hurricane Center pretty much due north with a little bend to the east at the very end. So that, if it was going due north, it would head straight for Tallahassee. But we do think we're going to get that little bend in here and head into this region called the Big Bend of Florida. This is not beaches. This is swampy areas from Perry to Cross City. You're inland, but you have the best chance of getting significant wind damage out of this, maybe going through the eye. That storm surge will be right through that all swampy area. Cedar Key is the biggest populated area. They'll have to go through it. Then the storm will be more of a tropical storm type event to the South Carolina coastline. I am concerned with Savannah high tide, 8:30 tomorrow evening at the same time as the full moon, same time as the storm surge. So that could be a problem. Our computer models are really kind of set here on that Big Bend area. And this is really the highlight of everything is the water. That's the issue. You don't have to go through the center of the storm to have a big storm surge. So even the Tampa area, 4 to 7 feet, if that hits tomorrow morning around 4:40 a.m. at high tide in Tampa, they'll have some water heights that they haven't experienced in a very long time.
Wow. We will be keeping an eye on it, and we'll be here live with rolling coverage tomorrow as well. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Thank you, Bill.
Meanwhile, new details emerging today in the deadly shooting at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. A graduate student has now been charged with first-degree murder after the Chapel Hill campus was sent into lockdown just yesterday.
He is accused of killing an associate professor in the school's science department. The university's website had the alleged shooter listed as a member of the professor's lab group. That webpage has now been deleted. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now. Dana, what more are you learning at this point about the alleged shooter and this professor?
Well, Vicki, Morgan, we know that they had some sort of relationship. We learned that the name of the shooter, he's been identified as 34-year-old Ty Leachy. He is now charged, as you've mentioned, with first-degree murder and also for having a gun on educational property. The UNC associate professor has also been identified as Dr. Ja Jae-hyun. He is also listed as the suspect's advisor on a since-deleted UNC profile. Now, according to the Yan Research Group website, Dr. Yun obtained his Ph.D. He joined the faculty at UNC Chapel Hill in 2019. Chi joined that research group in January 2022. So obviously a lot of questions surrounding the motive here. They obviously worked closely together, according to a lot of the research groups that we're seeing online, and there are pictures circulating of the two together, but NBC News has yet to independently verify those images. We heard from officials yesterday who said that they were going to question him and try to get more answers, and they're also still looking for the alleged murder weapon. Morgan?
You know, Dana, there's so many questions here, but I tell you, what is disturbing is just the videos we've seen, even of students jumping out of windows to try to get to safety, and it's terrifying, right? That's the state that we're in at this point.
Yeah.
It's such a traumatic incident, especially kids who were just Plus, leaving home for the first time and going to school. What is it like today for those students? What are they telling you? How does it feel?
Yeah, Morgan, it's really tough. They were only in school for about a week, and today classes are canceled for the second day since yesterday because of this tragedy on campus. As you mentioned, we're seeing images now. These were the terrifying moments, because when an active shooter alert goes out, you have no idea if this is a targeted shooting or if the gunman is going to enter your classroom next. So we saw this. We saw kids huddled under desks in their classrooms. Here's what one student said when this whole ordeal was going down.
People started coming in the bathroom, and they were like, there's an active shooter on campus. So immediately we all just stayed hiding in the stalls, squatting on the toilets, just scared. We didn't know what was happening.
It was terrifying because, you see that on your phone and you think it's just one of those things, you don't really know what to think about it, and then you see what the response is and you start to realize just how serious the situation is.
The school has now set up a hotline for students and parents who want to call in and ask questions about the shooting.
So many questions, but we don't send our kids to school so that they can hide from active shooters. These kids are going away for the first time. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin for us. Dana, thank you.
We want to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Amazon is raising its minimum price for free shipping. Shoppers without Prime memberships will now need to spend $35 for a no-cost delivery. That is up $10 from the previous minimum, which had been in place since 2017.
For more on this, we have CNBC technology reporter Kate Rooney, who joins us. Kate, look, we know this change is not going to affect Amazon Prime members, but sort of walk us through how it's going to impact those other shoppers. Why the sudden increase?
Sure. Well, hi, guys. So it's important to note first, an Amazon spokesperson says the new threshold is under testing. It appears to apply to customers based on where they live. Amazon hasn't said why it's experimenting with the increase, but the move could encourage more consumers to pay that annual $139 a year Prime membership fee. Elsewhere, guys, Best Buy is scaling back its sales outlook as it deals with a lull in post-pandemic spending on some items, including kitchen appliances, computer monitors, and other electronics. Company executives think this whole year will see a low point in demand when it comes to some of their technology. And America's favorite state for retirement is getting an infusion of young people. A new analysis from Smart Asset found workers between ages 26 and 35 who are high earners are now flocking to Florida. In 2021, nearly 3,400 of these workers who make more than $200,000 a year moved to the state. Texas and New Jersey, meanwhile, also saw an influx. Some of these young, wealthy Americans in the same year. Back to you.
They're going to have to do a new SNL skit. There was one where it was like Portland, where the young people go to retire. Now I guess it's Florida.
Miami, here we come. Bienvenidos a Miami, all right?
All right, Kate Rooney, thank you so much, Kate.
All right, new details coming to light about the moments before the deadly racist shooting at the Dollar General store down there in Florida. What the shooter had with him and where he went before the tragedy. Coming up, you're watching NBC News Daily.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Now to a terrifying scene in South Florida where a rescue helicopter dropped from the sky in a ball of flames. It crashed into an apartment building and killed 2 people. Now investigators want to know what went wrong. Here's NBC's Tom Costello.
8:45 a.m. in Metro Fort Lauderdale. Residents looked up to see a Broward County Sheriff Fire Department helicopter trailing thick black smoke.
Pop, 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 pop.
Just 650 feet in the air, the boom and tail rotor began buckling as the chopper started spinning out of control, then nosedived into an apartment building below. Killed in the crash, an older female resident of the apartment building, and fire captain paramedic Terrison Jackson, who was on board the chopper, a 19-year veteran remembered for being thoroughly committed to his job.
Terrison was a rock star. He was one of the best of us.
The rescue chopper had just lifted off, headed for a traffic accident with life-threatening injuries. But within minutes, pilot Darren Roche radioed he was in trouble.
We're having mechanical issues while we're headed back to our station.
A fire broke out on board. They did their very best, from my understanding now, to try to extinguish that fire.
Seconds later, the horrific crash. The pilot and another paramedic were injured in the crash, as were 2 people on the ground, all taken to an area hospital. The chopper involved is a dual-engine Airbus Eurocopter 135 like this one, used by police and rescue services worldwide. Whatever went wrong, say experts, it was very quick and catastrophic.
It's no longer flying. The rotor is keeping it somewhat in the air, but it can't stay there. So it's not under control. It is spinning.
The Broward County Fire and Sheriff's Departments are mourning one of their own.
Captain Jackson Terrison typified what it meant to be a brother firefighter. He perished doing what he loved.
Tom Costello, NBC News.
Now to Jacksonville, Florida, where details are coming to light about the minutes before a gunman opened fire at a Dollar General store there, killing 3 people.
Authorities are investigating the deadly rampage as a hate crime. The suspected gunman left behind 20 pages of racist writings. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee joins us now. Tremaine, I know that our colleague Abe Gutierrez also interviewed that security guard who actually confronted the shooter. What more do we know?
You know, in these moments, we put a lot on young people, especially in the age of mass shooting. But then when you have a potential shooter, someone we know who went on to kill a bunch of people, that these students were fearing for their lives, but they had the wherewithal. When they saw something that was wrong, they told Lieutenant Bailey, and Lieutenant Bailey stepped into action. Let's take a listen.
I don't consider myself a hero. To me, the students are the heroes. The ones that, like I said, we preach every day. You see something, say something. So they saw something, they said something. And to me, those are the heroes.
Those are true heroes. They saw something and they said something.
I think he is a hero, too. I think we can agree on that.
They all spoke out. They all took action and likely prevented a mass shooting on their campus. Unfortunately, it did still occur at that store. Jacksonville has a history of race-related violence. What can you tell us about how the community is grappling with this mass shooting, horrifying as it is, in addition to that history?
It's pretty bad. For a city of 1 million, about 30% of the population is black. Sunday marked the 63rd anniversary of what they call the Axe Handle Saturday, where a group of white supremacists beat civil rights workers. Just last year on September 11th, neo-Nazis unfurled banners with swastikas on them. Then you've had, yards of neighbors littered with racist literature. And then you have this moment where Governor Ron DeSantis passed his Stop Woke Act, which kind of whitewashed a bunch of history and changed curriculums altogether. stirring the pot. He arrives, Governor DeSantis, at an actual vigil for the victims, and they boo him.
We heard that there in the video.
Right, so it's pretty contentious. Even though he's vowed to give $1 million to bolster security at Walter Edwards University, HBCU, and $100,000 each to the family members of the victims, that might not be enough in this environment because so many people point to his policy and legislation and say, this is stirring the pot. Because if you are indeed a white nationalist, you probably like the whitewashing of history.
NBC News correspondent Trymaine Lee, thank you so much.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
In New York City, plans to house the influx of asylum seekers at locations across the 5 boroughs continues to receive pushback from locals. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro details how protests turned violent right outside the mayor's home during one of the latest anti-migrant demonstrations. Take a look.
Protests turning violent amid a growing humanitarian crisis in New York City as migrants and asylum seekers continue to arrive.
Immigrants are welcome here.
About 100 demonstrators on both sides of the issue clashing outside Gracie Mansion, the mayor's official residence, and calling on Mayor Eric Adams to open the doors to house migrants there. The NYPD reporting a police officer was injured and 6 people were arrested, including Curtis Sliwa, a conservative talk radio host who led the protest.
The mayor's got to understand this is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Tensions mounting as the city opens additional shelters, more than 200 so far, including 15 large-scale humanitarian relief sites like this one on Randall's Island, according to Mayor Eric Adams. But in a conservative stronghold like Staten Island, outrage greeting the new arrivals sent to a temporary 300-bed shelter at a former school.
The city of New York did not ask for any type of input as to where they were going to put these migrant shelters.
Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul appealing to President Biden for help, sending a letter calling for expedited work authorizations, federal financial assistance, and additional sites for new shelters on federally owned properties, similar to one announced last week in Brooklyn at a former World War II Naval Air Station property.
This crisis originated with the federal government
and it must be resolved through the federal government.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas announcing $77 million in funding for communities receiving migrants like New York City, and the Biden administration asking Congress to approve $600 million more for those cities. New York City officials say they're eyeing hundreds of other sites as potential shelters, while more than 58,000 people are currently in the system, and that number only expected to grow.
We have a long tradition of welcoming people here, and that will continue.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
Turning to San Francisco now, where the city's retail industry is still struggling to recover from the pandemic. Now Nordstrom's flagship store downtown has officially closed after more than 3 decades in business. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward has more on the closure.
After 35 years, the doors of Nordstrom's department store in downtown San Francisco closed for good on Sunday. It's the latest in a series of retail closures in the city by the Bay as it struggles to regain its footing.
It's unfortunate to see what's been going on in the city, but hopefully somebody steps in to clean it up. And it's unfortunate that Nordstrom has to go.
When Nordstrom opened its doors in 1988, the surrounding neighborhood was considered, well, pretty rough. But the massive store was a success and helped spark a rebirth of the city's downtown. Fast forward to this May, when the company made the call to close the space. It said the area's changing dynamics were impacting foot traffic and our ability to operate successfully. The data is striking. Researchers tracking urban cell phone data confirm that as of June, downtown San Francisco was at the bottom of their recovery list, with just 32% of pre-pandemic foot traffic, trailing similarly sized cities like Austin and Seattle. Residents say they can feel the difference.
I do see less foot traffic.
I work down here on Market Street, and there's like just half as many places to go to lunch now. Looking out of our window into other buildings, you see floor after floor after floor of empty desks, which is a little bit ominous.
The city, like many across the country, also grappling with crime, homelessness, and drugs, putting an additional strain on local businesses. But crisis can create opportunity. The mayor's office has floated the idea of replacing Nordstrom and its surrounding mall with a soccer stadium. And business leaders say empty spaces are being turned over to tenants that could never have afforded them in the old days.
To nonprofits, to artist groups, to entities which will come in and create interesting activities which will attract people.
Next month, the city begins giving temporary leases to organizations like this one, an art studio for people with disabilities, in the hopes that a new crop of tenants can do for San Francisco what Nordstrom once did. Jake Ward, NBC News.
All right, so this is a new trend for back-to-school season, and it could save you a little bit of money, too. How to get the best deals at consignment shops. Right when we come back, you're watching NBC News Daily. And remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. It's wherever you stream, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, you name it. Your news continues right after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We are back now on this Tuesday, so happy you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. Alabama is looking to become the first state to execute a prisoner using nitrogen. In a court filing, the state's attorney general requested an execution date for death row inmate Kenneth Eugene Smith, detailing plans for him to be put to death by breathing in pure nitrogen. The method has been authorized in just 3 states, Alabama, Oklahoma, and Mississippi, but it's actually never been used.
In Australia, a 64-year-old woman who was admitted to the hospital with mysterious symptoms. You might want to put your lunch down. We should have warned you. She had a live worm plucked from her brain. The 3-inch-long round worm is typically found in pythons. This marks the first time a worm has been discovered in a human.
In your brain.
Her brain. Well, according to an infectious disease expert, the woman was an accidental host, and the worm somehow entered through her lungs and eventually made its way through her brain.
I gotta shake that one off. All right. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise announcing today that he's been diagnosed with multiple myeloma, calling it a, quote, very treatable blood cancer. It comes after he underwent blood work that uncovered some irregularities. According to a statement from the Louisiana Republican, he has started treatment that will continue for the next several months. He expects to continue his work as Majority Leader.
Well, we are learning new information about the deadly wildfires in Maui. Hawaiian Electric is now saying their power lines were disconnected from the power supply for hours before the flames started.
Now, the company is facing more than a dozen lawsuits over the fires. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more.
Almost 3 weeks after fires ravaged Maui, claiming at least 115 lives and leaving hundreds unaccounted for.
See them right there. That's the power line that started.
Hawaiian Electric, facing more than a dozen lawsuits for allegedly not de-energizing its power lines ahead of a severe wind event or properly maintaining its equipment, released a series of new assertions, including that the fire at 6:30 a.m., the morning fire, appears to have been caused by power lines that fell in high winds, that the Maui County Fire Department responded and reported it 100% contained, left the scene, and later declared it extinguished. And perhaps most importantly, at about 3 p.m., a time when all of Hawaiian Electric's power lines in West Maui had been de-energized for more than 6 hours, a second fire, the afternoon fire, began in the same area, with the cause undetermined. Jerry Singleton's law firm represents some 300 people suing the utility.
What is your response to seeing what the company said overnight about the fact that they are saying the lines were de-energized for some 6 hours?
Well, that's obviously the first we've heard of it. We have looked at the evidence very closely. We have people on the ground. There is absolutely no evidence to support HECO's claim. In contrast, all of the evidence we've seen is that the lines were energized.
One of the parties that Singleton Schreiber represents, the family of Lorenzo Buddy Jantok II, who suffered 2nd and 3rd degree burns to 90% of his body, according to the lawsuit, leaving behind children, grandchildren, and a rich legacy. If there was a plan to de-energize the lines, Singleton says that's not what HECO told the federal government about a PSPS, or public safety power shutoff.
For HECO to say on the one hand, in a filing that's under penalty of perjury and that is with the SEC, that they did not have a PSPS, and then on the other hand, to say that they shut off the power is completely inconsistent.
Hawaiian Electric has declined our request for an interview, but less than a week after the fires, the company's CEO told Tom this.
Why didn't you shut off the power when the wind started to pick up?
As I said earlier, it's still in the early days. We're still looking at all the information, and we haven't actually had a chance to do all of that at this time.
With all due respect, it's been 6 days, though, so almost 6 days.
And we've been putting everything we've got to helping our communities right now and our employees who are going through a lot and supporting them so that they can support the communities. you may be talking about what happens in California in the shutoff program. And so we, like most utilities, don't have that program.
4 days ago, before HECO's latest statement, Maui County's attorney told us there should have been a plan to de-energize power from the beginning.
The failure to de-energize their lines in 2023 for a for-profit, investor-owned utility is really below the standard of care. This is a systemic or systematic failure across the entire power grid.
Another critical question here is whether there were two separate fire events or if the original morning fire later produced an ember that tore through Lahaina. The ATF has not yet determined the cause of the fires that have forever changed this magical place. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Now to an update on the Georgia election interference case involving former President Donald Trump and 18 of his associates. Former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows took the witness stand for 5 hours yesterday in an attempt to get the case moved to federal court. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Atlanta and has been following this from the beginning. Blaine, first of all, just explain to us why Mr. Meadows actually wants to do this, what benefit he thinks he gains if this moves to federal court.
Well, Morgan, there are a couple of things. One, it would allow him access to a larger jury pool. So in Fulton County, this is a largely blue area, largely Democratic area. So that is who would be the jury that decides if it were tried here in Fulton County Superior Court. If it goes to federal court, we're talking about the entire Northern District of Georgia. So we're talking about a lot of red counties, so a much more diverse jury pool. But there's something else, too. If this were to be removed to federal court, he would have access to a different defense. He could claim sovereign immunity, or at least invoke that. Basically, that's something that says that as a federal official, he can't be charged with a state crime. That's something he can only invoke if it is in federal court. He would, of course, have to prove it, but it would certainly give him access to a different defense. And another big difference, Morgan, is that it wouldn't be televised. If it's here in Fulton County Superior Court, very likely that TV cameras will be allowed inside.
So a few benefits. I mean, Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis was not physically present during that hearing. But what did we hear from the state in terms of their argument? Why are they saying this is likely a no-go?
Well, basically, they're saying that you cannot be a federal official acting in your federal capacity while at the same time acting in furtherance of a campaign. They say that the two can't coexist. They're at odds with each other. Now, Mark Meadows all along had been saying that everything he was doing fell under the scope of being the chief of staff. It was basically in his capacity as a federal official. However, when we heard Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, on the stand, he said he fully thought that that phone call was a campaign call. He said that there were campaign lawyers on there.
Right.
He didn't in any way think that it was in any other capacity. So certainly that's what the state is arguing as well.
All right. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander. Blaine, thank you so much for your reporting.
Morgan, now to Spain, where Spanish prosecutors announced they are formally investigating suspended soccer executive Luis Rubiales and his unwanted kiss with female World Cup champion Jennifer Hermoso. NBC News correspondent Kelly Covilla has more on the controversy.
Spanish prosecutors opened a criminal investigation into whether this kiss was an act of sexual assault. Spanish Soccer Federation President Luis Rubiales grabbed midfielder Jenny Hermoso's head, kissing her on the mouth after the team's World Cup win last week. FIFA has suspended Rubiales for 90 days pending its own investigation. And overnight, the Spanish Soccer Federation withdrew its support of Rubiales after a marathon emergency meeting, saying he should immediately present his resignation because of the latest events and the unacceptable behaviors that have seriously damaged the image of Spanish football. The incident at the award ceremony causing outrage. In locker room celebrations afterward, Hermoso can be heard saying, "I didn't like it." Rubiales apologized the next day, but later in the week claimed, "Hermoso lifted me off my feet, held my hips, my legs. We hugged," he said, accusing critics of false feminism and social assassination. His family rushing to his support. His cousin says, "We don't think what's happening is fair," adding his mother has locked herself in a church and gone on a hunger strike. Hermoso said she was pressured to say at first that the kiss was a natural expression of affection and gratitude, but now says, "At no time did I consent to the kiss that he gave me." The incident sparking protests in Spain and signs of support across the sports world. Crowds cheered Hermoso at a game over the weekend, with teams holding banners and U.S. players wearing wristbands saying, "We're with you." Spain's sports minister calling this the Me Too moment of Spanish football. Kelly Cobiella, NBC News.
Thrifting is going mainstream. According to data from OfferUp, which is the largest online marketplace in the U.S., 85% of shoppers, they now buy or sell secondhand items.
You might know online retail stores like ThredUp or The RealReal, but it's the brick and mortar resale stores that are really thriving right now. Winmark, which owns the popular chain Plato's Closet, marked its strongest year on record for sales and traffic during back-to-school season. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
We've got CNBC senior retail reporter Courtney Reagan live from Plato's Closet on Long Island. Hey there, Courtney. Great to see you. So let's talk about it. Yesterday, you were saying people are going into malls more often, and now people are going into these secondhand stores. Talk about the savings and the benefits.
Yeah, absolutely. So as you mentioned, Winmark is the parent company of Plato's Closet, among a number of other of these resale banners. And what they're saying is you could buy, on average, 5 outfits and a pair of sneakers for $95 from a Plato's Closet. Compare that to about $350 for those same items if you were to buy them in a regular retail store. So one of the reasons why this is so popular, of course, is that it's very affordable, much more affordable than if you were to pay full retail prices for these gently used items. It's also sustainable in some customers' minds that you're buying items that have already been purchased rather than buying a new item that then had to be manufactured in order for you to buy it from the store. And then lastly, there's an awful lot of pressure on social media for especially young people to always have updated wardrobes or to be able to keep up with whatever is viewed as sort of the cool brand at the time. And it's very expensive to do that. And so this is one option. And as you mentioned, of course, there are options like ThredUp or Poshmark or The RealReal online, but those are very different experiences, right? You can't see and feel the items. In some cases, you can't return them. You can here, albeit a tighter return policy than you may experience in a regular store, but still at least you have the option. And also here, they pay cash if you want to be both a seller of your items and then a buyer in that same transaction.
Definitely. I mean, and I really do hate that pressure that these young people feel that you described. I mean, I can't imagine going back to school and having that kind of pressure. But what's interesting, too, is that a lot of experts say that this surge in reselling, it could actually be a warning sign for the economy. Why are they saying that?
Yeah, and the reason that we are here, and that's a good reason you point out, Morgan, is that this is a very important time for this format of retail, back to school time, because of the reasons that we mentioned with the social pressures and the affordability, when you're taking a moment in time to have that transition. But even broader, as you suggested in the introduction here, this is a really strong period of time last year and continuing into this year for resale. And I spoke with the CEO of Winmark, which again is the parent company of Plato's Closet. Listen to what he had to say.
I don't think we have that sound for you, Courtney. Give us a sense of what she said.
So I don't believe that we have that sound bite, but yeah. So Brett Heffes, who is the CEO of Winmark, basically said what he is seeing right now is eerily reminiscent of what he saw in 2008, 2009, and 2010. Remember, that was financial crisis. That was the time when everyone was very nervous about what was going on in the economy, and so they were trying to make smarter spending decisions. And so perhaps, maybe that's part of the reason for the surge we're seeing now is as inflation continues to remain elevated and interest rates, of course, are higher, and then possibly are we on the verge of recession? I don't know. Everyone's sort of debating that.
Yeah, it's really interesting that we could have seen this cycle before. CNBC senior retail reporter Courtney Reagan, this was really important. Great issue. Thank you so much.
Courtney, thank you. Well, the country is facing an ADHD medication shortage, leaving parents with a lot of questions. What happens when a child misses a dose? We're going to have expert advice on alternatives, too. That's next. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them. For almost a year now, the country's been experiencing a nationwide shortage of Adderall. It's a medication used to treat attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, or more commonly known as ADHD.
97% of all independent pharmacy owners say they're having a hard time getting their hands on the pills, and that shortage is affecting other generic ADHD drugs as well. It's leaving some patients really scrambling for alternatives ahead of this new school year. Joining us now is Dr. Ellen Broughton. She's an associate professor of psychology at Harvard Medical School, author of the book Bright Kids Who Couldn't Care Less. Great title. So first, let's talk a little bit about just ADHD in general. For parents who are concerned their children might have it, what are the symptoms?
So the three symptoms of ADHD are inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. So kids with ADHD will have some combination of those symptoms. Some will be more hyperactive, some more inattentive, some a combination of the both. And what we need to really remember is that it's not just a little bit of inattention. It's inattention that interferes with your ability to do your schoolwork. It's impulsivity that makes it hard for you to maintain friendships.
Yeah.
So it's more than just a little bit of any one of these things.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at this shortage, what's causing it? And frankly, why is it lasting so long?
Well, nobody really knows. It could be supply chain issues. It could be manufacturing issues. It could be because there is an increased need for medication. More people had treatment during the pandemic because of telemedicine. And also, I had the experience, for example, of having some of my patients who I might have diagnosed with ADHD in 2019 were then home with their parents, being homeschooled, and their parents were saying in 2019, I don't want to try medication with my child. After being at home, they really did want to try medication with their child. Similarly, for adults with ADHD, they might not have had medication needs before having to work at home, and that lack of structure caused their symptoms of ADHD to be more prominent.
Interesting. More diagnosis, more demand. What happens if someone doesn't have their required dosage?
Well, those symptoms that we talked about go up. So they become more inattentive, more hyperactive, more impulsive. So that affects a child's ability, for example, in school. If they're not attentive, they're going to have trouble finishing their homework, completing their assignments, doing well on tests. If they're impulsive, they're going to have trouble in their relationships with others. So you'll see problems in social relationships, problems with school performance. All of those things are going to lead to other secondary symptoms like feeling bad about oneself, being anxious, being depressed.
Oh, wow. I'm really interested in something you said just a moment ago about COVID and how it sort of presented itself differently. And you mentioned adults. We often associate, I think, sometimes ADHD with children, but this is very common in adults. How does it present differently in adults?
In adults, most adults present with ADHD with more inattentive symptoms than more of the hyperactive, impulsive symptoms. So about 50% of kids who present with ADHD as a young child will outgrow their symptoms, but that means half of the people who have ADHD as children will still have it as adults. They'll be more inattentive than they will be hyperactive typically.
Dr. Brown, I've gotten a lot of emails about this shortage over the time. The important question here, I think, is what can you do if you don't have access to the medication and your child or you are experiencing these symptoms?
So there are other treatments. There's cognitive behavioral therapy by a psychologist or a psychiatrist or a licensed mental health professional that will help them learn techniques, behavioral techniques, cognitive techniques that will help them with some of those symptoms. There's also something called an ADHD coach, a person who's kind of a cross between a therapist and a tutor.
That's very cool.
It is very cool, and who will kind of coach them through some of these symptoms and some of these problems that they might have day to day. And then you want to maximize all. Yes.
No, that's so helpful. Dr. Ellen Broughton, thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, as animal experts in Yellowstone National Park are ramping up efforts to preserve the endangered grizzly bear, visitors are being asked to do their part, too, by keeping their distance during any encounter. I mean, that seems like it'd be easy to do. I keep my distance there.
I think. NBC News contributor Kaylee Hartung details how park officials are now capturing and monitoring the bears to protect the important ecosystem.
Hey guys, Kaylee Hartung here in Los Angeles to tell you that this team of scientists say this is all being done humanely, but yeah, giant traps are now being set in the country's oldest national park for grizzly bears. So if you are among the hundreds of thousands of visitors to Yellowstone in the next couple of months, beware. There will be some areas of the park closed for this important study.
In Yellowstone National Park, biologists are baiting grizzly bears in the name of science. The U.S. Geological Survey and the National Park Service are running the 2-month survey to capture and monitor the large creatures under the Endangered Species Act.
There's some data that scientists can only get when they get up close and personal with a grizzly bear.
Grizzly bears became protected as a threatened species in 1975, when they were almost wiped out. As of 2021, it's estimated about 1,000 remain in Greater Yellowstone. Wildlife experts say this monitoring is critical to the species' ongoing recovery.
If we find grizzly bears that aren't doing so well, that means that probably several things in the ecosystem are really off balance and the ecosystem needs some improvement. On the flip side, finding healthy bears, especially young bears, mothers of breeding age, that kind of thing, suggests that the population is doing great. And so all of this information, whether it's good or bad, can help biologists give recommendations for conservation.
Large cage-like traps will be set with natural food sources like deer and elk to lure the bears inside. Then biologists will collect various data points like age, gender, and DNA to gauge the overall health of the grizzly bear population. Yellowstone will shut down areas of the park where field captures are underway, with bright warning signs alerting the public to stay away for their safety and the safety of the bears. Humans have long had a fascination and sometimes healthy fear of grizzly bears. Last month, on a hiking trail just west of Yellowstone, 48-year-old Amy Adamson was killed by a grizzly bear. Experts believe she was attacked after crossing paths with a mother and her cubs. And just weeks ago, this video of a crowd of tourists in Yellowstone surrounding a group of bears to take photos, raising concern. Experts say tragic incidents and close calls like these are just a reminder to stay at least 100 yards away from wild animals. Yellowstone is the oldest national park in the U.S. Nearly 1 million people visited in July alone. Some credit the increased popularity and visibility of the park to the hit TV show Yellowstone. The national park and its wildlife are heavily featured.
The best way to take care of the environment is to respect the environment, and that means all creatures that live within it. No matter what the wild animal is, give it the space it needs, and that is a really good part of being a good environmentalist, is respecting wildlife.
These scientists are hoping to study as many bears as they can, but they say it's hard to put a number on how many they expect to catch. Experts say they could gather quite a bit of helpful data from even just one bear. Guys?
All right, Kaylee, thank you.
And here's what's trending right now. Day 1 of the U.S. Open kicked off Monday here in New York City. The annual tournament honored legendary tennis player Billie Jean King and the 50th anniversary of the competition becoming the first sporting event to provide equal prize money for women. It was a rousing first day of matches with tennis stars Coco Gauff and Novak Djokovic topping off the night with victories.
Eminem is telling Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy to stop using his music on the campaign trail. The rapper's team sent a cease and desist letter to Ramaswamy's team after the presidential hopeful performed the song Lose Yourself on stage at the Iowa State Fair. Ramaswamy responded to the news on X, formerly known as Twitter, by saying, quote, "Will the real Slim Shady please stand up?"
I think he did stand up.
I think he did.
He was
I think
pretty
that was
clear.
that.
I think he was pretty clear. All right, Taylor Swift has begun the international leg of her Eras tour, performing for the first time in Mexico City. Over the weekend, fans showed out for Swift as she performed for 4 sold-out concerts in the country. In an Instagram post, Swift expressed her gratitude for her Spanish-speaking fans, saying she had always wanted to play in Mexico City. We love Mexico City.
Looks like that crowd loved her, too. That moonlit sky, just perfect. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Morgan Radford, and you're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the dishes you
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Tuesday, August 29th, 2023, breaking news, strike zone. Hurricane Idalia churning closer to Florida's Gulf Coast, and it is expected to intensify. The urgent preparations underway right now, and the latest track being released as we speak. Terror on campus. A graduate student at UNC Chapel Hill charged with murdering a faculty member. The university forced into lockdown. What we're learning about the victim and a possible motive. Prescription for change. The White House announces a broad new plan to lower drug costs for millions of Americans. The 10 medications that you might be able to get for less. And lesson learned. How you can help your child turn their mistakes and setbacks into teachable moments.
Can't wait to get to that one.
Yeah, and good to be with you again today. We're beginning with that breaking news.
Right out of Florida, the major threat from Hurricane Idalia. Right now, the storm is taking aim at Florida's Gulf Coast.
Overnight, Idalia battered Cuba. Here's some video bringing damaging winds there, torrential rain, serious flooding. Now folks in Florida are preparing for that and more. Idalia expected to strengthen as it moves closer to the Gulf Coast.
Idalia is forecast to make landfall in Florida sometime tomorrow morning, bringing with it a life-threatening storm surge. The National Hurricane Center says some places could see up to 15 feet of water. Evacuation orders are in place for over 20 counties, and public schools in several counties have already been canceled for today and tomorrow. Tampa International Airport stopping flights, and St. Pete Clearwater Airport will close in the next hour.
Our teams are in place all over Florida with the very latest, and we're going to hear from them in just a moment. But let's get right to NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, because, Bill, we just got a brand new update from the National Hurricane Center. What do we know?
Idalia is on its way to becoming a Category 2 hurricane. Not quite there. It's as strong as it can get right now for a Category 1. And as far as the intensity goes, right now at 90-mile-per-hour winds, it's really wrapping itself up right now. It's going over very warm water. It's going to have about 18 hours until landfall to intensify. So here's a look at the forecast path from the Hurricane Center. Well, the first thing I'll show you here is the radar bands. We have had a couple isolated tornadoes. These are the spiraling bands outside the storm that'll be coming on shore. Here's the center of the storm on radar. You can see it's about as close as it's going to get right now to areas between Key West and Fort Myers. We already have some storm surge flooding ongoing in areas like Fort Myers. Nothing compared to Ian, but you'll still notice high water. This is about the highest it'll get in this area. And as the storm travels northwards, tonight the water will be as high as it's going to get in Tampa. And then eventually that storm surge will come in with the eye of the storm right around that big bend. And that's where it could be upwards, Category 3, possibly even a low-end Category 4. The areas we're watching from Perry to Cross City, that's kind of the bullseye for the highest wind potential. This is not beach. This is swampy area. Cedar Key has about 700 residents that live there. It's a little island, almost like community. They're all being told to get out. And if there's any location that we're most concerned with maybe not looking the same after the storm, like a lot of the structures, that would be the one spot on the water. Then the storm becomes a tropical storm as it moves through Savannah, Charleston, Myrtle Beach. Still could be isolated power outages. And I'm worried about that Wednesday evening high tide at the peak of the full moon, too, in areas like Savannah. All of our computer models are right in this area, right around the Big Bend. And the big headline will be when we get the storm surge of that 10 to 15 feet. There's not a lot of cities and towns up in that 10 to 15 feet, but for those small communities that go through that, that'll be devastating.
Yeah. Well, let's hope for the best. Bill, thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Guad Vanegas now. He's on the ground in Crystal River, Florida. Guad, you're in the area where we could see some of the worst flooding. How are people bracing for what's to come?
Clay, this is one of the areas where we're under a mandatory evacuation. We got the alerts on our phones earlier indicating that there was an evacuation in order here. So I'm going to walk over towards the water. There's a lot of structures here. There's a hotel, there's homes, and a lot of structures that are right off the water. Now, we've already seen the water come up about a foot or two. Now, they do tell me that this is an area in Florida, because it's low, where they often see high tides. But here's what the workers at one of the hotels told me. If the water here in a mandatory evacuation area, this is Zone A, if it goes up 6 feet, they think they will be okay. But anything above 6 feet in this area, then the water starts going into the homes, into the hotels. And I asked, I was like, is there anything you can do to protect it? He said, no, not really. We protected the stuff inside. But if we get a surge of more than 6 or maybe 7 feet in this area, then the water is going to be going into people's homes. And of course, some of these hotels, there's a lot of tourists that visit this area. This is known for people that want to see the Florida manatee. So of course, right now it's empty, and the people that live here are evacuating. We went down to a store just minutes ago and talked to some of the people there who said they were buying the last few things they could because the storm is pretty much here. And we should also say that there's nothing we can really compare it to, because the zone or the area in Florida where this storm is headed, the information that exists out there says that they've never recorded a hurricane coming to that specific area. So there's really nothing we can compare it to as we wait for this storm to make landfall here in Florida.
Every inch matters right now. Guad Vanegas, thank you so much.
Let's go south of Guad now. Let's move down to Tampa. Nearly 400,000 people live in that big city, and they are also getting ready for the effects of Idalia.
That area could see up to 7 feet of storm surge. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra has the latest on preparations.
Hey, yeah, the conditions in Tampa are kind of unique. I would say I've been here for about 24 hours, and from my observations, it seems like the people who were the most concerned, the people who wanted to leave, have largely already done so. Yesterday, we saw the mad rush to the stores, the mad rush to get those sandbags in place before they left. And today, I would say it seems like the people who are left are the ones who are relaxed about the storm. On the other side of the camera, what you can't see are people going on bike rides. I see people running, going on walks. And when I talk to them, they say that Tampa has been able to avoid hurricanes in the past, and Tampa doesn't seem to be in the direct path of Idalia right now, but the big concern here is the storm surge. We're looking at anywhere between 4 to 7 feet of storm surge. So behind me, what you can see is Tampa Bay, and on the other side of that is Tampa General Hospital. This is the region's only level 1 trauma center. That is where people who have the most serious injuries are taken. Now, this place is supposed to remain operational throughout the storm, so people, if they do get injured, would be taken here. But remember, this is on an island, so they have to put what's called aqua fences around it. You can see video of them preparing the hospital, which again will remain open through the storm, for Idalia. And we are expecting that storm surge. So we do know there have been mandatory evacuation orders for those in what's called Zone A. Those are the most risk prone when it comes to flooding. But people in Zone B, C, and beyond seem to be doing just fine in terms of their temperament. But I will add one other thing regarding the threat here. It's not just the storm surge. We are going to be seeing the outer bands here in Tampa, and authorities have stressed time and time again there is a threat for tornadoes. So they're asking people to still take this seriously, even if we're not in the direct path here in Tampa. Guys.
All right, Marissa, thank you so much. Our coverage of Hurricane Idalia continues online right now at NBCnews.com. You can get updates live from our NBC News crews on the ground. You can also stay up to date on the storm's track. All that new information that Bill had, it's all online right now at NBCnews.com.
And at this hour, the man charged in that deadly shooting at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, is in court.
Classes are canceled today there after that doctoral student opened fire on campus yesterday, killing one person. He's been charged with first-degree murder, and we're learning that the victim, the person he killed, was the suspect's academic advisor. NBC's Dana Griffin is following this one for us. Dana, what more can you tell us about the faculty member who was killed?
Yeah, Kate, he has been identified as Associate Professor Dr. Zhe Jun. We are told that he was listed as the suspect's advisor in a now since deleted UNC profile. We are told that they had some sort of working relationship, but the motive behind the shooting still remains a mystery. We know that 34-year-old Tai Li Chi, who is the suspect in the shooting, is now charged with first-degree murder and also for possession of a weapon on educational property, both felonies. He's currently being held at the Orange County Jail without bail, as we're seeing some images of him appearing in court. We know that the police chief, UNC police chief, is expected to hold a press conference around 3:30 this afternoon, so we hope to learn new details of the shooting. Zin Clay?
And I'm sure, Dana, students can't wait to learn more, right? Because this was such a terrifying ordeal for them on campus, just going back to school. We saw video of some kids literally jumping out of the window, attempting to escape active gunfire. How are students reacting today?
Well, they're obviously very terrified, concerned. When something like this happens, it's traumatic. So we've heard from students who are now uneasy about returning to campus. We've seen images like the ones you're seeing now, kids jumping out of a window, because during the moment, you don't know if that shooter is coming to your classroom or if it was just a targeted attack. Here are what some other students are saying about that experience.
We all just stayed hiding in the stalls, squatting on the toilets, just scared. We didn't know what was happening.
This is a situation that we really shouldn't even have to be worrying about. You know, we're in class and lecture, and we have to be concerned about gunmen coming into our classrooms and, you know, hurting people when we're just here to learn, like anybody should be able to. So I'm very angry about this, and something needs to be done.
And Zinclay, you mentioned students wanting answers. UNC has actually set up a hotline so that students and parents can call in if they have any questions about this and hopefully get the services they need if they need someone to talk to. Back to you.
I'm sure many do. Dana Griffin, thank you so much.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute, a multi-billion-dollar settlement over earplugs.
Who'd have thought? And France has what seems like a pretty good problem: too much wine.
Christina Parzinevelos joins us now. Too much wine. Hi, Christina.
I only say that the next morning. But Kate and Zin Clay, 3M agreed to pay over $6 billion to settle 260,000 lawsuits accusing it of selling defective combat earplugs, which led to hearing loss for service members and veterans. In a statement, 3M says the settlement is not an admission of liability. Now to that story. France is reportedly about to destroy, get this, nearly 80 million gallons of wine. Making wine is getting too expensive, and some producers can't price it high enough to turn a profit, so they have to destroy it. According to the Washington Post, the wine, which could fill 100 Olympic-sized swimming pools, will cost $216 million to destroy. Would you shell out more money to avoid a crying baby on your next flight? One airline is testing out the concept of, quote, adult-only sections of the plane for people 16 and older. Turkish Dutch Cordon Airlines will introduce the zones on flights between Amsterdam and certain other cities, just depending on where you're located, in November. The seats, which are separated by a wall, are between about $50 to $110 extra. For no crying children, adult only.
I have so many questions. But there's
so many questions,
There's
I know.
a wall? So, like, you're not going to hear the baby because it's behind a wall?
Yeah, so instead of, a first class where you just put that sheet over, so it's just, I honestly, they say a wall, but it'll probably just be that sheet, so then really you can still
bad
hear.
for the parents. Like, our ears pop, you chew some gum, what can a baby do? But maybe a wall would help those.
I've said this before. I have had the crying baby on the airplane.
We have empathy.
Christina, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, coming up, could you be one of the millions of Americans who will soon pay a little less for some prescriptions? We'll break down the brand new plan just released by the White House. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Federal investigators are trying to figure out what caused a deadly helicopter crash in southern Florida. It happened yesterday morning. A veteran fire captain and a woman on the ground were killed when the chopper crashed into an apartment building. 4 other people were taken to the hospital. Here's NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello.
8:45 a.m. in Metro Fort Lauderdale. Residents looked up to see a Broward County Sheriff Fire Department helicopter trailing thick black smoke.
Pop, 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 pop.
Just 650 feet in the air, the boom and tail rotor began buckling as the chopper started spinning out of control, then nosedived into an apartment building below. Killed in the crash, an older female resident of the apartment building, and fire captain paramedic Terrison Jackson, who was on board the chopper, a 19-year veteran remembered for being thoroughly committed to his job.
Terrison was a rock star. He was one of the best of us.
The rescue chopper had just lifted off, headed for a traffic accident with life-threatening injuries. But within minutes, pilot Darren Roche radioed he was in trouble.
We're having mechanical issues while we're headed back to our station.
A fire broke out on board. They did their very best, from my understanding now, to try to extinguish that fire.
Seconds later, the horrific crash. The pilot and another paramedic were injured in the crash, as were 2 people on the ground, all taken to an area hospital. The chopper involved is a dual-engine Airbus Eurocopter 135 like this one, used by police and rescue services worldwide. Whatever went wrong, say experts, it was very quick and catastrophic.
It's no longer flying. The rotor is keeping it somewhat in the air, but it can't stay there. So it's not under control. It is spinning.
The Broward County Fire and Sheriff's Departments are mourning one of their own.
Captain Jackson Terrison typified what it meant to be a brother firefighter. He perished doing what he loved.
Tom Costello, NBC News.
Today, we're getting a look at just what led up to what police are calling a racially motivated shooting in Jacksonville, Florida on Saturday. Law enforcement released new surveillance video showing what the gunman was doing just moments before he killed 3 people. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee joins us now. So, Tremaine, the sheriff is now saying that Edward Waters University may not have been the suspect's initial target in this shooting. What more are we learning about this investigation and where it ended?
That's right, Zin Clay. According to law enforcement officials, the 21-year-old accused shooter first entered a Family Dollar store not far from Edward Waters University, stayed for a few minutes, then left. Then he arrives at Edward Waters University, where he was alerted, where students alerted a security guard about his presence, and he brushed him away. Then at 1 o'clock, he ended up at that Dollar General, where he is accused of shooting and killing 3 people. Now, on the campus of Edward Waters University, students, faculty, staff, and security are just thanking their lucky stars that things didn't turn out worse. Take a listen.
I don't consider myself a hero. I'm doing a day-to-day activity, what we do every single day, protecting our students. To me, the students are the heroes. The ones that, like I said, we preach every day. You see something, say something. So they saw something, they said something. And to me, those are the heroes.
Zin Clay, in moments like this, we ask a lot of students, and in this case, they did exactly what we asked them to do.
I mean, Tremaine, we're also learning more about the victims, of course. We're hearing from their loved ones. What can you tell us?
That's right. Angela Michelle Carr was 52 years old. She was described by her family members as a hardworking and dedicated woman. She was an Uber driver, shot right as she was dropping off a passenger, mother of 3, and a grandmother of 2. Anolt Joseph Laguerre Jr., 19 years old, remembered by his father as being bright. He was known as AJ. He actually worked at Dollar General, and he would, quote-unquote, give the shirt off his back. Gerald Deshaun Gallion, 29 years old, a father of a young daughter, all being mourned today.
Mourned and remembered. Tremaine Lee, thank you.
Coming up, the new protests in Spain over that unwanted kiss a player received after winning the World Cup. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you should be the decision.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
American Airlines will have to pay $4.1 million in a fine for keeping thousands of passengers on board planes for hours at a time. This is the largest fine issued by the Department of Transportation for tarmac delays in almost a decade. An investigation revealed that over the last 3 years, the American Airlines kept dozens of flights on the ground for over 3 hours while preventing nearly 6,000 passengers from deplaning.
Across the nation today, about 48 million Americans are taking care of someone over the age of 18.
And most of them are family members caring for an aging parent or elderly loved one. But get this, the value of that unpaid care is an estimated $600 billion a year. That's according to AARP. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson has been looking at the financial and emotional toll this can really take on families. Sharon, what do you know?
Well, we talked to a family about taking care of an elderly parent at home and the impact in terms of lost savings, increased debt, and the unexpected financial and emotional stress. After Ernestine Taylor had a stroke 4 years ago, her daughter stepped in to take care of her.
They're so good to me.
Daphne, a retired project manager and oldest sister, took the lead.
It was all a learning process.
Along with sisters Sheila and Debbie, who are also retired, the three worked together to provide their 87-year-old mom around-the-clock care, creating spreadsheets, managing medications, tracking her progress, and navigating expenses.
We've been up and down, around and about, buying things that someone would suggest that you use this can help do this, so thousands of dollars.
They've paid out of pocket for medical equipment, transportation, and supplies not covered by Medicare or insurance, including a $5,000 hospital bed. Nursing home care costs over $100,000 a year. A home health aide, $60,000. And when a family member provides the care, the average spending on caregiving activities is more than a quarter of their annual income. In the last year, if you could think of what financial sacrifice might you have made? I'm sorry.
It's been hard. It's so complicated. When you start trying to figure out, even just in what we what she might be entitled to, we can just pay off our bills and stay afloat. That's a good thing, and that's what we're trying to do.
Financial advisor Barry Glassman says planning ahead for long-term care can reduce some of the financial strain, but he understands few families actually do it.
It's tough because a person in their 80s doesn't really know when they may need help or what help they may need, if at all.
Family caregivers can get paid through some state Medicaid plans. They may also receive assistance if a loved one is a veteran. But you have to apply for these programs.
We're trying to take care of our mom 24/7. There's just no way in the world that you have time to try and figure this all out.
Piecing together finances for their mom's care has been overwhelming. But these sisters say family and faith offer the support they need on the most trying days.
Sharon, a really moving report. I wonder, what can people do to prepare to possibly become caregivers?
Well, having long-term care insurance is one way to make sure that you have the money there to take care of the needs, whether that is at a skilled nursing facility or taking care of a parent at home. But a lot of folks can't afford that and haven't planned ahead to purchase that. So in the moment, something that people should think about doing is declaring the elderly parent as a dependent and looking at employee benefits that they may qualify for, like a flexible spending account, and you can have your dependents' expenses on that as well, or a health savings account, and also look at some of the tax breaks that you may be able to have if you have a dependent who is your elderly parent. There's a lot more information on what you can do, too, on cnbc.com/personalfinance.
Excellent. Sharon Epperson, thanks so much, as always.
Sure.
So how often do you get those annoying text messages that are spam on your phone?
A lot. And one of the biggest cell phone providers is now giving customers a way to fight back. Verizon Wireless just announced today customers can text the word off to 4040. That will block email to text messages, which the company says are often identified as spam.
Yeah, I did it this morning. Verizon says the filter's pretty broad, though, and it might actually block messages that you do want to receive. So you can also opt back in later if you want. We'll see if my friends miss me. Coming up, a major company accused of defrauding the government.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The 3 U.S. Marines killed when an Osprey aircraft crashed in Australia have now been identified. A statement from their unit called them 3 decorated Marines who had been awarded the Global War on Terrorism Service Medal. The force says 17 other Marines injured in the weekend crash have been released from the hospital now. 3 other Marines are still being treated.
In Uganda, a 20-year-old man is facing the death penalty after being charged with, quote, aggravated homosexuality. Despite pressure from Western governments and human rights organizations, the East African country enacted one of the world's harshest anti-gay laws back in May. The U.S. has since imposed visa restrictions on some Ugandan officials, and President Biden ordered a review of aid to the country. An attorney for the man says the law has been challenged in court, but the judges have not yet taken up the case.
Samuel Joseph Wurzelbacher has died at 49 years old. You may remember him as Joe the Plumber. He got that nickname after confronting former President Barack Obama about tax policies during the 2008 presidential campaign. He then made appearances with the Republican nominee, Senator John McCain. In 2012, Wurzelbacher jumped back into the political scene, running for an Ohio congressional seat, but he lost and returned to plumbing. His wife called him an average, honorable man who died with pancreatic cancer.
Today, the White House revealed the first 10 medications up for price negotiations through Medicare. That means for the first time ever, Medicare will be able to haggle prices directly with the drug companies. It's a move that could impact millions of Americans and help lower the cost of their prescriptions. Let's bring in NBC News health and medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace Jr. and senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. We're going to break down the medications and timing in a moment. But first, I want to start with you, Kelly. Why this big change from the White House and now?
Well, first of all, it is the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid that made the selection of these drugs. This has been a part of legislation in the Inflation Reduction Act that has been a larger part of the Biden plan to try to reduce Americans' costs in a number of ways by not just treating inflation, but looking at what do Americans spend money on. Many seniors, many people with chronic illnesses have very high prescription bills. And while it has long been the case that the Department of Veterans Affairs or the Department of Defense have been able to negotiate drug prices, Medicare and Medicaid have not been able to do that. So the law changes this. 10 drugs identified now, and in the next couple of years, additional drugs will be added to that list, and this will take effect in 2026. And by bringing down the cost of drugs, the Biden administration argument is that is good for the public, and it may also encourage the pharmaceutical industry to be more competitive in pricing. We've heard for so long that Americans often pay a higher fee for the cost of drugs than the same drug that's available in other countries. So this is a part of an economic plan, and it is certainly about health care. And this is considered a big positive step from the White House point of view, as these drugs, many of which are the kinds of drugs that people with high medical bills have to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, let's dig into the drugs and actual medications. Berkeley, what made the list, and is there any indication of how much longer they could be?
Yeah, so there's a few drugs on the list that were expected. So there's a handful of diabetes medications, including Novolog, a very popular insulin. There's a couple of blood thinners as well, including the blockbuster drug Eliquis. There's a blood cancer drug, a drug for heart failure, a drug for arthritis called Enbrel, a kidney disease medication. And so this is just the first step in the list, and the list is just basically the first step. There's no indication yet on how much lower these prices will be for these drugs. Drug makers have a month to decide whether they want to negotiate, and then they're going to go through a back and forth process with the federal government to decide whether they can arrive at a new price, which is expected to take a year. But also keep in mind that there's also going to be more drugs that are going to be added to this list at a later date. But officials did tell us on the call today that the drugs on this list cost $3.4 billion out of pocket for Medicare patients alone last year. So this is a significant amount of money.
And let's talk more about the patients. Do people need to sign up to get these savings, Berkeley? And what about people outside of Medicare? Could this just be a starting point for them?
Yeah, so these prices will go into effect into 2026. So if you're on Medicare, there's nothing that you really need to do. You should see this if you prescribe to these medications and you go to a pharmacy counter, you should see the price decrease. And they're going to add more drugs to the list. So if you're on Medicare and they add your drug to the list, you also should see those savings. In terms of people with private insurance, that'll still be up to the private insurance to decide whether or not they see a price difference at the pharmacy counter. But there is some experts who have been saying that if the Medicare prices are very good, then this could pressure drug makers to also follow suit for private insurance, and people on private insurance could also save money as well.
All right, Berkeley Lovelace and Kelly O'Donnell, thank you both so much.
5 members of the far-right group, the Proud Boys, will be sentenced this week for their roles in the Capitol riot. The group's leader, Enrique Tarrio, and 3 others were convicted of seditious conspiracy back in May. The 5th member was found guilty on other charges. The Justice Department is asking for prison sentences ranging from 20 to 33 years. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley's outside the courthouse for us in Washington. Ryan, sentencing this week. So can you remind our viewers what seditious conspiracy is as a charge, and how has it been used in other cases involving January 6th?
That's right. So seditious conspiracy actually came about just after the Civil War, and it essentially is conspiring to overthrow the U.S. government. It's only been used a handful of times in U.S. history. Rachel Maddow had a great podcast earlier this year about one of the seditious conspiracy trials in the 1940s. But in modern history, it's really been pretty rarely used. In fact, it failed early on in the Obama administration when there was a case involving a militia that the judge sort of tossed out. So it is pretty rarely brought forward. But in this case, the government says said that that's what these individuals were trying to do. It was already the case that they brought against the Oath Keepers as well. And of course, the record-setting sentence that we've seen in January 6th cases altogether came out of a seditious conspiracy case that went to Oath Keepers founder Stuart Rhodes. But what the government is seeking here for Enrique Tarrio is a lot more, 33 years they're seeking in this case. So we could see yet another record-setting sentence tomorrow morning here, Kate.
And I know there's a pre-sentencing hearing happening today, Ryan. What's happened so far in court?
Yeah, so we've heard testimony from 3 Capitol police officials, one former, one inspector, one officer who was talking about how she lost a friend on January 6th, referring to an individual who died, according to a medical autopsy, of natural causes after January 6th, but that came after as a result of what happened that day. So some really compelling testimony. She was talking about how essentially she's had a really tough time talking about what she went through, talking about the repercussions that this has had on her life. And obviously, a lot of these individuals who work for the Capitol Police sort of are living at the crime scene or working at the crime scene every day. That's where they have to go to work. So this really does have repercussions for them, even now 2.5 years down the road.
All right, Ryan Riley for us. Ryan, thank you.
Tensions are escalating as migrants continue to arrive in New York City.
On Sunday, protests outside the mayor's official residence turned violent, with one police officer getting injured there. It was just the latest in a series of demonstrations by people across New York City pushing back on plans to house more asylum seekers.
Here's NBC's Valerie Castro.
Protests turning violent amid a growing humanitarian crisis in New York City as migrants and asylum seekers continue to arrive.
Immigrants are welcome here.
About 100 demonstrators on both sides of the issue clashing outside Gracie Mansion, the mayor's official residence, and calling on Mayor Eric Adams to open the doors to house migrants there. The NYPD reporting a police officer was injured and 6 people were arrested, including Curtis Sliwa, a conservative talk radio host who led the protest.
The mayor's got to understand, this is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Tensions mounting as the city opens additional shelters, more than 200 so far, including 15 large-scale humanitarian relief sites like this one on Randall's Island, according to Mayor Eric Adams. But in a conservative stronghold like Staten Island, outrage greeting the new arrivals sent to a temporary 300-bed shelter at a former school.
The city of New York did not ask for any type of input as to where they were going to put these migrant shelters.
Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul appealing to President Biden for help, sending a letter calling for expedited work authorizations, federal financial assistance, and additional sites for new shelters on federally owned properties, similar to one announced last week in Brooklyn at a former World War II Naval Air Station property.
This crisis originated with the federal government, and it must be resolved through the federal government.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas announcing $77 million in funding for communities receiving migrants like New York City, and the Biden administration asking Congress to approve $600 million more for those cities. New York City officials say they're eyeing hundreds of other sites as potential shelters, while more than 58,000 people are currently in the system, and that number only expected to grow.
We have a long tradition of welcoming people here, and that will continue.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
The pressure to resign is growing for the head of Spanish soccer. It comes after he kissed midfielder Jenny Hermoso on the mouth at the Women's World Cup final. NBC's Megan Fitzgerald has the latest.
Good to be with you. Anger and frustration are just intensifying inside Spain, where we are seeing protesters again taking to the streets, calling for the resignation of the head of the Spanish Football Federation, Luis Rubiales, after he grabbed the head of star player Jenny Hermoso and kissed her lips on the World Cup award stage. Now, we know that FIFA over the weekend suspended Rubiales for 90 days. Yesterday, there was an emergency meeting called by his own federation where they are now calling for his resignation immediately, calling for him to step down. We know that Spanish prosecutors are now saying that they've opened a criminal investigation to try and determine if his actions are sexual harassment. We know that there have been people from around the world sounding off, angry and upset at what they saw as the world watched that moment when he grabbed this woman's head and kissed her. She has already said that she didn't consent. Rubiales has really dug in, saying that he is the victim here of what he calls false feminism. He also says that it was consensual. In response to that, we see another statement released by Hermoso saying not to make a mistake about it and that she never consented to that kiss. Nevertheless, at this hour, Rubiales remains at the head and is refusing to step down. Back to you.
All right, Megan, thank you. Coming up, turning a fail into a win. The best ways that parents can turn setbacks into a teachable moment for their kids.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. The big story this hour, Hurricane Idalia rapidly churning toward the Florida coast. It's already blasted its way through Cuba, flooding the streets here in Havana. Clearly, the city's iconic vintage cars are no match for this storm. You can see it right there. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum. It's a very critical situation.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. And it's good to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer Deliberations.
All right, it just did too.
In today's Modern Parenting, we're talking about how to turn mistakes into teachable moments for kids, whether it's a bad report card or poor sportsmanship or anything else. How do we turn a failure into a valuable lesson?
Yeah, experts say the key is for parents to teach kids how to process and work through their mistakes or setbacks in a beneficial way, and equally important, not to let those moments feel like parenting fails. Here to talk about that is parenting educator and author Michelle Eichert. Michelle, thanks for being here. Yeah. I know you got a good book, a new book, 8 Setbacks That Can Make a Child a Success. And you talk about how failure can actually be a good thing. Walk us through that. How does it work, and what are some examples?
Sure. Failure sounds like a really scary thing that we want nowhere near our children. But in fact, it's one of the best tools that kids have for becoming great adults. What it does is it teaches you where your boundaries are. It teaches you where you need to learn a little bit more, push a little bit harder. It really strengthens you if you let it. And if you shy away from it, you don't get stronger.
There's that old saying, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right?
It's very much like that.
Setbacks are the things that help you. I know in your research for the book, you found that parents and grandparents worry the most about their kids' emotions and how they're going to handle their feelings. How do we help our children with handling their feelings?
That is a really tough one because we start to snowball and we think, oh, my child is moody, and then we think, oh no, they're depressed, and then we think, oh no, are they maybe thinking about taking their own life? So we go really quickly into the dark area. The first thing parents need to do is assess their own fear, pull back from that, and then we need to get kids to open up, and the way to do that is to be really non-judgmental listeners. So asking questions, prompting them to talk without any judgment.
My favorite is tell me more.
I love that.
I love that,
Yes,
the
yeah.
curiosity. And I mean, you touched on that, but like give us a list of do's and don'ts if your kid is in the middle of facing a setback and they're feeling a little stuck.
Sure. The first thing I want parents to do is to engage. So I don't want you to live in the pain with them, but you can ask them, how's it going? Would you like to talk? And a great way to do that is to schedule time because kids do not like to feel like they're being ambushed. So I'd love to hear how it's going. Maybe we can touch base later on that.
Love
what I
that.
don't want parents to do is become a megaphone. Sometimes we feel like our kids' pain or our kids' failure is a reflection on us. I never expected to have a kid who failed a class or got suspended or whatever it might be. So we start talking about it left and right. That's not really in the kid's best interest.
So how do parents know, I mean, this is such a big one, I think, for me, for all parents, when to get involved when your kid has a setback, when to leave it alone, and when to jump in?
You can be involved at any point if your involvement is mostly as a sounding board. What I don't want to see are parents who want to make things really, really easy for their kids, because we don't learn when life is perfect. And I don't want parents to feel like they have to make things artificially hard either, because that can be traumatic. So I'd like parents to meet kids right where they are and to be non-judgmental and to say, let me hear what you have to say. I'm a soft landing space for you. The world's going to give them enough opportunities to mess up and to face plant, so we can be a soft space.
I love that, soft space, safe space for your kids. I understand you also have a 3-step process for helping kids sort of overcome obstacles. Walk us through that.
That's right. So what I want every parent to do is to first contain the problem, resolve the problem, and then evolve past it. So containing it is really kind of doing your research, figuring out what do I need to do to stop this problem from growing, or do I actually need to contain my kid because they're in some danger? That's number one. Resolving is taking some action. So figuring out based on your research where you need to go for help or extra resources. Evolve means moving past it. You do not want this to be the headline of your child's childhood. So you've got to start to see new things and see the good after a mistake.
I'm thinking about when something happens, I think a lot of us parents start asking, how are you doing, over and over again, like checking in all the time on our kids. But you say we shouldn't do that all the time. Why not?
I call that pushing the bruise. I think your child is already in some pain, and you feel like as the parent, I'll feel better if I could just get confirmation that they're okay. So you ask all the time, are you sure everything is okay with your friends? Did you have someone to sit with at lunch? And that feels like a lot of social pressure when as a kid you feel like my parents' happiness is riding on how I'm doing here in this situation.
That's a word.
Yeah, so don't press that bruise.
That's so good. I mean, so much of this seems to be rooted in remembering that your child has agency and feelings, and you can schedule time and check in, and they'll be able to share too.
And I love that you said remembering, because that's one of my favorite tools for this, is to have a little nostalgia, because we all went through this. We're so quick to forget, but we were moody and we made mistakes and we messed up.
Yeah, that's true. And we learned from it, right?
Right. We grew from it.
Yeah. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
There we go. That's the theme of the day.
Eichert, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
There's a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A government contractor agrees to an historic settlement after being accused of overcharging American taxpayers by the millions.
Those allegations were made by a U.S. Marine veteran and a mother of 3 who's proving that speaking up can really pay off. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian is with us now. Hey, Ken, tell us more.
Hey, Kate, you know, it takes courage to speak truth to power and even more courage to quit a job on principle. And this is a story of how that courage paid off in a big way for one woman and her family. Here's more. Much of Sarah Feinberg's philosophy about life was shaped by her time as a captain in the U.S. Marines serving in Iraq.
It helped me get a sense of right versus wrong and to have a clear picture of the service that I wanted to perform for our country.
In 2015, as a young mom, she was rising up the ranks of Booz Allen Hamilton as a financial analyst.
Booz Allen works almost exclusively with the U.S. government. They have a ton of contracts with Department of Defense.
She says she quickly realized the company's other contracts, some with foreign governments like Saudi Arabia, were bleeding cash.
And in order to keep the company profitable, they were passing those costs onto the U.S. government contracts.
So these private contracts, including with foreign governments, are losing money. And to cover those losses, they're taking money from the American taxpayer?
That's right.
And it was a lot of money.
What I discovered while I was there was that they were overcharging the government by nearly $100 million a year.
That's when Feinberg says she began a campaign to convince her bosses to put a stop to it.
It made me very upset as a taxpayer. It made me very upset as a Marine officer. I saw how limited our resources were.
After dozens of meetings, she got her chance to present her findings to 8 senior executives. She was 31.
They were mostly older men. There were, I think, 2 women in the meeting out of the group. And I was definitely the youngest person in the room.
Feinberg started by telling the group that fixing the issue would mean losing money. But she says she was quickly cut off by the chief financial officer who told her,
I appreciate all the work you've done on this. We are not going to make it a priority this year.
That must have just been devastating for you.
It was very devastating for me. I called my husband right afterwards and told him I was quitting my job.
Feinberg got a lawyer who explained she could sue on behalf of American taxpayers and claim a share of any settlement under a law that dates to the Civil War, the False Claims Act. The Justice Department began an investigation and 7 years later announced a $377 million settlement. As much money as it was, Feinberg says the company should have faced even harsher penalties. Feinberg's $40 million share landed in her family's bank account a few weeks ago. Booz Allen admitted no wrongdoing, saying in a statement that the company has always believed it acted lawfully and responsibly, and noting that a criminal investigation was closed without charges. Did they underestimate you?
I mean, I wish they would have taken me and the issue more seriously while I was there.
Today, $40 million richer, Feinberg says she plans to give much of it to her church.
I've got 3 kids. I tell them doing the right thing is the right thing no matter what the outcome is. There's very few times in this life where you'll actually be rewarded for doing the right thing, but this is one of those unique situations.
Wow, Ken, what a story. So this all comes to light because of that whistleblower, but it kind of makes you wonder, is the government doing anything to look for things like this, to keep firms like Booz Allen Hamilton or others accountable?
Well, Kate, the Justice Department says settlements like these do send a powerful message to government contractors who might be inclined to cheat. And in fact, the government did collect more than $2 billion last year in false claims cases brought by whistleblowers like Sarah. But, you know, Sarah herself is not so sure. She told us she believes the penalty extracted from Booz Allen was too low. And as you said, this story does make you wonder how many other companies are doing similar things that haven't been flagged by scrupulous insiders.
Oh, absolutely. Makes you wonder, but also a good reminder that good actions can pay off.
Honesty, right?
Ken Delanian, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Well, an MLB game in Denver looked a little more like an NFL game after two fans were tackled on the field. You see it there. They were taken down by security after they rushed Atlanta Braves star Ronald Acuna Jr. in the middle of Monday's game. Video appearing to show the fans hugging Acuna before getting carried away by security. Acuna says he was a little scared at first, but he hopes the two fans are doing okay. Acuna stayed in the game, went on to tie his career high with 4 hits and 5 RBIs.
All right, well, that's one way to do it, right?
Yeah.
Glad he's okay.
A strange moment.
Definitely strange. Well, thank you for sticking with us. I'm Zinklea Samwa.
I'm Kate Snow. You are watching NBC News Daily, also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream. The news continues.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
There's more good people than bad people, I know, right?
There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zinklea Samwa.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, August 29th, 2023. Breaking news, Idalia on the move. The powerful hurricane is picking up strength as it spirals toward Florida. Millions along the Gulf Coast are now racing to evacuate. We are in the target zone, tracking its path.
College attack. A University of North Carolina Chapel Hill faculty member is dead after being shot on campus. What we're learning about the victim and the suspect's possible motives.
Bill of Health. The White House is promising to lower prescription drug costs for millions of Americans. The medications you may already take that could get for less.
And coming into focus, the FDA warns drugs that have been used to treat some attention disorders remain in short supply. The possible alternatives that could work for any child out there.
That's an important story, and especially during this back-to-school season.
Yeah, a lot of parents looking for that. It's Adderall we're talking about. There's a shortage of. We're going to begin this hour, though, with the breaking news.
Yeah, Hurricane Idalia, that major storm, is taking aim right now at Florida's Gulf Coast. Overnight, Idalia battered Cuba, bringing damaging wind, torrential rain, and very serious flooding. Now, Florida is bracing for conditions even worse than what you saw there. That's because Idalia is only expected to get stronger as it inches closer to the Gulf Coast.
Landfall for this storm expected tomorrow morning, Wednesday morning. The National Hurricane Center telling people to brace for, quote, life-threatening flooding. Some places could see up to an astounding 15 feet of storm surge. Right now, evacuation orders are in place for more than 20 counties in Florida. Multiple counties have already canceled school today and tomorrow. And at this hour, both the Tampa and St. Pete Clearwater airports have shut down.
We have complete coverage for you with our teams in the storm zone. We begin, though, with NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, we are less than 24 hours away from expected landfall. What's the latest track of this storm?
And we're down to about 18 hours now. So we're just waiting to see how strong can this hurricane get before it makes landfall in that short period of time. This is all these images, this is our visible satellite, come in every 1 minute. That's why it looks so kind of smooth, almost like a movie. This is the center of the storm. This line shows you where it's been and the bubbling storms all around it. You can see how far away it is from the coastline of Florida, roughly about 100 to 125 miles off the coast. But because of the shallow shelf, storm surge is already starting to be a problem. Tornadoes were reported earlier around the Naples area. Now a pretty strong thunderstorm line around Fort Myers. That's going to head up towards Sarasota. So these are the beginnings of those outer bands. The actual center of circulation is still well off the coast, and with it, the strongest winds. Here's a look at those thunderstorms now around Fort Myers and Port Charlotte. And isolated tornadoes would be the biggest risk. So as we showed you, 90-mile-per-hour winds. This is on the verge of becoming a Category 2 hurricane. That should happen either at 5 o'clock or 8 o'clock this evening. And then it will continue to intensify overnight, and then it will be bringing itself on shore as we go throughout early tomorrow morning, like roughly around Wednesday or 8 o'clock local time. In this Big Bend area, we're really targeting in between Tallahassee and Gainesville for where it's going to get the strongest winds. There's actually three stories. We got how much rain people are going to get, how strong the winds are going to be, and then the storm surge. Up along the South Carolina coast and the Georgia coast, it's mostly just going to be, tropical storm force winds, isolated power outages. But at high tide, especially Wednesday evening in the Savannah area, that's when you could have some high water problems. Our computer models are all still in this Big Bend area. This is not beaches. This is swamps. This is swamps that go miles inland. So this is where the worst of the storm will be. There are some communities up here. Perry's got 7,000 people. Cross City has 1,000 people that live here. These residents are in harm's way, especially of the wind. They're high enough elevations that they should avoid the storm surge. And speaking of storm surge, I just saw that Fort Myers already has had a 2-foot storm surge. The storm is far away, so they've already into this 2 to 5 foot range. We're about 1.5 feet right now, heading towards high tide at Fort Myers. And later on tonight, this is what will head into the Tampa area at 4 to 7 feet. And then as we get that landfall, the possibility of 10 to 15 feet of water. But again, this isn't a swampy areas. This is not going to be like last year with Ian going into downtown Fort Myers. But for areas like Cedar Key, about a community, beach community, about 1,000 people live there. That's what we're concerned with, what that's going to look like when it's all said and done, and what will be left. So a lot of pieces to this puzzle. Every storm is different, and this one certainly is.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about Ian when it turned. Remember this? It looks like we think this isn't going to turn. We're pretty sure.
It doesn't look like it. If anything, we're more worried about the people in Tallahassee if it keeps going north.
Right, right.
We'll watch.
Bill Cairns, thank you.
Let's get to the preparations in Tampa. Nearly 400,000 people live there, and they're getting ready for the effects of Idalia.
Yeah, that area could see up to 7 feet of storm surge, as Bill just said. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra has the latest.
Hey, yeah, the conditions in Tampa are kind of unique. I would say I've been here for about 24 hours, and from my observations, it seems like the people who were the most concerned, the people who wanted to leave, have largely already done so. Yesterday, we saw the mad rush to the stores, the mad rush to get those sandbags in place before they left. And today, I would say it seems like the people who are left are the ones who are relaxed about the storm. On the other side of the camera, what you can't see are people going on bike rides. I see people running, going on walks. And when I talk to them, they say that Tampa has been able to avoid hurricanes in the past, and Tampa doesn't seem to be in the direct path of Idalia right now, but the big concern here is the storm surge. We're looking at anywhere between 4 to 7 feet of storm surge. So behind me, what you can see is Tampa Bay, and on the other side of that is Tampa General Hospital. This is the region's only level 1 trauma center. That is where people who have the most serious injuries are taken. Now, this place is supposed to remain operational throughout the storm, so people, if they they do get injured, would be taken here. But remember, this is on an island, so they have to put what's called aqua fences around it. You can see video of them preparing the hospital, which again will remain open through the storm, for Idalia. And we are expecting that storm surge. So we do know there have been mandatory evacuation orders for those in what's called Zone A. Those are the most risk prone when it comes to flooding. But people in Zone B, C, and beyond seem to be doing just fine in terms of their temperament. But I will add one other thing regarding the threat here. It's not just the storm surge. We are going to be seeing the outer bands here in Tampa, and authorities have stressed time and time again there is a threat for tornadoes. So they're asking people to still take this seriously, even if we're not in the direct path here in Tampa. Guys.
All right, Marissa Parra, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas now. He's in Crystal River, Florida, so that's inland and a bit north of where Marissa is. I know you're only about an hour away from where we think we're going to see the worst of the flooding. How seriously are people taking it, Guad?
Kate, well, in this area, very serious. This is evacuation zone A, so people in this area have to evacuate. So we are a little inland, but we're still right off the water. These waterways make their way into the Gulf, and this area is considered one of the low-lying areas, and that's why there's a mandatory evacuation order in place. We are seeing the tide come up now. We do have a tide at this time of the day that usually comes up, but if we get the surge that the governor has been talking about, they're saying that it could be 12 feet of water, then that means that all of these buildings, at least in this community right next to where I'm at, would get some of the water. The employees in the hotel next to us told me that at 7 feet of water, then this would be going inside of the hotel rooms. And they've done what they can to protect a lot of the stuff inside of those rooms. But once they get that kind of a surge in this area, there's really no way to keep the water outside of the buildings. So this is what it's like in these evacuation zones, Kate.
All right, Guad Venegas for us. Guad, keep an eye on it for us. Appreciate it. Our coverage of Hurricane Idalia continues online, by the way, right now at NBCnews.com. You can get live updates from our NBC News crews on the ground. You can stay up to date on the storm's track. It's all online right now, NBCnews.com.
Well, just moments ago, the graduate student charged in that deadly shooting at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, appeared in court. He is facing 2 charges, including first-degree murder.
This is video of the suspect being taken into custody, or there it is, of him being taken into custody. Police say he opened fire on the campus of UNC yesterday, killing 1 person, and we're learning that person was the suspect's academic advisor.
NBC's Dana Griffin is following this story for us. Dana, what exactly happened in court, and what more can you tell us about this faculty member who was killed?
Yeah, well, Zinkley, it was a very short, efficient court hearing. We saw Tai Lei-Shi, as you see him right now, walking into the courtroom. He nodded to the judge. He was speaking with an interpreter. We learned that he is a citizen of China. And again, the court hearing, very quick, efficient. He nodded as he listened through his interpreter. Judge Sherry Merle ordered him to be held without bail at the Orange County Jail. He's charged with first-degree murder, also possession of a weapon on educational property. There's a press conference happening in about 30 minutes with UNC Police Chief Brian James. We hope to learn more information about that shooting on Monday, including a motive and whether or not they found that handgun that they say was used in this shooting. Now, as far as a professor, we are told, according to a now deleted UNC profile, this professor was the academic advisor for the shooting suspect. We are told that campus police and the university are in contact with his family and trying to provide resources. Ladies?
Yeah, and Dana, just as the parent of college kids, it's terrifying for the students, for the families of the students. Some of these kids were young people were only a week into their college career. And we have some video we can show where we see kids actually literally jumping off ledges, jumping out of windows to get out of the way of the shooter who they thought was a shooter. What's it like there today, Dana?
Yeah, you can only imagine what that must have been like for those students, because when an active shooter alert goes out, you have no idea what is coming down that hallway. So for students, they hid, they stayed quiet, or they jumped out of windows to try to avoid possibly, a shooter in this case. Only one person was shot in this case. But we're hearing that it was a very terrifying thing, not only for the students on campus, but you also had 4 nearby schools that also locked down, including students that were going to class for the very first time, kindergartners. Their parents anxiously waiting for them for hours. So they're now having to call in counselors for those young kids who are now back in school. Classes still are canceled on the campus of UNC. But listen to what some students talked about when it came to the experience on campus yesterday.
We all just stayed hiding in the stalls, squatting on the toilets, just scared. We didn't know what was happening.
This is a situation that we really shouldn't even have to be worrying about. You know, we're in class and lecture, and we have to be concerned about gunmen coming into our classrooms and, you know, hurting people when we're just here to learn, like anybody should be able to. So I'm very angry about this, and something needs to be done.
Yeah, students are angry. They're also very frustrated, and now they have a hotline for those students and parents to call in case they want to talk about what happened. Back to you.
Hoping they use those resources. Dana Griffin, thank you so much.
Time for today's CNBC Money Minute, a multi-billion-dollar settlement over earplugs.
And an Airbnb that knocks it out of the park. Morgan Brennan joins us now. Hey, Morgan.
Hey, Kate and Sinclair. Well, 3M agreed to pay over $6 billion to settle 260,000 lawsuits over defective combat earplugs. A source said the money will be paid out over the next 5 years to the current and former military service members who suffered hearing loss. Amazon is raising its free shipping minimum for our non-prime customers. The e-commerce giant said they are raising the minimum to $35. That's a $10 increase, and the company believes the move could encourage more consumers to pay the annual Prime membership fee. And a Florida baseball team is listing their stadium on Airbnb for just over $5,000 a night. The Pensacola Blue Wahoos stadium rental includes 2 queen beds, 4 bunk beds with unrestricted access to the ballpark. Guests are allowed in the team's clubhouse and can purchase food and beverage packages. But guys, it also says on the listing that they reserve the right to host additional events during your stay. Okay. So make of that what you will.
All right.
All right.
I don't need access to the club. I just need access to the popcorn and the goodies.
That's an extra fee, apparently.
Morgan, thank you.
Still to come, some of the most commonly used prescription drugs about to get cheaper for millions of Americans. What you need to know. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're now getting a look at just what led up to what police are calling a racially motivated shooting in Jacksonville, Florida on Saturday. Law enforcement released new surveillance video showing the gunman moments before he killed 3 people at a Dollar General. The shooter ultimately killed folks at that dollar store, but that's not where this all began. A university security guard is now being praised for chasing the gunman from a campus. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee joins us now. So, Tremaine, the sheriff in that area is now saying that Edward Waters University may not have been the suspect's initial target in this shooting. Can you walk us through the timeline? What have we learned about the investigation, where the shooter started and where he ended up?
That's right, Zen Clay. Before allegedly gunning down 3 people at that Dollar General store, his first stop was a Family Dollar store not far from the university, where he came in, stayed for a while, and then he left. But it's at Edward Waters University where folks are just praising the actions of students and security. Let's take a listen.
I don't consider myself a hero. I'm doing a day-to-day activity, what we do every single day, protecting our students. To me, the students are the heroes. The ones that, like I said, we preach every day. You see something, say something. So they saw something, they said something. And to me, those are the heroes.
They did exactly what we asked these young people to do too often. But there also is new information that the alleged killer's father actually called 911 and said that he noticed that his son hadn't been taking his antipsychotic medication, that he'd been being treated for some sort of mental illness, and then it was already too late at that point. The shooting and the killing had already begun, Zen Clay.
All right, Tremaine Lee with the latest there. Thank you so much. And of course, we're going to keep these families in our thoughts and prayers. Appreciate you.
5 members of the far-right group, the Proud Boys, will be sentenced this week for their roles in the Capitol riot. The group's leader, Enrique Tarrio, and 3 others were convicted of seditious conspiracy back in May. A 5th person was found not guilty of seditious conspiracy, but guilty on other charges. The Justice Department is asking for prison sentences ranging from 20 to 33 years in prison. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley is outside the courthouse in Washington for us. Ryan, I know it's been a little while since we talked about seditious conspiracy. Can you remind viewers what that charge means and how it's been used in this case and others in the January 6th riot?
Yeah, it's a pretty rarely used federal statute that dates back to the Civil War. In January 6 cases, it was used in the Oath Keepers case, which we saw the record-setting sentence of 18 years for Oath Keepers founder Stuart Rhodes. But federal prosecutors in this case are seeking an even longer sentence, despite the fact that Enrique Tarrio wasn't actually at the Capitol on January 6. In fact, he was arrested before the Capitol attack took place and spent his time in Baltimore sort of organizing this, prosecutors say. So essentially what we could see here is another record-setting sentence in this case on a rarely used statute that we haven't seen used in modern history, absent a couple of cases. The last time the Justice Department tried this was in the early Obama era, and they actually failed in that case, and the judge tossed out the charges. So definitely a rare use of the seditious conspiracy statute here.
All right. Ryan Riley, thank you.
Still ahead, the payback comeback. If you have federal student loans, your 3-year freeze is about to end. We're going to have more information with what millions need to know about the money that could soon be back in your pockets. You're watching NBC News Daily.
You can also stream us live any time of the day, anywhere that you stream content. And we will be...
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. And it's good to see you again.
So much work to be done here still.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum. It's a very critical situation.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, I know, right?
There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just fit too.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the dishes should be
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Shoppers out in San Francisco may notice a familiar store is shutting down for good.
It's true. After 35 years, Nordstrom says it's closing its flagship downtown department store. It's just the latest retailer to abandon the area following a post-pandemic downturn. NBC's Jake Ward has been looking into what's driving this change. Hey, Jake.
Hi, you guys. Yes, across the country, we're seeing work from home transform the downtowns of cities, but perhaps nowhere is that being felt more specifically and, in this case, more iconically than in San Francisco. After 35 years, the doors of Nordstrom's department store in downtown San Francisco closed for good on Sunday. It's the latest in a series of retail closures in the city by the Bay as it struggles to regain its footing.
It's unfortunate to see what's been going on in the city, but hopefully somebody steps in to clean it up. And it's unfortunate that Nordstrom has to go.
When Nordstrom opened its doors in 1988, the surrounding neighborhood was considered, well, pretty rough. But the massive store was a success and helped spark a rebirth of the city's downtown. Fast forward to this May, when the company made the call to close the space. It said the area's changing dynamics were impacting foot traffic and our ability to operate successfully. The data is striking. Researchers tracking urban cell phone data confirm that as of June, downtown San Francisco was at the bottom of their recovery list, with just 32% of pre-pandemic foot traffic, trailing similarly sized cities like Austin and Seattle. Residents say they can feel the difference.
I do see less foot traffic.
I work down here on Market Street, and there's like just half as many places to go to lunch now. Looking out of our window into other buildings, you see floor after floor after floor of empty desks, which is a little bit ominous.
The city, like many across the country, also grappling with crime, homelessness, and drugs, putting an additional strain on local businesses. But crisis can create opportunity. The mayor's office has floated the idea of replacing Nordstrom and its surrounding mall with a soccer stadium. And business leaders say empty spaces are being turned over to tenants that could never have afforded them in the old days.
To nonprofits, to artist groups, to entities which will come in and create interesting activities which will attract people.
Next month, the city begins giving temporary leases to organizations like this one, an art studio for people with disabilities, in the hopes that a new crop of tenants can do for San Francisco what Nordstrom once did.
Really fascinating report, Jake. I mean, obviously, they're not the only retailer we've seen leave this area. So what do experts say need to happen for San Francisco to actually attract business again?
Well, Zinkley, it's really interesting. In speaking to city leaders here, they seem to be buying into some of the same theories that were floated in the recovery after Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans or in lower Manhattan after 9/11. And the accepted wisdom is that it takes about 10 years to turn things around. That is why we have city leaders right now moving to basically turn over empty spaces to arts organizations like the one you saw there. And even landlords are beginning to do it as well, simply giving up on roughly 10 years of rent to try to create some kind of downtown life that people want to come back to. In the meantime, let me show you a stat that I think is pretty startling. San Francisco, which is not even 1 million people, is actually forecast to lose people over the coming 30 years. That's according to the California Department of Finance. A drop of almost 3% in population between 2020 and 2060 is forecast. So important to remember here that even though crime and homelessness and drug abuse is one of the things you see in the headlines when it comes to San Francisco, you also, if you're a retailer, you want to go where the people are. And that is one of the big challenges San Francisco seems to be facing, you guys.
Yeah. Jake, all right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, fair warning. This next story, not for the faint of heart or faint of stomach. A first-of-its-kind discovery has people around the world squirming.
Okay, a 64-year-old woman in Australia first went to the hospital with stomach pain in 2021. Her symptoms kept getting worse, eventually turning into depression and forgetfulness. Well, in June of last year, doctors did a brain scan and noticed something unusual. When a surgeon did a biopsy, she pulled a live parasitic worm from her brain.
I was able to really feel something separate. I took my tweezers or my tumour holding forceps and I pulled it out and I thought, gosh, what is that? It's moving. Take it out of my hands.
Oh no. The worm is normally found in pythons.
Oh.
Doctors think the woman may have gotten the parasite from grass around her home. They say she's doing okay now, but they're keeping a close eye on her. Yeah, I would think so. Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow.
Well, were there warning signs ahead of the devastating wildfires in Maui? We'll talk about that coming up. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
2 people were killed after a rescue helicopter crashed into an apartment building. It happened yesterday in South Florida. The chopper was on its way to a car crash when smoke began coming from the tail of the chopper. Seconds later, the helicopter spun out of control and crashed into the building. One of the people killed was a captain on board the chopper. The other was a woman who lived in the apartment building. The NTSB and the FAA are now investigating the crash.
A University of California Riverside professor is agreeing to retire after being accused of falsely claiming that she had Native American heritage. The complaint against her was made by 13 UC Riverside professors back in August 2022. In an agreement, Andrea Smith will be able to continue to teach at the university, but cannot make any claims of being Cherokee. She will also keep her retirement benefits and titles. Smith first came under fire in 2008 when it was revealed that she was not a registered member of the Cherokee Nation.
And we have an update on the devastating wildfires in Maui. Nearly 400 people remain missing, according to the Maui County mayor. And Hawaiian Electric is not responding to claims that their company caused the fire at Lahaina. This, of course, comes as Hawaiian Electric is facing multiple lawsuits alleging negligence ahead of the Maui blaze, which killed more than 100 people.
The company is now disputing one key criticism, though, that it failed to shut off power despite high winds and weather warnings. NBC's Sam Brock has the latest.
Almost 3 weeks after fires ravaged Maui, claiming at least 115 lives and leaving hundreds unaccounted for.
See them right there. That's the power line that started.
Hawaiian Electric, facing more than a dozen lawsuits for allegedly not de-energizing its power lines ahead of a severe wind event or properly maintaining its equipment, released a series of new assertions, including that the fire at 6:30 a.m., the morning fire, appears to have been caused by power lines that fell in high winds, that the Maui County Fire Department responded and reported it 100% contained, left the scene, and later declared it extinguished. And perhaps most importantly, at about 3 p.m., a time when all of Hawaiian Electric's power lines in West Maui had been de-energized for more than 6 hours, a second fire, the afternoon fire, began in the same area, with the cause undetermined. Jerry Singleton's law firm represents some 300 people suing the utility.
What is your response to seeing what the company said overnight about the fact that they are saying the lines were de-energized for some 6 hours?
Well, that's obviously the first we've heard of it. We have looked at the evidence very closely. We have people on the ground. There is absolutely no evidence to support HECO's claim. In contrast, all of the evidence we've seen is that the lines were energized.
One of the parties that Singleton Schreiber represents, the family of Lorenzo Buddy Jantok II, who suffered second and third degree burns to 90% of his body, according to the lawsuit, leaving behind children, grandchildren, and a rich legacy. If there was a plan to de-energize the lines, Singleton says that's not what HECO told the federal government about a PSPS, or Public Safety Power Shutoff.
For HECO to say on the one hand, in a filing that's under penalty of perjury and that is with the SEC, that they did not have a PSPS, and then on the other hand, to say that they shut off the power is completely inconsistent.
Hawaiian Electric has declined our request for an interview, but less than a week after the fires, the company's CEO told Tom this.
Why didn't you shut off the power when the wind started to pick up?
As I said earlier, it's still in the early days. We're still looking at all the information, and we haven't actually had a chance to do all of that at this time.
With all due respect, it's been 6 days, though, so almost 6 days.
And we've been putting everything we've got to helping our communities right now and our employees who are going through a lot and supporting them so that they can support the communities. You may be talking about what happens in California and the shutoff program. And so we, like most utilities, don't have that program.
4 days ago, before HECO's latest statement, Maui County's attorney told us there should have been a plan to de-energize power from the beginning.
And the failure to de-energize their lines in 2023 for a for-profit, investor-owned utility is really below the standard of care. This is a systemic or systematic failure across the entire power grid.
Another critical question here is whether there were two separate fire events or if the original morning fire later produced an ember that tore through Lahaina. The ATF has not yet determined the cause of the fires that have forever changed this magical place. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Today, the White House revealed the first 10 medications up for price negotiations through Medicare. That means for the first time ever, Medicare will be able to haggle prices directly with the drug companies. It's a move that could impact millions of Americans and help lower the cost of their prescriptions. Let's bring in NBC News health and medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace Jr. and White House correspondent Monica Alba. We, of course, are going to break down the medications and timing in a moment. But first, let's start with you, Monica, on why this big change is happening now. And what did we just hear from President Biden?
Well, it's really significant, Zinkley, because this is something that candidate Joe Biden wanted to do. Presidents in the past for years have tried to take on big pharma for this, in particular to try to get lower drug costs, particularly for those seniors. Now, President Biden wanted to do this for all Americans, but he was only able to negotiate this part. And it was really the Inflation Reduction Act, signing that a year ago, that's able to make this possible. But it's going to take a little bit longer for people to actually see these prices come down. But the president is saying overall, by doing this and taking this historic step, really there's going to be such a significant amount of cost saving for things like blood thinning medication and for things that help treat diabetes and other really common illnesses that a lot of senior citizens confront. Here's a little bit more of what the president had to say at the White House moments ago.
According to the Congressional Budget Office, it will save the federal government $160 billion over the next 10 years because Medicare won't be paying less for the prescription drugs they're making available to seniors.
Now, what's significant here also is that President Biden even said he wished the Inflation Reduction Act was called something different because in addition to bringing down some prices, this is also some other major milestone that's going to take place. It's a part and as a result of this legislation that there's a lot more that Americans may not know about. And now there are already some lawsuits that could slow this down, that could affect this. And really, people aren't going to see this firsthand until 2026. But we're going to get a sense of some of this initial process a year from now, what the new prices will be for at least 10 critical drugs. In Clay.
Monica, thank you. Let's talk about some of those critical drugs, Berkeley, right? What made the covered medication list? And is there any indication of how much lower the pricing will be? Of course, Monica said it will take some time, but I know experts suggest the new pricing from Medicare could actually pressure drug makers to do the same, right?
That's correct. So there's a few drugs on the list that were expected. So there are a handful of diabetes medications, including Novolog, a very popular insulin. There's a couple of blood thinners as well, including the blockbuster medication Eliquis. There's a blood cancer drug, a drug for heart failure, a drug for arthritis, a kidney disease drug. And so this is just like the first step in the process. And so as we were saying previously, there's no indication yet on how much this price will be, but there are studies that found this will likely save the U.S. and taxpayers billions of dollars over the course of years. Officials also told us on the call that these drugs on this list cost Medicare patients $3.4 billion in last year alone. So if they're able to negotiate, it's going to provide substantial savings. And then as well, if the Medicare prices that they negotiate are good, then there's a thought from experts that this could also pressure the drug makers to follow suit on private insurance as well.
Berkeley, do people need to sign up to get these savings? What happens next?
No. So if you're on Medicare, if you're prescribed these medications, then in 2026, when these prices are expected to go into effect, then you should see this price decrease reflected at the pharmacy counter. Also keep in mind that they're going to add more drugs on the list. In the following years, they're going to add another 15 drugs, and then another 20 drugs, and then 20 more after that. And so if your drug is not on this list currently, you could still see savings in the future. For private insurers at the moment, it's still determined based off of whether their private insurers will follow suit or not on these prices.
Berkeley Lovelace Jr. and Monica Alba, thank you both so much.
Well, if you're one of the millions of Americans with student loan debt, get ready.
After a 3.5-year hiatus, interest rates will start accruing again on Friday, with payments set to restart in October. NBC's Brian Chung is tracking everything we need to know. Brian, of course, we've been talking about this for months, and there's a deadline just a few days away. Talk to us about the significance of Friday.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about. There were students that entered college in the beginning of the pandemic and might be a year out from graduation. They haven't faced any sort of guidelines in terms of how to how to address those first payments. So when we talk about the deadlines here, it's important to remember Friday, September 1st is going to be the beginning of interest accrual again, with the first payments beginning the month after in October, depending on what plan you're on. These are going to be the first payments that student borrowers will have to face since 2020, when the government suspended that to try to give a little bit more breathing room from a financial standpoint for the many people that simply weren't able to make those payments. So this is going to be a really sharp cliff for a lot of people that have a lot of debt.
Yeah, and just it feels like people kind of, put it in the back of their mind, like, oh, I'm going to get relief from the Biden administration. I don't need to worry about this anymore. And now, wait a second, you do need to make payments again. What are people saying?
Yeah, well, the messaging has been to be fair, confusing over the last year or so, right? You're talking about 40 million borrowers in this country that have a median, according to the Federal Reserve, of $20,000 to $25,000 in debt. They thought that maybe they can get a big chunk of that excused because of the Biden administration's announcement last year to forgive up to $20,000 per borrower. That was struck down by the Supreme Court. What the Department of Education is saying right now is they're going to provide an off-ramp. So even though the payments will begin again in October, if you do miss a payment for the first year after that, you won't be reported to the credit bureaus and you won't have your wages garnished. Now, beyond that point in time, that could still happen, but that won't happen until 2024, even though the interest accrual, again, is going to begin again this week.
All right, Brian Cheung for us. Brian, thanks. And by the way, you can catch much more of Brian's reporting. That's tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Well, the pressure to resign is growing for the head of Spanish soccer, and it all comes after he kissed midfielder Jenny Hermoso on the mouth at the Women's World Cup final.
NBC's Megan Fitzgerald has the latest.
Good to be with you. Anger and frustration are just intensifying inside Spain, where we are seeing protesters again taking to the streets, calling for the resignation of the head of the Spanish Football Federation, Luis Rubiales, after he grabbed the head of star player Jenny Hermoso and kissed her lips on the World Cup award stage. Now, we know that FIFA over the weekend suspended Rubiales for 90 days. Yesterday, there was an emergency meeting called by his own federation where they are now calling for his resignation immediately, calling for him to step down. We know that Spanish prosecutors are now saying that they've opened a criminal investigation to try and determine if his actions are sexual harassment. We know that there have been people from around the world sounding off, angry and upset at what they saw as the world watched that moment when he grabbed this woman's head and kissed her. She has already said that she didn't consent. Rubiales has really dug in, saying that he is the victim here of what he calls false feminism. He also says that it was consensual. In response to that, we see another statement released by Hermoso saying not to make a mistake about it and that she never consented to that kiss. Nevertheless, at this hour, Rubiales remains at the head and is refusing to step down. Back to you.
All right, Megan, thank you. Coming up, medications used to treat attention disorders remain in short supply, but some alternatives could ease concerns for parents and for kids. An expert weighs in next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
There's more good people than bad people, I know, right?
There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hammer deliverances.
All right, it just me too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In today's Daily Health, for nearly a year now, the FDA has declared a nationwide shortage of Adderall.
That is one medication used to treat attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. 97% of independent pharmacy owners have reported an Adderall shortage, according to the National Community Pharmacists Association. It's affecting generic versions of other drugs as well that are for ADHD, and that is leaving some parents scrambling for alternatives ahead of this new school year. Joining us now, Dr. Ellen Bratton. She's an associate professor of psychology at Harvard Medical School, author of the book Bright Kids Who Couldn't Care Less. Great title for a book.
Thank you.
Dr. Bratton, thanks for being with us. Appreciate it. Well, first off, we were talking in the break. It's a lot of different kinds of drugs. Everybody's paying a lot of attention to Adderall. What is causing the shortages?
Good question. We don't really know. It could be that there's some problems with supply chain issues, manufacturing. We also know there's been an increase in prescriptions for ADHD, and that might be because we have a greater awareness, and it also might be post-COVID, that the disorganization and the working from home affected adults who might not have had medication before COVID, and also that parents became more aware of how much their kids were struggling because they were at home and schooling them at home.
And so, doctor, give us some context. What happens when a child starts missing doses, not just one or two, but a lot? What are the consequences of that?
So ADHD symptoms are inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. So you're going to see an increase in each one of those symptoms depending on your child. And so a child's going to be more inattentive. They're going to have trouble paying attention in school, completing homework. They're going to get behind academically. In terms of impulsivity, it might interfere with their social relationships. It might be harder for them to control their emotions. So all of those can lead to other symptoms like anxiety, depression, feelings of low self-esteem. So there's a lot that can happen.
Yeah, there's a lot riding on all of this.
Yes.
So if parents or people who need the drugs are not finding them, are there alternatives? Are there things to do other than take medication?
There are a lot of things you can do to manage this at home. You can have a more stress-free environment. You can manage your child's sleep and exercise routines. That's really important in protecting our own attentional resources. And then there are also things like cognitive behavioral therapy and also what we call ADHD coaching, which is sort of like a combination between therapy and tutoring that can help a child learn techniques and put into place some of these techniques that help them organize and pay attention better.
And you touched on it earlier. Parents may be seeing symptoms and wondering, does my child have ADHD? What are symptoms to watch out for?
So those symptoms of impulsivity and inattention are really important, but what you really want to make sure is that your child has those symptoms to an extent that it's really interfering with their ability to form social relationships, keep social relationships, and do well in school. It's not just a minor issue with attention, but a chronic issue with attention and impulsivity that's getting in their way of really being who they're capable of being.
I've been close to some of this. So as a parent, what do you do if you see that and you think, I need to get help? Who do you go to?
The best thing to do is get an evaluation. You can get an evaluation through your school, but even better is to go to your pediatrician, a psychiatrist or psychologist who can really help you know whether or not those symptoms are significant or not.
I mean, this is so critical. How many people does ADHD impact generally?
It's somewhere around 5 to 8% of the population. It may seem like more than that to some of us, but it's about, about 5 to 8% of the population. So it's affecting a lot of people.
Are you of the mind that the numbers are increasing because we're recognizing it more? Or what's the reason there are so many people prescribed these?
It's possible that it is. There's greater awareness of it. There are also a lot of adults who weren't diagnosed as children who are now realizing, sometimes because their child is getting diagnosed, they're realizing it in themselves.
That just happened to a friend, and she said it was a positive change for her to know, to be equipped with that information.
Completely. Adults can just feel like all of a sudden they realize the reasons why they've been struggling their whole life.
Dr. Ellen Bratton, it's great to have you with us. So interesting and important to know about this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There's much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can keep watching us, so don't go anywhere.
for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
All right, talk about Mission Impossible. A park ranger in Pennsylvania jumped into action after stumbling into this bear cub in distress. You can see its head stuck in a plastic container before finally being freed.
Come on. Pull. There you go. You're okay.
The park ranger says the cub eventually regained its bearings before climbing into a tree to recover. Also a good reminder not to litter, folks.
Oh, yeah, right? More bear news now. A months-long effort to protect grizzly bears is underway at Yellowstone National Park.
Teams of scientists and biologists say they are humanely capturing the animals for search purposes and are asking the public to do their part to help. NBC's Kaylee Hartung reports.
This morning in Yellowstone National Park, biologists are baiting grizzly bears in the name of science. The U.S. Geological Survey and the National Park Service are running the 2-month survey to capture and monitor the large creatures under the Endangered Species Act.
There's some data that scientists can only get when they get up close and personal with a grizzly bear.
Grizzly bears became protected as a threatened species in 1975, when they were almost wiped out. As of 2021, it's estimated about 1,000 remain in Greater Yellowstone. Wildlife experts say this monitoring is critical to the species' ongoing recovery.
If we find grizzly bears that aren't doing so well, that means that probably several things in the ecosystem are really off balance and the ecosystem needs some improvement. On the flip side, finding healthy bears, especially young bears, mothers of breeding age, that kind of thing, suggests that the population is doing great. And so all of this information, whether it's good or bad, can help biologists give recommendations for conservation.
Large cage-like traps will be set with natural food sources like deer and elk to lure the bears inside. Then biologists will collect various data points like age, gender, and DNA to gauge the overall health of the grizzly bear population. Yellowstone will shut down areas of the park where field captures are underway, with bright warning signs alerting the public to stay away for their safety and the safety of the bears. Humans have long had a fascination and sometimes healthy fear of grizzly bears. Last month, on a hiking trail just west of Yellowstone, 48-year-old Amy Adamson was killed by a grizzly bear. Experts believe she was attacked after crossing paths with a mother and her cubs. And just weeks ago, this video of a crowd of tourists in Yellowstone surrounding a group of bears to take photos, raising concern. Experts say tragic incidents and close calls like these are just a reminder to stay at least 100 yards away from wild animals. Yellowstone is the oldest national park in the U.S. Nearly 1 million people visited in July alone. Some credit the increased popularity and visibility of the park to the hit TV show Yellowstone. The national park and its wildlife are heavily featured.
The best way to take care of the environment is to respect the environment, and that means all creatures that live within it. No matter what the wild animal is, give it the space it needs, and that is a really good part of being a good environmentalist, is respecting wildlife.
Kaylee Hartung, NBC News.
That's a good word. Take nothing but pictures, leave nothing but footprints.
That is right.
Yes. All right, so let's talk about some of the other stories trending right now.
HBO's controversial series The Idol will not be returning for a season 2. The 5-episode series starring artist The Weeknd and Lily Rose Depp wrapped up on July 2nd. The series faced backlash over overtly sexual scenes. Despite the public criticism, HBO said the series was ranked among Max's most watched this summer. Didn't get very good reviews.
Okay. Well, you've heard the saying, no use over crying over spilled milk, but what about French wine? With world wine consumption down, France says it now has too much of it. So its plan to avoid oversaturating the market is to destroy about $200 million worth of vino.
What?
Yeah, Kate looks upset. The wine will be distilled into pure alcohol that can be used to make perfumes and cleaning products. So not a full loss.
Right. Babies to the back. This is interesting. One Europe-based airline is saying that that's what's going to happen with its new seating zone policy. Corendon Airlines testing out a new seating chart, reserving the front of the aircraft for passengers over the age of 16.
Ooh.
The policy being tested on flights between Amsterdam and Curacao starting in November. A one-way ticket costs an additional 45 euros. That's about 49 bucks if you want to sit where there are no babies.
I mean, I have empathy for the parents. I think we both do.
I've been one of those parents with the crying baby. I have a lot of empathy.
Thanks for watching.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
If it's Tuesday, Hurricane Idalia intensifies and barrels towards Florida as local officials order evacuations and prepare for a potentially historic hit and catastrophic storm surge. Plus, the White House battles growing concern about voters. Concern over the voters among voters about the president's age and fitness for office in 2024 as Biden makes a major push on the issue of prescription drug costs, betting that his record will be a prescription for re-election. And the battle over abortion on the ballot. Abortion rights advocates sue Ohio's Republican Secretary of State over, quote, deceptive language on a proposed constitutional amendment on abortion access. Hello and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Ryan Nobles in for Kristen Welker. At this hour, we are tracking Hurricane Idalia as it intensifies and as disaster preparations are well underway in Florida and beyond ahead of the storm's landfall, which is expected tomorrow. We will bring you the latest on Idalia's path and the state of disaster preparations in just a moment. But we begin here in Washington, where the White House appears to be searching for a prescription for the president's deep unpopularity and major concerns over his age heading into the 2024 campaign. Part of that political prescription? Well, actual prescriptions. This afternoon, President Biden delivered remarks on lowering prescription drug costs for Americans after the Department of Health and Human Services announced for the first time the initial 10 medications that will be a part of the government's new Medicare price negotiations with pharmaceutical companies as mandated under the Inflation Reduction Act. The drugs include blood thinners, as well as drugs to help treat diabetes, heart failure, arthritis, and cancer. President Biden celebrated the news as a victory over what he called Big Pharma and praised the legislation that led to it.
For years, Big Pharma blocked this. They kept prescription drug prices high to increase their profits, playing games with pricing so they could charge whatever they can. But this is finally, we had enough votes by a matter of one to beat Big Pharma. By the way, negotiating drug prices alongside other provisions of this law isn't just going to put more money back in the pockets of millions of Americans across the country. It's also going to lower the federal deficit.
The negotiated prices will go into effect in 2026. The announcement comes as the White House and the Biden campaign appear to be doubling down on the president's record as the key to his reelection, rather than focusing on Donald Trump and his legal issues. It is a notable development, and it signals a departure from the Biden campaign's message in 2020, which focused heavily on Trump as an existential threat to democracy. But it comes as President Biden's approval rating sits at just 42%, according to a new AP NORC poll. And what has to be even more alarming for the White House are the overwhelming majority of voters, 77%, who say that President Biden is just too old to effectively serve another term. And even among Democrats, that number is 69%. Meanwhile, with Congress returning shortly from recess, the White House is also preparing for a potential impeachment inquiry tied to the president's son, Hunter Biden. Yesterday, House Judiciary Chair Jim Jordan said he wouldn't be surprised to see an impeachment resolution next month, after Speaker McCarthy also called an inquiry a, quote, natural step forward. Now, the effort has been dismissed by the White House as a, quote, crazy exercise rooted in partisan shamelessness. So what does it all mean for the fate of the presidency on shaky ground with voters? Well, that's where we begin. NBC's Monica Alba is outside the White House, and NBC's Sahil Kapoor is on Capitol Hill. So, Monica, today's event was about prescription drugs, but it was, in a larger sense, about re-election. What did we hear at the White House today?
Yeah, and this was really a moment for President Biden to take a victory lap on that legislation that he himself has said he wished he had called it something different. The Inflation Reduction Act, which of course was aimed at trying to bring down some costs and prices for Americans, but it also included a whole bunch of other things, and this was one of the main things. Now, the president initially wanted this to apply to medications for all Americans. In the end, he was only able to secure for Medicare participants, but it's a big win in the sense that millions who rely on those kinds of drugs that you talked about in the introduction will now be able to hopefully secure them for a far lower price. And they're not going to see the effects of that until after the 2024 election for sure. Really, it's not going to be until 2026 that they're going to go to their pharmacy counter and get these cheaper drugs. But still, it shows the president and the vice president and the White House argue how they're working, and the administration is trying to deliver on campaign promises, on things that past presidents have tried to do to take on Big Pharma and have failed in the past. So this is really something where the White House will say, look, if Republicans want to talk about a potential impeachment inquiry, if they want to be talking about the Hunter Biden investigations, they're okay with that. We're going to let the president talk about what they argue he's doing for the American people on a daily basis and delivering things that really will have an impact on their lives. The vice president summed it up by saying Americans shouldn't have to choose whether they're going to fill up their refrigerators or fill their prescriptions. Ryan.
All right, so Sahil, Democrats are pretty proud of the Inflation Reduction Act as well. Is this what they want to hear the White House talking about?
Yes, it absolutely is, Ryan. They want to talk about this. They want to talk about chips and science. They want to talk about manufacturing, infrastructure. Prescription drugs is a big one because it's one of the most popular provisions, if not the most popular provision in the Inflation Reduction Act. It's a major issue for voters, especially older voters, most notably women above 50 who are a crucial swing voting bloc, could be decisive in the 2024 election. This is a way for Democrats to try and show that they care about rising costs, that they're working to tackle inflation. They also see it as a way to boost their own approval and President Biden's currently low approval on the economy. And as Monica was pointing out, Democrats like that contrast of them focusing on these policy issues that make the kitchen table versus some of the other drama that goes on Capitol Hill that doesn't ultimately directly impact people's lives.
Yeah, and to Sahil's point, Monica, if they're talking about prescription drugs and these other kitchen table issues, they're not talking about Donald Trump and his legal problems. We heard Cedric Richmond over the weekend say that the Biden campaign wasn't really going to touch any of that legal information. What can you tell us about that decision?
Yeah, and it's interesting because that's their public posture, and that is what we're hearing. But you really just have to look no further than the president's own re-election video when he said he was going to seek another term. The first frames of that were about January 6th, were about those threats to democracy. So it is a real key centerpiece to the entire argument that Joe Biden has made these last couple of years of why he feels he wants to continue to serve and why someone like Donald Trump, he argues, should not. So it's certainly hard to say that they're just not going to really reference it. I think they take that position because it allows them to make the rhetorical argument that they can focus on some of these other things like prescription drug prices and implementation of legislation. But this was something that the president really took on even in the 2022 midterms. He was giving speeches specifically about January 6th and again, those threats to democracy that he perceived. So I really think the president will address this later on in the campaign. What they're essentially saying is there's a time and place for it, but what they're not going to do is speak to the specifics of the Department of Justice and special counsel investigations in anything that would give any appearance that they somehow have any influence over that. The president's been crystal clear about that, and that's been a really important priority for him as well. So they have to kind of walk that fine line of having separation between the White House and the DOJ while also laying out why they feel that this is an existential moment for 2024. And you saw this a little bit in how they responded to the GOP debate last week. Even though Donald Trump wasn't on the stage, their main argument was tying everybody who was to the ideology of former President Trump. So that's something they're certainly going to be able to do, while maybe not saying it's going to be their #1 priority, which is a contrast with 2020, Ryan.
Well, and of course, Sahil, this is not going to keep House Republicans from backing off. We're already starting to see more and more Republicans in leadership walk closer and closer to the possibility of an impeachment inquiry. Where do we stand with that?
Yeah, and that includes Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who said an impeachment inquiry is a natural step forward for House Republicans based on the investigations that they've been doing so far. The problem is McCarthy faces real dissent in his slim House majority, including from the 18 Republicans who sit in districts that President Biden carried in the 2020 election. You know, there are a lot of symbolic votes that happen around here that don't ultimately matter to the lives of voters, that they won't pay a price for. But impeaching a president that their constituents voted for, that is a big deal that they're going to have to defend. What McCarthy and his allies are trying to do to navigate this is present an impeachment inquiry as simply an investigation to try to gather facts and saying we're not promising anything beyond that. Let's have a listen to what Congressman Darrell Issa told her colleague Kate Santelise on the Hill earlier.
Frankly, the word impeachment, everyone should understand, impeachment is not the goal. Impeachment is a way of saying this is not a legislative oversight, but in fact an oversight of possible wrongdoing. The outcome of this investigation could be criminal referrals to the Justice Department. It could be impeachment, a referral to judiciary. We're not doing an impeachment. We're not looking at impeachment directly, but we are realizing, as the question implies, that there's enough there that there should be a concerted, bipartisan investigation.
Now, whether that actually translates to voters remains to be seen. There's not a single living American voter who has witnessed the opening of an impeachment inquiry that didn't result in an actual impeachment or, in the case of Nixon, a presidential resignation to preempt what would be a certain conviction. That's not going to happen here, Ryan.
Okay, Monica and Sahil, thank you both. Let's bring in our panel now. Eugene Scott, who's a senior politics reporter at Axios, Democratic pollster Margie Omero, and Stephen Hayes, the editor and CEO of The Dispatch and an NBC News political analyst. So, Eugene, I sat through many a Bernie Sanders rally in 2019 and 2020. The prescription drugs negotiating with Medicare, almost always something that he brought up in every single speech. Is this a winning political pitch for the president? Is this his prescription to get his approval rating out of the low 40s?
Well, he certainly hopes so. I was speaking with a healthcare administrator earlier today, and she said that this is bigger than I realized. I did not understand just how common of a situation many seniors find themselves in, cutting pills in half so that they could stretch their medication. when this goes into effect, which will be after the election, that'll be a game changer for so many Americans. And I think that is going to move some of them to view him more favorably than they view him now.
It's not going to be implemented until 2026, though.
Right.
So can they make that message and have it be an effective part of their campaign now?
They're certainly going to try to. I mean, unless they are running against someone who can implement something that will make these changes happen faster, and we're not hearing anything close to that coming from the other side of the aisle.
So, Margie, can it overcome these bigger problems that Joe Biden has? We don't usually see a poll that shows 77% of Americans agreeing on anything. But this AP poll says that 77% say that President Biden is too old. The Democratic number is pretty striking as well, 69% saying that he's too old. Is there anything he can do to change this perception that Americans have of him?
So that's not translating to something in the vote, right? I mean, Democrats are consolidated around the president. And I think it's a mistake to think about the lowering of prescription drug costs and negotiating for prescription drug costs as something just a political maneuver. This is something that truly will have a real impact. I mean, this is something we hear in focus groups all the time when they say, what's on your mind? The intro question I ask, what's on your mind today? How are things going in the country? A lot of people just come to the table wanting to talk about health care. They don't want to come to the table talking about how great they feel Republican, inquiries are, because they see that as just political, the same political back and forth that they've been seeing now for years.
Is that enough, Stephen? Can Democrats just talk about policy and ignore the fact that there's real concerns about the president's age?
Well, they might be able to talk about policy in part because Republicans have a hard time pushing back against this. In a more traditional Republican moment, you'd have Republicans on Capitol Hill and elsewhere say, look, this is government overreach, this is too much, we worry about big spending, this isn't the proper role of government, telling companies what to do. Republicans aren't in a position to make those arguments because you look at the way that Republicans have spent over the past 8 years. They can't very much pull the small government card now, so I think they're a little bit compromised in their ability to attack the policy grounds on policy grounds.
We don't often see them even trying to engage on policy issues, do we, Eugene?
Not really. I mean, when you and I run into each other in the hallways of Capitol Hill, it's usually tied to some drama. And I think that is something many Americans know right now. And so when you have something like this, it reminds people that there are issues that need to be addressed during the campaign that aren't related to whether someone supports Trump or not, or is trying to be vindictive when it comes to impeachment. I think something that was really interesting today about the presser is that it actually started with Vice President Kamala Harris. And we will see, I believe, her take more of a lead moving forward as we head to Election Day that is aimed perhaps at making some Americans who do feel like President Biden might be too old to remember that he's working with someone who is not.
Is that a wise move, Stephen? I mean, she has high negatives, particularly with independent voters. Is putting Kamala Harris out front a smart idea for them?
I mean, I don't think it solves the age problem. Look, think about what the Biden White House, the Biden campaign has going against it right now. You talk about low approval ratings. In most polls, he's more than 10 points underwater. You talk about these questions about Hunter Biden, while they may not yet involve Joe Biden, they're more serious than I think a lot of people thought they were. You talk about the other questions about his age, as you said, 70% of Democrats, almost 8 in 10,
but yes.
almost 8 in 10 Americans. I mean, these are huge numbers. If you could just separate those and say, here's the profile of a candidate who's running for re-election as President of the United States. Is this candidate going to win? We would all say no. The problem for Republicans is Donald Trump is the biggest story on the Republican side.
You know, it's hard for people to answer these kinds of hypotheticals. There was once a poll, and I asked a variety. This was, I think, the 2008 election. Would you vote for someone who was divorced, who was a woman, who was this? And the hypothetical candidate that people objected to the most, smoker. So I think it's hard
but in this case,
to
it's not
ask about these.
Right?
Look, I mean,
we have data.
We have
every
data.
Time he talks, you're reminded of how old he is.
Well, we have data on the election cycle so far. We have the Wisconsin Supreme Court election. We have the Ohio ballot measure that just happened. Huge turnout among Democrats and among folks who support abortion rights, who are mad about erosions of democracy. So I think we have data that suggests that people are engaged, and following that engagement is really benefiting Democrats and it's benefiting the president.
Okay, so I want to show you something that Dan Pfeiffer, the former Obama advisor, said about this coalition that the president needs to build if he's going to win in 2024. He says that Biden's task is more difficult because the anti-MAGA majority is more diverse generationally, demographically, geographically, and ideologically than the MAGA minority. And communicating to younger voters Biden's accomplishments and the stakes of this election are his top priorities. So if the goal is to bring back kind of this 2020 coalition, Margie, why should the president talk about both his accomplishments and the stakes of the election? Because a big part of his pitch to voters in 2020 was, I'm not Donald Trump, right?
I think absolutely. Look, I think his agenda, his accomplishments are enormously popular. We just did something for Navigator that showed the Inflation Reduction Act is just as popular now as it was a year ago. That's not something that you saw, for example, with the Trump tax cuts and a whole variety, whether it's chips and infrastructure, those things continue to be popular. In addition to that, and this is something that the president is uniquely able to do, and it's certainly something that Democrats as a group are doing, which is to demonstrate we want to get beyond this mess. And the other side is not offering that. The other side is saying, let's have more mess.
And we are seeing a strategy, Eugene, with Republicans to essentially kind of drag President Biden into the same sort of controversies that President Trump finds himself in. That's part of why we saw Darrell Issa a few minutes ago talking about an impeachment inquiry and kind of talking around exactly what they mean by that. We did see the White House counsel's office, of all people, or of a group of people, put out talking points pushing back against a potential impeachment inquiry. Is that odd for that particular group to put out partisan talking points like that? And does it show perhaps that the White House is concerned about what could be in the offing here in the next couple of weeks?
Well, I certainly think they aren't turning a blind eye. You cannot afford to, especially in an election that is going to be this close. And so we know, all of us know how powerful disinformation is and what impact that can have on the electorate. And I think what we're going to see more from the White House is efforts to correct narratives that they believe aren't accurate, with the hope that it will, keep their base, this base that Pfeiffer was talking about, as well as independent voters and perhaps even maybe some conservatives who don't want Donald Trump.
And quickly from both of you, could an impeachment inquiry actually help President Biden? Could it energize the base that hasn't quite been energized yet?
I think it complicates what Republicans are doing for the reasons that the package suggested. But no, I think if Joe Biden is showing, if you look at the collapse of the plea deal, for instance, there are serious questions about that being asked not by partisan Republicans, but by independent legal analysts and even Democrats. If those grow, I think it's a problem for Joe Biden because it's harder for him to say, these guys are the crooks.
Okay, Margie, quickly.
I mean, look, it will be another example of Republicans wanting to, tie the government up in knots. But I don't want to see any time taken away from Biden's agenda, which is really popular and is aimed at really helping people.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. Thanks, everyone. We appreciate you being here. Eugene Scott, Margie Omero, and Stephen Hayes, we appreciate you being here. And coming up, Florida braces for impact as Hurricane Idalia barrels towards the state's west coast. We'll get the latest track and head live to where storm preparations are underway. Plus, as former President Trump's legal woes keep stacking up, new developments today, and the effort by his former chief of staff to move his trial to federal court. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Floridians up and down the state's west coast are bracing for the impacts of Hurricane Idalia as it moves towards the state's northern Gulf Coast, where it's expected to make landfall tomorrow morning as a powerful Category 3 storm. The National Weather Service warned that Idalia could be a, quote, unprecedented event for Florida's Appalachia Bay, the juncture where both the Gulf hits Florida's Panhandle and Idalia will be the first major hurricane to hit the Bay in recorded history. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis gave multiple press conferences today, warning his constituents to take the storm seriously and heed the warnings of local officials. And at the White House, the head of FEMA told reporters that federal resources are staged and ready to help following President Biden's signing of a disaster declaration.
This allows me to pre-stage people, equipment, and resources in Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas, and I have done just that. We have pre-positioned different types of resources across all 3 states to include several incident management assistance teams, our urban search and rescue teams, our disaster survivor assistance teams, and they are all ready to pivot to the most impacted areas immediately after the storm passes.
NBC's Guad Venegas is on the ground in Crystal River, Florida, as preparations are underway. And NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns has the latest on Idalia's path. So, Guad, let's start with you. What are you seeing on the ground there in Crystal River as people prepare for the hurricane to make landfall?
Ryan, well, this is a Zone A. The state of Florida has different evacuation zones that have been set up, and this is one of the areas where there's a mandatory evacuation order. We got it on our phones earlier. The message that came through our phone said, life-threatening storm surge expected, evacuate Zone A, take action now. You can see the water behind me. There's a lot of water in these areas. These are channels where people have boats right up against their properties. Now, I've spoken to some of the residents here who tell me that the buildings that are right next to this water can probably take about a 6-foot storm surge, or the land can, before this water begins entering some of these buildings. There's a hotel here, there's a large home, and many homes in this area. So if we get a surge of more than 6 or 7 feet here, then the water would be going into people's homes. Now, the governor said that we expect more than 12 feet of a surge in some parts of Florida. So this is why this is one of the areas that's under that mandatory evacuation. Now, we've been driving around some of the stores here and seeing people prepare. Most of the people have evacuated, but I did speak to some people who said they're going to ride it out. They've been through this before. As always, we always talk to individuals who say we've prepared as best as possible. Water, food, we've got the generator, and we're just going to wait and see what happens. Now, when I spoke to the people at this hotel, I said, well, is there anything you can do to protect the building from the water once it rises, if it were to rise? And they said, no, not really. We prepared as best as possible inside of it, but at this point, it's just time for us to wait.
And Guad, talk to us about this part of Florida. I mean, the Gulf Coast in general is used to dealing with storms of this magnitude, but that particular area where you're in now, the National Weather Service said that the hurricane would be unprecedented. Are people there ready for what could potentially hit them?
Right. So when they say unprecedented, they want people to to understand that they can't compare it to anything else, right? Because the people that live here have never experienced a direct hit of a hurricane. So that's why they're saying you can't really compare it to anything else. And of course, residents in Florida prepare for hurricanes every year, but usually, the hurricane will go in a different direction, and the residents of a specific area might not have the experience of having that direct hit. So that's why they want everyone to be prepared. The governor said there's about 22 counties with evacuation orders in place. There's different things that are creating danger here, right? There's the hurricane with the wind. We've got the rainfall, but there's been a lot of talk about the possibility of a storm surge, especially for these communities right off the water. And if you look at the map, there's a lot of communities off the west coast of Florida going north into the Gulf Coast. And these are those vulnerable communities that could suffer if we see the storm surge that the forecast has been indicating could be as high as 12 feet, Ryan.
Okay, thank you so much, Quad. So, Bill, let's go to you. When do we expect Idalia to make landfall, and how much stronger is it going to get before it does?
That's $1 million question. Hurricane Center thinks high-end Category 3. It wouldn't surprise any of us if it got up to a low-end Category 4. I mean, when I say low-end, it's just the low end of the scale. Category 4 is devastating. So here's how we're playing this out right now. Here's the center of the storm, about 125 miles due east. Is if you went from the center of the storm, that's where you'd get to the Naples, Marco Island area. So the storm is moving quickly northwards and kind of paralleling the coast. So that's why you're not seeing a lot of, really nasty weather on the west coast of Florida. It's mostly a storm surge issue. There'll be some gusty squalls every now and then, but like we had a few go through, and one just heading over the top of over near Moorhaven right now. But the storm center itself, the core of it, the worst winds, that's headed more north. And we're going to watch our friends closely. Tallahassee here, all the way over to Cross City in the Perry, Florida. That looks like now the window. I think with the new update coming from the Hurricane Center about a half hour from now, they're probably going to move that forecast a little more west. That has been the trend. And you see this black line, it's going due north. And the center of the storm now located right about here. So it's almost getting halfway through the Gulf of Mexico. And we do think that landfall roughly around 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. So now we're starting to close in on it. Now we're about 16, 15 hours away. There's the position. This is the center line they had as of 11 a.m. I think when the new one comes out, that center line will probably kick, unfortunately for the people of Perry, Florida, right over the top of them. And that would put the worst portion of the storm surge still from Cedar Key here all the way through this area here just south of Cross City. This is swampy area. This isn't beaches. There's not a lot of development in here. It's extremely rural, but those little small fishing communities and inland communities, those are the ones we're most concerned with. And you notice all of our computer models. The center black line, that's the Hurricane Center's forecast. All of these other colored lines are from our different computer models. Most of them are to the west, including this purple one, which is called our European computer model. So you're typically one of our more accurate ones. That's the most far west. The people in Tallahassee don't like that at all. We do not want the core of this hurricane heading over Tallahassee, which pretty much sits in the middle of a forest. It would just be devastating, and people wouldn't have power for weeks on end if that was the case. Storm surge, we know that that's going to be one of the huge issues, especially even for areas on the west coast of Florida that don't get hit by the core of the storm. Just because of the winds, onshore flow here, 4 to 7 feet possible tonight into early tomorrow morning. Especially at the high tide, right around 4:20 a.m. That could be the high water mark around the Tampa, Pinellas County areas. And as we go northwards here around Hernando and Brooksville, these coastal communities where we saw Guad, this is where we could get into the 9-foot tall. So yeah, where he was standing, where his feet were. That was probably down at water level. Picture 9 feet higher than where he was. So yes, that water would go into the homes in that area. And of course, the wind, isolated power outages, St. Pete, Tampa area, but extreme power outages possible to the north. Ryan, our friends in the National Weather Service in Tallahassee just sent out a statement saying that some of these areas will be uninhabitable for weeks.
This is the real deal. All right, Bill Cairns, we'll continue to track this over the next couple of days. Thank you for that, Bill. Up next, the latest on the coming collision between former President Trump's legal troubles and the political calendar. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hampton Democrats.
All right, it just me too.
Welcome back. It's now up to a federal judge to decide where former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows stands trial in connection with efforts to overturn Georgia's election results. But when he will is another question. This afternoon, the judge requested additional information from both sides before issuing that decision. It comes the day after Meadows took the stand, arguing that his case should be moved out of Fulton County to federal court because his actions were tied to his role as White House Chief of Staff. The judge hasn't given a timetable for the ruling, indicating that as of now, Meadows should still plan to be arraigned alongside Donald Trump and all of their co-defendants on September 6th. NBC's Blaine Alexander joins me now from Atlanta. So, Blaine, did the judge provide any guidance for when he's going to issue a decision on Meadows?
Well, Ryan, he did indicate that he's not going to rush on this, but we do know he's not going to issue any sort of ruling before Friday. That's because he said that both sides need to submit more information, and he's given them until a Thursday close of business, Thursday at 5 p.m. to submit that information. So because he's going to take that into account, we know that there's not going to be any sort of ruling coming before then. But he did kind of leave the door open for this possibly going into next week. Remember, September 6th is the date that arraignments have been set. Now, he said that if he has not ruled before then the state process should keep going as scheduled, and that Meadows has to go ahead with any sort of arraignment here in Fulton County. Now, of course, he could choose to waive that arraignment, but the judge on the federal side is saying he's not stopping it. He's not stopping him from moving forward there. So he did, give kind of a nod to the fact that he knows this could be precedent setting, at least as far as the other 18 co-defendants go as well. So he's going to take his time with this decision, recognizing, though, that time is of the essence.
All right, Blaine Alexander, live for us in Fulton County. Thank you so much. For more, I'm joined now by Carol Lamb, a former U.S. attorney and a former judge. She's now an NBC News legal analyst. So, Carol, do you think that Mark Meadows made a legitimate case yesterday for moving his trial to federal court?
Well, Ryan, I think the reason you see the judge in federal court taking his time to make this decision is because it is not a slam dunk for either side. This issue doesn't actually arise that often. It arises more frequently in civil cases between the state and the federal court system. It doesn't arise that much in criminal cases. And in criminal cases, there is additional deference that's paid by the federal courts to state court prosecutions. So the facts here are such that Mr. Meadows is saying that, everything I did was within my job scope as a federal employee. Fani Willis is, of course, taking the opposite view, and she put on members of the Georgia state government to say, no, he was way outside the bounds. He was acting as a campaign official, and he was interfering with our state electoral system. The thing is that Mr. Meadows only has to meet a fairly low bar. He just has to be able to make a colorable claim or a colorable defense. And what that means is basically a plausible defense. It doesn't require that he prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he was acting within the scope of his federal duties. So the judge is going to take the time necessary to put out an opinion that he thinks is going to withstand appeal. But that is the point, I think. The point is that either side, I believe, can appeal immediately this decision, and that is going to slow the proceedings down even more.
If Meadows is successful, how much of an advantage would it give him?
It really depends. And I think the reason you're seeing some defendants bring this motion to remove to federal court and some staying in state court is that there's some pros and cons to either position. I think Mark Meadows and his attorneys probably feel more comfortable in federal court. There's sort of one set of rules that applies to all federal courts, whereas Georgia state law has some unique attributes, as do any of the other 49 states. I think that they may be counting on perhaps a broader jury pool in federal court. There are some counties that they would draw additional jurors from, not just Fulton County. And the thinking is that there's some counties up there in northern Georgia that are a little bit more conservative than Fulton County. But one advantage he will not get, and I think there's some confusion about this, some people think, oh, if he goes to federal court, then if President Trump is reelected, he can then pardon Mr. Meadows. But no, even if this case moves to federal court, it will be tried on the Georgia allegations, not federal offenses. So there is no presidential pardon power over a conviction in federal court on Georgia. On Georgia crimes.
Right, it's essentially just changing the playing field. Everything else remains the same. So you have actually questioned whether or not it's a good idea to try this case in Georgia as a RICO case. What are your concerns in that regard?
It's not so much concerns. I think that Fani Willis is well within her rights to bring a RICO case in Georgia. I just think that folks should understand that Jack Smith's case against the former president in federal court is just as broad and has pretty much the same advantages that the RICO statute in Georgia has in terms of a broad conspiracy. Both Jack Smith and Fani Willis have alleged a very broad scheme, and that includes acts in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Arizona. And they can do that under both conspiracy law and RICO law. The one thing that RICO law in Georgia does give Fani Willis is a presumptive 5-year minimum mandatory sentence. But even there's another Georgia law that would allow a state judge to make part or all of that sentence probationary. So I think that both cases are legitimate, but they're both as broad as each other. The big complication in Fani Willis's case is the number of defendants, and we can see that that has slowed the proceedings considerably.
And do you think it's realistic that the election conspiracy trial could begin and end before the Republican National Convention in July? Is that feasible?
Are you talking about Fani Willis's or Jack Smith's trial?
The special counsel one.
Yeah, so, things have actually started to sort themselves out. And I think that everyone is sort of acknowledging that Jack Smith's election fraud case is taking primacy for a couple of reasons. One is, of course, the importance of the subject matter, election interference in our federal elections. But the other reason is because it can be done very efficiently, even though it's a broad case in terms of subject matter. There's only one defendant. It's Donald Trump. Right. And that, as you can see, makes things a lot more efficient. Only one set of motions, only one set of cross-examinations. And so I do think that there is a possibility that this could be accomplished before the election.
Okay, Carol Lam, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. And coming up, emotional testimony from families of service members killed amid the administration's chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan 2 years ago. I'll be joined live by the House Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Michael McCaul to discuss U.S. foreign policy and the region well beyond. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism, is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the dishes should be
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
And welcome back. Tomorrow marks the two-year anniversary since the last American soldiers withdrew from Afghanistan. And we're learning new information about some of the turmoil happening behind the scenes inside the White House amid that chaotic withdrawal. In an excerpt of his coming book about the first 2 years of the Biden presidency, Franklin Foer, a writer at The Atlantic, recounts a moment in the aftermath of that deadly attack at Abbey Gate that killed 13 U.S. service members. He writes, quote, after the dignified transfer, the families piled onto a bus. A sister of one of the dead screamed in Biden's direction, I hope you burn in hell. Of all the moments in August, this was the one that caused the president to second guess himself. He asked Press Secretary Jen Psaki, did I do something wrong? Maybe I should have handled that differently. Meanwhile, today, the House Foreign Affairs Committee held a roundtable discussion with some of the Gold Star families of the Abbey Gate attack. Take a listen.
We need closure as a parents. We need this administration to apologize for the awful decisions that lead to the death of our kids. Admit the mistakes they made.
We find ourselves here in the nation's capital to fight for answers. Answers that you would think would come naturally to Gold Star families. Not only those of us present, but to all of those that came before us.
President Biden and his executive cabinet must accept responsibility publicly for the chaotic withdrawal at the end of the 20-year war.
And joining me now is the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Congressman Michael McCaul of Texas. So, Congressman, first, tell me, why did you feel that it was necessary to hold this roundtable today, and what was your big takeaway from what you heard from these families?
Well, we want to give the parents of the children, the service members who were brutally killed in this massive suicide bombing attack, I wanted to give them a voice and let them know that the Congress is listening to them. I think the American people are listening to them, and I hope the administration will listen to them. I think part of it is, that it's gripping, powerful testimony, and the administration continues to stonewall and not provide them the answers that they, I think, are deservingly should have. We found out through our investigation that one of the snipers had the suicide bomber in his sights, and then when he talked to his commanding officer, he was denied permission to engage the threat. We also found out that the intelligence community knew of an ISIS-K staging event at a hotel room to plan the suicide bombing attack at Abbey Gate, and a request was made for an airstrike. That too was denied. So these parents are very frustrated with the fact that their children died, and yet it maybe could have been prevented. We want to talk to the commanding officer who denied that permission, and yet we've been stonewalled by the Department of Defense. Finally, after pressure from the families and from myself, they will make him available in early September. But we need to get answers to these questions for these families, and quite honestly, they do deserve better than this. They've not been treated well by this administration. And I think the administration wants to forget that this happened and sweep it under the rug, but we're not going to forget about this. And I think they are entitled to these answers.
And you read a statement from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, at the beginning of your remarks, where he essentially says that he felt as though they had communicated well with these family members, that they had given them all the information that they could, but if there was some breakdown in communication, he wanted to rectify that. Do you agree with that assessment from the general? And where's the disconnect between what the Department of Defense has thought about their interactions with these families and how the families feel about it?
Well, as a federal prosecutor, you have victims, you coordinate with them. I don't think the Defense Department did a very good job coordinating with these Gold Star families. Having said that, General Milley and I have talked. I was encouraged. He actually apologized in his email or text, and I commend him for that. But, it's one thing to apologize, then assist us in this investigation. Since I talked to General Milley, they are going to make the commanding officer, available to testify. But you know, in leadership, when you make a mistake and you fail, you own it. And you know, President Truman said the buck stops here. They feel like the buck is being passed on and forgotten about. And that's what really hurts them the most as they think about their children who lost their lives that actually could have been prevented had there not been so much chaos on the ground. Finally, Ryan, you know, the State Department is supposed to be in charge of this evacuation, and yet they didn't seek an evacuation plan from the Defense Department until 2 days after Kabul fell. The president put them under enormous artificial deadlines. It was not necessary. So the whole thing was chaotic on the ground under artificial deadlines, and nobody knew who was in charge. And that's what led to the chaos and the suicide bomber that killed 13 servicemen and women, injured 45, and killed 170 Afghans. This is a massive suicide bomb attack.
So the Pentagon did respond to the roundtable today and some of the comments that were made. I want to play that for you and give you the chance to respond.
Sure.
In terms of responding to some of the comments that were made, I think you know that CENTCOM conducted a very comprehensive, credible, and definitive investigation into the Abbey Gate bombing following the attack. Our U.S. military commanders on the ground made the best decisions that they could.
So, Mr. Chairman, she said credible and definitive account of what went wrong there. I sense that you don't feel the same way.
No, I don't, and the families don't feel that way either. I mean, it was in their words, not mine. They are very upset and angry at this administration for not dealing with them in a straightforward manner and transparent manner. They can cooperate with me, or they can try to, you know, I can do subpoenas and move to, to hold them in contempt. I would rather have them cooperate and be honest with these families and with the American people. And, you know, I've been stonewalled. I've had to subpoena documents. The after-action report you're referring to, it took months to get that, and I still can't get all the documents surrounding that. So, you know, it's encouraging, but because we got the Gold Star families to speak up, now they're finally listening after 2 years, but that's 2 years too long.
Yeah. All right, I just do want to ask you quickly while we have you, sir, about the situation in Ukraine. There does appear to be a lot of skepticism, I should say, among Republican voters about continuing to aid Ukraine. It came up on the debate stage last week with the Republican candidates for president. How do you convince people in your own party that supporting Ukraine is still in the U.S. national interest?
Well, because what happens in Ukraine also directly impacts Taiwan. And I just got back from there. You know, Chairman Xi and Putin are joined at the hip in this unholy alliance. Having said that, going back to the debate, I was encouraged that really 7 of the 8 support the effort in Ukraine. And I think you'll see the majority of the majorities in Congress still support this effort. My criticism has been they haven't been given the weapons necessary for victory, but rather to survive. And I think with the counteroffensive, the administration did not serve Ukraine well. Having said that, you know, we're going to take a look at this, but they did not collaborate with us. And I've talked to the speaker. We are going to take a look at this, but this is going to be our supplemental bill with our ideas, and we have the power of the purse, and the executive cannot force us into this. But I do think we are going to reach a resolution to continue to support Ukraine against Russian aggression.
All right, Congressman Mike McCaul, a very powerful roundtable that you hosted today. We appreciate having you on to talk about it. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Ryan. Thanks for having me.
And in another bit of news from the Hill, the House Majority Leader, Steve Scalise, announced today that he's being treated for cancer. The Louisiana Republican said in a statement that he was diagnosed with multiple myeloma, which is, quote, a very treatable blood cancer. Scalise says that his treatment will last for several months, and he plans to return to work after the recess. And while working, he will receive the treatment. And we, of course, wish him a speedy recovery. After the break, Ohio is the latest battleground for abortion access. And now there's a fight over the language that will be used on the ballot when Ohioans go to vote on a constitutional amendment to guarantee abortion rights. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. The group backing an Ohio ballot measure that would enshrine the right to an abortion in the state's constitution filed a lawsuit against Ohio's ballot board yesterday. The group, Ohioans United for Reproductive Rights, brought the case to Ohio's Supreme Court, challenging the language the Republican-led board plans to use for the measure when it puts it to voters in November, and claiming that the changes are a, quote, deliberate attempt to mislead and sway voters. The group is asking that the full original ballot language that's already approved by Ohio's Attorney General be used in its place. The most impactful change made by the ballot board has to do with the framing of the limits of access and the exceptions to those limits. The original measure assured abortion access up until viability, after which it would be prohibited unless a doctor deems it medically necessary. Among the changes, the new ballot frames this as the ability to always access abortion at any stage of pregnancy, regardless of viability, if a doctor deems it medically necessary. NBC News' senior national political reporter Henry Gomez has the latest on this fight over abortion rights in Ohio. So, Henry, break down this lawsuit from the proponents of the ballot proposal. What are the legal complaints and how critical are these changes?
So, Ryan, the central complaint here is that the ballot language doesn't properly reflect the substance of the constitutional amendment. The measure's proponents are arguing that the ballot board's language is driven by the Republican Secretary of State, Frank LaRose, who is publicly and vehemently opposed to the measure, and that he has driven ballot language that is misleading and in cases confusing to a voter who might step into the booth this November to weigh in on the measure. You mentioned a little bit in the setup, words like fetal viability have been replaced with unborn child. There's absolute language like always allow an abortion when the actual text of the constitutional amendment employs more nuance when describing what could happen here. There's also more passive language with regard to how one can seek out medical treatment for themselves. And all of this, the proponents say, is an effort to muddy the waters and create confusion when a voter steps into the booth. And then the one last thing, you mentioned this as well, but the actual text of the constitutional amendment is only 194 words. It's actually shorter than what the ballot board is prescribing here. And so the proponents have argued, and they're asking the court to intervene, to just put that 194 word text onto the ballot, since it is the precise language that's at play here in November.
Yeah, and I guess that's part of it, right? Because the group had to gather signatures to place the measure on the ballot based on the language that they put together that was approved by Ohio's Attorney General. Could the group argue that by changing it, this isn't what the public agreed to?
That is part of the complaint, Ryan. It's not the central part of the complaint, but they do go into detail about how this was the language that was on the petitions that were circulated. This is the language that the Attorney General, Dave Yost, who, by the way, is a conservative Republican who is opposed to abortion, has already approved, and that by not allowing this language to go forth on the ballot or to allow this replacement language that muddies the waters would be a disservice to all of those previous efforts and decisions made.
And of course, the clock's ticking, right? The vote's approaching quickly. Is there a deadline for getting this all sorted out? And is it likely that this lawsuit's even going to be resolved before then?
So there's no deadline per se. There is an expedited track that this is on because we're within 90 days before the election. There's not been a hearing set as far as I know, but here's a date that you should keep in mind. September 22nd is when the ballots need to be ready for military and overseas voters. So if this isn't resolved by then, we're going to have an issue. But it is on an expedited track, and the expectation is that this will be dealt with by the Supreme Court well enough in advance of that September 22nd date I just mentioned.
And I wonder, just from your perspective covering this, is just the back and forth about this, could that have an impact, even if the original draft, the language is put into the actual vote, is just the confusion over it something that could impact the ultimate outcome of this in November?
So if this is an off-year election and people head into the polls in November are going to be bombarded with ads on both sides of this issue, and I suspect that those who do go to the polls in November are already going to be well educated about what a yes vote means and what a no vote means. One particular interesting thing in this complaint is that the proponents say they'll now have to spend more money to properly educate voters about what is in this. So that's one thing to watch.
Okay, terrific reporting. Henry Gomez, thank you so much for being on. We appreciate it. And before we go, we should note that just moments ago, the National Hurricane Center has upgraded Hurricane Idalia to a Category 2 storm. Thank you so much for being with us this hour. Chuck Todd will be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. Meanwhile, NBC News Now coverage continues with more on that Category 2 storm with Hallie Jackson right now.
Coming on the air right as we are getting the latest track and the newest data on Hurricane Idalia, now a Category 2 hurricane with people in its path running out of time. The storm now just hours away from hitting a part of the state that has never seen anything this strong. We are live with that new forecast where the track is shifting, and we're also live on the ground in the places bracing for impact. Also tonight, the late-breaking details from police at the University of North Carolina on that deadly shooting that sent students scrambling. What else we're learning about the victim now and the charges the suspect faces. Then why a whole bunch of DUI convictions could get tossed out because of a Chicago cop accused of lying off the job. We'll explain. And a controversial scientist says he's the first to get his hands on an object from outside this solar system. The proof he's giving that this little metal ball is from a galaxy far, far away. And it might only take half an apple a day to keep the doctor away, apparently. Why some surprising new numbers out tonight show a prescription for fruits and veggies could help your heart. And just into us moments ago, Buster Murdaugh speaking now for the first time since his father's murder conviction. We'll tell you what he's saying tonight a little bit later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with the newest update from the National Hurricane Center on Idalia. In just the last few minutes, literally the last 2 minutes, getting declared a Category 2 hurricane. That is not unexpected. We are also seeing a slight shift in the track a little further west and an uptick in those super dangerous wind speeds, now pushing 100 miles an hour. That's expected to get even stronger as Idalia is set to make landfall first thing tomorrow morning as a major Category 3 storm. This thing hasn't even hit land yet, but its outer bands are already dropping a ton of rain on the coast. Look at Fort Myers. Streets there are already looking like rivers. The wind is whipping through palm trees in the Florida Keys. You see that shot? That's only going to get more intense as this storm gets stronger and closer, with people getting ready, especially in the so-called Big Bend. That's the Gulf Coast from just south of Tallahassee down toward Tampa. It's a spot that really has never seen a major hurricane before, let alone a Category 3, in what is now, as the governor says, a race against the clock.
You can go stay with friends, family. I know there's deals on hotels. You still have time to do that if you're in this Big Bend area, but time is running out very, very rapidly.
It is serious. We are just hours away with people in more than 24 counties being told to get out or get ready to get out. Tens of thousands of linemen standing by for all but inevitable power outages. The National Guard ready, along with 700+ road workers. All 8 of the state's search and rescue teams activated, along with 250 Starlink internet boxes to try and keep people online, and 1 million gallons of gas stockpiled in case things get messy at gas stations. It's not just Florida holding its breath. We are now seeing Georgia and both Carolinas declaring states of emergency, with Hurricane Idalia eyeing multiple targets. I want to bring in our team covering this. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, along with Marissa Parra, who is live for us in Clearwater, Guad Venegas in Crystal River, Florida, Kathy Park in Charleston, South Carolina. Bill, let me start from you. This newest update just in from the Hurricane Center. It's getting stronger as expected. What's the track looking like?
Yeah, 20 to 25 miles shift to the west. And we're getting to the point now where we're really going to focus on where that eye is going to make landfall, where the most destructive winds are going to hit, and also just to the right of that, that's where that possible 10 to 15-foot storm surge is going to occur. So the people, about 250,000 people in the Tallahassee area, just saw this forecast, and they're just going, ugh. like, stop making it closer to us, because ever since yesterday, it just keeps ticking closer to the Tallahassee area. And right now, it's actually pointed more towards Perry, Florida, that would go right through the eye if it maintains this current path. So you can see this black line. This is where it has traveled so far. It's wiggled a little bit, but roughly due north. And that's the movement at 16 miles per hour. It's about 200 miles away from Tampa right now to the southwest. It's going to make its closest approach to Tampa over the next 6 hours. So the west coast of Florida, squally weather, chance of isolated tornadoes. You're heading towards low tide, so that's great. The water level should be dropping after earlier high tide. Tomorrow morning at about 4 a.m. or so is when you'll roughly see your highest water levels with this storm. But there'll be nothing compared to what's going to happen near the landfall. So here's the new forecast path from the Hurricane Center. It was right about here. And that's that 20 to 25 mile per hour mile shift to the west over the top of Perry. And Tallahassee is kind of close to that cone. As of now, Tallahassee would be on the, what we'd call, quote unquote, the weaker side of the storm. The dirtier, stronger side would be all through the Gainesville area, Cross City to Perry, possibly Valdosta too here. So that's the areas that we're going to worry about extreme wind damage with power out for weeks. There's a lot of trees through this region here. If you've ever driven that drive from Tallahassee to Jacksonville, you go through forests. And so this is just going to cut down just rows of trees, miles of trees. And then the storm will be a tropical storm going through southern Georgia and South Carolina, finally exiting Thursday afternoon at this time. So 48 hours of this mess. Here's our computer models. Here's the new forecast track from the Hurricane Center, that black line. Notice that a bunch of them are kind of close to it. So that's why we're still targeting the Big Bend area. Does not look like this is heading for Apalachicola. Tallahassee, you're kind of close to a couple of these lines, but, we're only 12 to 14 hours away from this thing making landfall. So, usually you don't see big shifts this close to landfall. And here's the forecast that has been adjusted a little bit. You'll notice now this 10 to 15 foot does make the curve around the bend because of that shift westwards. We haven't really changed a lot here. We're still going to see the water piling up. I mentioned the highest water totals, highest water levels in the Tampa Bay area, Pinellas County, will be about 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. Then we'll watch this area from about 4 to about 8 a.m. That's when Cedar Key, whatever damage is going to be done there, and that still could be bad, will happen early tomorrow morning after sunrise. Peak winds still about 95 to about probably, if this gets up to, say, strong Category 3, we could see some gusts to 140 to 150 near landfall. So, Hallie, the biggest news is that slight shift to the west. That means slightly weaker winds for the west coast of Florida, but it doesn't change the storm surge at all. That's pretty much etched in stone already. That water is already moving and heading towards the coast.
So 2 big questions. Bill, thank you. We're going to talk about with our reporters who are live on the ground. Guad Venegas, let me start with you there in Crystal City. I believe you're right there in the Big Bend of Florida. I can hear the rain. We can see it. Tell me what you're seeing.
Hallie, we just got the first rain of the day. Bill was talking about Perry, Florida. So we are southeast of Perry, about 100 miles southeast of Perry, Florida. And you can, of course, hear that rain. And there's 2 things we're surrounded by here, Hallie: water and trees. And we've been hearing the governor talk about these winds and the possibility of the storm knocking down a lot of these trees, and also the storm surge. Now, they're talking about a storm surge that could be as high as 12 or more feet. This area, as you can see behind me, there's water everywhere. This is an area where a lot of people ride their boats up to their properties. Now, the people that operate a hotel just next to me tell me that if they see a surge of more than 6 feet here, then the water is going to start going into these properties. So after 6 or 7 feet, there's nothing they can do to stop the water from going into hotels, into houses. They prepared as best as possible. Now, I should say, this is in the evacuation zone. This is a mandatory evacuation zone, a Zone A. The state of Florida has these zones that are predetermined, and this is one of those where people got the alert earlier today saying there was a mandatory evacuation. We did speak to some residents, Hallie, just a few hours ago, who told us they were going to ride it out. They're a little further inland from us, and they were hoping that if there is a surge, it doesn't affect them as much as, of course, these properties you're seeing behind me. And I don't know if you can hear it or see it on camera, but the wind just picked up, and now it is heavy rainfall here as we wait for the storm to make its way towards us, Hallie.
Well, I was going to say, we can hear it, we can see it. You're clearly protected, Guad. I'm assuming you're under an overhang, or you're inside a garage or on a balcony or something, because you seem dry. Everything around you is getting soaked. Tell us more about that piece of it, about also the way that the area where you're in, the Big Bend, is getting ready, including using prisoners to help out.
So Crystal River, where I'm located, is a community right off the water. And yes, we are protected mainly for the equipment. We have a tent to keep a lot of the equipment dry. I'm going to step out so you can see. So now I'm out in the rain. So this community,
you don't have to be, Guad.
This is
Step back on in. We don't need to see you wet. I believe you. Thank you.
I wanted to show you guys what the elements are like just a few steps behind me, Hallie, but this area that we keep hearing authorities refer to, the Big Bend, it's the north part of the west coast in Florida, and it's where the state essentially bends into the coast. This is the beginning of that area, and of course we heard Bill talk about the storm now headed a little bit west of us, so that is the area that's expecting the worst part of the storm. These are communities of homes that are right next to the water. These are fishing communities. For example, this is an area where people come to see the manatees, and there's boats everywhere. So these are the types of communities that live along the coast, and this goes up hundreds of miles, and then of course it curves towards the other part, the panhandle of the state. And these are communities that are not as densely populated as, say, Tampa, but there are lots of communities between here and the Gulf area where the hurricane is expected to head now, Hallie.
Guad Venegas live there in Crystal River, Florida. You're getting it. The outer bands, they're already hitting where you are. I want to get to Marissa Parra now, who's standing by in Clearwater for us. That's a little further south down the coast. Marissa, not as rainy where you are, but there are still some serious threats, including, of course, the potential for that huge storm surge.
Exactly. And actually, if you had checked in with me a couple of hours ago, you would see we were getting pummeled by rain and wind. And what was really interesting, Hallie, and concerning is it was only maybe 10 minutes of that, and the rain had created so much of concern with the streets that we were on. We were already seeing some flooded streets, and that was only after 10 minutes of rain in the downtown Tampa area. Now, we're in Clearwater right now. We are still in the Tampa Bay area. This is a peninsula that we're on. It is surrounded by bay water. This is some of the bay behind me. Around me are mobile homes. All of this in Zone A. Zone A being the areas that are most at risk when it comes to that surge. All of this area has been evacuated. In fact, I just spoke with someone who was on her way to go pick up her elderly family member to get him out. She believes he might be one of the last ones, if not the last one left here. So when we talk about the concerns here in Tampa, Tampa is not in the direct path of the hurricane as of right now. The big concern, the surge, 4 to 7 feet as of right now. Tampa Bay, this whole area is very flood prone. So that is a big concern. And what we have seen is Tampa General Hospital taking those precautions. You will see what's called an aqua fence built up around it. They're putting it up. It's supposed to protect them up to 15 feet of surge. We're talking about 15 feet of floodwaters. This is supposed to protect them against. And it is important that they do, because Tampa General Hospital is the only level 1 trauma center in the whole region. That means if somebody gets injured during this hurricane, that is the hospital that they will be taken to. And get this, it's on an island. So this is a very flood-prone area, but they believe that they have all the precautions in place. Now, in terms of how residents are feeling, I've been here for about 24 hours now, Hallie. What I've seen is yesterday, there was a lot more people that we were encountering who seemed like they were concerned. It was about 50-50. But today, I'm having a hard time finding people that are trying to evacuate, because if they were trying to, it seems like they probably already did. So what we have found today, we stopped by stores. You're going to hear from someone who is concerned but deciding to write it out. Take a listen.
Myself, I am a little anxious because I haven't been through it. I'm a bit of a thrill seeker, though, so I guess it's not as bad for me, but just trying to make sure everything's right, everything's ready, get everything prepared. It's a big deal.
So, Hallie, if you look behind me, you can see a wall of clouds. Keep in mind, these outer bands are prone for tornadoes. Yet another thing for people here to be concerned about and aware of.
Marissa Parra, lots to watch into these overnight hours and through early tomorrow morning. Marissa, thank you. It is not just Florida, of course, bracing for impact. As you saw in that track, Hurricane Idalia is going to go right over the top of Florida into the Carolinas. That's where we find Kathy Park. We know there's a state of emergency now in just the last couple of hours where you are, and people are bracing for not just Idalia, but whatever's lingering from Storm Franklin that's out in the Atlantic. It's potentially impact from both sides. Yeah, Hallie, good evening to you. So as you saw there, all eyes are on Florida. However, as this storm makes landfall tomorrow, it's still going to pack quite a punch by tomorrow evening as it tracks up the Georgia and Carolina coastline. Here in Charleston, the big concern, of course, will be flooding. And forecasters are bracing for what they are calling a tropical storm trifecta. This storm will likely dump lots of rain, anywhere between 4 to 8 inches of rain. Combine that with high tide and also the full moon, and that could only exacerbate some of the flooding issues, especially in the low-lying areas. And that's why earlier today we saw lots of folks, business owners as well, packing up sandbags. They're kind of getting ready ahead of this storm because South Carolina, it's called low country for a reason. So they are very familiar with this drill, and they are obviously preparing for the worst, but hoping for the best. Take a listen.
Flooding on top of, lack of health care or lack of food or lack of shelter. It just is a lot.
I think that we underestimate the power of water. It's soft, but it's strong.
What scares me is just this increase of storms that we'll get to a point where we'll all be non-insurable.
And Hallie, because of the flood impacts here in Charleston, city offices are closed tomorrow. They will reopen again on Thursday. We know that crews have been out all day today clearing up the drains, putting pumps also on the roadways as well to kind of lessen some of the flood issues. And we were told that some of the local lakes in the area, officials have lowered the lake levels as well. So a lot of things have been percolating throughout the day, obviously, to mitigate some of the issues that we might see tomorrow.
Kathy Park, thank you so much. Appreciate you being there. We're obviously going to have continuing coverage, of course, of Hurricane Idalia throughout the evening here on NBC News Now and all of our NBC News platforms. To other news now, as we are learning more tonight between the new developments coming out from UNC Chapel Hill with new connections revealed between the attacker and his victim. Police saying tonight the suspect had been looking specifically for the faculty member he shot and killed on campus. Listen.
We have determined that the victim and suspect knew each other, and the suspect went directly to the victim and then left Caudle Labs.
The new details coming just a day after images like these, students huddling together in classrooms waiting for hours for police to track down the suspect. The victim who was killed, you see here on screen, Zheje Yan. The school's chancellor says he was a beloved colleague, mentor, father of 2 young kids. Yan had been an associate professor at UNC and had worked there since 2019. The suspect, a grad student is now facing a first-degree murder charge. You see him here in court. This is a little bit earlier. He's obviously in that orange jumpsuit. Julia Ainsley is joining us now. Tell us more about what we understand and what we're learning about this connection here. This had been one of the key questions when you and I, 24 hours ago, were sitting right here listening to that update from police. Was this potentially a targeted attack? Do we know more about that tonight?
It does appear to be targeted, Hallie. We just finished a press conference here with the chief of police for the university as well as the chancellor of the university. And they said exactly what you laid out there, that this was a case where the suspect went directly to the victim in Caudle Labs, not far from where I am right now on the center of UNC's campus, approached the victim, killed him, and then left the building. In fact, they say that they haven't been able to recover that weapon, and then when they arrested him later, he did not put up a fight, but still a lot of unanswered questions. In fact, we were just at the suspect's apartment earlier today where the FBI was combing through evidence, probably trying to find answers as to a motive here, Hallie. I asked in that press conference, what was the relationship like? Was this a student and professor? Had he been an advisor? How did they know each other? And they wouldn't give those details yet. But what they're trying to lay out, I think, in this narrative is that this wasn't a shooter who was going on a wild rampage to shoot anyone at random around the campus. That this suspect had a very specific victim in mind, and it was this professor.
Julia, there had been a lot of uncertainty while this was unfolding on campus throughout the day 24 hours ago. We now know that classes will be called off until later in the week. People need some time to process what has happened. Give us a sense of how the community plans to move forward and to try to heal after something like this.
Yeah, that's right. I've spent a lot of time on this campus, and just today we've been able to see more of the community coming together. There have been students on the quad offering free pizza, hugs, and puppies to play with, just as people try to come together and heal. I was able to speak to some of those students today, including one who had a personal connection to the suspect. This is what he had to say.
Someone that I've talked to could be capable of something like this. Knowing that I had talked to, that I had had communications with, that I had helped someone with their homework who would end up doing something so horrible, it was like my brain couldn't even really put two and two together there. It was just like incomprehensible to me.
That was Aiden Carter Scott. He's a graduate student who said he was in a class with the shooter, with the suspect, a year ago, and said that there were really no red flags raised. He simply helped him with his homework, and then the suspect dropped out of the class. But when he saw that picture yesterday that we all saw when the police named a suspect, he said his heart sunk, Hallie.
Julia Ainsley, live for us there in Chapel Hill. So much more to come on this story. Julia, thank you. To Washington now, for the first time ever, a new move that could cut how much money you or maybe your parents pay for some of the most popular prescriptions in this country. With the White House set to negotiate with big drug companies on the price of 10 different medicines that treat things like diabetes, arthritis, cancer, heart disease. It's all meant to help out the millions of people who use Medicare for these drugs. Watch.
Big Pharma charges Americans more than 3 times what they charge other countries simply because they could. And I think it's outrageous. That's why these negotiations matter. We're going to keep standing up to Big Pharma, and we're not going to back down.
Lowering the prices of these prescriptions is something that's been talked about for years, and if it happens now, it would be unprecedented. Keyword if, because at least 2 of these drug companies have already filed a preemptive lawsuit against the Biden administration over this. Monica Alba is covering this near the White House for us. Mon, we'll get to the pushback in a second, but first, it could save a bunch of money. It could help shore up Medicare. We don't know exactly how much money it could save because these negotiations are not going to get done in the snap of a finger. This is going to take months, if not longer.
Exactly, Hallie, and it took a year just to get to this point. Once the Inflation Reduction Act was signed into law, it kicked off this process to try to figure out which drugs could be the first to start the negotiations for. And now we know that it's going to take about 30 days for these drug companies to essentially accept the terms of a negotiation. If they don't, they would really face some stiff tax penalties, so that's the incentive there. And then it's going to take an entire year after that. So we're talking about September 2024 before we know what these new prices are going to look like for some of those key drugs. You said it there, for blood thinners, treating diabetes, for some type of blood cancer and others that really millions of senior citizens are using on a day-to-day basis. And we're talking about things that really for a long time have been astronomically expensive at some point. So it's bringing those costs down, but really people won't see the effects of that until 2026. So many might be asking, well, why is the administration trying to push this if after the 2024 election, what if they lose? What if this somehow gets rolled back? And then what will it mean for people? And the White House is betting, again, they're thinking they're going to be able to win, and that's their, of course, their own hope and argument. But they're also pointing to the fact that this is a really popular provision of the legislation that they think will be something that will be long lasting, and that then they'll try to do for plenty of other drugs down the line as well, Hallie.
And a political potential piece of leverage as well. I mean, on the campaign trail ahead of the midterms, you heard people talking about, candidates talking about the idea that they were working to lower the cost of prescription drugs. We talked about pushback, those lawsuits. You said it yourself. The White House thinks it's going to have success in this. What's the reality check?
They think that there is well-established law to do this, even though for decades other presidents have tried to go up against Big Pharma and they haven't been able to do so. But specifically, these drug companies are saying if we have to spend all this money in legal action and if we are not going to be able to take in as much money, if the prices are lower, we're going to have to cut on research and development. So that's the argument they're making. But the White House said today they're really confident that this is going to stick around and hopefully even benefit more people beyond those who are currently on Medicare. Hallie.
Monica Alba, live for us outside the White House. Thank you. We are learning one of the most powerful Republicans in the House of Representatives is now being treated for blood cancer, with Majority Leader Steve Scalise sharing he's been diagnosed with multiple myeloma. He says he plans to come back to Washington and back to work while he goes through treatment for the next several months. I want to bring in Sahil Kapoor on Capitol Hill. And Sahil, I think a lot of people remember Steve Scalise not just for what he does in the political arena, but for what happened to him back in 2017. He was shot and badly hurt at a congressional baseball practice then. What else do we know about his cancer diagnosis, the prognosis moving forward?
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. Majority Leader Scalise announced this diagnosis in a statement earlier today, and let's show that statement. He called it a very treatable blood cancer. He said he has begun treatment for it that will continue for the next several months. He expects to work through this period and return to Washington to continue serving as a congressman from Louisiana, as well as the House Majority Leader. And he says, quote, "I'm incredibly grateful that we were able to detect this early and that this cancer is treatable. I will tackle this with the same strength and energy as I've tackled past challenges," unquote. Now, that may be a reference to 2017 when Scalise was seriously wounded in a congressional baseball game practice. That recovery of his took several months. He did return, and he sometimes, even to this day, all these years later, continues to walk around here with a limp. Scalise has gotten well wishes from his colleagues, including Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who put out a statement of his own, called Scalise a faith-filled fighter who can overcome any obstacle. McCarthy added, quote, "Nothing, not a gunshot, and certainly not cancer, will stop him from accomplishing what he sets his mind to," unquote. Scalise, for his part, seems to be signaling he will fight this and he's not going anywhere. Hallie.
Sahil Kapoor, live for us on Capitol Hill. Thank you. For the first time in 4 years, X, formerly known as Twitter, will let you see paid political ads again. This is a huge reversal that has potentially huge implications and a couple of caveats. For example, X says today they're not going to let false or misleading content be promoted, including anything meant to undermine public confidence in an election. So how are they going to enforce that, especially when the frontrunner right now for the GOP nomination, who's back on X for the first time in years, has been indicted multiple times on charges he tried to undermine a legitimate election. The whole thing for X is a flip-flop from what the former CEO, Jack Dorsey, wanted to see. He banned political ads because he thought political message reach should be earned, not bought. Of course, Dorsey is out now. Elon Musk is in. And with ad sales dropping some 50% since Musk took over Twitter and renamed it X, there could certainly be a business component here. Jake Ward is joining us to break this down. Okay, so ads are back. X says it's beefing up its election security team. Is this actually going to work for them? And talk through what some of the risks could be as we head into what is going to be an incredibly intense campaign year, 2024.
Well, clearly, Hallie, right? Jack Dorsey was trying to get out in front of the very clear possibility that X, now, formerly Twitter, would be sort of, an attack surface for all sorts of misleading content. We saw in the 2016 election, the lead up to that, everything from, paid political propagandists out of Russia to God knows who else, was working across social media to try to create as much disinformation as possible. And, that was Jack Dorsey's effort to try and get away from that, was getting away from this paid advertisement thing. And so, opening the door back up to it is really scary, especially at a moment, experts tell me, when, AI is about to supercharge all of this. You don't need a paid hit squad of researchers and writers to figure out what the most convincing campaign slogans are going to be. You can just throw it into a large language model and it can generate all sorts of things. Even though OpenAI back in March supposedly put out a ban against creating campaign materials using large language models, using theirs. That's happening. It's, the Washington Post has found that you can basically, bang out huge amounts of that kind of content. So this is a tough one. For its part, X says that, we are currently expanding our safety and elections teams to focus on combating manipulation, surfacing inauthentic accounts, and closely monitoring the platform for emerging threats. This is the kind of thing we often hear from social media companies on the eve of something big. We're trying, we're going to do better. There's always room for improvement. That's the note that they are striking at this hour. But it is a brave new world, and opening the door back to paid political ads, is really throwing the door wide on that world, Hallie.
It is also one of just a list of changes for X under Elon Musk, starting with the name, but going on from there.
Yeah, right, if you just look at the list, it's extraordinary, right? He rebranded it. He created this paid Twitter Blue subscription where once upon a time you had to be someone and be verified that way. Now all you got to do is pay to say you are that person. A revenue sharing program. People are able to do all sorts of things. He's obviously laid off tons of people, not to mention the leadership. And here's the big one, Hallie, especially on the eve of a decision like this one. Once upon a time, Elon Musk talked about politically neutral being the watchword for this platform. And then ahead of the midterm elections, he basically said, you should vote for a Republican Congress because there's a president in the White House who's a Democrat. That sort of thing on top of opening the door to paid political advertisements. Like I say, it's a strange new world we're in here, Hallie.
It is going to be a new frontier for the next 16, 18 months of our lives. Jake Ward, thank you very much. We got a lot more to get to coming up here on the show, including convicted killer Alec Murdaugh's son, Buster, speaking out now for the first time since his father was convicted. We'll tell you what he thinks about that and the murder of his mother and brother. More on that in just a minute. Plus, 3 unsettling lawsuits from troops who said their earplugs basically didn't work. How much money they now have to pay up in the 5 things. And a Harvard professor says the stuff found at the bottom of the ocean is a big deal. These little balls, unlike anything we've seen on Earth. Why he's so convinced this discovery makes history. Next.
Coming to you live, breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The guy who's apparently the world's leading alien hunter says some little balls found by his team in the Pacific are from a galaxy far, far away, or at least a galaxy that is not our own. Here they are. These are them, discovered on the floor of the Pacific Ocean out near Papua New Guinea. The Harvard astrophysicist Avi Loeb says the stuff they're made of is not like anything on Earth or on our surrounding planets or on any space rocks nearby. Loeb's calling it an historic discovery because it's the first time, he says, that humans have put their hands on materials from something outside the solar system. Gadi Schwartz is joining us now. How is he so sure that these little things are made of stuff that's not from this galaxy?
Okay, first of all, well, it could be the galaxy. It's the solar system. Interstellar would be outside of the solar system that we know, but probably still in the Milky Way, but who knows? So let me just go way, way back here. This all started off as this total long shot, Hallie, and here's why. Way back in 2014, while all of us were busy minding our own business, something flying through space that weighed about 1,000 pounds and there was only like a foot and a half crashed through the Earth's atmosphere. It turned into this fireball small above the ocean near Papua New Guinea. Now, no one really noticed that happening except for maybe the fish around that area. But we do have sensors that were collecting all kinds of data constantly all over Earth. So fast forward, like 5 years later, this professor, Avi Loeb, and a student were combing through old data looking for things that were traveling faster than the meteors and the asteroids that fly through our solar system because they were looking for extraterrestrial stuff. And voila, they started asking about this particular event. Well, a lot of people made fun of them. Then U.S. Space Command eventually came out and said, yeah, based on our data, spy satellites, all kinds of stuff tracking out in outer space. It looks like this thing, according to our calculations, was interstellar. And that is when things escalated very quickly. The U.S. Space Command and the United States government started comparing notes with Avi Loeb and his team. They said, this is the area where we think it crashed. They coordinated together for those coordinates. And then the next thing you know, Avi Loeb got a bunch of scientists on a boat. They headed out to see with this magnetic sled that they were going to drag along the ocean floor to try to find this thing. What they found were 700 of these tiny little BB-sized balls of some sort of alloy material. They tested them. They just announced that they definitely think that these came from outside the solar system for a bunch of reasons. But I'll just sum it up. The biggest reason so far seems to be this enrichment of a weird combination of beryllium, lanthanum, and uranium. So they called it B-La-U. This is this alloy they say doesn't happen here in our solar system. So they're saying it came from somewhere else.
What's interesting here is Professor Loeb is kind of controversial even inside his field. The New York Times just put out a profile about him in the last few days, I think it was last week, and said where Loeb departs from almost all of his other colleagues is in thinking that aliens on other planets could have already made their way to us.
Yeah, I mean, that was last week before this announcement, so I'm not sure, because it seems like he pulled off this crazy feat of going out into the ocean and finding this needle, or like in a haystack, but except for underwater, which was something that no one expected him to do. But what he says he's getting under fire for is that extraterrestrial question. In his paper, or in the paper that's coming, he basically says, look, this could be from a supernova, this could be from an exoplanet. With,
he's not saying it's an alien little ball, right?
Well, he's saying it could come from an exoplanet, a supernova, or maybe extraterrestrial life. Oh. And he points to this uranium, and he says, uranium, this is weird. And that's the reason why he gets under fire. It wouldn't be a big deal if he just said maybe it came from an exoplanet, or maybe it came from a supernova. But for some reason, in science, when you bring in the extraterrestrial question, everybody thinks that you have a tinfoil hat. You know how I feel about that. So I mean, to me, it just seems like a total valid reason and a valid purpose to go out into the ocean and try to find something that came from a different solar system.
I had a feeling you would be levitating out of your shoes for this discussion, and I know that you are. Gadi Schwartz, our chief space correspondent, space nerd correspondent, I should say. Thank you so much, friend. Hey, listen, by the way, Gadi's going to have this guy, Professor Loeb, on his show tonight. Stay tuned now. There's just a couple of hours from now, 8 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC News Now. You know you're not going to want to miss it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, a memorial service has been held for Yevgeny Prigozhin, the Russian mercenary head of the Wagner Group, after he was apparently killed in a plane crash, according to his spokespeople today. This is after a whole lot of secrecy around the funeral, the burial. You can see flowers by his gravesite. There were officials you see here guarding the area nearby. The Kremlin has said President Putin was not planning to go. Number 2, the big manufacturing company 3M says it'll pay $6 billion, billion with a B, to settle lawsuits over its earplugs. Remember, we told you about this on the show months ago. Hundreds of thousands of service members had sued, saying that 3M's earplugs, meant to protect them from loud noises, actually hurt their hearing. 3M says this agreement now is not an admission of liability, and that when used properly, these earplugs are safe and effective. Number 3, the Miami mayor, Francis Suarez, is dropping out of the 2024 presidential race after he didn't get enough qualifications, essentially, to get him on stage for the first GOP primary debate. He now becomes the first Republican candidate to step out. Suarez called running for president one of the greatest honors of his life. Number 4, Toyota says it's going to restart production at all of its Japanese assembly plants tomorrow after a system failure shut down operations for hours. About a third of all Toyota production happens there. The company says it doesn't think this problem was caused by a cyber attack, but they're still looking into it. Number 5, look at all this water pouring into the New York City subway. That's because of a water main break in Times Square today. It ended up flooding the streets up above. It went underground. Something like 1.8 million gallons ended up in the subway system. Service on some lines were suspended, but everything's up and running now. When we come back here on the show, a porch pirate going directly to the source, stealing a package out of the hands of a FedEx driver. We'll tell you what police are saying about this case in just a sec. Plus, Amazon's CEO out with a new warning to remote workers about going back to the office. What's next for those employees who have been pushing back on coming in?
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are getting the first look at the new interview with the living son of convicted murderer Alec Murdaugh, who says his father is not the person who killed his mom and brother. Here's what Buster Murdaugh is telling Fox Nation in their special, The Fall of the House of Murdaugh, set to be available Thursday morning. Listen.
Did you ever go there and say, maybe it's possible that he did this?
No, because I think that I hold a very unique perspective that nobody else in that courtroom ever held, and I know the love that I have witnessed.
Remember what some call the South's trial of the century, when Alec Murdaugh faced a jury for those 2021 shootings for killing his wife Maggie and son Paul. He was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. Kristen Dahlgren is joining us now. And while this is the first time Buster Murdaugh is speaking publicly, we saw him during the trial in the courtroom. I think almost every day of his father's trial, he testified on his behalf. Tell us more about what we're hearing from him tonight.
Right. We're still talking about this one, Hallie. I mean, people are just so fascinated by this family and what happened and interested in hearing what Buster had to say. So he talks a little bit about, being in the courtroom. He had some criticism of the judge, criticism of how public this case was. And he really doubled down on those claims that his father was innocent, saying he didn't believe that he could have done these things to his wife and his son, Buster's mom, and his brother. And, he also was saying this is not just his dad's trial, but the murder of, his mom, his brother. And so he had a view in that courtroom that really not many other people had, this perspective. And he also saw the love that his dad had. So really interesting to hear it in his own words, Hallie.
It's, to be clear, it's not like Buster is praising his dad here, right, Kristen?
Right. No, not at all. I mean, he speaks very candidly about some of the things that his dad did as far as, manipulating and stealing. And here's what he had to say in his own words when he was asked about his dad. Take a listen.
Do you ever worry, am I like Dad?
No, I do not worry because I am not a thief. I am not a liar. I'm not a manipulator. In those regards, I am nothing like him. But in other regards, I believe that I do hold some of his more admirable traits, which I am quite proud of.
So really conflicted on, those feelings about his dad. At one point, he describes that many of those sort of psychopathic qualities could be used to describe his dad, but that wasn't the whole of how he saw his father, Hallie.
Kristen Dahlgren, thank you so much for bringing us some of this late-breaking news tonight out of that story that, as you say, has captured so much interest around the country. Appreciate it. NBC News covers hundreds of other stories every day, and because it would be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our D.C. bureau, police say a 16-year-old has been arrested after a fight over a sauce packet at McDonald's ended in the death of another teenager. The suspect is reportedly facing several charges, including second-degree murder. The Washington Post reports the teen pleaded not involved, which is the juvenile equivalent of not guilty. Out of our Southern Bureau doorbell video, look at this. Caught the moment that a guy stole a package right out of the hands of a FedEx delivery driver in Virginia. I mean, a snatch and grab for sure. The homeowner says the man started following the driver to her front door, saying the package was his. You can see he grabs it, he runs back to his car. Apparently, what was in the box? A $1,600 iPad. Police are now tracking the plates. Out of our Western Bureau, check out this video the moment a fan ran onto the field during an MLB game in Colorado. This is about 18 hours ago. You can see him in white confront the Atlanta Braves right fielder. Security grabs him, but then another fan comes up, to try to confront, get involved, whatever. Player's fine, said he hoped the two fans were okay. Both are facing misdemeanor charges. Amazon's boss is out with a new message to workers. Get back to the office, or in his words, it's probably not going to work out. This is according to some new reporting from Insider, saying Andy Jassy made that statement this month in a push to return to office that has been controversial for the company. Remember, it was just a month ago that the company said any employee that doesn't do 3 days in office as is mandatory and who hasn't gotten an exception will be forced into a voluntary, quote-unquote, resignation. Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver joins us now. Quote-unquote voluntary, right? Let me read the whole quote from Amazon CEO Andy Jassy. He said, it's past the time to disagree and commit. If you can't disagree and commit, it's probably not going to work out for you at Amazon because we are going back to the office at least 3 days a week. So, what now, right? We know that some workers don't want to do it. How's it going to enforce this, Amazon? Is it going to work?
Yeah, Amazon can enforce this because Amazon's employees are not unionized, definitely not its corporate employees. And that's who he's really targeting here. That disagree and commit is a Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon, one of his famous statements. You can disagree, but you have to commit to the policy. The policy is now 3 days a week, and they are ready to separate from their workers if they're not willing to do it. There's already been protests by a number of employees starting all the way back in the spring when they started quietly rolling out this policy, a lot of them citing they don't want to contribute to climate change by driving into work every day. But Amazon wants its employees back, and it's not the only big company doing this.
How is it going for those other big companies, right? In other words, has it been successful for those folks?
Yeah, and they can mandate it as long as your workers aren't unionized, and even if they are, they have to comply by what the company mandates. So we're talking about big companies like Meta, like Disney, like Apple. They've been mandating employees come back at least 3 days a week, some even 4 days a week, and Tesla has had its employees back since 2021, 5 days a week. So they can mandate it, or they can separate from those employees. Amazon's already laid off some 27,000 people so far this year. That's about 8% of its corporate workforce. It could do more if it needs to, and it will if it has to.
Why do companies care so much, Caleb?
It's a culture thing, I think, and I think productivity is higher when people are together. You have those serendipitous meetings in the hallway or that conversation after the conversation that you don't get on Zoom. And having people in that same place, according to a lot of CEOs and a lot of companies, just works better. It's a culture building thing, and we lost a lot of that during the pandemic.
Can I ask you a question, Caleb? And I truly am not trying to put you on the spot here. And if the answer is you don't have this at the tip of your fingers, that's fine. Is productivity actually better, or do these leaders simply think and feel like productivity is better? In other words, is it actually quantifiable that it matters whether you work in the office or not?
Yeah, there are studies both ways, but you cannot replace the fact that if sales are dipping, if your business is slowing, you could point to the fact that people aren't sitting together, aren't coming in and having conversations and networking and team building as part of the reason. And if that happens, you can just say, we need everybody back in. That might actually fix the problem. It might not, but that's what a lot of CEOs are saying.
Caleb Silver, thank you very much. Coming up, a former Chicago cop's alleged lies while off the job might be putting a bunch of DUI convictions in jeopardy. But the man at the center of this is telling NBC News Tonight. Stay with us.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hundreds of drunk driving cases and convictions in Chicago might be in jeopardy because of a former cop charged with lying a lot to get out of traffic tickets. Prosecutors in Cook County have dropped at least 15 cases that depended on the testimony of this person you see here, Jeffrey Cribb, according to ProPublica. He's one of Chicago's most prolific enforcers of drunk driving. At least he was when he was on the force. But he retired in January, just days before 9 charges came out from the state's attorney accusing him of lying and faking documents to avoid paying $3,500 in traffic tickets. Now, that's all off-the-job stuff. He's pleading not guilty to that. But it's those charges that are jeopardizing the DUI cases because lawyers say his credibility is in doubt. Maura Barrett is joining us now from Chicago. Walk us through what these attorneys are saying about how Cribb's alleged lies could upend all of these DUI cases, and there's a bunch.
Yeah, Hallie. And first off, these alleged plural lies is actually the same lie that he allegedly used time and time again over several years trying to get out of these speeding tickets, blaming it on an ex-girlfriend that he said stole his car. He even provided what he said were police reports proving the car thefts had been filed, but he never revealed that he was a police officer in this case. And so while these were incidents off the job, they just add to already existing questions of credibility for this police officer because there were dozens of complaints issued about him over his 25 years with the Chicago Police Department. That's also according to ProPublica. Now, the Chicago Police Department didn't get back to us or declined to comment specifically on these cases, but we do know that the state attorney has added this officer in particular to their do not call list, which is a new list that they've enacted in the past couple of months in order to enforce transparency, but they also don't want prosecutors to be calling government witnesses that have questionable credibility, which is what we're dealing with here. And so this leads us to these DUI cases. The arrests that he was involved in, that he made, involve allegations of drinking while driving and dangerous driving. And because Kriv has now been charged with perjury and forgery, the state attorney's office told us that the remaining cases where he was the arresting officer are now under a case-by-case review, Hallie.
It does speak to, it seems, this broader question about trust in police right now, right? It is a microcosm of that bigger picture. When you look at the tracking poll of, like, do people have confidence in law enforcement? 2021, June, 51%. June 2023, 43%. You had a chance to speak with Kriv in the last couple of hours. Talk to us about that. How is he defending himself? How is he answering this question of credibility?
Yeah, we spoke to him over the phone, and he was adamant that he's willing to testify in these cases, but they keep dropping them, and they haven't told him exactly why, but he says that he has the body cam footage to back up the arrest that he's made, and that he has experience as an expert for DUI analysis over the last 25 years. But he said, and I want to quote, the allegations and questions are things that, quote, supposedly happened off duty. He said that has nothing to do with my job. Now, there are obvious concerns here about credibility, because if he did lie in his personal life, there is the argument that he could have lied in his professional life in other cases, right? And police officers are in that one of those industries where the public eye is always on them, and there's a standard of trustworthiness 100% of the time. And then additive to this case, there's the element of the potential abuse of power when it comes to those falsified records, Hallie.
Maura Barrett, lots to untangle here. Thank you so much for being the tip of the spear for us here at NBC News. Appreciate it. Still to come here on the show, how much a produce prescription actually helps people get healthier, and whether food as medicine can really work if you don't have access to it. That's coming up.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Well, you may not even need a whole apple a day to keep the doctor away, because some new numbers out from the American Heart Association today shows that when a doctor prescribes patients more fruits and vegetables, people actually go on to eat more fruits and vegetables, and that's better for their heart. The study focused on people from lower income neighborhoods who got vouchers, food vouchers from a whole bunch of different programs. The whole thing hitting on this idea of food as medicine. So here's what would happen. Adults in the study, for example, they would get this produce prescription from doctors. They ended up eating 30% more produce every day. That was good for their health. Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now. And Dr. Natalie, there's a lot of interesting things to this, right? Because the headline is short. Eat fruits and vegetables. That will make you healthier. Feels like a non-shocker, candidly, right? But it is interesting in that there's data behind it, and this speaks to the idea of access. It's hard to tell people treat food as medicine when people are living, for example, in food deserts, or find produce to be unaffordable because of their living situation.
Oh, yeah, Hallie, absolutely. I mean, barriers because of cost are one of the biggest challenges in terms of getting our patients to eat healthier. So if you think about it this way, the recommended amount of fruit and vegetables every single day for an average American is close to 5 cups. 2.5 cups of vegetables, 2 cups of fruit. That would cost the average person about $70 a month. You know, multiply that by a family of 4, a family of 5, you can see very quickly no one's going to do it. It's a lot easier to go through the drive-through at McDonald's. It's a lot cheaper and it's a lot faster. So just this idea of being able to facilitate this with, you know, a voucher that somebody can actually use to purchase that healthy food goes a long way. As you pointed out, 30% more of the healthy food every day. It's about a cup. It's getting people closer to the recommended daily amount.
What can doctors do realistically longer term? In other words, even if this voucher program, we say produce prescriptions because that's kind of the catchy way to phrase it. It's not a real prescription, right? It's basically access to these vouchers to go out and buy healthy foods. If this doesn't become public policy, how can doctors help their patients to do that?
So that's the problem, Hallie. I spend almost half of my time with my patients counseling them on a healthy diet, and I know very well that what comes out of my mouth and what they hear, they understand.